The invasion of demonic beasts has compelled everyone to cultivate martial arts for self-preservation. In his previous life, Sheng suffered from the bias of his family towards their adopted son, who harbored a deep-seated disdain for him, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of his treacherous foster brother. With his soul restless in death, Sheng unexpectedly finds himself reborn. This time, he resolutely chooses to sever ties with his family, only to inadvertently awaken a wondrous panel. By slaying demonic beasts and acquiring demonic essence, Sheng can infinitely enhance himself through skill points. Any martial arts or skills he has encountered can be mastered instantaneously through this mechanism. Remarkably, even the innate talents and supernatural abilities of demonic beasts can be seized and transformed for his own use, further amplifying his strengths. Sheng experiences rapid growth, steadily progressing along the path to greatness. His estranged family eventually recognizes Sheng's worth and laments their past actions, hoping he might reconsider their relationship. However, the concept of forgiveness has long since vanished from Sheng's lexicon. Chapter 1. Such a family is altogether unnecessary for me. Stealing from your own family. Do you not possess any sense of shame? The vile habits I acquired in the orphanage have turned our home into a veritable den of chaos. Had I known, I would never have returned. Sheng sat on the ground, clutching the back of his head which throbbed with pain, his hands seemingly stained with some liquid. The furious reprimands ringing in his ears and the sight of several individuals before him left him in a daze, unable to distinguish whether this was a dream or reality. As he surveyed the surroundings, Sheng realized this was the very home that had witnessed countless nights of his suffering. The familiar trio of women and one man appeared remarkably youthful. The haunting words he had just heard, coupled with the indelible scene before him, flooded his mind. Sheng suddenly comprehended that he seemed to have been reborn, reverting to the frail boy who had once endured his family's cruelty. In this world plagued by demonic beasts, humanity cultivates martial arts to safeguard itself. Sheng was born into such a martial arts family. His father, Lu Zhentian, was a master of the 7th rank, with a distinguished lineage. Yet at the tender age of 3, he inexplicably went missing, eventually ending up in an orphanage where he grew up. It was only at the age of 15 that he was reclaimed by the Lu family. To compensate for the void left by Sheng's absence, they adopted a boy named Lu Jin, who was not only handsome, but also possessed prodigious martial talent. From a young age, Lu Jin lived a life of luxury, his every desire indulged, receiving the Lu family's utmost affection. By the time Sheng returned to the Lu household, he had already missed the prime opportunity for cultivation. The harsh conditions of the orphanage left him even more frail than the average child. To a martial arts family like the Lu's, he was deemed a worthless burden. His existence was so diminished that he lived in a dilapidated storage room barely a few square meters in size, with only 2 sets of school uniforms to wear, often going without meals and facing punishments that denied him food altogether. The Lu family had long favored Lu Jin, treating Sheng as though he were less than human. Yet, Lu Jin was not content with this. To eliminate the minor threat posed by Sheng, he frequently resorted to various schemes to entrap him. The Lu family, believing Sheng had picked up many bad habits in the orphanage, always assumed he was to blame. As they resorted to violence and scorn against him, their aversion only deepened. The true tragedy unfolded after the major examination. Lu Jin, leveraging his innate talent, secured a place in the most prestigious academy. On the day of celebration for Lu Jin, Sheng continued his routine of feeding the family's demonic beast steed, the Qilin. Unexpectedly, the Qilin went berserk, inflicting severe injuries upon Sheng. Yet, the Lu family dismissed his injuries, merely sending him to the hospital while continuing their festivities for Lu Jin. Ultimately, Sheng succumbed to his grievous wounds. The Lu family did not even hold a funeral for Sheng, carelessly burying him in a random location. Strangely, however, his soul did not dissipate upon death. Filled with resentment, he lingered in this world for years, coldly observing the events that unfolded thereafter. It was only later that he learned the Qilin's rampage had been orchestrated by Lu Jin, who had tainted its feed with drugs. Following that incident, Lu Zhentian was deceived by Lu Jin into a demonic beast horde, meeting a tragic end. His mother, Lin Shuya, was poisoned to death through slow-acting toxins administered by Lu Jin. Several sisters fell victim to Lu Jin's schemes, leading to their ruin and madness. The sister Lu Qianru, long coveted by Lu Jin, was so humiliated after being violated that she took her own life by jumping from a building. The misfortunes of each family member brought Lu Zhentian an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Yet, as his soul hovered on the brink of dissolution, Sheng's only lingering regret was that the treacherous monster Lu Jin had not only seized everything from the Lu family, but had also utilized their accumulated resources to break through to the rank of 9th grade martial saint, becoming a true victor in life. Speak. Where have you hidden your brother's watch? Do not think that silence will allow you to evade the truth. Just as Sheng was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a vigorous shove to his head. The assailant, clad in a vibrant JK uniform, was a stunning young woman with a youthful visage and an alluring figure, glaring at him with palpable disdain. This was Lu Sheng's fourth sister, Lu Qianru, a lackluster third-rate singer who took great pleasure in berating him, undoubtedly the most loathed member of the family. Lu Sheng, just admit it. If you found it by accident, we won't blame you if you return it. The speaker was his second sister, Lu Jiasin, a teacher at a prestigious private school. Though her demeanor appeared pleasant when addressing Lu Sheng, she was, in truth, the most despicable of them all. While she feigned concern for Lu Sheng, it was inevitable that she would side with Lu Jin when trouble arose. Time and again, she would employ her ostensibly gentle yet hypocritical demeanor to coax Lu Sheng into confessing to deeds he had never committed. Lu Sheng faced increasing disdain within his own home, a sentiment largely attributable to her influence. What do you mean you found it? Clearly, he stole it with his dirty hands. Refusing to admit his wrongdoing, I surmise he has not been punished enough to learn his lesson. A middle-aged woman, elegant in appearance and clad in a jade green qipao that accentuated her graceful figure, glared at Lu Sheng with a furrowed brow. This is Lu Sheng's biological mother, Lin Shuya, the one he yearns to be close to yet who inflicts the deepest wounds upon him. She regularly resorts to either beating or berating him, dismissing any explanations he offers as mere subterfuge. Mother, if my brother truly desires that watch, I might as well gift it to him, he proposes. Please do not let such trivial matters distress your health. Lu Jin, who had been silently observing the drama unfold, now interjects, wrapping his arms around Lin Shuya in a gesture of consolation. He had deliberately concealed the watch, merely mentioning to his family that it had gone missing. Without a second thought, they directed all their ire towards Lu Sheng. He had long since mastered this particular game, and it could be said that it was infallible. To endure such relentless abuse and disdain, all for the sake of a minuscule semblance of affection, has rendered me a slave to this heartless family of mine. In my previous life, I was indeed a complete fool. Such relatives are utterly unnecessary for me, especially Lu Jin. I must ensure he meets a tragic end in despair to alleviate the resentment festering within my heart. Yet for now, I must first extricate myself from this venomous, cold-blooded family. I must sever all ties with them. Otherwise, remaining here poses the peril of being harmed by that beast, Lu Jin, at any moment. Lu Sheng coldly surveyed the individuals before him, and after a brief recollection, his gaze transformed into an unwavering resolve. At that moment, a translucent screen unexpectedly materialized before Lu Sheng. Name, Lu Sheng. Wisdom, 5 strength, 3 agility, for demon essence balance, 0, prompt, slaying demon beasts can yield demon essence. He often indulged in clandestine readings of online novels, and though he was momentarily unsure of the precise utility of what appeared before him, he recognized its significance. Yet, how could Lu Sheng fail to infer that this was the extraordinary boon typically bestowed upon protagonists of novels? Realizing he possessed the means to turn his fortunes around, his breath quickened with anticipation. Chapter 2. You want me to kneel? Do you even deserve it? Yet, our dear Jeaner is remarkably kind-hearted. Such a precious item was stolen, and still, she remains so forgiving and magnanimous. However, while Jeaner may choose not to hold it against you, I shall not indulge your vile habits. Confess swiftly and truthfully, where have you hidden the item? As soon as Lu Jin finished speaking, Lin Shi affectionately patted Lu Jin's head in praise. Yet, upon turning to Lu Sheng, her tone grew increasingly caustic. In this household, whenever something is lost, you all unreservedly assume it is I who has stolen it. But have you ever sought evidence for your accusations? Or is it that you simply do not care whether I am guilty or innocent? It seems you merely wish to find a justification to subject me to abuse and humiliation, while I may still be unaware of the precise utility of this newfound advantage. The emboldened Lu Sheng would no longer swallow his grievances in silence. He stood up and coldly retorted, "What did you say?" The others in the room could scarcely believe their ears. These words were coming from Lu Sheng, who was typically so submissive, never retaliating against blows or insults, always striving to please everyone. When had he ever dared to speak to them in such a harsh manner? The household had never experienced theft before. Why is it that since your return, such occurrences have become frequent? Who, apart from you, would stoop to such shameless acts? Lu Sheng's words immediately incited further ire from Lu Qianru, who placed her hands on her hips and pointed a finger at him, scolding. Everywhere in this house there are cameras. It would be evident whether I have stolen anything. Yet, you choose only to believe what you wish. Ultimately, this is all about expelling me, your own flesh and blood, to avoid hindering the inheritance of this found child. Hearing this, Lu Sheng sneered, finally voicing the sentiment he had long kept bottled up. "Oh, brother, why must you say such things about me? That I am a foundling? If you truly dislike me so, perhaps I should just leave." With the label of foundling striking a nerve, Lu Jin immediately broke down in tears, appearing both heartbroken and wronged. This was Lu Jin's most habitual tactic. Whenever faced with adversity, he would resort to tears and feigned helplessness. The Lu family was easily swayed by this act. At the sight of his tears, they would become flustered and anxious. Slap! A sharp sound echoed through the room. Lu Sheng was taken aback by Lin Shuyi's sudden strike, which sent him crashing to the ground. Darkness clouded his vision, and half his face felt numb and insensible. "You are utterly audacious. Jiner is our beloved family member. How dare you speak of him in such a manner?" Lin Shuyi was infuriated by Lu Sheng's audacity, refusing to acknowledge his wrongdoing, and even daring to insult her cherished adopted son as a foundling. "Lu Sheng, you have gone too far this time. Apologize to your younger brother at once." Lu Sheng's remark about the foundling was enough to unsettle even the typically duplicitous second sister, prompting her to scold him with a furrowed brow. "Mother, here is a rattan stick. You must strike him hard this time. He must pay for his insolence, or else this good-for-nothing will only become more rebellious." Lu Sheng's insult toward Lu Jin was intolerable to Lu Qianru. She marched over, retrieved a rattan stick the thickness of her thumb, and handed it to Lin Shuyi with a look of disdain. "You will kneel before me. You refuse to admit your mistakes and dare to insult your own brother. I shall ensure you confess and submit today." Lin Shuyi approached Lu Sheng, raising the rattan stick threateningly before his forehead, her voice laced with indignation. "You want me to kneel? Do you even deserve such a thing?" Lu Sheng regarded the woman before him with a mocking smile, recalling how many times he had knelt before her in his past life. Now, having been granted a second chance, it was the entire Lu family who should kneel before him. "Do you dare to retort?" Lin Shuyi could scarcely believe Lu Sheng's attitude, especially his audacious retort, which nearly drove her to madness. She could not fathom where he had found the audacity to defy her so brazenly. Yet, she understood that if she did not subdue this rebellious son today, future discipline would only become more difficult. Raising the rattan stick high, she swung it down fiercely toward Lu Sheng's shoulder. However, just then, Lu Sheng, who had appeared to accept the blows and insults meekly, suddenly raised his hand. Lin Shuyi blinked in surprise as the rattan stick was now firmly grasped in Lu Sheng's grip. "How dare you strike me? When you are a woman unworthy of the title of mother? Have you ever fulfilled even a fraction of your maternal responsibilities and obligations?" Lu Sheng questioned coldly. "Lu Sheng, how dare you show such disrespect to your mother? Are you attempting to rebel?" Lu Qianru immediately pointed at him, reprimanding him fiercely. "Lu Sheng, do you not fear causing your mother heartbreak with such words and actions?" Lu Jiesin added, her tone righteous. I am your mother. When you err, am I not permitted to correct you?" Lin Shuyi trembled with rage, her fingers shaking as she pointed at him. "Spare me the farce. How can you dare to claim the title of mother? A true mother would not resort to violence and scorn toward her own child. Do you not feel a pang of conscience when you call yourself mother? You are their mother, the mother of this foundling, yet you're not mine." With a scoff, Lu Sheng pointed the rattan stick first at Lu Jiesin and Lu Qianru, then directed it at Lu Jin, his tone frigid and piercing. His words left both sisters momentarily stunned, while Lu Jin, infuriated by the repeated taunts of foundling, felt as though his chest might explode. Yet his delicate and handsome visage remained an expression of innocence and sorrow. Is it not because you've learned all manner of bad habits in the orphanage? I have exerted myself to educate you for your own good. If you feel the Lu family has wronged you, then why not leave and spare us all?" Lu Sheng's words shook Lin Shuyi to her core, her expression turning distinctly uncomfortable. Yet, a person like her would never perceive her own faults. In her eyes, Lu Sheng, having grown up in an orphanage, was never deserving of her approval or respect. In stark contrast, Lu Jin moved with the grace of a refined gentleman, making Lu Sheng appear like a stray dog, unworthy of her gaze. She repeatedly chastised Lu Sheng, all in an effort to uphold the Lu family's prestigious reputation. Otherwise, if others were to witness their children lacking in manners and education, the family's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. "Brother, Please apologize to Mother. What she said earlier was merely in anger. She does not truly wish to cast you out. At that moment, Lu Jin feigned concern as he tried to dissuade Lu Sheng. Chapter 3. Leaving here, I can live better. Indeed, our Jiner is truly sensible. Even at such a moment, he still worries for that ungrateful wretch. Mother, I suggest you and Father conduct another DNA test. I have serious doubts that Lu Sheng is not truly one of us, as he bears no semblance of a member of the Lu family. Fortunately, I have never regarded him as my brother. As Lu Jin spoke, Lu Qianru, who was closest to him, immediately chimed in. Lu Sheng, you are now 18 years old and should possess the ability to discern right from wrong. How could you misinterpret our mother's earnest guidance as malice against you? Your recent words have truly left us all feeling despondent. Lu Jiasin then adopted her usual earnest demeanor. You have always been viewed as a thorn in our side. If that is the case, let us speak frankly. From this day forth, I shall not return to this home. I sever all ties with your family, the Lu clan. It would be wise for you to show some pride and refrain from seeking me out. Lu Sheng's cold gaze swept across each face in the room. These individuals loathed him, yet he harbored equal disdain for each of them. He could scarcely endure another moment in this repugnant prison. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Restrain this ungrateful wretch. I shall not hesitate to deal with him today. Lin Shui's dignified visage contorted with fury, while she could expel Lu Sheng. The audacity of this wretch to propose severing ties with the Lu family was nothing short of treasonous. What are you all bickering about? What has transpired? At that moment, a tall and imposing man with a countenance as unyielding as granite quietly entered the living room. His indifferent gaze surveyed the room before he spoke. This man was Lu Sheng's father, Lu Jintian. Upon his arrival, the atmosphere in the room seemed to solidify. Despite the previous commotion, everyone now adopted a cautious and respectful demeanor towards Lu Jintian. Lu Sheng's expression towards his father was particularly complex. This father had never laid a hand on him nor abused him, yet his attitude had always been one of complete indifference. It was precisely due to this indifference that the rest of the family felt emboldened to treat Lu Sheng with such disdain. Had he ever spoken a word in Lu Sheng's defense, the latter's fate would not have been so tragic. Lu Sheng had previously failed to understand his father, but through a disembodied observation of his spirit, he discerned that he was a cold and unfeeling individual. To him, only power and profit mattered. Familial bonds and emotions were non-existent. In his eyes, people were divided into two categories, those of value and those without. Lu Jin, possessing extraordinary talent, was thus meticulously nurtured by him. In contrast, Lu Sheng, viewed as a failure, was regarded no differently than a mere animal. Father, you have arrived just in time. Lu Sheng has pilfered my precious watch and, rather than confessing, has the audacity to insult me as a bastard. Furthermore, he has the gall to defy our mother and express a desire to sever ties with the Lu family. Today, you must ensure he learns a lesson. Upon Lu Jintian's arrival, Lu Qianru immediately seized the opportunity to report with a tone that was almost petulant. Is that so? Lu Jintian's eyes betrayed a hint of surprise as he regarded Lu Sheng. He had heard vaguely of the family's ongoing disputes from the butler, but this son, who had been brought back, had always been submissive. The sudden display of defiance piqued his interest. His gaze remained calm, yet when fixed upon Lu Sheng, it felt as if a predatory beast was about to pounce, causing Lu Sheng's skin to prickle with apprehension. I have never stolen anything from this household. No one here has ever treated me as a human being, let alone a family member. Therefore, I demand to sever all ties with you. Even if I were to perish outside, it would bear no consequence to you. Lu Sheng met Lu Jintian's gaze without flinching. Despite the overwhelming strength of the man before him, Lu Sheng firmly believed that merely expressing such a desire would not provoke Lu Jintian to kill him. After all, to Lu Jintian, a person of such little worth was inconsequential, whether he stayed or left. Weak in body and devoid of any martial talent, with mediocre academic performance, he might struggle to gain admission even to a standard educational institution. Aside from being diligent in his tasks, he possessed no noteworthy skills. I am quite curious about what you intend to do outside the Lu family. If you plan to survive by begging, the Lu family can ill afford to have you. Lu Zhentian seemed to be scrutinizing his biological son for the first time since Lu Sheng's return 3 years prior. With such a frail frame, how dare he meet his gaze with such defiance? This prompted Lu Zhentian to frown slightly. Rest assured, upon leaving here, I can live a life 1,000 times better than this. Even if it comes to feeding beasts outside, I would never resort to such a wretched existence. Lu Sheng retorted with a cold laugh, undeterred. Zhentian listened to him. Does he even comprehend the gravity of his words? As if bringing him back home has somehow wronged him. Were it not for us, would he have the privilege of residing in such a grand estate? He is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. After Lu Zhentian's return, Lin Shui had regained her usual composed demeanor, but Lu Sheng's words shattered that facade. Then go. Don't just talk the talk without walking the walk. Staying here only stirs up trouble and brings chaos to the household. I refuse to believe that you can amount to anything outside the Lu family. Lu Qianru, seeing her mother reignite her ire, quickly joined in with further ridicule. Lu Sheng, stop being so willful. You have no idea of the dangers that lie beyond. You will suffer immensely out there, perhaps even risk your life. Apologize and admit your mistakes. You're still a part of this family. Please, do not provoke our parents further. Lu Zhentian seemed unable to bear it any longer and began to plead with him earnestly. Indeed, brother, outside you will surely go hungry and lack warmth, with nowhere to stay. Just relent and stay with us. Though Lu Jin secretly wished for Lu Sheng to be expelled immediately, he maintained the facade of a kind and caring younger brother. Chapter 4. The urgency of the moment. Let him go. If he possesses such resolve, he shall never set foot in the Lu household again. Lu Zhentian's countenance remained icy, his tone devoid of any emotion. For him, the existence of this worthless son made no difference to his life. Indeed, if you have the capability, do not ever return. Let's see how you survive outside. Lin Shui crossed her arms, casting a cold glare at Lu Sheng. With their words, Lu Sheng felt a weight lift from his heart. Without hesitation, he turned and strode toward his room. The other three, witnessing their parents' final decision, whether genuine or feigned, they all secretly wished for Lu Sheng's departure, had nothing more to say. Lu Sheng retreated to his small, cramped room, no larger than a few square meters. Within the confines of the room, aside from a rigid bed and a rudimentary desk and chair, there existed no other furnishings. This chamber was the smallest and most austere in the entire mansion, even inferior to the quarters where the servants resided. As Lu Sheng prepared to depart, he found little that he deemed necessary to take with him. Apart from a set of school uniforms for change and some meager savings he had accumulated through clandestine odd jobs over the years, he possessed only a short alloy knife for self-defense. The cultural textbooks required for his studies never crossed his mind for transport. After all, with the newfound advantage he held, he was destined to pursue a martial examination path. Once he had gathered his belongings, Lu Sheng opted not to traverse through the living room again, choosing instead to exit through the side door to avoid an encounter with those distasteful individuals that might lead to further complications. Upon stepping outside, he did not cast a glance back at the prison that had been the repository of countless painful memories. From this moment forth, everything here would no longer bear any significance to him. After leaving the villa district, Lu Sheng patiently awaited a bus. His intention was to first venture to the impoverished outskirts of Beijing City to resolve his housing predicament. Although he had been working discreetly over the years, he had managed to save only a little over 8,000 dragon coins. Clearly, he could not afford a residence in the city. The shanty town offered numerous accommodations with monthly rents of 500 to 600, presenting a more economical option for him. His sole concern was the poor security in the area. As a frail student, he could easily become a target for those with ill intentions. After a journey lasting over half an hour, Lu Sheng finally arrived at his destination, a place known as Lucky Village, the only undeveloped wasteland in Beijing City. The area was characterized by low-rise buildings and makeshift rental units. The roads were muddy, and the air was perpetually infused with a noxious stench. The passers-by appeared dazed, most of them gaunt and emaciated, while some addicts leaned against the walls, languidly basking in the sun. Lu Sheng had only heard tales of the squalor of slums, but had not anticipated such a stark contrast to the city. After cautiously surveying his surroundings, Lu Sheng refrained from recklessly venturing deeper into the area. For the sake of his safety, he ultimately decided to rent a room on the outskirts of the slum, even if it came at a slightly higher price. The rent was $800 per month, payable monthly in advance. The middle-aged, balding landlord, clad in a white tank top, shorts, and flip-flops, leaned against the door, dully advising him not to converse casually with the locals, to refrain from wandering at night, and to securely lock the doors and windows while sleeping. Lu Sheng meticulously inspected the interior of the room. It spanned approximately 40 square meters, equipped with basic furnishings, and included a kitchen and bathroom. Though dilapidated beyond description, it sufficed for Lu Sheng, proving to be far superior to the cramped quarters he had inhabited for the past 3 years. He promptly decided to make this his temporary abode, signing the contract and paying without hesitation. After tidying up the room, he finally relaxed on the bed, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. His immediate priority was to swiftly harness his advantage and transform into a formidable martial artist. Achieving this status would afford him access to wealth, stature, and renown beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Having severed ties with the Lu family, he recognized that this was the only path to success. In just 2 days, the registration for the martial examination would commence. Currently, his vitality value stood at a mere 60, indicating a significantly depleted state. If he could not elevate it to the minimum standard of 150 within this short span, he would be unable to register for the examination. While the advantage he possessed allowed him to attain levels unattainable by others without reliance on teachers, it appeared that this advantage could only enhance his fundamental physical attributes at best. The art of martial prowess was inherently a means to exponentially augment combat effectiveness. Aside from certain martial families, martial academies, and the Demon Suppression Division, avenues for acquiring such knowledge were scarce. Without martial training to assist him, even if Lu Sheng later possessed superior physical qualities, he would be unable to fully manifest his true combat capabilities. The other 2 routes were not options at present. He had no opportunities in those realms. The solitary path before him was to gain admission to a martial academy. However, if he could not even manage registration, all efforts would be in vain. Name: Lu Sheng. Wisdom: 5. Strength: 3. Agility: 4. Constitution: 3. Demon Essence Balance: 0. Channeling the style of those online novels. Lu Sheng softly summoned the interface within his mind. As anticipated, the previously manifested translucent panel appeared before him. Although the initial prompt regarding slaying demon beasts to acquire demon essence had vanished, he had long since etched that phrase deeply into his mind. Thus, how might he procure demon essence? Despite understanding that slaying demons would yield such rewards, Lu Sheng's current frail physique rendered him inferior even to an ordinary person. It was likely that even the most lowly of demon beasts would prove formidable adversaries. Moreover, these creatures resided outside the city. Venturing out to hunt would be akin to courting death. Seizing the daylight, he decided to explore outside rather than remain cooped up in contemplation. After much fruitless deliberation, Lu Sheng recalled noticing a nearby convenience market during his bus ride. Typically, such markets housed vendors selling low-tier beasts. The interface S instruction to slay demon beasts imposed no additional conditions, indicating that purchasing and eliminating one would suffice. Perhaps this was a viable solution to his current dilemma. Securing the door, he exited the courtyard and traversed a winding alleyway. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Lu Sheng suddenly noticed a gaunt, pallid man leaning against the wall at the alley's mouth, staring intently at him. The man's appearance bore the hallmarks of a long-term drug addict. Upon sensing Lu Sheng's gaze, he flashed a repulsive grin, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and inquired, "Just moved in?" Recalling the landlord's cautions, Lu Sheng remained silent, casting a dispassionate glance at the man before continuing on his way. Trying to play it cool, huh? The man paid no heed to Lu Sheng's dismissal, fixating on the youth's retreating figure with malicious intent. After a brief interval, he leisurely trailed behind Lu Sheng. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, Lu Sheng finally arrived at the market. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was greeted by a noxious odor of mixed animal waste. Wrinkling his nose in discomfort, he pinched it shut and steeled himself to enter. A weathered sign indicated directions to sections for fruits and vegetables, poultry and meat, as well as miscellaneous goods. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Sheng headed towards the poultry and meat section. At the forefront of this area, all that was available were pre-processed raw meats. Yet, deeper within this section, the heart-wrenching cries of various animals echoed incessantly. Swatting away the bothersome flies, Lu Sheng moved toward the source of the distressing sounds. Soon, a myriad of peculiar creatures confined within iron cages came into view. Chapter 5. Lu Sheng's first encounter. Boss, what is this called? How much does it cost? Lu Sheng inquired, after circling around and finally stopping in front of shop, pointing at a creature that bore a striking resemblance to a chicken. This peculiar bird possessed remarkably robust lower limbs. Its size nearly double that of the roosters raised at home. Its sharp beak and claws glinted ominously, exuding an aura of ferocity. Lu Sheng estimated that, given his own physique, should he encounter such a creature in the wild, he might not stand a chance. Steel claw chicken, 200 for a live one, 240 if processed. Which would you prefer? The price seemed quite reasonable. However, Lu Sheng's funds were limited. After deducting his housing expenses, he had merely over 6,000 left. A portion of this meager sum would need to be reserved for daily sustenance. Hence, the maximum he could allocate for purchasing a beast was a mere 4,000. Buying one just to slay it, costing 200, was not a viable option. Lu Sheng hesitated, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. What he sought was merely the termination of the creature's life. He had no interest in consuming it himself. It was imperative he devise the most economical solution. Boss, may I propose something? He asked. The bearded proprietor looked quizzically at Lu Sheng. What if I assist you in slaughtering these steel-claw chickens? Lu Sheng stated earnestly. Hey, are you here just to amuse me? Go on, Shu. Don't waste my time. The owner chuckled incredulously at Lu Sheng's absurd request, tugging at his arm to usher him out. Wait, if you let me kill a chicken, I'll pay you. After all, you need to kill them anyway. Realizing he could not obtain a free meal, Lu Sheng hastily amended his offer. A flat rate of 30 for each. You give me 30, and I'll let you do it. The proprietor paused, intrigued at the prospect of earning money for allowing the boy to do the work. After all, the chickens would still belong to him, and he would gain an additional profit of 30 without lifting a finger. Though the price felt somewhat steep, Lu Sheng ultimately acquiesced to the deal. All right, place one foot firmly on its claw. With one hand, grip its beak tightly, and use the knife to cut its throat and let it bleed out. Be cautious when grabbing its head. Step on it first before seizing it. Otherwise, this creature can be more formidable than your knife. After finalizing the transaction, the owner, seeing Lu Sheng's seemingly helpless demeanor, kindly offered some on-site instruction. Armed with the proprietor's borrowed dagger, Lu Sheng stood before the steel-claw chicken. Fortunately, these seemingly fierce low-tier beasts were restrained by ropes. Otherwise, he would have been unable to subdue them. Imitating the owner's movements, regardless of strength or precision, he delivered a firm stomp. The elongated neck of the steel-claw chicken was swiftly pinned down. Though its wings had long been broken, its bound claws began to thrash violently. Lu Sheng clumsily stomped several times before finally gaining control. Once he secured the beak, he positioned the dagger against its neck. Taking a deep breath, Lu Sheng did not hesitate to slice with conviction. A surge of warm blood erupted, releasing a wave of metallic scent into the air. Rather than feeling horrified or nauseated by the scene, Lu Sheng found himself invigorated. Moments later, as the blood drained from the steel-claw chicken, its struggles gradually ceased. At that moment, a crimson 01 floated before Lu Sheng's eyes. He hastily opened the panel, and indeed, the data had changed. Name, Lu Sheng. Wisdom, 5. Strength, 3. Agility, 4. Constitution, 3. Demon Essence Balance, 01. It truly worked. Upon seeing the additional 01 in his Demon Essence Balance, Lu Sheng felt parched, his heart racing with exhilaration. The Demon Essence only produced effects when expressed as an integer. Though killing one chicken yielded just 01, slaying 10 would accumulate to 1 point. Aside from the increase in balance, the panel displayed no further alterations, yet Lu Sheng felt no disappointment. On the contrary, He looked forward to the subsequent task of slaughtering more chickens. Not bad, the owner remarked, impressed that Sheng managed his first kill without mishap. There were a total of 44 chickens in the yard, and Sheng handed over 1320. After the owner verified the count, he dismissed Sheng, leaving him alone in the yard to continue his work. 9th, 10th. When the 10th steel claw chicken finally ceased its struggles, Sheng, brimming with excitement, quickly opened the panel once more. Name, Sheng. Wisdom, 5. Strength, 3. Agility, 4. Constitution, 3. Demon essence balance, 1. I was right. Noticing the changes on the panel, Sheng licked his lips in anticipation. This time, not only had the balance changed, reaching 1, but each attribute was now accompanied by a small plus sign. Anyone familiar with gaming knows precisely what that signifies. A teacher had once explained that vitality is a form of life energy, and only a robust physique can generate more of it. The attributes related to physique on the panel were strength and constitution. However, Sheng believed that enhancing his constitution was more pressing than boosting his strength, as even a slight gust of wind could topple his frail frame. The stronger his constitution, the more vitality he would undoubtedly gain. He decided to experiment. After all, it mattered little if he misallocated a point. After a moment of contemplation, Sheng resolved to invest his first attribute point into constitution. Fixating on the constitution attribute, he silently intoned a command to enhance it. In the next instant, a golden gleam flashed across the previously tranquil panel, converging at the plus sign next to constitution. His demon essence balance promptly reset to 0, and the plus sign vanished. Almost immediately, Sheng felt a warm current surge within him, circulating through his skin, muscles, bones, and organs. He had never experienced such a sensation of comfort. It felt as though he were immersed in a pool of warm water. He could even perceive that his entire being was undergoing an indescribable and marvelous transformation. His muscles and skin appeared to grow more resilient. His heart beat with renewed vigor, and even his breathing became more fluid and powerful. Most significantly, he noticed that his previously frail body now exuded an unprecedented vitality. Even the gaunt frame that had once resembled a mere skeleton now appeared substantially more robust. Corresponding to the attributes displayed on the panel, the average values for a healthy adult are typically around 5. Due to years of nutritional deficiency, Sheng had been exceedingly frail, which rendered his strength and constitution as his weaknesses. After enhancing his constitution by a single point, he indeed experienced a remarkable improvement in his physical condition. Although there were no immediate and dramatic changes in appearance, this was all the more reasonable. If a slight enhancement could transform me into a muscular giant, it would be utterly absurd. At least I can now consider myself a physically healthy student. After thoroughly feeling the changes brought about by the enhancement, Sheng was overwhelmed with emotion, filled with boundless confidence and anticipation for his future. When he glanced back at those rather ferocious steel-claw chickens, he suddenly found them to be quite exquisite in their beauty. Chapter 6. The Police Don't Care? How wonderful! In the time that followed, Sheng became a merciless machine for slaughtering chickens. The balance of demon essence on his panel continued to rise steadily. When the last chicken fell beneath his blade, the balance reached 34. Unbeknownst to him, the night had silently descended. However, this time, Sheng did not hasten to enhance himself. He worried that making a sudden change in appearance due to continuous enhancements might attract his employer's attention, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. Boss, this big rat. 50 without negotiation. After washing his hands, Sheng fixed his gaze on the cage outside the shop that held the sharp-toothed rats. Yet, this time, the boss clearly had no intention of haggling with him. Will there still be chickens tomorrow? He inquired. Rats are 50 each. I'm not sure how much demon essence ID gain from killing them. It seems a bit unprofitable, Sheng mused. I don't even know when I'll sell off these 40-odd chickens. Why bring in more? The boss retorted irritably. Sheng nodded in gratitude, realizing it was already too late. Fearing danger on his way back, he decided to return the next day. Gurgle, gurgle. As he stepped out of the market, a thunderous rumble emanated from his stomach. It suddenly dawned on him that he hadn't eaten or drunk anything all day. With his enhanced physique, his stomach function had noticeably improved. Although he felt particularly energetic, the intense emptiness within him was inescapable. Passing by a bun shop, Sheng exercised restraint and purchased 20 large meat buns, eating as he walked. However, upon re-entering the long alley leading to his rented room, Sheng suddenly heard a faint sound of footsteps behind him. Whirling around, he spotted a tall, slender figure lurking a few meters back in the darkness. A pang of anxiety struck Sheng as he realized he had not noticed when this person had begun following him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Yet, after only a few steps, he saw another short figure at the other end of the alley, roughly his height. In the moonlight, he could even see a glinting dagger in the stranger's hand. Sheng halted, letting out a silent sigh. He anticipated being targeted on his very first day in the new place. "Hey, little brother, lend me some money, will you? I haven't eaten all day, and I'm about to starve," a man's mocking voice called out as he approached. Sheng instantly recognized him as the individual who had spoken to him earlier that day. "If I give you money, one tea, I be the one starving?" Sheng retorted with a cold laugh, knowing that to protect his meager savings, he would have to endure a bloody confrontation. "Looks like you're asking for trouble. You should know that in Jixiang village, it's not uncommon for people to die, and the police won't even bat an eye. If you don't behave, you might find yourself with a knife in your gut and blood on your hands," the man sneered, his tone darkening as he realized that Sheng was no easy target. "The police don't care about dead people? How splendid." Yet instead of displaying fear at the man's threats, Sheng's face broke into a grim smile. "Are you out of your mind? Hand over the money." The two robbers were momentarily taken aback by Sheng's reaction. The one blocking the path suddenly changed his expression, lowering his voice as he growled, "All right, but you need to wait a moment." Sheng grinned, leisurely placing the half-eaten bun on a clean spot in the alley. Standing tall, he quietly summoned his panel, softly whispering to himself, all points to physique. In the next moment, the once calm panel displayed the same changes as before. A gentle golden light began to converge towards the plus sign behind physique. The familiar warm flow surged through his body once more, but this time, it felt far more intense. Sheng could distinctly feel his muscles expanding at a visibly rapid pace. Crack, crack, as his bones thickened and elongated. They emitted sounds reminiscent of popping beans. The sensation was uncomfortable, akin to enduring an excruciating workout where muscles tore and rapidly healed. A fierce pain accompanied by an odd itch enveloped him, causing Sheng's face to contort in agony. "Next time, I should take it slow. Adding 3 points at once is a bit too much." This process was remarkably brief, lasting only a few dozen seconds. Sheng could clearly sense that his once baggy school uniform had become somewhat fitted. Glancing at his hands in the moonlight, he no longer saw the frail appearance he once had. Instead, he now possessed the hands of a robust adult man. What has happened to this kid? Why does he seem suddenly taller and stronger? In the dim alley, where only a few beams of moonlight penetrated, the two robbers could still discern that the previously frail youth had clearly bulked up significantly. The short man rubbed his eyes, convinced he was hallucinating. "Forget about that. Let us subdue him first," the tall man urged, sensing something was amiss as he rushed towards Sheng. The short man, clutching his knife, followed suit. Sheng noticed their movements and his gaze turned icy. Without hesitation, he charged towards the shorter man. The distance of less than 10 meters vanished in an instant. Aware of a knife in the opponent's hand, Sheng wisely refrained from engaging in close combat. Memories of combat techniques learned at school flashed through his mind. Leveraging his height and long legs, he propelled himself forward with a fierce and powerful kick aimed at the short man. Seeing Sheng rush towards him, the short man panicked and wildly swung his knife in Sheng's direction. However, Sheng's kick was so swift it exceeded the man's expectations. Just as the knife was halfway through its arc, Sheng's foot struck his chest with tremendous force, sending him crashing backward into a nearby utility pole. After a dull thud, he collapsed to the ground, motionless. How did my strength become so immense? Sheng stood there, momentarily stunned by the result of his kick. Though the individual before him appeared somewhat diminutive, he was nonetheless a fully grown adult. when he had just delivered a kick to his opponent. It felt as if he were striking a feather, lacking substantial weight. The lanky man, trailing behind him, upon witnessing his companion being incapacitated by a mere child, promptly halted in his tracks. "How dare you lay your hands on us? We are members of the Black Tiger Gang, and you shall meet your demise for this insolence. Do you comprehend?" The man growled menacingly, retreating slowly while producing a small, dagger-like blade from behind his waist. The mention of the Black Tiger Gang caused Lu Sheng's eyes to narrow immediately. He had heard of this notorious faction, rumored to dominate the vicinity of Auspicious Village, engaging in numerous illicit activities and leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. Allowing these two to return alive would pose an immense inconvenience for him. Chapter 7. Killing as easy as slaughtering chickens. It seems I can no longer afford to let you live. After all, this individual had just stated that a few deaths in Auspicious Village would go unpunished by the authorities, particularly concerning those who were evidently long-term drug addicts. Even the police would prefer them to perish in greater numbers. Seeing Lu Sheng unfazed by the reputation of the Black Tiger Gang, the man's eyes glinted with malice as he gripped his knife with a reverse hold and advanced toward Lu Sheng. Yet, Lu Sheng did not succumb to arrogance. Despite having dispatched one foe so effortlessly, he was now confronted by a blade capable of ending his life in an instant. However, as the man's knife lunged toward him, Lu Sheng distinctly perceived that the opponent's movements seemed unexpectedly sluggish. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively reached out and seized the man's wrist with remarkable precision. The man's astonishment was palpable, feeling as though a vice-like grip had ensnared his wrist, rendering him utterly immobile. "Release me." He swung his other fist toward Lu Sheng's face, but before he could land the blow, an intense force surged through his wrist, pain radiating from the bones, causing his entire body to weaken, and he fell to his knees. The knife slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Just as the man prepared to emit a scream of despair, Lu Sheng transformed his fingers into a blade and struck down heavily upon the man's neck. The adversary had no time to react before consciousness fled him, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed. After achieving his objective, Lu Sheng dared not linger. Though few dared to roam the streets of Auspicious Village by night, the twilight had only just descended, and passers-by were still a possibility. He darted to the alley's mouth, and, upon confirming the absence of witnesses, steeled himself, wrapping his hand in his school uniform before retrieving the fallen knife. He flipped the lanky man onto his stomach, grasped his hair, and yanked his head back. With a practiced motion akin to slaughtering chickens earlier that day, he ruthlessly drew the blade across the man's throat. Without pausing to contemplate the outcome, he swiftly dashed to the other individual and repeated the grim task. Perhaps due to the day's morbid activities, Lu Sheng found an unexpected tranquility within himself while performing these acts. It was as if his mindset mirrored that of the earlier chicken slaughters. Upon completing his grim work, he casually discarded the knife and picked up the bun he had placed on the ground, striding towards his rented accommodation. What transpired thereafter was of no concern to him. After all, Auspicious Village lacked surveillance cameras, and there were no eyewitnesses to the events. The likelihood of being identified as the perpetrator was nearly non-existent. Why has my strength surged so dramatically? Once inside, he locked the door and meticulously checked for any traces of blood on his person, pondering the earlier enigma. However, when he summoned the panel again and beheld the displayed values, astonishment swept over his face. Name, Lu Sheng. Wisdom, 5. Strength, 5. Agility, 4. Constitution, 7. Demon Essence Balance, 0. A constitution of 7 points was unremarkable. Yet how had his strength escalated from 3 to 5? Noticing the 2 additional points on the panel left Lu Sheng momentarily bewildered. It dawned on him. His previous frailty had restricted his strength. A healthy adult male possesses a constitution of 5, and now that his constitution had reached 7, he had effectively become a robust adult. Therefore, his strength had correspondingly increased. He surmised that his lack of training had hindered him from fully harnessing his newfound potential. Otherwise, it might have been even greater. However, such effects were likely a consequence of his previous limitations. As his constitution strengthened, the increments in strength would presumably diminish. He was curious about what changes augmenting his wisdom and agility would bring. In just one afternoon, such a significant transformation had occurred, filling Lu Sheng with elation. Shedding his clothing, he stood before the only mirror in the dilapidated room, which bore a missing corner. Lu Sheng observed that his physique was now adorned with well-defined muscles. He did not resemble a bodybuilder, yet every muscle fiber was distinctly visible, exuding a tautness when he exerted himself. He attributed this state to his previous emaciation, having carried minimal body fat. Standing at just over 1.7 meters, he seemed to have grown taller. His overall appearance did not suggest a dramatic increase in bulk, yet his skeletal frame had broadened considerably. However, once clothed, aside from appearing slightly taller, the changes were not as conspicuous as they seemed. The future appeared bright. He would request leave from his teacher tomorrow to continue his poultry slaughtering. With a constitution now at 7 points, his vitality must have considerably improved. He needed to find a pharmacy to test his metrics and ascertain how much further he needed to progress before the martial arts examination. It was imperative to meet the minimum requirements prior to registration. Having mapped out his plans for the following day, Lu Sheng felt an excess of energy coursing through him. Thus, he began to recall the combat techniques learned at school, as well as the martial arts skills he had surreptitiously observed while Lu Jintian was privately instructing Lu Jin. Previously, his frail physique had rendered his punches and kicks weaker than even those of a girl. Now, as he practiced that same set of movements, each strike was imbued with newfound vigor and authority. Filled with excitement, Lu Sheng spent the night expending his energy until he was utterly fatigued, finally collapsing onto the hard, bare bed and falling into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, within the grounds of the Lu family villa, a white sports car glided into the garage. A stunning woman, clad in a pristine white professional suit and exuding an air of icy elegance, emerged from the vehicle. This was Lu Sheng's elder sister, Lu Qinghan. At just 25 years of age, she had already risen to become the helm of the European Continental Group, a conglomerate valued at billions under the Lu family banner. Upon entering the living room, Lu Qinghan was greeted by the sight of her family engaged in light-hearted conversation on the sofa. Typically, by this hour, she would be working late, and upon her arrival, Lu Sheng would hasten to fetch her slippers, ensuring she was comfortable, offering warm greetings, and preparing refreshments. However, today, as she scanned the room, she noted the absence of Lu Sheng, which took her by surprise. "Qinghan, you must be fatigued. Please, take a moment to sit and rest." Lin Xue greeted her eldest daughter casually upon her return. The younger siblings merely called out to their elder sister before resuming their animated discussion on previous topics. Lu Qinghan said nothing, finding a place to sit, seemingly accustomed to her family's indifference. Where was Lu Sheng? Why was he absent? At that moment, Lu Qinghan felt parched, famished, and fatigued, yet no one paid her any heed. After a while of silence, she could no longer suppress her curiosity and finally inquired. Upon hearing her question, the previously lively atmosphere in the living room suddenly fell silent, with no one willing to respond. The expressions on their faces appeared rather unnatural. Chapter 8. He must be found. Lu Qinghan's perplexed gaze scanned the faces of her family, unable to comprehend why the mention of Lu Sheng elicited such a reaction. Who is Lu Sheng? We do not recognize such a person. When her eyes settled on Lu Qianru, the youngest sister, she coldly scoffed. Why bring him up? That ungrateful wretch has severed ties with us and run away from home. Following this, Lin Xue, with a sullen expression, indignantly remarked, "Severed ties? Run away from home?" Lu Qinghan was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that her usually obedient brother could commit such an act. He stole Xiao Jin's expensive watch. And not only did he refuse to admit it, but after merely a few admonishments from our mother, he couldn't endure it and insisted on cutting ties with us. Lu Jiasen lamented. Sister and I both urged him not to leave, but he was insistent. Just then, Lu Jin added with a look of regret. Our father had just returned and, upon seeing how determined he was to leave, consented to it. You all just let him go like that? Lu Qinghan questioned incredulously. Have you considered that he is in such poor health? What if he encounters an accident out there? Upon hearing her family's explanations, Lu Qinghan retorted in disbelief. She was aware that her family did not hold Lu Sheng in high regard, but due to her demanding work schedule, she had little time or energy to devote to her brother. She was nearly oblivious to the events that had transpired within their home. To her astonishment, Lu Sheng had merely thrown a tantrum, and her family had truly had the heart to allow him to leave. Isn't that just the way? If he doesn't experience some hardship, he won't learn a lesson. This time, he must understand that outside the Lu family, he is utterly insignificant, struggling merely to survive. Lin Shuya coldly huffed, her demeanor indifferent. He has already severed ties with us. Why should we concern ourselves with him? Ever since that troublemaker was found, there has been no peace in this household. I believe we should never have brought him back in the first place. This time, it was he who chose to cut ties with us. In my opinion, let him fend for himself in the outside world. We shouldn't allow him to return and cause further havoc. As soon as Lin Shuya finished speaking, Lu Qianru displayed her disdain. This time, Lu Jiaxin and Lu Jin remained silent, as if tacitly agreeing with the previous two speakers. You are all truly. Lu Qinghan found herself at a loss for words. However, thinking back to the adoration and concern Lu Sheng had always shown her, she suddenly felt compelled to find her brother. Thus, she hurriedly retrieved her phone, searching her contacts for Lu Sheng's number. To her dismay, she realized she did not possess any contact information for him. Does anyone have Lu Sheng's phone number? Not me. Don't ask. Lu Jiaxin was the first to shake her head. He has never shared his number with me. Lu Jin gazed at Lu Qinghan with yearning. What do you need his number for? Lu Qianru expressed her disdain. I had his old number, but he seems to have changed it, and I forgot to ask for the new one, Lin Shuya casually remarked, unfazed. Receiving negative responses from everyone, Lu Qinghan fell into a contemplative silence. Setting aside the fact that Lu Sheng was their true family, the notion that not a single person in the household had each other's phone number after living under the same roof for 3 years seemed utterly absurd. This could only indicate that Lu Sheng had no sense of belonging in this family and that no one cared for him. No phone number, but surely he must have friends on social media? Lu Qinghan exhaled deeply and asked again. His old phone can only make calls and send texts. Doesn't he have any social media apps? Lu Qianru replied mockingly. What? How could you even think to give him such an antiquated device? Lu Qinghan was utterly taken aback. While Lu Jin, the other son, possessed the latest high-end smartphone, Lu Sheng was stuck with a relic from many years ago. The disparity was simply too stark. It's because he picked up all those bad habits at the orphanage. Not providing him with a more advanced phone is to prevent him from encountering more harmful content online, making him even harder to manage and potentially turning him into a complete failure. Giving him such a phone is, of course, for his own good, Lin Shuya asserted, firmly believing she had done nothing wrong. Her words prompted Lu Qinghan to recall that whenever Lin Shuya mentioned Lu Sheng, it was most often in the context of the bad habits he had acquired at the orphanage. The so-called bad habits weren't as dire as Lin Shuya described. It was merely that Lu Sheng had grown up in the harsh environment of an orphanage, rendering his mannerisms and habits completely incompatible with the affluent Lu family. Initially, the family had been somewhat unaccustomed to Lu Sheng's return, but their aversion had not been as pronounced as it was now. It was only after Lin Shuya constantly criticized Lu Sheng, repeating that he lacked upbringing and was full of bad habits, that the younger siblings grew to detest him even more. Over the years, Lu Qinghan had been preoccupied with the family's business and had scarcely paid attention to these abnormal details. Now, reflecting on them in light of Lu Sheng's departure, she felt a chill run down her spine, and thinking of Lu Sheng's pitiful state stirred a pang of sorrow within her. She even felt a sense of regret for not reciprocating more when he had shown her warmth. Had she done so, perhaps Lu Sheng would not have felt so disheartened as to choose to leave home. Since there's no contact information, I will go to the school to find him tomorrow. Regardless, he is still a child of the Lu family. If he faces any troubles out there, it would only lead to gossip. Lu Qinghan stood up, her voice devoid of emotion. Even though she recognized that Lu Sheng's departure was largely her mother Lin Shuya's fault, she understood that blaming her would be futile and would only stir up chaos within the family. Lu Qinghan was the family's financial boon. The success of the Eurocontinental Group owed much to her extraordinary business acumen. Her authority in the household was second only to Lu Jintian. And although others were dissatisfied with her intention to bring Lu Sheng back, they remained silent. Only Lu Jin bore a shadow of concern in his eyes. In the past, Lu Qinghan had been too busy to pay much attention to Lu Sheng, but now that he had left home, her interest had peaked. Lu Jin felt that if Lu Qinghan managed to bring Lu Sheng back, his situation at home would undoubtedly improve, which was not something he wished to see. However, he found himself at a loss on how to prevent it, waiting instead to see how things would unfold after Lu Qinghan met with Lu Sheng. Alternatively, one might contemplate ways to eliminate this bothersome object altogether. Chapter 9. The Initial Test of Vital Energy. The following day, Lu Sheng awoke early and waited until the appropriate time to call his homeroom teacher to request a leave of absence. Without inquiring into the reason, the teacher, Jiang Chunhua, readily consented. After all, for a homeroom teacher of a graduating class, allowing a student like Lu Sheng, who consistently lagged behind in every aspect, to fend for himself was undoubtedly the simplest course of action. However, Lu Sheng found himself quite curious about how this teacher would react upon discovering that his vital energy had reached the required standard. After completing his morning routine, Lu Sheng practiced a few sets of punches, feeling increasingly hungry before finally preparing to leave. As he passed through the alley that he had traversed the previous night, he noted with relief that the two corpses had vanished without a trace. The only remnants were two outlines drawn in lime powder on the ground, as if nothing had ever occurred. This revelation allowed Lu Sheng to fully relax his previously anxious heart. Upon exiting Jixiang village, Lu Sheng walked for approximately 20 minutes before discovering a relatively large pharmacy near the main urban area. 50 for test, stated the expressionless attendant as he chewed gum after Lu Sheng explained his intent. The basic model of the vital energy testing machine resembled an automatic blood pressure monitor, featuring a cylindrical apparatus into which the tester was required to insert their arm. With preparations complete, Lu Sheng felt a sudden increase in pressure on his arm as the attendant pressed several buttons. Simultaneously, a slender needle pierced the vein in his forearm. As this transpired, the values on the vital energy monitor began to fluctuate. 2060, 100, 140. With a soft beep, the device ultimately settled on the value of 140. Lu Sheng exhaled deeply, feeling a surge of excitement within. Remarkably, his vital energy had escalated from a pitiful 60 points to an impressive 140 points in the span of just one day. Such rapid progress was incomprehensible to ordinary individuals. While some exceedingly expensive potions could achieve similar results, their costs often ranged from hundreds of thousands to millions, far beyond the reach of average families. Even a family as affluent as the Lus would never consider investing in someone perceived as lacking potential. 140. What a pity, remarked the attendant, his expression shifting slightly. Our store offers a highly cost-effective potion that could bridge the final 10 points for just 8 million. Lu Sheng pondered the prospect of discussing this with his family upon his return. Missing the registration deadline the following day would mean losing his chance entirely. Upon observing the value displayed, the attendant smirked but quickly regained his composure, eager to promote the store's products to this potential customer. All right, Lu Sheng nodded, retrieving a 50 from his wallet. Spending 8 million to elevate his vital energy by just 10 points felt ludicrous to him. With such funds directed towards hunting magical beasts, he could scarcely fathom the extent of his potential improvement. However, the subsequent steps were straightforward. To participate in the martial examination, the minimum requirement was a vital energy value of 150 points, suitable for those with the most average talents. A value of 180 indicated a commendable aptitude, while 210 marked the threshold of genius. This classification of martial artist talents was not arbitrary. Achieving a vital energy of 150 points was necessary to undergo a single purification process, thus elevating one to the rank of a first-tier martial artist. Those with 180 points could undergo 2 purifications, and those exceeding 210 points could ascend to first-tier martial artists after completing 3 or more. The so-called purification process involved eliminating impurities from the vital energy, extracting its most refined essence. The higher the purity of the vital energy, the greater its utility, allowing for stronger effects with less expenditure. This purity formed the bedrock of future cultivation, representing genuine talent. In the realm of martial arts, potential and aptitude were paramount. Those lacking sufficient talent would find their endeavors futile, unable to bridge the insurmountable gap created by geniuses. Demonstrating sufficient talent during the martial examination would entice top-tier academic institutions to extend their olive branches, pouring resources into cultivating these gifted individuals. Furthermore, those who completed multiple purifications prior to advancing as martial artists would invariably experience accelerated training speeds. Greater potential also ensured that these prodigies could more readily break through barriers and reach loftier realms. This consensus was universally accepted and beyond dispute. As for the funds available for slaying magical beasts, approximately 3,000 remained, allowing him to acquire roughly 10 points of monster essence. Should he allocate all of it towards enhancing his physique, his physical attributes could reach 17 points. He could only speculate how robust he would become. Based on the standard that each point of physicality resulted in a 20-point increase in vital energy, his total could soar to an astonishing 340 points. Such a level was typically reserved for second-tier martial artists, and achieving it in just 2 or 3 days seemed excessively exaggerated. If it drew the attention of those with ulterior motives, he currently possessed insufficient strength for self-defense. Therefore, during the registration tomorrow, he needed to refrain from significantly boosting his vital energy, with a mere slight enhancement to his physique being sufficient. However, once successfully registered, he would have 10 days until the martial examination. If he judiciously allocated his attribute points during this period, even a surprising emergence would seem plausible, minimizing the risk of attracting undue suspicion. After resolving in his mind, Sheng indulged in a hearty breakfast before making his way back to the market. Upon locating the shop mentioned by the bearded proprietor from the previous day, Sheng discerned that this particular owner was rather difficult to negotiate with. 40 for each steel claw chicken, not a penny less. With no other options at his disposal, Sheng begrudgingly accepted the terms. Fortunately, the owner had a larger supply, totaling 62 chickens. After settling on a whole number, Sheng ultimately left satisfied, having earned 6 points of monster essence after a day's work. However, by the end of this day, he found that his funds for purchasing magical beasts had been entirely depleted. In addition to competing based on vital energy values, students participating in a martial examination would also undergo a ranking competition to determine the final standings of candidates within their city. Sheng had virtually no experience with martial techniques. Thus, the most straightforward and effective route to secure a high ranking and gain admission to a prestigious institution lay in allocating points to his attributes, leveraging his formidable physical prowess to overcome all challengers. Consequently, identifying sources of funding or means to continue hunting magical beasts for self-improvement became crucial for him. In a rare departure from her usual diligence, Sheng did not attend her company that morning, but instead drove to the high school where Sheng studied. After clarifying her intent to the security guard, he did not grant her entry due to her beauty or her luxury vehicle, as the school had a policy prohibiting external visitors from entering, especially with the impending examinations. Sheng, left with no choice, requested the guard to contact Sheng's homeroom teacher, Jiang Chunhua. Yet, upon introducing herself as Sheng's sister, Jiang Chunhua retorted, Sheng is an orphan. Where would he have family? If he had family, why has no one attended his parent-teacher meetings over the past 3 years? This direct inquiry left Sheng momentarily speechless, fully aware that it was Liu Jindong who typically attended such meetings on behalf of Liu Jin. If Liu Jintian truly lacked the time, Lin Shuya would actively make her way there. As for Sheng, aside from being reprimanded by Lin Shuya every time the results were announced, followed by the mockery of several older sisters, it seemed that no one truly paid him any attention. Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of guilt at that moment. She reflected that had she, as the elder sister, devoted some time to care for Sheng, perhaps this dear brother would not have severed ties with the family. Subsequently, Jiang Chunhua informed Sheng that Sheng had taken a leave of absence and was not attending school. When Sheng inquired about Sheng's phone number, Jiang Chunhua resolutely refused. Fortunately, The gatekeeper was quite talkative and informed her that all candidates must come to school tomorrow for test registration. It was then that Lu Qinghan remembered that Lu Jin and Lu Sheng were attending the same school and would likewise be coming for registration tomorrow. The entire family had promised to accompany them. At that time, she must persuade Lu Sheng to return home. Chapter 10. Mind Your Own Business. Today marks the day of test registration. Before dawn, Lu Sheng had already risen early. Jixiang village is quite distant from the first high school, requiring at least an hour by bus. After an additional point was added to his physique, Lu Sheng's total physique reached 8 points. Thankfully, it was merely an increase of 1 point, and his physique did not undergo any significant change. Donning the oversized school uniform, it would be challenging for those who were not particularly familiar with him to discern any difference. Upon arriving at the closest bus stop to the school, Lu Sheng placed his hands in his pockets. In the past, he always walked with his head down, appearing rather withdrawn and self-deprecating. However, at this moment, Lu Sheng walked with his head held high, exuding an air of invisible confidence. Passers-by and students alike found their gazes lingering on him for a brief moment. Just as Lu Sheng was nearing the school entrance, 2 black sedans swiftly halted a short distance in front of him. When the car doors swung open, revealing a pair of long, slender legs encased in flesh-colored stockings. Following closely, a beautiful woman dressed in a white uniform skirt alighted from the vehicle, striding purposefully towards Lu Sheng while reaching out to grasp his arm, exclaiming eagerly, "Xiao Sheng, where have you been these past few days? Do you have any idea how worried I've been?" Lu Sheng regarded the woman with an indifferent expression. He then turned his head, only to see nearly all the members of the Lu family disembarking from the cars. The woman before him was his eldest sister, Lu Qinghan, who could be said to harbor the least malice towards him in the family. However, that was where her benevolence ended. Years ago, when Lu Sheng got lost, it was Lu Qinghan who had taken him out to play, but forgot about him in the midst of their merriment. It wasn't until returning home that the family discovered he had been missing. Logically, anyone who had lost their younger sibling would feel some guilt upon their return and would seek to make amends for the severe consequences of their negligence. Yet, Lu Sheng had never observed a shred of remorse from Lu Qinghan, whether it was due to her character or some other reason. No matter how much Lu Sheng endeavored to please her, she, like Lu Jinqian, always maintained a distant and indifferent demeanor towards him. Lu Sheng still vividly recalled the moment in his past life when the doctor had just declared him dead after failed resuscitation. Lu Qinghan merely frowned in impatience, then coldly remarked, "I have matters to attend to at the company. Notify me when the funeral occurs," before leaving the hospital without so much as a backward glance. Lu Sheng had not expected that today, for reasons unknown, this woman would suddenly approach him with such concern. Mind your own business. Lu Sheng slightly turned his body, evading her outstretched hand, and continued forward with a stoic expression. Lu Qinghan's face stiffened, suddenly feeling that this brother had become quite unfamiliar to her. In the past, Lu Sheng had always shown her utmost warmth. Even when she exhibited impatience, he would still wear a smiling face. Today, his frigid demeanor left her with a profound sense of dissonance, causing a slight pang in her heart. "Lu Sheng, stop messing around, will you?" Lu Qinghan hastily pursued, attempting once more to grasp his arm. This time, she succeeded. However, Lu Sheng resolutely shook her off, causing Lu Qinghan to stumble. He then pointed at her, his face cold as he shouted, "Do not bother me again. I have no ties to you anymore." Lu Qinghan was taken aback by Lu Sheng's cruelty, feeling a wave of grievance wash over her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Any further words she wished to express became lodged in her throat. "Eldest sister, are you all right?" Lu Qinghan, caught off guard, nearly fell, but was swiftly supported by Lu Jin, who rushed over from a distance, concern etched on his face. How did I end up with such an uncouth sibling? How dare he lay hands on his own sister? The scene had been witnessed by several members of the Lu family, prompting Lin Shuya to glare at Lu Sheng's retreating figure, exclaiming, "What has happened to him?" Eldest sister only wished to persuade him to return home, yet he responds with such disdain. Lu Jiesen hurried to Lu Qinghan's side, steadying her arm, and after ensuring she was unharmed, expressed indignation. "I have long maintained that Lu Sheng is utterly ungrateful. Eldest sister, do not waste your feelings on him. Unlike our little Jean, who always thinks of his sister first in times of trouble. Raising such a creature is akin to nurturing a treacherous wolf. Lu Qianru shot a look of disgust at Lu Sheng's retreating figure, her voice raised deliberately so he could hear her words. Although Lu Zhentian did not vocalize his thoughts, his brows furrowed slightly. As a seventh-tier master, his observational skills were remarkably astute. He distinctly remembered Lu Sheng leaving home looking frail, emaciated, and weak. Yet, in just 2 days, his son appeared vibrant, with a healthy complexion and a vigorous stride, almost as if he had transformed entirely. Despite still wearing that tattered and oversized school uniform, Lu Zhentian could perceive the lean muscles subtly revealed beneath the thin fabric with every movement. This piqued his curiosity as to what had transpired with Lu Sheng over these 2 days. Lu Sheng, of course, heard every word spoken by those around him. However, at this point, regardless of what they said, it was exceedingly difficult to perturb his emotions. As he had just stated, these individuals were no longer of any consequence to him. On the day of test registration, all candidates were required to line up in their respective classes on the playground. Proceeding in order, students taking the martial arts examination needed to undergo an additional vitality test. Only those who met the required vitality levels could have their information collected and submit their registration forms. When Lu Sheng arrived at the queue for Class 12, he felt as though he were a mere specter, for no one seemed to notice his presence. Look, isn't that Lu Jin? He is one of the most promising candidates to secure the top spot in this city's martial arts examination. I heard that during the test 6 months ago, his vitality level had already reached 210. Who knows how strong he has become now? After all, his father is one of the few 7th-tier masters in Beijing City. If I had such a family background and resources, I might surpass him. Isn't the most significant factor his striking handsomeness? He is undeniably more attractive than those idols. And every time I behold his smile, I feel faint. I believe the most promising contender for victory is undoubtedly our school S-Belle, Su Lilu. After all, her grandfather is the principal of our institution, and during the previous assessment, her vitality surpassed Lu Jin's by 10 units. You should not fixate solely on our school. The rankings in the grand competition are not determined by vitality alone. Li Yongheng from No. 6 Middle School is a true muscle enthusiast, possessing enough strength to lift an automobile. If we were to discuss competitors, I must mention Han Xiaodong from No. 21 Middle School. It is said that he recently incapacitated over 30 gang members with his bare hands, displaying an astounding level of combat prowess. The students in our class are fervently debating the prominent figures in this martial arts examination, while Lu Sheng remains silent, merely listening attentively. The 8 individuals preparing for the martial arts assessment stepped forward to form a line, ready to follow me for the test. At that moment, our homeroom teacher, Jiang Chunhua, briskly approached the front of the line, folder in hand, and called out loudly. Amidst the envious gazes of others, the 8 enthusiastic youths instinctively arranged themselves in order of height. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. 9. Jiang Chunhua, feeling uneasy, recounted the line from beginning to end, anxious that someone might be overlooked and miss the opportunity to register. To his surprise, he discovered an inexplicable additional presence. Chapter 11. May I wager with you? Lu Sheng, have you lost your senses? This is a line from martial arts registration. What chaos are you trying to cause? Jiang Chunhua, hands clasped behind his back, waddled towards the rear of the line, immediately spotting the oddity amidst the group, and shouted in dismay. Ha ha! Lu Sheng, are you here to amuse us? Do you really think you belong in the martial arts exam? I recall that during the last assessment, your vitality was merely 60 units, likely the lowest in the entire school. Come back quickly and don't embarrass our class, all right? If the other classes see you acting like this, they'll surely laugh their heads off. With that feeble stature of yours, you probably couldn't even defeat a slightly tough elementary student. Who gave you the audacity to stand there? As Jiang Chunhua's words fell, the classmates also noticed Lu Sheng's unconventional presence in the martial arts line. Some wore expressions of amusement, while the majority began to mock him. My vitality has met the standard. Naturally, I am here to register for the martial arts examination. Lu Sheng had long grown accustomed to such harsh remarks over the years and was disinclined to engage with them. He simply gazed calmly at Jiang Chunhua, as if stating the most ordinary of facts. Come out, come out. On such a crucial day, we cannot allow you to cause a ruckus. If this delays the registration of other students, you will not bear the consequences. Jiang Chunhua, having taught Lu Sheng for 3 years, was fully aware of the student's situation and could hardly believe his words. He quickly approached, reaching for Lu Sheng's arm, intending to pull him out. Lu Sheng did not evade, allowing himself to be grasped. Jiang Chunhua assumed that with Lu Sheng's frail physique, a slight exertion on his part would suffice to remove him effortlessly. However, to his astonishment, despite using force, the person he was attempting to pull remained firmly in place. Unable to budge him, Jiang Chunhua's eyes widened. Although he had long neglected his physical training, focusing solely on theoretical knowledge, he had barely attained the strength of a first-tier martial artist. Yet, to fail to move a seemingly weak student was indeed perplexing. Lu Sheng, please do not waste everyone's time. You are at the very bottom. Don't drag us down at the last moment, all right? Hurry and leave the line. Are you really daring to disregard Mr. Jiang's words? If you do not step out of the line, be cautious on your way home after school. Jiang Chunhua had requested Lu Sheng to leave the line for the second time, yet he still stood his ground. The other students intending to register began to shout at Lu Sheng, with some even issuing threats. If Mr. Jiang does not believe my vitality has met the standard, il propose à wager. Should I fail the test, I will not register for the written examination and will choose to withdraw from school instead. However, if I succeed in passing the test and successfully register, then Mr. Jiang and those who spoke ill of me must publicly apologize. Everyone was taken aback by Lu Sheng's bold proposition, as he remained unfazed and even issued such an unusual challenge. Jiang Chunhua furrowed his brow, scrutinizing this unfamiliar student before him. He distinctly remembered that since Lu Sheng had entered his class 3 years ago, even up until last Friday before the break, Lu Sheng had always been timid, unable to meet anyone's gaze while speaking, and nearly inaudible when answering questions in class. Yet now, Lu Sheng not only dared to meet his eyes, but spoke with remarkable confidence, especially when proposing such a disadvantageous wager. If he were not of questionable mind, he must possess some audacity to gamble. Jiang Chunhua regarded Lu Sheng's youthful visage with skepticism. In truth, he leaned towards the notion that Lu Sheng's mind was indeed questionable. If Lu Sheng were to fail the test and truly choose to withdraw, it might even raise the average score of their class. This would certainly be a tangible boon for him. Mr. Jiang, gamble with him. Agree to it, Mr. Jiang. Only the top contenders can register for the martial arts examination. I refuse to believe someone like him can succeed. Haha, if he meets the standard, I will perform a handstand and relieve myself right here. Should he pass, we will respectfully apologize. If he is merely boasting, he should leave at once. While Jiang Chunhua hesitated on whether to agree, the surrounding students began to cheer, as if they feared Jiang Chunhua would reject Lu Sheng's proposal. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Jiang Chunhua, realizing the overwhelming public sentiment, decided to acquiesce, finding no reason to resist. After adding Lu Sheng's name to the registration form, he led the group towards the testing area for vitality. Look, isn't that Lu Sheng at the end of the line? That's south the place for the martial arts assessment. Why is he following? At that moment, Lu's family was accompanying Lu Jin, laughing and chatting as they headed in the same direction. The keen-eyed Lu Qinghan quickly spotted Lu Sheng's figure. Who knows? That ingrate might be stealthily trailing the line. Hoping to watch the spectacle, Lu Qianru remarked disdainfully. I don't see it that way. That teacher glanced back at him several times. If he were secretly mingling in the line, he would have surely been expelled by now. He can't possibly be intending to participate in a martial arts test, can he? After careful observation, Lu Jiasin noticed that the situation seemed more complicated than Lu Qianru had suggested. Has he ever assessed his vitality before? What was the value? Lu Jintian narrowed his eyes, contemplating as he focused on Lu Sheng's back. The natural assessment revealed a mere 60 units, not even a third of what Xiao Jin achieved, rendering him utterly worthless. Lin Shuang let out a cold snort, barely sparing Lu Sheng a glance. It had been a few days since they last met. Perhaps her brother encountered some fortuitous event? Otherwise, what could have instilled such confidence in him to partake in the martial arts examination? Although Lu Jin uttered such words, he could not help but feel incredulous at Lu Sheng's presence here. Under his meticulous schemes, Lu Sheng often struggled to even secure a meal. To expect him to elevate his vitality to 150 units in such an environment was nothing short of a fantastical dream. "You are simply too kind-hearted," Lu Jin mused. At such a time, you still adorn his face with praise. What kind of person is Lu Sheng? Others may be oblivious, but we are far from ignorant. Forget about the martial arts examination. Even if he were to attempt the academic assessment, with his abysmal learning capacity, he would likely only qualify for a vocational school. And with the exorbitant fees of vocational schools, where would he procure the funds to attend? When he finds himself cornered, he will undoubtedly return to beg for our forgiveness. Just wait and see how we'll deal with him then. No sooner had Lu Jin finished speaking than Lu Qianru rolled her eyes, her expression dripping with sarcasm. Chapter 12. Jiang Chunhua was left astounded. The necessity for a public reevaluation of vitality prior to the martial arts examination was paramount. In the past, many individuals resorted to using illicit substances to artificially inflate their vitality levels just before the exam, striving to meet the requisite threshold. Although such tactics often resulted in a subsequent drop in vitality during the actual examination, making it difficult to achieve a commendable ranking. Crossing that initial hurdle allowed entry into the martial arts academy, thus altering one's life trajectory significantly. The machines employed for testing were specially developed by the state, far surpassing the accuracy and comprehensiveness of those available commercially. Furthermore, each individual's results would be broadcasted publicly, rendering any deceitful behavior futile. Gao Pingyan, test result, 16,848 units, qualified. Li Guangming, test result, 15,123 units, qualified. He Xiaofei, test result, 18,762 units, qualified. Lu Na, test result, 14,798 units, unqualified. One by one, students entered the testing chamber, their hearts filled with trepidation. Where there were victors, there were also the disheartened. Some individuals who had barely scraped by during preliminary tests found themselves just shy of the passing mark in this official assessment. In this critical moment, missing the opportunity to partake in the examination led many to break down in tears right then and there. This was precisely why the school had permitted parents to accompany their children today. Su Lila and Lu Jin had inexplicably arrived together for the test. With Su Lila's beauty and Lu Jin's charm, they appeared as a match made in heaven. Su Lila was the dream goddess of every boy at their school, often exuding an air of aloofness, yet she would smile only in Lu Jin's presence. Would they not end up together? I must ship this couple. They could bypass the queue and directly enter the testing area, while the rest of us had to wait. Such was the privilege of true geniuses. Lu Sheng's group had been waiting for over an hour, and just as they were nearing their turn, Lu Jin and a girl clad in a white athletic ensemble with a bun hairstyle exuding pure beauty were seen laughing and chatting as they bypassed the entire line towards the testing chamber. As they passed by Lu Sheng, the girl cast him a disdainful glance, her expression one of utter contempt, starkly contrasting her usual demeanor around family. Lu Sheng calmly met her gaze but offered no response. Let her revel in her arrogance for now. When the competition commenced, he would surely deliver a modest shock to her. The school beauty, Su Lila, had been laughing and conversing with Lu Jin. Upon noticing Lu Jin's sudden silence and the shift in his demeanor, she immediately fixated on the inconspicuous Lu Sheng, her expression turning somewhat hostile. What is his name? Did he offend you previously? Su Lila asked, her smile fading as she turned to Lu Jin. His name is Lu Sheng. We've had some minor disagreements, best left unmentioned. However, I heard that his vitality level was only 60 units before. How could he be here for the martial arts examination? This rate of improvement is astonishing. Lu Jin waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unwilling to engage in a dispute with Lu Sheng. Yet, he soon voiced a suspicion regarding Lu Sheng's sudden appearance. Oh, he hasn't resorted to any banned substances, has he? Otherwise, How could he have improved so rapidly? The final examination is the most equitable opportunity for candidates to transcend their circumstances, and any acts of deception must not be tolerated. Your concerns are indeed worthy of attention. Let him undergo the test first, and afterwards, I shall report to the school authorities. If he dares to use prohibited substances, not only will he be barred from continuing the examination, but he may also face legal repercussions. Although Su Lila's grandfather was the principal of the school, she typically shied away from meddling in others' affairs. Nevertheless, Lu Jin's words piqued her interest significantly, primarily because he was the object of her affections. It is quite rare to find a girl with such a strong sense of justice, Lu Jin remarked, unable to suppress a slight smile as he recognized that his objective had been achieved. Flattered by Lu Jin's compliment, Su Lila felt a surge of joy that was sweeter than honey, her smile blooming like a snow lotus, captivating the attention of the surrounding boys. Due to their status as prodigies, the teachers naturally allowed the duo to cut ahead of the other test takers, and none dared to voice any objections. Su Lila. Test result, 22,958 units, qualified. Lu Jin. Test result, 23,361 units, qualified. Soon, their test results echoed across the campus via the public address system. No one was surprised by these outcomes. While some were left in awe, it did not create significant ripples in the crowd. After a little over 10 minutes, it was finally Lu Sheng's turn to take the test. However, upon entering the testing chamber, he noted that Lu Jin and Su Lila had not departed, but were instead engaged in a hushed conversation with a bald middle-aged man, occasionally glancing in Lu Sheng's direction. Paying them no mind, Lu Sheng was confident in the authenticity of his vitality levels. Moreover, with officials from the Education Bureau present, he had no fear of any underhanded tactics being employed against him. Under a teacher's guidance, Lu Sheng promptly entered a massive, enclosed machine as soon as the previous student exited. Behind a glass partition, 7 or 8 staff members meticulously monitored the data streaming from the machine. It was far less cumbersome than the tests conducted at the pharmacy. Once the hatch sealed, a crimson beam enveloped Lu Sheng, scanning his body from head to toe, during which he felt no sensation whatsoever. After approximately 2 minutes, the machine dimmed and the hatch gradually opened. Lu Sheng. Test result, 16,317 units, qualified. The sweet, melodic voice of the automated system echoed through the speakers. He actually passed. At the moment the results were announced, Jiang Chunhua, who had accompanied the students, stood there with her mouth slightly agape, utterly dumbfounded. Her gaze was fixed on Lu Sheng. Her lips parted as she struggled to articulate a coherent response. Lu Sheng's passing of the test signified that another student capable of entering the martial arts academy had emerged from his class. Just this single addition could potentially augment his year-end bonus by 1,000 yuan. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an inexplicable sense of discontent. Teacher Jiang, the wager we made earlier should still hold, right? Lu Sheng inquired as he paused beside Jiang Chanhua. It was only then that she jolted back to reality. However, before she could utter a word, a clear female voice resonated from another corner of the testing room. This student, you cannot leave just yet. Chapter 13, is this even normal? Goodness, are you joking? Lu Sheng actually passed. This is absurd. How could someone like him succeed? It defies all logic. I refuse to believe it. That scrawny frame of his could not possibly boast a vitality score of 160. During the last test, it was merely 60. Cheating. It has to be cheating. If he hadn't resorted to prohibited substances, there is no way he could achieve such a high vitality score. Can you stop being so bitter? What if he has been concealing his true abilities all along? I stand at 180 centimeters and weigh 180 kilograms. Yet my score is only 135. I refuse to believe he could surpass me. The school must provide us with an explanation. The moment Lu Sheng's test results were broadcast, the entire class 12 erupted in chaos. The overwhelming majority found it impossible to accept that Lu Sheng had successfully passed the martial arts examination. Did you hear that? The name read out just now sounded like Lu Sheng's, and it seems he actually passed the test. Am I hallucinating? Lu Jiasin gazed incredulously at her family members. Impossible. How could that useless child pass? There must be someone else in the school with the same name. Lin Shuang vehemently denied it. Even if it is Lu Sheng himself, I cannot believe he succeeded through genuine merit. He has been raised in an orphanage and has acquired nothing but bad habits. Who knows if he resorted to illegal activities to deceive the testing apparatus. If discovered, he might even end up in prison. This time, Lu Qianru offered a different perspective. However, her words were even more unsavory than Lin Shuang's. It was as if the thought of Lu Sheng's life being ruined brought her immense joy. I only learned yesterday that for the past 3 years at number 1 high school, no one has ever attended his parent-teacher meetings. The information left in his file still indicates that he is an orphan. At home, he has always been treated like an outsider, with everyone focusing solely on his shortcomings. Regardless, he is still a member of the Lu family. Quietly enduring hardships and growing in silence is something he could very well accomplish. Ultimately, we know nothing about him. I believe it is time for us to reflect on our understanding of him. Upon hearing that Lu Sheng could actually pass the martial arts examination, Lu Qinghan felt a surge of joy. Despite Lu Sheng's prior rudeness towards her, she had not paid it much mind, knowing that her family owed him a great deal. However, even with Lu Sheng's remarkable achievement, the words spoken by his relatives filled her with an icy dread, rendering her unable to bear it. We still have to consider Xiao Jin. We simply do not have the time to worry about him. Lin Shuang maintained her usual indifference, her expression slightly perturbed. Given his hopelessness, isn't it a waste of time to invest effort in him? Lu Qianru appeared to have inherited much of her mother's disposition, standing defiantly with an air of resistance. I did inquire about his situation at school previously, but he always evaded my questions and refused to divulge the truth. With his current attitude, what more could I do? Lu Jiasin glanced around at her family members, feeling a wave of resignation wash over her. Lu Qinghan sighed inwardly, acutely aware that the words she had just spoken were akin to casting pearls before swine. Realizing that further discourse would yield no results, she ultimately chose silence. Could it be that I have underestimated him? A vitality score of 160 is, to be honest, quite modest, yet I have never invested any resources in him. Should his results prove genuine, perhaps it is time to grant him another opportunity. After all, he may yet become a martial artist, even if he does not achieve greatness. A modest investment could benefit the family in some capacity. However, we must remain mindful of Xiao Jin's sentiments. He is the future of the Lu family and should not feel uncomfortable due to Lu Sheng's return. Lu Jintian, on the other hand, refrained from voicing his opinion but had already begun to strategize regarding Lu Sheng's future. Within the testing room, Lu Sheng calmly observed the group approaching him, refraining from inquiring about their intentions. From their expressions and tone, he could discern that their purpose was far from benign. "Director Wang, what seems to be the issue? Is there something wrong with my student?" Jiang Chanhua asked with a respectful demeanor. She was well aware of the identities of the 2 prodigies accompanying him, but the bald man following them was the grade director. His presence at such a moment bore an entirely different connotation. "This is your student. You should be well acquainted with his situation." According to reports from other students, during his last test, his vitality was merely 60. In just 6 months, it has skyrocketed to over 160, an increase of a staggering 100 points. In my years of education, I have never encountered a student with such a terrifying rate of improvement. You are an experienced teacher. Do you consider this normal? Director Wang merely cast a cold glance at Lu Sheng before solemnly questioning Jiang Chanhua. This inquiry left Jiang Chanhua momentarily speechless. She vividly remembered that during the previous test, they had used a standard portable device, and Lu Sheng had indeed registered the lowest score of 60. Thus, when Lu Sheng claimed to have met the standard, she had been utterly incredulous. After Lu Sheng passed the test, she had not taken the time to ponder the inherent inconsistencies, and now, confronted by Su Lila's call, she found herself at a loss for words. "Are you that other student?" Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lu Jin. He could intuitively deduce who had instigated the grade director's intervention. "I merely recalled your dismal performance from the last test and mentioned it casually. Is that not permissible?" Lu Jin's countenance darkened upon hearing Lu Sheng's test results. He adamantly refused to believe that someone with such abysmal qualifications could clear the martial arts threshold. He was certain that Lu Sheng had employed some underhanded means to attain his current standing. Fortunately, his earlier remark had garnered enough attention from Su Lila and the Grey Director. Now, when confronted by Lu Sheng, he nonchalantly adopted his usual, harmless demeanor. Esteemed classmate, I cannot fathom how you managed to deceive the testing apparatus. However, I still advise you to promptly disclose your issues and cooperate with the investigation to seek leniency. Should the school uncover this matter and report it to the higher authorities, you will inevitably face the harsh penalties of the law. You are still so young. Do not become obstinately stubborn. As soon as Lu Jin's words fell, Su Liao adopted a pose of righteous authority, resembling a law enforcer as she began to interrogate Lu Sheng. Chapter 14. The mindless lackey used as a tool. He who asserts must provide evidence. If you suspect me, present your proof. I have no obligation to cooperate with you, nor will I concede to your unfounded slanders regarding actions I did not commit. It is impossible for Lu Sheng not to feel incensed when faced with such baseless accusations. Yet, he remained unperturbed, knowing that the martial examination's registration is entirely dependent on instrument testing and that one cannot determine a person's fate based on mere words. Therefore, he displayed no signs of panic, his tone remaining particularly cold and rigid. I shall ask once more, did you cheat or not? Lu Sheng's firmness took the onlookers by surprise. The Grey Director, resembling a loyal lapdog, upon noticing the principal's granddaughter's displeasure, immediately bellowed at Lu Sheng. His roar not only attracted the attention of everyone in the testing room, but also drew a crowd of students waiting outside, eager to witness the commotion. What is all this clamor? Was no one told that silence must be maintained once inside? At that moment, a tall, slender man with an air of authority burst forth from the glass enclosure, pointing at several individuals and chastising them. Head Director Lu, we suspect that this student may have consumed some prohibited substances, thus deceiving the instrument and passing the test. I believe it is imperative to conduct a strict investigation of such deceitful individuals. Should any issues arise, they must be dealt with severely. Upon seeing the newcomer, Director Wang immediately donned a contrite expression, nodding and bowing as he explained. Deceive the instrument? Are you questioning the integrity of our tests? Yet, to everyone's astonishment, after Director Wang elaborated on the situation, Director Lu's expression darkened. No, what I meant was that perhaps the student employed some special method that rendered the instrument unable to detect anything. The testing process is, of course, fair and just. Noticing Director Lu's peculiar demeanor, the Grey Director hastily offered further clarification. Lu Jin and Su Liao exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Director Wang's serious allegations elicited such a reaction from the educational authority. Lu Sheng, however, expressed a cold smile, having surmised that these self-righteous individuals were likely to end up shooting themselves in the foot. Director Wang had truly lost his mind. To question the Educational Bureau's testing results based on the words of two students was tantamount to publicly humiliating these officials. Jiang Shanhua, too, began to comprehend why the leader reacted as he did. This was a nationwide standardized test. Any instance of cheating could cost someone their position. Who would dare take such a monumental risk to grant a backdoor pass to a powerless orphan? Director Wang had effectively dug his own grave. Director, our suspicion stems from the last test, when Lu Sheng's vitality was merely 60 units. Now, merely half a year later, it has surged to over 100 units, which is evidently unreasonable. I hope the leadership can maintain an impartial stance and thoroughly investigate this matter. By this point, Su Liao still failed to grasp where the issue lay. Believing that the leader's lack of action stemmed from ignorance of the situation, she argued vehemently for justice. In contrast, Lu Jin seemed to suddenly grasp something, discreetly stepping back to distance herself from the forthright school beauty. Since the advent of this state-of-the-art testing device, no one in the entire Dragon Nation had ever managed to slip through undetected. You question me, suggesting that the testing staff are negligent, that there is favoritism? Or do you imply that fairness and justice are non-existent within the martial examination process in the Dragon Nation? From Director Lu's increasingly grim expression, Lu Sheng recognized he had seized the crux of the matter. At such a moment, if he did not stoke the flames, how was he any different from a mute gourd in his past life? Their ability to increase by 100 units in half a year was their talent. Some individuals experience late enlightenment. Such occurrences are common. Just because you have never witnessed, it does not render it impossible to question others while lacking insight yourself. What right does a mere student have to speak so grandly? When it comes to matters affecting their own interests, these officials do not care whether you are beautiful or the granddaughter of someone influential. Indeed, after Lu Sheng fanned the flames, Director Lu immediately pointed an accusatory finger at Su Liao, scolding her sternly. And you, while it is forgivable for a student to be ignorant, you are a school leader and should at least consider the consequences before joining in this ruckus. I suggest you step down from your position, as you clearly lack the capability to hold such an important role. Following this, Director Lu cast a cold, disdainful glare at the grade director. You, student, may rest assured in your registration. Your test results present no issues. All unrelated individuals should promptly exit the testing room to avoid disturbing others. He then solemnly provided Lu Sheng with a clear resolution before coldly dismissing Su Liao and Lu Jin with a parting remark, retreating into the glass enclosure without looking back. Through the glass, it was evident he was on the phone, his expression grave as he reported something. Director Wang appeared utterly dejected, drenched in sweat. Only then did he finally comprehend the magnitude of his blunder. Realizing the situation was irretrievable, he collapsed to the ground in despair. Meanwhile, Lu Jin's expression mirrored that of someone who had swallowed a fly, her face alternating between pale and flushed. She had never anticipated that the Educational Bureau's leader would actually support Lu Sheng, that so-called waste. What was even more infuriating was that not only had he passed the test, but there was also no issue with his results. Such a dim-witted fool. Relying on a grade director of such low caliber, what use was that? Had she summoned her grandfather earlier, they would not have had to endure such humiliation. Lu Jin cast a resentful glance at Su Liao, feeling that her failure to successfully frame Lu Sheng was largely her fault. At this point, she had no desire to remain, departing hastily without uttering a word. Su Liao's eyes brimmed with tears. Having grown up in a world where she was cherished like a star, she had never heard anyone speak harshly to her in her 18 years of life. Yet today, simply for standing up for justice, she had been harshly reprimanded, leaving her feeling deeply aggrieved. However, when she turned to seek solace from Lu Jin, she discovered that her beloved had already turned away and left without a backward glance. A mindless lackey used as a tool. Lu Sheng cast a scornful glance at Su Liao and remarked, "Such a talented student as you is certainly not one to be overly foolish." Upon hearing Lu Sheng's words, Su Liao initially froze, but she quickly realized that she had been manipulated by Lu Jin. With a heart full of sincerity, she found herself treated merely as a tool by the other party, discarded the moment her utility waned. Naturally, Su Liao, having endured successive blows, could not accept this betrayal. She covered her mouth and fled in tears. "Come, let me take you to register. Once we complete the registration, I shall publicly apologize to you in front of the entire class." Jiang Chunhua exhaled deeply, patting Lu Sheng's shoulder. In that moment, he felt immense relief, grateful that he had refrained from rashly joining in the doubts cast upon Lu Sheng. Otherwise, today, as unfortunate events might have also ensnared him. Unbeknownst to him, however, Lu Sheng of Class 12 was facing serious consequences for cheating during the test, reported by the school beauty, Su Liruo, and was now under the stern scrutiny of the education authorities. The events that had just unfolded had already been distorted and relayed by onlookers, with students reveling in the misfortune of another. Did I not predict this? One voice chimed in. Lu Sheng could never pass the test on his own merit. How could one possibly increase their vitality by 100 points in just 6 months? It's ludicrous. Another added, "This is going to be entertaining. Do you think Lu Sheng will end up imprisoned? This is a nationwide examination, and such rule breakers must be held accountable." They recalled how he had demanded apologies from them upon his alleged victory. Now he ought to ponder how to apologize to the school officials and the police instead. The news of Lu Sheng's investigation brought immense joy to the students of Class 12, who transformed into self-righteous advocates, condemning him with great fervor. While I was in the restroom, I overheard them discussing that Lu Sheng was caught cheating by the Education Bureau and is about to be taken to the police station in a shaded area of the playground. the Liu family awaited Liu Jin. Suddenly, Liu Jiasin dashed back, her face alight with excitement as she shared the juicy gossip she had just heard. I knew it. Liu Sheng must have committed some illegal act to fool the testing apparatus. Yet little did she realize he might have deceived the machines, but not the people. Truly, the net of justice catches all. Liu Qian clapped her hands in exhilaration. Thank goodness he severed ties with us beforehand. Otherwise, our family's reputation would have been tarnished. Lin Shuang scoffed. Surely there must be some misunderstanding? From what I know, the banned substances capable of evading testing machines cost millions. Where would little Sheng acquire such funds? Liu Qinghan's immediate response was disbelief, as he knew Liu Sheng lacked the means to engage in such actions. Just then, they spotted Liu Jin approaching with a dark expression, hurrying toward them. At least little Jin brings honor to our family, effortlessly securing first place at the high school. Unlike some, who only engage in underhanded deeds. Lin Shuang exclaimed, her face brightening at the sight of Liu Jin as she embraced her adopted son with pride. Isn't your score commendable? Why do you seem displeased? Has someone wronged you? Liu Jiasin nudged Liu Jin with her shoulder. It's nothing, just a feeling that my results didn't quite meet my expectations, Liu Jin replied, managing a strained smile, revealing a hint of disappointment. He was indeed unhappy. He had intended to leverage Su Liruo to frame Liu Sheng for cheating, only to find her utterly inept at even this minor task. Yet, in front of family, he could not voice such thoughts openly. Do not be too hard on yourself. There are still 10 days left. I will arrange for someone to procure a vitality-enhancing elixir. After injection, your vitality levels will significantly increase. Your task henceforth will be to diligently refine your vitality. The higher the purity of your vitality, the greater the energy released with lesser personal consumption. Your martial skills are already unmatched in Beijing City. However, this does not guarantee you will secure the top position at the Sacred Martial Academy. Only by refining your vitality to perfection can you ensure that achievement, Liu Jintian encouraged, patting Liu Jin's back. He had initially hoped that Liu Sheng could gain admission to the Martial Arts Academy, thus providing him with an opportunity to return to the family fold. However, it was evident that some individuals were beyond redemption, leading him to resolutely cast Liu Sheng aside in favor of investing more resources in Liu Jin. By the way, little Jin, have you heard the rumors that Liu Sheng was caught cheating? Do you know any details? Has he truly committed such a grave offense? Liu Qinghan, anxious for Liu Sheng, suddenly turned to Liu Jin, hoping he might possess some insight. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems to be false. I just saw Liu Sheng registering with their homeroom teacher, Liu Jin replied, gritting his teeth. Despite his reluctance, he understood that fabricating further tales about Liu Sheng would serve no purpose and might even backfire, so he chose to speak ambiguously. That's a relief. As long as it's nothing serious. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Upon hearing Liu Jin's words, Liu Qinghan's previously anxious heart settled, and he patted his chest in relief. So it was all a fabrication? I thought Liu Sheng might actually end up in prison. What a waste of worry. Liu Qian exclaimed, pouting in disappointment. Forget him. He is of no concern to us now. Let us choose a fine restaurant to celebrate little Jin's achievement at noon. Liu Jiasin also appeared less than pleased, clearly reluctant to discuss Liu Sheng. You all go ahead. I have a few words to exchange with Liu Sheng when he emerges. Liu Jintian glanced at Liu Jiasin, who had spread the false news, appearing somewhat speechless. After completing his registration, Liu Sheng felt a weight lifted from his shoulders as he followed Jiang Chunhua toward their class. Upon nearing the throng of students, the ongoing fervent discussions about Liu Sheng went unnoticed by the two. The various derogatory remarks reached their ears with crystal clarity. Jiang Chunhua instinctively shot a glance at Liu Sheng, feeling somewhat awkward. If any other student had heard such comments, they would undoubtedly be emotionally charged, eager to defend their innocence. However, this typically inconspicuous student bore a countenance as resolute as granite, displaying not a flicker of emotion. This remarkable composure even prompted Jiang Chunhua to silently commend him. Suddenly, the scene shifted as Jiang Chunhua bellowed, "Silence." All students promptly fell quiet. Upon turning to see Lu Sheng standing beside Jiang Chunhua, expressions of shock and intrigue filled their faces. Who among you has been spreading the rumor that Lu Sheng cheated to pass the test? Step forward honestly, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Jiang Chunhua glared fiercely, his voice unwavering. The very presence of Lu Sheng here was already a substantial indication of a truth. At this moment, Jiang Chunhua's statement instantly dispelled the rumors. Everyone exchanged glances, and some even exhibited signs of shame. Chapter 16. Lu Sheng, I apologize. The leaders of the Education Bureau have confirmed that Lu Sheng passed the test solely based on his genuine abilities. You heard some unfounded gossip, and here you are, rashly discussing others' reputations. Is this how I have taught you? You few who were the most vocal just now. Were the rumors not spread by you? Step forward. As everyone fell silent, Jiang Chunhua did not cease her admonishment, pointing at a few students who had previously spoken most loudly. It was Wang Yu who said it. Jiang teacher. He claimed he saw Lu Sheng caught by the school leaders and hurried back to warn us. Several students, with forlorn expressions, stepped to the front of the line. Under Jiang Chunhua's stern gaze, one quickly capitulated, revealing the true instigator. I'm sorry, Jiang teacher. I didn't fully grasp the fact before accusing Lu Sheng of cheating. A short, stout boy with a buzz cut shuffled out of the line, standing before Jiang Chunhua with a pitiful demeanor. What apology do you owe me? You should be apologizing to Lu Sheng. Today, every member of Class 12 owes Lu Sheng an apology. As the homeroom teacher, I was the first to doubt my students, allowing the rumors to take root. Lu Sheng, I sincerely apologize for my previous words and actions. Jiang Chunhua first reprimanded Wang Yu. Then, to everyone's astonishment, she deeply bowed to Lu Sheng, her tone remarkably sincere. Upon witnessing Jiang Chunhua's act, several students who felt guilty immediately followed suit, coming before Lu Sheng to bow in apology. I'm sorry, Lu Sheng, we wronged you. As one person led the way, more and more students approached Lu Sheng to express their contrition. As the victim, Lu Sheng remained as composed as ever. If it had been anyone else, such heartfelt words would surely have moved them, and they would have gladly accepted the apologies from those who had wronged them. Yet, after being hurt countless times by his family, the notion of forgiveness had long been erased from Lu Sheng's lexicon. Moreover, following the major examination, he would inevitably have no further interactions with these individuals. What significance did forgiveness hold, anyway? Seeing Lu Sheng remain unmoved, Jiang Chunhua assumed their apologies lacked sincerity. Casting a glance at Wang Yu, who still stood frozen in place, an idea struck her. Wang Yu, your dissemination of rumors has caused a seriously adverse impact. Given that your apology seems somewhat sincere, I can refrain from reporting this incident to the school for further action. However, I will remove your name from the list for the martial arts intensification class. If you disagree, you may appeal to the school leaders. Wang Yu nodded with a downcast expression, not daring to utter a word of dissent. The school has always dealt strictly with malicious rumors. And if the school leaders were to find out, he might not only lose his spot in the intensification class, but might even be barred from future examinations. Lu Sheng, I was unaware of your rapid progress, which is why I didn't enroll you earlier. This martial arts intensification class is designed to enhance combat skills and guide candidates in more efficient cultivation of their vitality during these last 10 days, which will be immensely beneficial for the upcoming ranking competition. Especially for a candidate like you, who lacks training, the improvement will be quite pronounced, considering your speed of advancement. Attending this class could significantly elevate your performance. I will submit your name shortly, and you can commence training tomorrow. At this moment, Jiang Chunhua's demeanor towards Lu Sheng was exceptionally gentle, not to mention that Lu Sheng's sudden rise could earn him an additional 10,000 yuan. Furthermore, he had just realized another matter. The martial arts candidates in his class were predominantly mediocre. Lu Sheng's remarkable enhancement in such a short span indicated extraordinary talent. The ranking competition would categorize candidates based on the vitality values obtained today into 3 levels, B and C. If Lu Sheng were to join the intensification class and make rapid strides, he could potentially achieve an outstanding rank in the competition. Should he manage to reach level B, he might even earn recognition as a progressive teacher, leading to another financial reward. No, Jiang teacher, I have my own plans. Additionally, during this time leading up to the exam, I intend to take leave to focus on my training. However, Jiang Chunhua was taken aback when, just as she expected Lu Sheng to accept her offer graciously, he outright rejected her suggestion without a moment's hesitation. The precious remaining 10 days to refine rudimentary combat skills? Lu Sheng must have been mad to consider attending some trivial intensification class. Many of the talented students from various schools began training in martial arts from a young age. Even with his newfound abilities, Lu Sheng did not believe he could catch up to their years, even decades, of diligent practice in just 10 days. His singular goal was to excel in a major examination and potentially become the martial arts champion of Beijing City, and there was only one path to achieve that. He needed to continuously hunt demonic beasts to enhance his attributes. As long as his physical prowess reached a certain level, no matter how many years his opponents had trained, their attacks would be mere trifles to him, unable to breach his defenses. And could these so-called geniuses withstand the force of his punch, which could measure in tons? They could not withstand it at all. Plans? Jiang Chunhua was momentarily stunned. It was hard to fathom what arrangements a solitary orphan like Lu Sheng might have. However, he quickly came to terms with it. A once frail youth had achieved such remarkable growth in just 6 months. It was inconceivable that he had done so without some extraordinary means. Jiang Chunhua even suspected that there might be some expert who had been secretly training Lu Sheng in ways beyond their comprehension. Since Lu Sheng showed no interest in her offer, she would not press the issue further. As long as he had a method to enhance his strength, taking an extended leave would be inconsequential for him. Just do not slack off during this period. After all, a higher ranking translates to entrance into more prestigious schools, presenting an immense opportunity for your future. If you miss this chance, it will indeed be too late to regret, Jiang Chunhua cautioned Lu Sheng earnestly. Understood, Jiang teacher. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Lu Sheng nodded, greeted her, and turned to depart, displaying no lingering attachment to the scene behind him. At that moment, both his classmates and Jiang Chunhua, the homeroom teacher, silently watched Lu Sheng's receding figure. Each felt a sense of awe. The once inconspicuous student at the bottom of the class seemed to have transformed into an enigmatic figure, just a short distance from the school. As Lu Sheng walked towards the bus station with his hands in his pockets, a familiar black car once again glided to a stop not far in front of him. Get in. I have something to discuss with you. This time, as the door opened, it was Lu Jintian who spoke. Chapter 17. Let the genius reap greater rewards. Let me put it this way. A car belonging to the son of the Lu family is not a privilege for someone like me. The sleek black sedan that halted before Lu Sheng was the exclusive vehicle used to chauffeur Lu Jin, valued at over 10 million. A sum that an ordinary person could scarcely hope to attain in a lifetime. In stark contrast, Lu Sheng epitomized the commonplace individual, lacking even an electric bicycle, relying instead on the crowded public bus for his daily commute to school. Upon realizing that the speaker was Lu Jintian, Lu Sheng refrained from making a hasty retreat. He was curious to hear the inane remarks that would follow the news of his successful registration for the martial arts examination. Return home. If you are willing, I can overlook the events of that day. You are about to participate in the martial arts examination. With the resources from home, your performance could undoubtedly improve further. Lu Jintian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, stifled by Lu Sheng's sardonic tone. After a few seconds of silence, he finally spoke. What a grand gesture indeed. However, Mr. Lu's charity is something a mere insignificant person such as myself cannot bear. Best to reserve it for your precious darling. Lu Jintian's lofty demeanor implied that Lu Sheng was akin to a dying stray dog, eager to wag his tail in gratitude for any scraps tossed his way. The absurdity of the situation elicited a laugh of disbelief from Lu Sheng, who, disinterested in further discourse, turned on his heel and departed. At that moment, Lu Jintian's expression was indeed one of palpable rigidity. He had anticipated that a mere flicker of goodwill from him would prompt Lu Sheng to agree to return home. Yet he was utterly unprepared for Lu Sheng's resolute defiance against his outstretched olive branch. Dad, brothers still harbor some resentment, Lu Jin remarked, initially unsettled by the notion of Lu Jintian retrieving Lu Sheng. However, he was taken aback by Lu Sheng's decisive rejection of Lu Jintian's request. Though unexpected, it was precisely what he had hoped for. Yet, Lu Jintian's insistence on bringing Lu Sheng home instilled a sense of impending threat within him. The once feeble individual had remarkably advanced in strength within merely 2 days and had, astonishingly, passed the martial arts examination. It was worth noting that Lu Jintian's intention behind summoning Lu Sheng home was devoid of any sincerity. Lu Jin was deeply apprehensive that should Lu Sheng achieve even greater heights, the scales of Lu Jintian's favor, which he had worked tirelessly to tip in his own direction, might very well begin to tilt towards Lu Sheng. Having invested years in cultivating his position within the Lu family, such a turn of events was utterly unacceptable to him. Thus, he felt an urgent need to find a way to eliminate this eyesore before it could pose a future threat. Resentment? The presence of resentment merely indicated his immaturity. Once he experienced the harsh realities of life, he would come to understand the gravity of missing the opportunity one had presented him today. After being spurned by Lu Sheng, although Lu Jintian felt displeased, individuals of his station seldom allowed trivial matters to disrupt their composure. Following Lu Jin's comments, he merely shook his head lightly. "Dad, why do you think brother has become so formidable in such a short span? Could it be that he has encountered some fortuitous event? Or is he perhaps guided by some extraordinary mentor?" Lu Jin, in complete agreement with Lu Jintian's sentiments, continued to probe. "Indeed, I share your curiosity. The idea that Lu Sheng could conceal his prowess right beneath my nose is utterly preposterous. I suspect, as you suggested, that he experienced some rare stroke of luck during those 2 days." Lu Jintian stroked the stubble on his chin, observing Lu Sheng's retreating figure with a contemplative expression. "If only I could enhance my strength as swiftly, perhaps securing the top spot in the province would be a feasible endeavor." Lu Jin discreetly cast a glance at Lu Jintian, feigning admiration as he remarked, "You have a point. If there were indeed some valuable resource available for a talent like you, the benefits would surely far exceed those for someone like Lu Sheng. Afyu, I have a task for you. For the next few days, you need not drive Xiao Jin. Instead, focus entirely on monitoring Lu Sheng. I want detailed reports on his whereabouts, the places he visits, and his activities every night." Lu Jin's words seemed to jolt Lu Jintian into action. He straightened in his seat, rapped on the driver's chair, and issued his commands with a grave demeanor. The driver, not daring to object, acquiesced and exited the vehicle. Lu Jintian's resolute actions filled Lu Jin with a sense of elation. With Lu Jintian's men surveilling Lu Sheng's every move, they would first uncover the secret behind Lu Sheng's meteoric rise in strength. Furthermore, once they discerned Lu Sheng's current location, it would be a simple matter to engage assassins, as eliminating an inexperienced student like Lu Sheng would be exceedingly uncomplicated. The bus ambled to a stop at the entrance of Jixiang village. After indulging in a hearty meal at a modest eatery, Lu Sheng returned to his rented apartment. However, upon reaching the alley where the incident had occurred that night, he encountered 4 or 5 burly men adorned with tattoos of dragons and phoenixes, their menacing countenances blocking the path of passers-by as they inquired about something. A moment's contemplation led Lu Sheng to deduce that these were likely members of the Black Tiger gang. Steeling himself, he feigned nonchalance as he approached, only to be intercepted by 2 individuals. "Hey kid, did you hear anything unusual around here the night before last?" One of them grasped Lu Sheng's neck, demanding aggressively. "I was busy doing homework right after school. I didn't hear anything," Lu Sheng replied, feigning trepidation, eager to evade any further entanglements with these rabid dogs. "Forget it. What could a student possibly know? Let him go." One of the gang members, perhaps sensing Lu Sheng's unassuming demeanor, waved dismissively at his companion. Once freed, Lu Sheng hurriedly pretended to scurry deeper into the alley, drawing no suspicion from them at all. Arriving at his apartment door, just as he was about to enter, the landlord emerged from the adjacent unit. "Young man, you must have been stopped and questioned as well, right?" Upon seeing Lu Sheng, the landlord hurriedly approached and whispered, "Yes, they looked like gang members." Lu Sheng nodded obediently. 2 members of the Black Tiger gang were killed in that very alley the night before last. I heard one of them was the little brother of a gang leader. The Black Tiger gang has been offering a bounty for the capture of the murderer. I advise you to stay indoors as much as possible. Getting entangled in this matter would be no joke." The landlord, with good intentions, grasped Lu Sheng's arm to warn him, blissfully unaware that the Real murderer stood right before him. "Thank you, uncle. But what exactly is the Black Tiger Gang?" Lu Sheng inquired after expressing his gratitude, suddenly intrigued by the gang. "I'll tell you, but you mustn't go blabbing about it." The landlord glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was in sight, and lowered his voice even further. Chapter 18. Instant transformation into a muscular behemoth. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang is known as Lu Qingwen. His strength is not particularly formidable. He is merely a second-tier martial artist. His rise to this position has been fueled by his ruthless disposition and willingness to resort to any means necessary. For the right price, there's no task he would shy away from. The fact that he has managed to gather a band of desperate followers is largely due to his generous treatment of his subordinates. Nevertheless, at the core, they are merely a group of thugs, capable only of bullying the weak and vulnerable in the outskirts of Jisheng village. Should they inadvertently cross paths with a powerful individual, it would surely lead to their demise. After Lu Sheng agreed, the landlord leaned closer and shared what little information he possessed. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng pondered, considering that a mere second-tier martial artist hardly posed a threat. Given a bit of time to slay more beasts, these individuals would be as insignificant as chickens and dogs. However, until he grows stronger, it would be prudent to maintain a low profile to avoid being snuffed out by these ruffians in their infancy. After expressing his gratitude to the landlord once more, Lu Sheng returned to his rented room. He calculated his remaining funds and discovered he could no longer afford to purchase more beasts for slaughter. After much contemplation, he concluded that his only viable option was to venture outside the city to hunt low-tier beasts and accumulate demonic essence. Opening his interface, he noted a balance of 5 points of demonic essence remaining. Lu Sheng resolved to allocate these points entirely. Learning from his previous experience, he opted for a cautious approach, adding them one by one to his constitution. Upon reaching a constitution of 10 points, his strength increased by 1 point, and agility similarly improved by 1 point. As I had previously anticipated, the impact on strength would diminish as his constitution continued to rise. However, when he eventually ventured outside the city to hunt beasts, a greater strength would undoubtedly enhance efficiency. After a brief contemplation, Lu Sheng decided to invest his remaining 2 points entirely into strength. Name: Lu Sheng. Intelligence: 5, Strength: 8, Agility: 5, Constitution: 10. Demonic Essence Balance: 0. Once again, he opened his interface, feeling as though he were engaged in a game where he nurtured his own character. Witnessing the gradual enhancement of his attributes filled him with an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Yet, shortly thereafter, Lu Sheng encountered an unexpected situation. Due to his consecutive point allocations, his height had rapidly approached 1.8 meters. With a 3-point increase in strength, his body was now adorned with bulging muscles. His school uniform was utterly incapable of concealing his muscular physique, clinging to him like a second skin. The worn-out shoes, which had been mended numerous times, could barely contain his large feet. Standing before the mirror once more, he beheld a tall, robust young man with a resolute gaze. Compared to the delicate, idol-like Lu Jin, his features were not exceptionally refined or handsome. Yet, paired with his newfound height and physique, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of most women he encountered. However, there was one drawback. Aside from his face, which still bore resemblance to Lu Sheng, everything else about him had transformed significantly. Opening his backpack, he found only an alloy short knife and an additional set of spare school attire. After a moment's thought, Lu Sheng retrieved the spare uniform and wrapped it around his waist, slipping on a pair of reasonably fitting sandals. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he resolved to venture out and purchase 2 sets of new clothing before heading directly to the outskirts to hunt beasts. However, Lu Sheng was not foolish enough to walk out blindly. He carefully observed several times to ensure the Black Tiger Gang members were no longer present. Fortunately, they did not linger for long. By the 5th time he ventured outside, he found them gone. Sighing in relief, he hurriedly departed from that troublesome place. Unbeknownst to Lu Sheng, as he exited Jisheng village, a shadowy figure stealthily followed him, watching his retreating form with a puzzled expression, murmuring to themselves, "How strange." That face unmistakably belongs to young Master Sheng. Yet, how has his body grown so tall and strong? Lu Sheng found a men's clothing store by the roadside that was holding a sale. He spent less than 400 yuan on 2 t-shirts, 2 pairs of loose-fitting elastic sports pants, and a pair of sneakers. After changing into his new attire, Lu Sheng appeared revitalized, the inexpensive clothing giving him an air of high quality. Compared to his previous shabby school uniform, the transformation was nothing short of remarkable. The female shop assistant, who had previously ignored him, now gazed at him with infatuation, even taking the opportunity to assist him in adjusting his clothes, brushing against his well-defined chest and solid abs several times. In the end, she even asked for his contact information, but Lu Sheng politely declined, citing that he was still a student without a phone. To fend off the threats posed by demonic beasts, every city in Longhua has erected steel walls towering several meters high, armed with formidable weaponry. The walls render the cities akin to porcupines. At various points along the walls, small gates are opened daily to allow hunters or beast slayers to venture out. Jixiang Village, situated at the city's edge, allowed Lu Sheng to walk directly out without the need for transportation. After passing through the iris scanner at the exit, Lu Sheng left the city limits for the first time in his life. Before him stretched several kilometers of open land, beyond which lay an endless expanse of primordial forest. As he stepped into the wilderness, Lu Sheng was cautious not to venture too deeply, instead carefully searching the periphery for his target. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and he soon spotted his first prey of the day, a rabbit adorned with gray fur. To call it a rabbit is somewhat misleading, for its size rivaled that of a large hunting dog. Its large, fan-like ears stood erect, and its eyes glowed a menacing shade of crimson. With the slightest movement, one could discern the powerful muscles hidden beneath its fur. Most astonishingly, it was currently pinning down a smaller, unidentified creature beneath its formidable weight. Its razor-sharp teeth capable of tearing a substantial chunk of flesh from its prey with a single bite. Lu Sheng recalled reading about this creature in a book. It was referred to as a fang-toothed rabbit. It certainly appeared to be a challenging opponent. Licking his lips, Lu Sheng stealthily drew the alloy short knife from his backpack, gripping it firmly in his hand. Chapter 19. The First Hunt. Lu Sheng concealed himself beside a large tree, cautiously observing the peculiar fang-toothed rabbit, which was now a mere 10 meters away. Although it was merely the lowest tier of demonic beasts, he possessed no combat experience against it. If he were to be bitten by those sharp teeth, it would not be a laughing matter. As Lu Sheng pondered on how to subdue the creature, he inadvertently stepped on a brittle twig that lay upon the ground. The surrounding area, already steeped in silence, was pierced by the sharp crack of the branch snapping, echoing with an almost jarring intensity. The previously gnawing tooth rabbit abruptly halted its feasting on the carcass of an animal. With a mere lift of its head, its crimson eyes locked onto Lu Sheng, who stood not far away. With a menacing glare, the tooth rabbit revealed its fierce demeanor, rising on its hind legs and emitting a peculiar, high-pitched shriek. Its powerful hind limbs propelled it off the ground, launching itself several meters toward Lu Sheng. To his surprise, Lu Sheng had not anticipated such ferocity from the creature. It seemed as if there was an unspoken vendetta. His heart raced, yet he remained composed. The rabbit, adept at leaping, could only charge in a straight line. With Lu Sheng currently concealed behind a tree, he felt assured that it would not reach him directly. As the tooth rabbit bounded closer, the distance of a dozen meters vanished in an instant. Lu Sheng quickly assessed that it would land right beside the tree. A thought flashed through his mind. Would it be effective to strike as it descended? With little time to deliberate, the tooth rabbit arced gracefully through the air before crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Sheng thrust his blade with fervor toward the nape of the creature's neck. The force of his strike drove the beast into the earth. Despite suffering a grave injury, the tooth rabbit did not immediately succumb to defeat. It thrashed about, its robust limbs kicking violently against the ground, sending clumps of soil flying and splattering Lu Sheng. Fortunately, endowed with a strength rating of 8, Lu Sheng was able to withstand the creature's powerful resistance, which, despite its might, could not break free. In a bid to expedite the demise of the beast, Lu Sheng pressed down heavily on the toothed rabbit's head, pinning it to the ground. He then withdrew his knife and relentlessly stabbed at the creature. After delivering a series of over 10 strikes, the ground was soon awash with the foul stench of fresh blood, and the toothed rabbit's struggles grew feebler until it lay still. A few moments later, a vivid red number 01 appeared in his vision. Lu Sheng finally exhaled a sigh of relief, confirming that the creature had met its end. The toothed rabbit was evidently far superior to the steel-clawed chicken, yet with a judicious strategy, it was not overly challenging to slay. It seemed that even if he were to hunt merely 20 toothed rabbits each day, he could accumulate nearly 20 demon essence points within 10 days. By the time of the formal examination, this enhancement would undoubtedly astonish everyone. The prospect of acquiring demon essence without expenditure delighted Lu Sheng immensely. Although the efficiency of hunting one by one was rather low, it provided ample safety. He had no desire to risk his life against a demon beast due to excessive greed for quick gains. Extracting his dagger from the toothed rabbit's carcass, he wiped the blade clean on its thick fur. Lu Sheng dared not linger in the area any longer, hastily making his way to the next location. He feared that the scent of blood might attract some dreadful entity. However, the subsequent hunting proved less fortuitous than anticipated. Not every toothed rabbit would conveniently land in a position vulnerable to his thrust. Consequently, while battling these feral creatures, Lu Sheng inevitably sustained some injuries. Thankfully, he managed to evade most of the blows, suffering only superficial wounds that, albeit painful, would not hinder his hunting the following day. After a period of foraging, Lu Sheng had successfully slain 14 toothed rabbits, earning himself 14 essence points. He refrained from pursuing other demon beasts, as most low-tier creatures lived in packs, and attempting to hunt them alone would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, the toothed rabbit remained the most suitable target for his novice endeavors. Overall, Lu Sheng felt a sense of satisfaction with his results. As the sun began its descent, he did not dare to tarry in the area any longer and swiftly headed back to the city. Shortly after he departed, a shadowy figure, previously lurking, emerged from the woods, contemplatively trailing Lu Sheng from a distance. When Lu Sheng glanced back, he noticed someone following him but thought little of it, assuming it to be another hunter venturing into the wilderness. Upon returning to Jixiang village, Lu Sheng found a place to indulge in a hearty meal before heading straight back to his rented room. Afu, assigned to monitor Lu Sheng, waited until the lights in Lu Sheng's room extinguished before he returned to the city. Are you saying he just went home for a bit and emerged looking taller and more robust? Are you sure it was Lu Sheng? In Lu Zhentian's study, Afu began detailing his observations from tracking Lu Sheng to Lu Zhentian. However, Lu Zhentian wore an expression of incredulity and interrupted Afu. Indeed, Master Sheng has changed significantly in other respects, but I recognized his face distinctly. There is no way I could mistake it, Afu asserted with certainty. Please continue, Lu Zhentian urged, furrowing his brow in confusion. Next, Master Sheng purchased a fitted outfit and then exited the city. He spent the entire afternoon hunting toothed rabbits in the woods outside the city. Strangely, he killed the rabbits but did not take their corpses with him. I cannot fathom his reasoning behind this. As mealtime approached, he returned to Jixiang village, had a meal, and then remained indoors without venturing out. Afu replied truthfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhentian fell into silence, deep in thought as he analyzed Lu Sheng's peculiar behavior. Could it be that his sudden strength was a result of hunting those toothed rabbits? No one knew what he had been doing in the previous 2 or 3 days. Was that the cause? Yet this seemed implausible. Even someone as worldly as Lu Zhentian had never encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. If merely slaying toothed rabbits could lead to strength, would the entire Dragon Nation not be teeming with 9th-tier beings? Contemplating this, he sensed that there must be some hidden depth to the situation. Go ahead, continue to observe tomorrow, and if the opportunity arises, find a way to sneak into his room. Be cautious not to alert him, Lu Zhentian instructed Afu with a wave of his hand. Since he could not decipher the mystery at present, he was disinclined to waste any more mental energy. Actions invariably leave traces, and he believed that with a few more days of observation, he would uncover some clues. Afu bowed slightly to Lu Jintian before exiting the study. Quietly descending to the first floor, he prepared to open the door and leave. Just then, a figure emerged silently from the shadows of the living room, nearly startling Afu into a jump. "Young Master Jean, what are you doing here?" Afu asked, clutching his chest in a state of fright. "Naturally waiting for you." Lu Jin replied with a cheerful smile. "Waiting for me? Is there something you need, young Master Jean?" Afu, having served as Lu Jin's driver for many years, quickly grasped the situation. "Do tell me as well. What has your brother been up to today?" Lu Jin inquired with a gentle smile. Afu hesitated, pondering whether it was inappropriate for a brother to inquire about another's affairs. Did their father instruct him not to speak of such matters with others? Lu Jin appeared to innocently inquire, yet there was indeed nothing to disclose. Afu pondered for a moment. Setting aside the fact that Lu Jin and Lu Sheng were brothers, the old master had not explicitly stated that today's revelations should remain confidential. Lu Jin was the most favored child of the Lu family, and even if he were to learn of it, it would hardly be a matter of concern. Subsequently, Afu recounted to Lu Jin the details he had previously shared with Lu Jintian, essentially reiterating the same information. It seemed that Lu Sheng had indeed encountered some extraordinary fortune. The old man had already expressed his intention to bestow Lu Sheng's opportunity upon him. Given this, Afu decided to exercise patience, waiting until the matter was firmly in hand before taking action against that wasteful brother. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin's eyes sparkled with a blend of curiosity and desire for Lu Sheng's unknown fortune. However, he was a patient individual and felt he could endure a little longer. "I've heard that Jishang village is not only filthy and chaotic, but also rife with poor security. I truly fear that my brother might encounter some unsavory characters there," Lu Jin remarked, concern etched upon his face. Indeed, the place was as wretched as could be imagined, teeming with addicts and ruffians. Particularly notorious was the Black Tiger Gang, the undisputed rulers of that area, who were known for their violent acts, deceit, and various nefarious deeds. It was undeniably perilous for young Master Sheng to reside there. The mere mention of Jixiang village ignited a torrent of grievances within Afu, especially since he had recently found himself frequently stranded in that revolting locale. Truly a most distressing ordeal. "The Black Tiger Gang, you say?" Lu Jin mused, seemingly lost in thought. Observing Lu Jin's pensive demeanor, Afu refrained from interrupting and quietly awaited his next words. "Unless there's anything further, Uncle Fu, you should return home and rest early. I will bring this matter up again with Father," Lu Jin stated after a brief silence, an unusual glimmer of determination lighting his eyes. Afu, not dwelling on it further, bid farewell to Lu Jin and departed. The following morning, even before dawn had fully broken, Lu Sheng was already awake. It was not that he desired to rise so early, but rather that the wounds inflicted by the sharp-toothed rabbit throbbed and itched intolerably. He harbored serious suspicions that the creature's claws contained some toxin that exacerbated the pain. Illuminating the room, he observed that the 5 injured areas had become markedly red and swollen. Fortunately, all the injuries were confined to his arms, and the wounds were not particularly deep. However, neglecting them was not a viable option. What should he do? Visit a nearby clinic for some medication? At this early hour, the clinic was undoubtedly still closed. Reflecting on his first day of hunting, he realized that sustaining such injuries was bound to hinder his future endeavors. If this continued, not only would his hunting efficiency plummet, but a more serious injury could jeopardize his upcoming examinations. A solution was imperative. After contemplating for a moment without arriving at any conclusions, he attributed his mental fog to just waking up. After splashing his face with cold tap water, he returned to his bedside to ponder once more and reopened his status panel. Name, Lu Sheng. Wisdom, 5. Strength, 8. Agility, 5. Constitution, 10. Demon Essence Balance, 14. He had allocated the majority of his demon essence to his constitution, resulting in a physical capability that surpassed that of a healthy adult by more than double. To his understanding, the enhancement of his constitution not only signified increased strength, but also improved resistance, stamina, recovery, organ function, and the resilience of his flesh and bones. Each time he augmented his constitution, his body underwent noticeable changes, as if a program was being optimized, with bugs diminishing. What if he were to increase his constitution while in a state of injury? Would it have no effect, or might it provide some degree of healing? After studying the panel for a considerable time, he ultimately focused on the aspect of his constitution, which was currently of utmost importance to him. Following a somewhat presumptuous analysis, a bold idea struck him. With a flutter of excitement in his heart, Sheng unhesitatingly allocated that one available point of demon essence to his constitution. He then fixed his gaze intently on the wounds upon his arm. The sensation after the allocation was akin to the previous experience. No novel sensations arose. Yet to Sheng's astonishment, the wounds visibly began to exhibit subtle changes. The redness and swelling surrounding the wounds gradually faded, and then the gashes inflicted by the sharp-toothed rabbit's south claws began to close up, a piercing itch almost compelled him to scratch. But fortunately, within less than a minute, the itch subsided completely. When he gently probed the scabs that had formed, they came away with ease, leaving only faint pink marks in place of any visible injury. How utterly miraculous! This astonishing healing effect left Sheng momentarily speechless. Did this mean that as long as he possessed demon essence, he would no longer need to fear injury? Yet, it wasn't entirely so. Given that his injuries were relatively minor, a mere point of constitution sufficed for healing. More severe wounds would likely require additional demon essence. Nevertheless, even so, with the panel's enhancement, the remarkable speed of recovery felt akin to the rapid regeneration depicted in animated series. To describe it as a divine skill would not be an exaggeration. I knew the panel could not merely be limited to enhancing four-dimensional attributes, he mused. It appears I have yet to uncover its hidden capabilities. Moving forward, he must devise various experimental methods to explore further applications. The discovery that augmenting his constitution could expedite healing left Sheng enveloped in profound excitement. In a world where humanity perpetually battled against a vast number of demon beasts, the current tranquility of cities like Beijing was deceptive, as they could easily be engulfed by a surge of monstrous beasts unleashed by formidable foes. Sheng would inevitably have to join the ranks resisting these beasts, facing unimaginable dangers. However, armed with this life-saving skill, it was as if he had gained countless lives. As long as he possessed sufficient demon essence, he could potentially turn the tables even in dire straits. Chapter 21. Am I being followed? After a hearty meal, Sheng ventured once more into the wilderness. Perhaps due to the multitude of sharp-toothed rabbits he had slain in that area yesterday, it was exceedingly difficult to find any solitary, unfortunate creature today. It took him nearly 3 hours to hunt down 6 of them, thus accumulating an additional point of demon essence. As he traversed the path, he reflected on the reasons for his numerous injuries the previous day. Ultimately, he concluded that it stemmed from his sluggish reactions and speed, though he had significantly enhanced his strength and constitution, resulting in a notable increase in his offensive capabilities. He often found himself sluggish in evading the swift counterattacks of the sharp-toothed rabbits. Consequently, he decided to allocate the newly acquired point of demon essence directly to his agility. To his surprise, he felt his muscle circumference diminish noticeably. His speed and explosive power had seen a significant enhancement. As for other aspects, he had yet to observe any changes. After augmenting his agility, Sheng engaged in some physical activity on the spot, discovering that he had indeed slimmed down considerably. Such transformations filled him with profound satisfaction. Henceforth, regardless of how much physical strength he accumulated, he merely needed to complement it with a certain amount of agility to avoid becoming an overly muscular brute. Furthermore, it would be exceedingly challenging for others to discern the drastic changes in his physique over such a short period. As for his height, he was in the midst of a growth spurt, so a sudden increase in stature was entirely plausible. During subsequent hunts, Sheng's efficiency markedly improved. Another conspicuous change was the noticeable enhancement in his neural reaction speed. He could swiftly respond to the slightest movements of a sharp-toothed rabbit, allowing him to evade its attacks with remarkable agility. The relatively speedy yet low-level demon beast, the sharp-toothed rabbit, found it increasingly difficult to inflict harm upon him. After a day's worth of hunting, Lu Sheng had accumulated a total of 3 demon essence points. He allocated 2 points to his agility, elevating it to 7 points. As for the remaining point, he chose to reserve it for future use, intending to utilize it for rapid recovery in the event of injury. On his way home, Lu Sheng casually glanced back and noticed someone trailing him from a distance. His eyesight was remarkably sharp. Even from 200 to 300 meters away, he could distinctly observe the man donning a cap, seemingly the same individual he had seen the previous day. Could this person be following me? Lu Sheng furrowed his brow, pondering this unsettling thought. Nevertheless, he had no intention of acting rashly, as the individual had not yet exhibited any overt hostility. However, upon returning to his rental after dinner, he discovered that the lock on his door had been tampered with. Gripping his short knife cautiously, he entered to investigate, only to find the place deserted. Yet, it was evident that someone had rummaged through his belongings. He surmised that it was likely connected to the person who had been tailing him. But who could possibly be so idle as to monitor my activities? Lu Sheng lowered his gaze in contemplation, swiftly arriving at a conclusion. It was undoubtedly a member of the Lu family responsible for such antics. After all, his rapid ascent in strength would certainly pique Lu Jintian's curiosity. It was entirely reasonable for that man to dispatch someone to surveil him. He decided it would be prudent to exercise caution in order not to reveal any signs of his advancements. Lu Jintian was a cold-hearted and ruthless individual. Should he discover Lu Sheng's secrets, there was no telling what cruel actions he might take. For the time being, Lu Sheng resolved to endure, knowing that once he gained admission to the martial arts academy, the institution's regard for prodigies would deter even Lu Jintian from acting against him. Only then would he truly be free to soar to great heights. However, there was another matter he had overlooked until now. Lu Sheng suddenly recalled the critical importance of refining his vital essence. Although he had acquired an attribute panel, he ultimately needed to pursue the path of vital essence martial arts. Before advancing to a first-grade martial artist, refining one's vital essence was the most pivotal phase in a martial artist's life. Each refinement significantly increased the purity of one's vital essence, greatly enhancing both combat capability and cultivation potential. Those renowned 9th-grade martial saints had all undergone at least 5 refinements. Completing 5 refinements required a minimum of 280 vitality points. It could be said that the number of refinements directly determined an individual's potential limit and the heights they could achieve. For Lu Sheng, the current vitality points were hardly a concern. He possessed 220 points and needed only an additional 3 points of constitution to reach 280, making surpassing 5 refinements a trivial matter. Nonetheless, the difficulty of refining vital essence increased with each successive attempt. High vitality points alone were not sufficient to guarantee success. Ultimately, one would need to experiment to ascertain how many refinements could be achieved. The method of refining vital essence was quite straightforward. As a martial arts instructor had taught in class, Lu Sheng immediately sat cross-legged on his bed, following the steps outlined by his teacher to commence the refinement process. That evening, when Fu returned to the Lu family to report, Lu Jintian was seated in the living room, conversing with family members. Upon seeing Fu arrive, he unabashedly instructed him to speak in front of everyone. In his view, it was hardly a matter of great significance. Young Master Sheng's dwelling contained nothing but bedding and some personal hygiene items. Today's activities had barely differed from yesterday's. If anything, he had simply become more adept at slaying demon beasts. After observing for another day, there had been no new discoveries. Fu, aware of Lu Jintian's preference for brevity and efficiency, recounted the events in the simplest terms. What is the point of having someone keep tabs on that ungrateful wretch? Isn't that just a waste of resources? Before Lu Jintian could respond, Lin Shuiying, who had been absorbed in her phone, interjected without lifting her head. Lu Sheng currently resides in Jisheng village? It seems that people do indeed gravitate toward their own kind. The useless prefer to associate with the trash. Upon learning that Lu Sheng had rented a house in Jisheng village, Lu Qianru burst into laughter as if she had heard the funniest joke. Slaying demon beasts? He actually went off to hunt demon beasts? Why can't he just patiently wait for the exam? Why must he engage in such perilous activities at a critical moment? I simply cannot comprehend what goes on in his mind. Lu Jiasin wore an expression of exasperation, seemingly distressed over Lu Sheng's choices. Lu Jin's eyes flickered with disappointment, but he consoled himself with the thought that he could afford to wait a bit longer, choosing to remain silent. "Were you all discussing so animatedly?" At that moment, Lu Qinghan descended from upstairs, curious about the commotion in the living room. "Haha, big sister, come here quickly. I'm about to die of laughter." Afu says Lu Sheng is now residing in the messiest, most chaotic Jixiang village and has even ventured outside the city to hunt demon beasts. It's akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom, a surefire way to meet one's end. Upon hearing Lu Qinghan's inquiry, Lu Qianru immediately laughed and explained. "What did you say?" However, Lu Qinghan, upon hearing Lu Qianru's words, felt a sudden jolt, her eyes flashing with anger. Chapter 22. Lu Sheng's diary. I said Lu Sheng lives in Jixiang village and even goes outside the city to hunt demon beasts. What is the problem? Lu Qianru noticed her elder sister's expression had turned unusually serious and quickly suppressed her laughter. Does little Sheng not even have money to rent a proper place? Why is he living in a place like Jixiang village? Lu Qinghan's gaze scanned the others, her tone growing increasingly discontented. He has only 500 yuan for pocket money each month. If he hadn't secretly worked during the holiday to save some, he would probably be sleeping on the streets. Lu Qianru scoffed. If I recall correctly, little Jean receives 100,000 yuan in pocket money each month. Why does little Sheng only have 500? Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghan's anger intensified. She was appalled at the family's blatant favoritism. Isn't it because he has so many flaws? If we give him more money, what if he goes astray? Isn't what I'm doing for his own good? Lin Shuang retorted with a dismissive expression. All right, let us set aside the pocket money issue for now. Has anyone bought Lu Sheng any clothes? He hasn't even had a new outfit in the 3 years he has been living at home. Has he? Lu Qinghan was suddenly a loss for words, her mouth opening and closing without sound. At that moment, she recalled that every time she had seen Lu Sheng, he had been wearing the few sets of school uniforms provided by the institution, prompting her to inquire once more, why should I buy him clothes? Who does he think he is? Lu Qianru rolled her eyes in exasperation. I don't know, isn't Xiao Jin's clothing all bought by Mom? Lu Jiasin replied innocently. Huh? Haven't I ever purchased clothes for him? Wang Ma, do you remember if I've ever bought clothes for Lu Sheng? Lin Shuang, looking bewildered, turned to the maid who was mopping the floor. Wang Ma appeared to be in a dilemma, caught between wanting to speak and hesitating to do so. Just say what's on your mind. Don't be so evasive. Lu Jintian, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected. Young master, Sheng only has 2 sets of uniforms for winter and summer to alternate between. His shoes have been mended several times, and it was I who sewed them up. With Lu Jintian's words, Wang Ma found her courage and spoke candidly. The family's preferential treatment towards their biological son was something even the servants found hard to bear. However, being under the same roof, despite their deep sympathy for the unfortunate child, they dared not speak up. This is unacceptable. Lu Jintian furrowed his brows and shot a cold glance at Lin Shuang. Though he typically paid little attention to family matters, learning that Lu Sheng didn't even possess a decent set of clothing made him feel his wife was indeed being excessive. At that moment, he suddenly understood why Lu Sheng had outright rejected his goodwill. He was harboring profound resentment. Little Sheng is our blood. He is our kin. Have you truly regarded him as family? If you do not wish to treat him as one, why bring him back? After hearing Wang Ma's words, Lu Qinghan's eyes brimmed with tears as she choked out her question to the family. She had worked tirelessly for the Lu family, often returning home late, leaving her little time or energy to attend to Lu Sheng's situation. Yet these people, who were clearly at home every day, paid no heed to Lu Sheng. She simply could not comprehend their mindset. She even seriously suspected that this was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the family's differential treatment towards Lu Sheng. Under Lu Qinghan's questioning, it seemed as though everyone in the room felt a sense of guilt, falling into silence. However, she did not detect even a hint of remorse in their expressions. Wang Ma, do you have a key to Xiao Sheng's room? Please take me to see it. Wiping her tears, Lu Qinghan realized that continuing to blame these people was futile and thus turned to Wang Ma. Upon entering Lu Sheng's room, Lu Qinghan was utterly astonished by the sight within. The entire space measured no more than 5 or 6 square meters. There was merely a single bed, a chair, and a desk, no other furnishings in sight. Has this always been a living space? Lu Qinghan asked, her face a mixture of disbelief. It used to be a storage room. It was only converted into a bedroom after young Master Sheng returned. Wang Ma replied honestly. I remember there are several vacant rooms in the house. Why not let Xiao Sheng live in one of them? Lu Qinghan pressed further. Well, those arranged by Madam, we, the servants, are not privy to such decisions. Wang Ma responded with a sheepish smile. At that moment, Lu Qinghan felt a surge of intense anger within her. She longed to confront her mother, demanding to know why Lu Sheng was treated this way. Yet she also understood Lin Shuang's temperament. She never believed herself to be at fault. Whenever questioned, she could conjure up countless excuses to justify her actions. You may go about your duties. I will remain here for a while. After a long silence, Lu Qinghan finally subdued her anger and spoke to Wang Ma. Once Wang Ma departed, Lu Qinghan sat down on Lu Sheng's bed, discovering that the hard wooden plank was covered by only a thin mattress. There was no actual mattress at all. Sitting there was almost indistinguishable from sitting on the floor. She could scarcely fathom how Lu Sheng had managed to sleep on such a bed for 3 years. On the desk, apart from a few worn-out pens and a cup, there were only some books. Lu Qinghan casually opened the desk drawer and was astonished to find a diary inside. Although she knew it was wrong to invade someone else's privacy, her overwhelming curiosity compelled her to gently take the diary out. Upon opening it and reading the words within, Lu Qinghan's breath caught in her throat. April 22nd, sunny. I am so happy. I am no longer an orphan. My sisters are as beautiful as celestial beings, and my brother is quite handsome as well. Mother is even more lovely than I had dreamed. Unfortunately, I have not met father. April 23rd, overcast. No one is really speaking to me. Perhaps it's because I am new and they are not yet familiar with me. Maybe things will improve with time. The food at home is absolutely delicious. Truly a culinary delight. However, I made a noise while eating too quickly, and mother scolded me, saying it was uncouth. I believe mother is right. I must strive to improve myself so that everyone will like me. April 24th, sunny. My eldest sister is simply my idol. Today she was awarded the title of Outstanding Young Entrepreneur by the government and appeared on television. I am so proud of her. But she works so hard and returns home late every day, which makes my heart ache for her. This evening, I prepared a cup of coffee for her, but I accidentally spilled it while she was busy on a call and got her clothes dirty. Thankfully, she was discussing something important, and although she looked upset, she didn't scold me. I will be more careful next time. April 25th, heavy rain. The whole family went to the temple to pray for blessings. It was my first time participating in such an event. However, on the way back, it seemed everyone forgot about me. I had to walk home in the pouring rain. It was so cold, I think I caught a cold. April 26th, cloudy. My brother broke a precious vase at home, but my fourth sister said that when mother asked about it, she would say it was me who broke it. I initially refused to agree, but my fourth sister promised that if I complied, she would convince mother to buy me a phone. In the end, I agreed. When mother found out, she was furious and whipped me with a rattan stick. Although it hurt a lot, I finally got my own phone, which is the most important thing. Next time I get forgotten, I can use the phone to contact family. Chapter 23. Put away your false affection. Lu Qinghan realized she was already in tears. The diary contained the authentic experiences of Lu Sheng in this family. Having only read a small portion, she found herself unable to continue due to the intensity of her emotions. From those simple, unadorned words, Lu Qinghan could vividly sense her brother's longing for familial affection. Every action he took was so cautious, as if he feared incurring the family's disdain. Yet even so, he seemed superfluous in this household. No one cared for him, leaving him with nothing but harshness and indifference. Lu Qinghan couldn't help but recall that night when Lu Sheng had cautiously offered her a cup of coffee, only for her to impatiently knock it over. Now, reflecting on that moment, she truly felt like a wretched person. Her guilt towards Lu Sheng was at its peak. Even if the others in the family were unwilling to accept him, he was still her brother. She was determined to make amends. Uncertain how much time had passed, Lu Qinghan ceased her weeping clutching the diary tightly to her chest. She silently vowed to never allow Lu Sheng to suffer again. She planned to seek him out at his residence the following day. Even if Lu Sheng was reluctant to return home, at the very least, she could provide him with a comfortable living environment, ensuring his needs were met. She understood that a place like Jixiang village was scarcely fit for human habitation. Another day slipped by, and Lu Sheng had once again accumulated 3 points of demon essence. Of these, 2 points were allocated to strength and 1 to agility, leaving him with a balance of 2 points reserved for his constitution. On his way home, the figure in the hat continued to trail behind him. Lu Sheng chose to ignore it, heading straight home after dinner. The previous night, he had completed the first round of blood refinement, expelling numerous impurities from his blood, which made him feel considerably lighter. After lying on his bed for a brief respite, he prepared to commence the second round of refinement. However, just as he was settling into the process, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Who could it be at this hour? Lu Sheng pondered, suspecting it might be the landlord seeking a word with him. Yet, upon opening the door, he found Lu Qinghan standing there in a long black dress, flanked by 2 imposing bodyguards. "What brings you here?" Lu Sheng inquired coldly, furrowing his brow. "Xiao Sheng." Lu Qinghan looked up to meet Lu Sheng's stern gaze, bewildered by his unexpected height. Particularly, the emotionless depths of his eyes rendered her, a wealthy so, momentarily speechless and flustered. "If there is nothing important, please do not disturb me," Lu Sheng interrupted, his patience for her trivialities waning as he attempted to close the door. "Wait, I am here to apologize," Lu Qinghan implored. "I am truly sorry, Xiao Sheng. My work kept me so preoccupied that I neglected you, allowing you to endure such unfair treatment at home. I promise to treat you well from now on and ensure you suffer no further grievances. Please forgive me, one to you." Lu Qinghan hurriedly wedged herself against the doorframe, preventing Lu Sheng from closing it, her expression earnest. Yet, upon hearing her words, Lu Sheng felt no joy. Rather, a surge of anger welled within him. He couldn't discern whether Lu Qinghan's sentiments were genuine or feigned. He only knew that had this woman awakened to her responsibilities sooner in their past life and expressed such sentiments earlier, he would not have endured such a wretched existence. Now she stood before him, feigning concern, and he found it utterly laughable. "Don't you think it's too late for these words?" he retorted. "Forgive you? Huh. I wouldn't know how to even begin to write that word." Lu Sheng scoffed, unable to fathom how a mere apology could absolve her of her transgressions. Yet, when faced with the situation, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. "I understand you may find it hard to accept my apology at this moment, but I sincerely recognize the mistakes I made in the past. After I lost you, I felt immense guilt. However, upon your return, instead of holding grudges, you welcomed me with warmth. My cold demeanor was simply my inability to face you, and I used work as an excuse to avoid it. So, can you grant me a chance to make amends? It doesn't matter if you don't want to return home. I can provide you with a substantial sum of money to live without worry. Please move out of Jixiang village. I truly worry for you living there." Lu Qinghan's countenance stiffened, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. She had anticipated Lu Sheng's reaction during her journey here. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred, patiently and sincerely explaining herself. "By your reasoning, it seems my warmth was a fault?" Lu Sheng shot back, dismissing her false sincerity. "I am but an orphan. My family perished 15 years ago. Your filthy wealth holds no allure for me. Where I choose to reside is my decision and bears no relation to you. Do not trouble me again." With that, Lu Sheng coldly spat his final words, slamming the door shut with a force that caught Lu Qinghan off guard, sending her sprawling onto the cement floor. The sharp pain in her backside elicited a muffled groan, but paled in comparison to the ache in her heart. Lu Sheng's unyielding rejection felt like a knife cutting through her, and tears streamed down her face in an instant. Yet, she did not believe Lu Sheng was in the wrong. After all, compared to the suffering her brother had endured, this treatment was merely her just deserts. At this moment, Lu Qinghan, embodying remorse and a desire for redemption, would likely have moved the heart of anyone with a softer disposition. After all, this woman held the financial reins of the Lu family. Even Lu Zhentian would require her approval for substantial fund allocations. Her offer of a significant sum for Lu Sheng was no trifling matter. It was a gesture of genuine intent. However, Lu Sheng's previous life had been fraught with misery, and the architect of his suffering was none other than this woman. Had she not lost him, none of the subsequent calamities would have unfolded. This second chance at life, along with his newfound abilities, perhaps represented the heaven's way of offering him a remedy for his regrets. But while he could swallow his own bitterness, he would not allow those who had wronged him to partake in it as well. Now she wished to express remorse. Where was her sincerity all those years ago? Chapter 24. The Ashamed Lu Jiasin. President Lu, are you all right? The two bodyguards rushed to help Lu Qinghan to her feet. I'm fine. Let us go, Lu Qinghan replied, shaking her head, not bothering to brush off the dirt on her dress as she turned away, disheartened. Upon returning home, Lu Jiasin found herself alone in the living room. The rest of the family nowhere in sight. Elder sister, what's wrong? What happened? Lu Jiasin immediately noticed something was amiss with Lu Qinghan, especially with the dirt on her skirt, and hurried over with concern. Come with me, Lu Qinghan said, casting a complex glance at her sister. Although she initially intended to say little, for reasons unknown, she found herself compelled to speak. Lu Jiasin, curious about Lu Qinghan's unusual behavior, did not press further and followed her into Lu Qinghan's room. This is the diary that Sheng forgot to take with him. You should take a look, Lu Qinghan said cautiously, treating the diary as a treasured item as she gently stroked its rough cover before handing it to Lu Jiasin. But for now, do not let anyone else know. A diary? Lu Jiasin regarded her sister with a puzzled expression, astonished that Lu Qinghan had summoned her for such a matter. Unaware of Lu Sheng's habit of journaling, she accepted it without further thought. Curiosity piqued about its contents, though she could guess it likely contained unflattering remarks about her and their family. Go ahead. I'm tired and wish to rest early, Lu Qinghan said, waving her hand at her sister, reminding her once more to keep the matter discreet. Lu Qinghan's admonition was delivered with utmost seriousness, prompting Lu Jiasin to forego a descent to the living room upon exiting and instead retreat to her own chamber. Reclining against the plush comfort of her bed, she absently opened the diary. To her astonishment, the recorded contents were far from what she had anticipated. Initially, the entries seemed benign, yet as she progressed further, an inexplicable discomfort began to churn within her. The words inscribed within bore not a single negative remark about their family. Rather, Lu Sheng expressed profound respect, even admiration, for each member. He perpetually sought ways to integrate into this family, yearning for their approval. Regrettably, the outcome was a series of disappointments. While the entries regarding others may be set aside, those pertaining to her were plentiful, particularly a few pages that ignited a profound sense of shame within her. May 18th. Sunny. My second sister is truly a competent teacher. She possesses a wealth of knowledge and understands many principles of human conduct. Mother often prefers to chastise me directly, yet my second sister imparts wisdom through stories. During my time in the orphanage, no one ever spoke such truths to me. In our home, it seems only my second sister has the patience to guide me, which warms my heart. May 30th, overcast. Today, another incident unfolded at home. Mother's expensive white gown was stained with something unsightly. No one admitted to it, yet all eyes turned to me with suspicion, solely because I had previously entered Mother's room without permission. The accusations flew, yet I steadfastly refused to confess, for I was innocent. Alas, I bore the brunt of blame. My second sister had advised me that a true man must take responsibility. Only a responsible man earns the affection of others. I understood that confessing would bring me unhappiness, yet I yearned for everyone's approval. Ironically, it seemed that they only grew to despise me more. After enduring 3 lashes from a rattan switch, I faced another night devoid of supper. Once again, I would spend the night wrestling with pain and hunger. Similarly, Lu Jiasin could endure only a portion of the entries before she could read no further. Overcome with shame, her face flushed crimson. Lu Sheng's innocence and his unwavering trust in her struck her like a series of resounding slaps across her face. Only she comprehended that her counsel to Lu Sheng had never stemmed from a genuine desire for his enlightenment, but rather from a deep-seated contempt for him. Having grown up in an orphanage, Lu Sheng was perceived as woefully inadequate in comparison to the excellence of every other member of the Lu family. He seemed a mere wretch. Her self-righteousness had led her to display her superiority over her younger brother in such a manner. The notion that she had urged Lu Sheng to admit to transgressions he had not committed was merely a reflection of her belief that only a fool like him would make such foolish mistakes. Thus, with a slight nudge of her intellect, she assumed her dim-witted brother would confess. This tactic had proven infallible in the past. However, upon perusing Lu Sheng's diary, she finally grasped the truth. Lu Sheng was not foolish, but had chosen to place his complete trust in her. This realization left Lu Jiasin feeling like a despicable and shameless wretch. The growing disdain for Lu Sheng among their family was, in no small part, a consequence of her own manipulations, which had led him to confess to numerous misdeeds he had not committed. How had I become such a person? I did not treat others this way. Why do I treat Lu Sheng so differently? Overwhelmed with regret, Lu Jiasin wished for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. It was unfortunate that Lu Sheng had severed ties and departed. Otherwise, she would have rushed to him, offering a sincere apology. She resolved to find an opportunity to express her contrition, should he choose to return home. She vowed never again to treat him as she had before. The following week, Afu continued to monitor Lu Sheng's daily routine as instructed by Lu Jintian. However, the outcome of the surveillance left Lu Jintian profoundly disappointed. Lu Sheng's life was as monotonously regimented as a work schedule, with no suspicious behavior to be observed. Consequently, just 2 days before the crucial examination, Lu Jintian summoned Afu back. Lu Jin was even more disheartened, though it mattered little to him. In fact, Afu's cessation of surveillance over Lu Sheng offered him a unique opportunity. That very night, Lu Jin concocted an excuse to leave home and, after withdrawing some cash from a bank ATM, took a taxi to the central area of Jixiang village, arriving at a billiard hall located in the basement. Through his inquiries, he had learned that Lu Qingwen, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, frequented this establishment nightly. Chapter 25. Help Me Kill Someone. As Lu Jin, burdened with a backpack, entered the smoke-filled billiard hall, his affluent demeanor immediately attracted the attention of the gang members. Lu Jin frowned, feeling somewhat out of place in this environment. "Excuse me, is Boss Lu here today?" He inquired politely of the nearest individual. "What is a little brat like you want with Boss Lu?" "He is not someone you can just meet," the man replied, regarding Lu Jin with a fierce glare. "What is the matter? What does this kid want?" Several burly men adorned with tattoos approached, one of whom, a bald man, coldly asked. "Hey, he says he wants to see Boss Lu," the earlier man said, now somewhat more respectful. "What do you want with Boss Lu?" The bald man gestured towards Lu Jin with a nod of his chin. "Naturally, I have a sum of money to deliver to him," Lu Jin replied, unperturbed. Having completed 5 rounds of martial training, he had become a true warrior and felt confident in his abilities. He regarded these gang members with disdain. "Follow me," the bald man remarked. Having noticed the bulging backpack on Lu Jin's shoulder, quickly realizing that business was afoot, he beckoned Lu Jin to follow him through a dimly lit corridor, leading him into a luxuriously appointed room. Within, a stocky man clad in a floral shirt lounged on a black leather sofa. Lu Jin surmised that this must be Lu Qingwen, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. "Boss, this kid claims he has money for you," the bald man offered respectfully from the doorway. "Oh, sit down and speak," Lu Qingwen said, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he beheld such a handsome young man before him. "Help me kill someone. A student roughly my age. Here, S500,000 as a down payment." Lu Jin opened his backpack, revealing it stuffed to the brim with cash, stating his request bluntly. "For just a student, you offer such a hefty sum? This student's background must be quite remarkable," Lu Qingwen mused. Lu Qingwen merely cast a fleeting glance at the money within the bag, refraining from reaching for it, and instead let out a cold chuckle. "Do not overthink it. He is merely an orphan. Moreover, he currently resides in Jixiang village," Lu Jin stated with a smile. "Residing in Jixiang village? That simplifies matters. I shall take on this task." Upon hearing that the target was merely a destitute individual from Jixiang village, Lu Qingwen hastily agreed without a second thought. After all, What significant influence could someone from Jixiang village possess? Here, he himself was the paramount authority. He lives at number 1264, Minpai Bridge Alley in Jixiang village. Every day, he ventures beyond the city to hunt low-tier demon beasts. I believe it would be more advantageous for you to act there, Lu Jin said, presenting a photograph of Lu Sheng on the table. That would be absolutely perfect. In the wilderness, if someone dies, there is no need to dispose of the body. Those demon beasts will consume it entirely. Lu Qingwen, appearing relaxed, took the bag from Lu Jin with one hand and accepted the photograph with the other. After a cursory glance at the image, he passed it to the bald man standing nearby. Keep a close watch on him. Ensure that this charming little fellow does not escape. Wait until he ventures out of the city tomorrow to seize the opportunity. Bring several firearms to guarantee success. Lu Jin was taken aback by how smoothly the situation was progressing, particularly upon hearing Lu Qingwen's instructions to bring firearms. He could not fathom how Lu Sheng might evade death. I shall await the good news from Boss Lu. Once the task is completed, I will send the remaining funds over. Farewell. Lu Jin had no intention of lingering further and decisively rose to take his leave. Lu Qingwen did not attempt to retain him, allowing Lu Jin to depart. Ensure someone keeps an eye on this lad as well, to ascertain where he resides. He instructed the bald man shortly after Lu Jin's exit. In the dense primordial forest, a robust rabbit, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, charged at a young man clad in a black t-shirt and gray sweatpants as if possessed. Yet, the man appeared remarkably composed, strolling leisurely towards the rabbit. As the rabbit closed in, mere meters away, it abruptly propelled itself forward, doubling its speed in an instant, reaching the man in the blink of an eye. However, just as the rabbit was about to pounce, the man deftly sidestepped. In that fleeting moment of passing, he casually waved his hand, and the rabbit was cleaved in two mid-air, a spurt of thick, sanguine blood erupting forth. As the rabbit thudded to the ground, its limbs twitched a few times before falling still. With agility reaching a score of 15, the rabbit's once proud speed now appeared as if in slow motion to me. My strength now stands at 14. I shall allocate this newly acquired point of demon essence to further enhance my power. The lychee rabbit has become increasingly elusive these past few days. With an examination of martial theory tomorrow, I should gather some more demon essence and return early to see if I can complete the 6th refinement. Lu Sheng, his expression impassive, glanced at the rabbit's corpse and muttered softly, before adeptly opening his panel and allocating a point of demon essence to his strength. Name, Lu Sheng. Wisdom, 5, Strength, 15, Agility, 15, Constitution, 16. Demon essence balance, 3. At that moment, Lu Sheng suddenly turned his gaze towards a direction within the woods. Continuous enhancements to his constitution had sharpened his senses remarkably. Even from several dozen meters away, he discerned the sound of hurried footsteps rapidly approaching. Squinting into the distance, he indeed spotted 5 burly men, one of whom sported a gleaming bald head. Initially, Lu Sheng did not pay them much heed, assuming they were hunters leaving the city. However, upon closer inspection, he noted something amiss. None of them bore any hunting equipment. 3 brandished black handguns, while the other 2 wielded glinting machetes. He could distinctly see various tattoos adorning their bare arms, clearly indicating they were gang members. In the wilderness, a group of armed thugs approached him with a clear intent. Lu Sheng harbored serious doubts that they were not here for friendly purposes. He swiftly concealed himself behind a sturdy tree, climbing it with the agility of a nimble monkey, and carefully observed the men. Hey, I distinctly saw him right here. How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? Are you certain he is the person in the photograph? Absolutely. I've followed him from Jixiang village all the way here. Could he have noticed us hiding? Hurry, search thoroughly. If we fail to eliminate him today, Boss Lu will see to our demise. The 5 men soon arrived at the spot where Lu Sheng had just been. Yet upon reaching the location, they lost track of him and began to converse in hushed tones. Chapter 26. Too bad it's futile. All right. They truly have come to kill me. I shall see if you possess the capability. Lu Sheng's eyes turned icy, his heart brimming with murderous intent. Without needing to ponder extensively, he deduced that it was undoubtedly that scoundrel Lu Jin who had hired assassins to kill him. In this world, aside from him, no one else harbored such motives. The assassins dispersed, meticulously searching every corner of the forest, edging ever closer to Lu Sheng. Among them, the three gunmen posed a significant threat. For low-tier martial artists, firearms could inflict fatal harm, even though he could accelerate his healing by enhancing his constitution. A bullet to the head would likely leave him no chance for recovery. Thus, these gunmen needed to be dealt with as a priority. At that moment, one of the gunmen had approached the base of the tree where Lu Sheng concealed himself. Lu Sheng silently leapt down, unnoticed by the man. Before his feet even touched the ground, his razor-sharp alloy dagger had already sliced through the man's throat. "He here. Open fire." The assailant's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his neck, his grip slackening as his firearm clattered to the ground. Lu Sheng was prepared to retrieve the fallen weapon. But unfortunately, he was spotted by another assailant from a different direction. He swiftly ducked behind a tree just as the sharp crack of gunfire erupted. With his agility now at an impressive 15, his speed, reflexes, and explosive power surpassed ordinary comprehension. In movement, he surpassed even a cheetah. To think that someone could hit him with a handgun was nothing short of a fantasy. Be cautious. It's a tricky situation. Surround him from both sides. The bald gunman barked, his voice laced with urgency as he observed his comrade's misfortune. Lu Sheng, concealed behind the tree, swiftly assessed the positions of the other two gunmen. In an open area, it would indeed be challenging to eliminate them. However, amidst this dense forest, with an abundance of trees to serve as cover, he was virtually invincible. After plotting a rough route for his movements, Lu Sheng rapidly began to advance towards the other gunmen. Each movement took less than a second, allowing him to reach another tree 10 meters away, all without any running start. "Haiga, he is too fast." Another gunman, sporting a head of yellow hair, shouted in a panic. Every movement made by Lu Sheng appeared to him as mere shadows flitting through the dense foliage. In a moment of desperation, the blond-haired man fired several shots, yet he failed to graze even a hair on Lu Sheng. Haiga was not much better off, his bald head glistening with sweat as he cautiously aimed his gun in Lu Sheng's direction. They had anticipated that this assignment, which involved eliminating a mere student, would be a straightforward task. Even if the target were a first-rate martial artist, 3 guns should have sufficed. However, they were caught off guard by the individual's remarkable vigilance. Long before they could approach, he had already concealed himself and prepared to launch a surprise attack. What was even more astonishing was the speed at which he moved, a speed that made even Lu Qingwen, a second-rate martial artist, seem sluggish in comparison. No wonder that young man had been so generous, offering a deposit of 500,000. This was no ordinary student. He was evidently a formidable martial artist. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Haigu realized that, faced with such a situation, even the gun in his hand failed to provide a semblance of security. "Stay calm, conserve your bullets, and wait until he draws closer before firing," he instructed. Yet, he quickly noticed that the individual continued to evade their shots, seemingly intent on wasting their ammunition. He reminded his comrades loudly that their supply was limited. If they exhausted their bullets without eliminating the target, they would be as defenseless as strong children before a martial artist. "Oh," he reacted so swiftly, Lu Sheng thought, somewhat surprised. Indeed, one of his objectives was to deplete their ammunition, but his ultimate aim was to close the distance between himself and the gunman. Now, he was less than 20 meters away from the blond-haired man, a distance that felt almost trivial. After pinpointing his position, Lu Sheng suddenly accelerated, sprinting towards a tree in the blonde's vicinity before swiftly changing direction. The blonde, in sheer panic, fired wildly, attempting to hit Lu Sheng. Meanwhile, Haigo was not idle. He carefully aimed at Lu Sheng's moving figure and fired several shots. Unfortunately, Lu Sheng's movements were far too unpredictable, making it impossible for them to anticipate his next position. The result was that their guns soon ran dry, emitting a series of empty clicks. The blonde, his face a mask of terror, fumbled in his pocket for a magazine to reload. However, Lu Sheng would not let such an opportunity slip by. With another powerful leap, he closed the gap and swiftly plunged his dagger into the blonde's chest multiple times, then sliced across his throat. The blonde collapsed as though all strength had been drained from his body, gasping and twitching on the ground, reminiscent of the demon rabbits Lu Sheng had hunted. With the blood splattered from his blade, only one gunman remained, along with two others armed with knives. Lu Sheng, now devoid of any intention to evade, calmly approached the bald man. "What should we do?" The two knife wielders stammered, their faces pale. They had committed numerous crimes over the years, but they had never encountered such a fierce opponent. Having emptied 2 magazines, they had not even managed to graze his clothing before losing 2 of their own. Haigu fumbled to reload his magazine, but facing the calm, advancing figure of the young man, he was consumed by fear. He yearned to turn and flee, but knew that given the speed of his adversary, turning his back would only lead to a quicker demise. Perhaps a desperate fight might offer a glimmer of hope. "We must stick together and confront him fiercely," Haigu commanded, his expression hardened. Upon receiving the order, his 2 subordinates rushed to his side. Lu Sheng observed this scene, showing no inclination to intervene, continuing his measured approach towards them. Not even attempt to evade. "Do you truly consider my gun a mere toy?" Lu Sheng's dismissive demeanor infuriated the top gunman under Lu Qingwen. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon again, squinting to aim at Lu Sheng, and fired once more. Chapter 27. I swear I will not kill you. The gunfire echoed through the dense forest. However, Haiji's complexion turned ashen, his hand trembling involuntarily around the gun. He had aimed precisely at his target, and, at such a short distance, missing was inconceivable. Yet, to his horror, each time he pulled the trigger, that young man effortlessly twisted his body, evading the bullets. Even as he fired repeatedly, it had no effect. It was as if the adversary could predict the trajectory of the bullets. With each evaded shot, the distance between them diminished. Haigu felt a chill run down his spine, engulfed by a profound sense of despair. "You have 2 bullets left. If you fail to hit him now, you will perish here," he thought. Lu Sheng continued his steady advance, his expression unperturbed. To him, the armed assailant was not a threat seeking to take his life, but rather a child with a squirt gun, playfully engaging with him. Lu Sheng possessed no supernatural foresight. Rather, through extensive training and enhancements, his sensory perception and neural response had surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Haiji's actions appeared to him almost in slow motion. Thus, he merely needed to rely on keen observation and exceptional reflexes to evade these sporadic attacks. "Stay back. Our leader from the Black Tiger Gang is a second-rate martial artist. He knows who you are. If you dare to kill us, he will not let you off easily," Haigu shouted, his voice trembling as he pointed the gun at Lu Sheng. He indeed had 2 bullets left, but this was now his final lifeline. Unless he was certain of hitting his target, he dared not fire again. The Black Tiger Gang. You lot are truly bothersome," Lu Sheng replied coldly, realizing the extent of their connection. After today, he and the Black Tiger Gang had forged a deep-seated enmity. If he did not eliminate these men completely, there was no telling what actions these desperate individuals might take against him in the future. "If you let us go, I will plead with Lu to spare you. Do not act impulsively and make a grave mistake." Haigu continued to shout in a panic as Lu Sheng remained unmoved. "No need for that. Your leader will personally come to plead with me," Lu Sheng scoffed. Even in such dire circumstances, they still attempted to intimidate him with such pathetic tactics. As if he could be frightened. With that, he began to lunge toward Haigu, closing the distance of less than 10 meters in an instant. In his panic, Haigu managed to fire a shot, but the glint of cold steel flashed before his eyes as he watched in horror as his hand, still gripping the gun, was severed at the elbow, falling freely to the ground. The 2 knife wielders immediately swung their blades at Lu Sheng. However, after the cold light flashed twice more, 2 arms fell to the ground simultaneously. My hand!" The shrill cries of agony echoed continuously. All 3 men clutched their severed limbs, wailing in despair. "Silence. I have a few questions for you. Those who answer correctly may be spared," Lu Sheng admonished, furrowing his brow. "Feel free to ask. I will divulge everything I know. As long as you spare our lives," one of the men responded, his desperation palpable. The 3 initially fell silent, but one quickly spoke up, driven by an intense will to survive. "Where is the Black Tiger Gang's stronghold? How many people and guns are there? What does your leader usually show up?" Lu Sheng inquired, firing off 3 questions at once while scrutinizing their expressions for any signs of deceit. In the Black Yao Pool Club on the main street of Sheng Village, Boss Liu is there every night, and there are usually over 30 people present. We have a dozen guns, all managed by Boss Liu, but they're rarely used, the first speaker revealed, hastily divulging all he knew before the other 2 could even respond, leaving them dumbfounded by his eagerness to surrender everything. "I'm afraid you 2 were too slow," Liu Sheng remarked, twirling his knife with a detached demeanor. "Wait, I know more. If you spare my life, I can tell you everything. I know where Brother Hai hides his money. Just promise not to kill me." Brother Hai interjected urgently. "Very well. I swear I shall not kill you. Should I break this oath, may I be struck by lightning. Now, speak quickly." Liu Sheng's eyes glimmered with intrigue, as this was indeed valuable information. After all, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang must die, but losing his money would be a tremendous loss. In Boss Liu's office, there is a hidden chamber behind the desk. He prefers cash, and all his earnings are stored there, currently amounting to over $1 million. No one else knows about this but me. Hearing Liu Sheng's solemn vow, Brother Hai sighed in relief, for oaths in this world sometimes proved quite effective. Is that all? A mere $1 million? For a gang leader involved in drug trafficking, that seems rather paltry. Liu Sheng expressed his dissatisfaction upon learning of the Black Tiger Gang leader's modest sum. "All the money I previously earned was spent on blood-enhancing potions, which is why there's so little left," Brother Hai quickly explained. Liu Sheng pondered. If he could obtain that $1 million, he wouldn't have to worry about his livelihood for the next few years, which could indeed be considered an unexpected windfall. "And you? Do you have anything else to add?" Liu Sheng turned to the last man, who appeared utterly despondent. I know Boss Liu is keeping a beautiful female streamer. She lives at—" The man trembled as he spoke, his body shaking uncontrollably, even wetting himself in terror. "You can die," Liu Sheng interrupted, losing interest before the man could finish his sentence. With a merciless thrust, he plunged his knife into the man's heart, gently pushing him down onto the ground. "Can we leave now?" The cold-bloodedness of Liu Sheng left the 2 gangsters, who had taken many lives, paralyzed with fear. Brother Hai, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm, pitifully inquired about Liu Sheng's intentions, terrified that this formidable figure might suddenly turn on him. "Leave? I only said I wouldn't kill you. When did I ever say you could go?" Liu Sheng raised an eyebrow, perplexed at their misunderstanding. "Are you going back on your word?" Brother Hai shouted in indignation. "Please, spare me." The remaining gangster fell to his knees in desperate supplication. "I have sworn not to kill you, and I shall keep my word. However, in this wilderness teeming with beasts, unexpected events are quite common," Liu Sheng grinned. Having just slain 3 men, the scent of blood wafted through the air, carried by the gentle breeze to far-off distances. He had sensed the approach of beasts while questioning them, a considerable number of which were likely low-tier, pack-hunting creatures. Thus, even without personally slaying them, there was no chance of the 2 surviving. Yet, to prevent them from alerting the Black Tiger Gang, Liu Sheng felt compelled to slightly violate his vow, swiftly severing the remaining hand of both men. "You will die a miserable death, you despicable liar." They screamed in a frenzy of curses directed at Liu Sheng. As their curses echoed, he noticed a horde of giant, red-furred rats converging upon them, drawn by the scent of blood. "Looks like you have some friends coming to visit. Do be welcoming." Liu Sheng pointed towards the approaching horde, feigning sympathy. These creatures were far more vicious than the vicious-toothed rabbits, leaving little room for any living beings in their wake. Even he usually kept his distance from them. The 2 men, having lost 2 hands, were already bleeding profusely. With such ferocious beasts in pursuit, there was no hope for survival. "You bastard!" Brother Hai cursed as he spotted the crimson figures racing towards them. In utter despair, he stumbled and fled. The other man dared not utter a sound, stumbling after Brother Hai, perhaps believing that if he could outrun him, he might escape. Liu Sheng did not impede their flight, nor was there any need to. He swiftly leaped into a tree, moving gracefully like a nimble monkey, following closely behind them to ensure no unforeseen circumstances arose. The red-furred giant rats were extraordinarily swift, comparable to a full-speed hunting dog. In no time, they caught up with the fleeing duo. As he witnessed them being overwhelmed and torn apart, Liu Sheng finally felt a sense of relief. hastily departing the area before it turned into chaos. Those red-furred rats were not a threat he intended to confront. After such an ordeal, Lu Sheng chose not to retrace his steps, but instead took a longer route into the city from another direction. He purchased new clothing, along with a mask and a cap, and did not return to Jishang village until nightfall, taking a taxi to his destination. The Black Yao Pool Club was easily located, and Lu Sheng quietly observed from across the street, noting that it was filled with gang members. Ordinary folks would avoid this place like the plague. Around 9 o'clock, as the flow of patrons diminished, Lu Sheng decided to make his move. Descending a long flight of stairs, he pushed open a heavy wooden door. Upon standing at the entrance, the entire pool hall lay before him, shrouded in smoke as if it were a realm of fantasy. Gang members were engaged in games at several pool tables, while others lounged in a haze, some clearly addicted. Lu Sheng counted roughly 30 individuals, though he wondered if more lurked within. "What are you doing? Why are you blocking the door?" A peculiar man, shrouded in layers of clothing that obscured even his visage, soon captured the attention of several onlookers. One individual, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of a hedgehog, pointed at Lu Sheng and berated him. Yet, Lu Sheng paid him no mind. His gaze fell upon a 2-finger-thick iron chain discarded by the door. Without a moment's hesitation, he picked it up and tightly wound it around the doorknob. This was intended to thwart any sudden intrusions from the outside, as well as to prevent potential threats from within. "What are you doing? Why are you locking the door? This is the territory of the Black Tiger Gang. Are you seeking death?" Another man, a burly figure with a ponytail, observed Lu Sheng's actions and, wielding a cue stick, approached him with a torrent of curses. Lu Sheng, maintaining his silence, stepped forward to meet him, just as they were a few meters apart. An alloy dagger unexpectedly slipped from Lu Sheng's sleeve, landing directly in his grasp. The man's eyes flickered with a brief glimmer of astonishment before Lu Sheng lunged forward, thrusting the blade decisively into his throat. The gleaming tip of the knife pierced through, and the man's eyes bulged in disbelief. With a casual push, Lu Sheng sent him tumbling to the ground. This sudden turn of events left all witnesses utterly astonished. No one had anticipated that someone would dare to stride into the territory of the Black Tiger Gang and commit murder so brazenly. The pool hall fell silent for a heartbeat before, spurred by an unseen catalyst. An enraged shout erupted, "Kill that son of a dog." Following this rallying cry, the members of the Black Tiger Gang, stirred to action, retrieved various knives and axes from beneath the pool tables and surged towards Lu Sheng. Despite being besieged by dozens, Lu Sheng remained unfazed. He took a step forward and sent the foremost assailant flying with a powerful kick, toppling several others in his wake. Utilizing the pool tables as cover, he deftly maneuvered through the chaos, rendering the numerical advantage of the Black Tiger Gang ineffective. Anyone who crossed paths with him fell victim to a precise strike, and within mere seconds, over 10 adversaries lay incapacitated on the floor. The hall was filled with a cacophony of curses and anguished cries. As the number of wounded increased, Lu Sheng grew increasingly at ease, slipping through the fray like an elusive eel, leaving the gang members unable to even graze the hem of his garments. Once a significant portion of the gang lay defeated, someone finally grasped the gravity of the situation and rushed to inform Lu Qingwen, who remained blissfully unaware. "Boss, trouble. A skilled fighter has stormed in, killing without provocation. The brothers can't hold on any longer." Just before the underling burst into Lu Qingwen's office, the latter had been preoccupied with calls to Haigu and others. The unanswered calls hinted at trouble, yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was alerted to the murderous intruder. "What? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Lu Qingwen's voice was a mix of shock and fury as he slammed his palm on the table and dashed outside. Chapter 29. Despair deepens upon his arrival in the hall. Lu Qingwen was utterly taken aback by the grim spectacle before him. The pool hall, once bustling, now stood devoid of all but a tall man clad in black, wearing a cap and mask. The floor was strewn with bodies, most lying motionless, while a few emitted faint groans of agony, suggesting their time was drawing near. "Who the hell are you?" Lu Qingwen's voice was a thunderous growl, his eyes burning with rage. Here lay his finest subordinates, all effortlessly dispatched by this solitary figure. Astonishingly, the assailant bore not a single tear in his clothing. nor any visible wounds. Even he, a second-tier martial artist, would struggle to withstand such a relentless onslaught. Naturally, I am the one who intends to kill you. Will you do it yourself, or shall I take care of it for you? Lu Sheng casually waved his dagger towards Lu Qingwen, exuding a tone of disdain. Yet, beneath his nonchalance lay no underestimation of his opponent. Once a martial artist completes the refining of their vital energy, they must then fortify their entire skeletal structure, followed by their internal organs. The commencement of upper limb refinement signifies entry into the first tier, enabling the martial artist to harness their vital energy to unleash strength far beyond their physical capabilities. Completing the upper limb refinement and progressing to the lower limbs indicates entry into the second tier. The fortitude of the bones refined through vital energy increases significantly, and the purer the vital energy, the higher the quality of the resulting bones. The hierarchy of bone quality ranges from iron, copper, silver, gold, to jade. It's important to note that the classification pertains to appearance rather than material composition. In reality, as quality improves, the strength of the bones differs vastly, leading to significant disparities in combat capabilities. Generally, ninth-tier martial saints possess golden bones, though a few exceptionally formidable individuals have attained jade bone status. There are even legendary accounts of bones as translucent as crystal, yet such tales remain unproven to this day. While Lu Qingwen had reached the second tier, Lu Sheng could not ascertain the quality of his bones, but he was certain that Lu Qingwen's limbs were exceptionally sturdy. Moreover, the strength he could unleash through his vital energy would undoubtedly surpass Lu Sheng's. Although Lu Sheng's physique was robust, engaging Lu Qingwen in a direct confrontation without refining would likely lead to his disadvantage. Fortunately, his agility provided him with a distinct advantage, making it prudent to exploit his strengths against Lu Qingwen's weaknesses. How dare you underestimate me? Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? Once I subdue you, you will learn the meaning of cruelty. Lu Qingwen's indignation surged. As a second-tier martial artist, he could hardly tolerate such disdain. Since the assailant refused to reveal his identity, he resolved to maim him first and inquire later. With a furious shout, he charged at Lu Sheng. The heavy thuds of his steps shattered the marble floor beneath him, radiating an unyielding momentum. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, discerning the telltale signs of impending danger from Lu Qingwen's advancing strides. Gripping his dagger, he bent slightly, resembling a poised cheetah ready to pounce. As Lu Qingwen drew nearer, Lu Sheng's gaze fell upon a lifeless body on the ground. With a powerful kick, he sent it soaring towards Lu Qingwen. The corpse, robust in life and weighing at least 170 to 80 pounds, hurtled through the air, momentarily halting Lu Qingwen's advance as he instinctively pushed it aside. In that fleeting instant, Lu Sheng seized the opportunity, delivering a forceful kick to Lu Qingwen's abdomen, sending him crashing backward onto a pool table. As Lu Sheng surged forward once more, Lu Qingwen grimaced, quickly regaining his footing and retaliating with a powerful kick. Aware of his opponent's strength and footwork, Lu Sheng sidestepped the attack, narrowly evading the blow that sent a nearby pool table tumbling to the ground. The destructive power wielded by a second-tier martial artist, empowered by vital energy, was indeed formidable. However, Lu Qingwen's speed was akin to that of a tortoise, rendering him unable to land a hit on Lu Sheng. This passage recounts Lu Sheng's assessment following his initial assault on Lu Qingwen. A person of exceedingly slow speed posed little threat to him. With his concerns swiftly set aside, Lu Sheng advanced boldly. After deftly evading a powerful punch, he thrust his short blade with lightning speed into Lu Qingwen's unguarded side. Despite being a second-tier martial artist, Lu Qingwen appeared unfazed by the wound, merely grunting before launching a more ferocious counterattack. Beneath his ironclad physique, even the once formidable solid-wood billiard tables crumbled like mere tofu under the impact of his strikes. Any contact with his fists or feet resulted in immediate destruction. Lu Sheng displayed remarkable patience against such an adversary. If one blade failed, he would deliver two, and if two were insufficient, then 20 would suffice. After exchanging numerous blows, Lu Qingwen's floral shirt was thoroughly drenched in blood. As the blood flowed profusely, even a martial artist of his caliber found his strength waning. Why? Why was this young man so swift? It felt as if he could foresee all of Lu Qingwen's movements, rendering him unable to land a blow. Desperation mounted within Lu Qingwen. It had been years since he had engaged in such a genuine life-or-death struggle. His previous opponents had chosen to confront him head-on, ultimately succumbing to his might. Yet this individual was like a cunning assassin, evading his every attempt to strike. Frustratingly, Lu Qingwen couldn't even graze the hem of his opponent's clothing. If this continued, his demise was inevitable. Wait. The Black Tiger Gang has no enmity with you. Could there be some misunderstanding? He pleaded, panic etched across his face as he leaned against the billiard table, gesturing frantically. Do you recall sending a few subordinates out of the city to kill someone today? Lu Sheng inquired coldly. Huh? Could that person be you? Lu Qingwen gasped in astonishment. Given the nature of the inquiry, there was no room for alternative explanations. Who ordered you to do this? How much did he pay? Lu Sheng pressed further. A very handsome young man. He resides in Villa 1245 in the western part of the city. I was completely deceived by that scoundrel. He told me that the target was merely a poor student living in Jisheng village. Had I known I was to assassinate a formidable master like you, I wouldn't have accepted even 10 million. Lu Qingwen was nearing tears. At the time, when the man offered 1 million to eliminate a student, he found it odd. He never anticipated that the target would be such a ruthless individual. The Black Tiger Gang merely sought to eliminate him, yet he was determined to eradicate the entire gang. Chapter 30. A Bountiful Harvest. Since you have already laid hands on me, this can no longer be deemed a misunderstanding. If it weren't for my own capabilities, any other impoverished student would have undoubtedly fallen victim to your treachery. Learning that Lu Jin had only offered 1 million for his life, Lu Sheng internally cursed the miserly offspring, vowing to settle the score later. However, he had no intention of letting Lu Qingwen, a detestable scoundrel, escape. These individuals were stained with the blood of countless innocents. Eliminating them would serve the greater good. After sustaining several wounds, blood flowed freely from Lu Qingwen's body. Following the failed negotiation, he descended into a final state of despair and madness. Like a cornered beast, he roared in rage, seizing the billiard balls from the table and hurling them at Lu Sheng. Yet he lacked both strength and accuracy, barely able to maintain his footing. Most of the time, Lu Sheng need not even dodge, as Lu Qingwen could hardly land a hit. As Lu Qingwen exhausted the last of the billiard balls on the table and turned to another, Lu Sheng seized the opportunity, swiftly approaching from behind and plunging his blade into the back of Lu Qingwen's skull. The moment he withdrew the knife, Lu Qingwen, a second-tier martial artist and gang leader, collapsed to the ground like a rag doll. Regardless of whether he still drew breath, Lu Sheng delivered several more strikes to the fallen figure. Only after ensuring that the entire billiard hall harbored no survivors did Lu Sheng feel at ease as he ventured deeper into the establishment. He kicked open every door he encountered, meticulously searching to prevent any potential escapees. His caution proved fruitful. Within one cabinet, he discovered a trembling lackey. The moment Lu Sheng opened the door, the individual was so terrified that he lost control of his bodily functions, unable to utter a word of plea. Lu Sheng, uninterested in engaging in conversation, swiftly dealt with him. Once he confirmed that no living soul remained in the billiard hall, he finally entered Lu Qingwen's opulent office. After knocking on the wall with the hilt of his knife, he indeed uncovered a hidden chamber. The room was small, barely 4 square meters. On the walls hung over a dozen handguns, though none were particularly formidable. Aside from pistols, there were only small-caliber hunting rifles. Against the wall stood a small cabinet, which was not locked. Upon opening it, Lu Sheng found several large bags containing white powder, likely a form of narcotic. In the bottom drawer lay a glass vial filled with a blue, translucent liquid. The label on the vial read Type 2 Blood Enhancement Potion. Lu Sheng recognized this substance. Particularly, this variant was valued at 20 million per bottle. Injecting a dose could increase one's blood vitality by at least 200 points. However, such a potion was unsuitable for novices, and even martial artists below the 3rd tier could not safely utilize it. This was also the reason Lu Qingwen had yet to use it. His current physique could not withstand the sudden surge in vitality. Naturally, Lu Sheng could not utilize it either. Nevertheless, keeping it for future personal use or for sale will be highly advantageous. Beside the wall stood a box of palms width and over a meter high. Upon opening it, Lu Sheng discovered a long knife. Drawing it from its sheath, he noted its entirely black blade, which felt substantial in his hand, clearly indicating its exceptional quality. With his recently enhanced strength, the previous alloy short blade now felt feather-light, almost like a toy knife. This new blade seemed tailor-made for him, and Lu Sheng found himself quite enamored with it. A mere casual swing rendered a nearby cabinet neatly sliced in two, its sharpness astonishing. Lastly, Lu Sheng noticed a large backpack and a suitcase on the floor. Unsurprisingly, upon opening them, he found them filled with cash. The amount appeared to align closely with the over 1 million mentioned by the bald man. After transferring the money from the suitcase into the backpack, he carefully stowed the potion as well. Clutching the box containing the knife, Lu Sheng exited the hidden chamber. Finding a lighter on Lu Qingwen's desk, he ignited everything within the room that could easily catch fire. He repeated this process in other rooms, ultimately setting the entire billiard hall ablaze. Once he unfastened the iron chain at the entrance and waited for the flames to grow, he leisurely departed as if nothing had transpired. Upon returning to his rented accommodation to retrieve his identification, Lu Sheng resolved not to continue residing there. After changing his attire and exiting Jixiang village, he promptly hailed a taxi to the vicinity of the examination venue for the following day and checked into a hotel. The first day of the examination was dedicated to theoretical assessments. Lu Sheng's prior studies had not been particularly commendable. He inscribed all that he knew and, once permitted to submit his paper, exited the examination hall prematurely. The martial arts candidates had no examinations scheduled for the afternoon of the first day. Upon returning to his hotel, Lu Sheng first visited a bank to procure a new card, depositing all his funds therein. He then proceeded to the commercial center in the main urban district, where he purchased the latest model of a mobile phone along with several sets of high-quality sportswear. Finally, he visited a barbershop to acquire a sharp and polished hairstyle. Having earned his money through sheer effort, he expended it without a hint of guilt. After a complete transformation from head to toe, Lu Sheng stood before the mirror, nearly unrecognizable. Over the course of the past 10 days, through relentless enhancement, his transformation was significantly more pronounced than before. He marveled at the astonishing interface that had truly allowed him to undergo a metamorphosis. The second day of examinations heralded the main event. Each candidate was required to triumph over as many opponents as possible in the preliminary rounds to accumulate higher scores. According to the examination protocol, candidates were classified into 3 tiers, B and C, based on their vitality score at the time of registration. A score below 180 classified one as C tier, 180 to 210 as B tier, and above 210 as A tier. This year's cohort in Beijing City comprised a total of 562 candidates, with nearly 6,000 falling into the C tier, while just over 2,000 were classified as B tier. The elite A tier candidates numbered fewer than 500. However, these figures were not absolute. A candidate in the C tier could advance to B tier by achieving 15 consecutive victories or accumulating 100 points, while a transition from B tier to A tier required 10 consecutive victories or 75 points. The first day of assessments focused on the largest group, the C tier. At 7 a.m., when Lu Sheng arrived at the examination center, numerous students were already gathered in the designated area. They were subsequently led by instructors for a blood test and to receive their examination wristbands. Lu Sheng struggled to locate his class's group. To his surprise, neither his homeroom teacher, Jiang Chunhua, nor his classmates recognized him. "Excuse me, which school and class are you from? Have you taken a wrong turn?" Eventually, Jiang Chunhua could not contain her curiosity and approached the back of the line to inquire. Chapter 31. The examination officially commences. "Teacher Jiang, it's me, Lu Sheng." Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Jiang Chunhua did not recognize him. Oh my God, he is actually Lu Sheng? She was stunned by the transformation. In that designer attire, I assumed he was some affluent student from another school who had mistakenly wandered in. How could he have suddenly become so handsome? I am utterly flabbergasted. His face bore a striking resemblance to the Lu Sheng they once knew, yet it was markedly different. Could he truly not be Lu Sheng's twin brother? Setting aside his facial features, his physique was equally impressive, with broad shoulders and a slim waist. His body proportioned to perfection, truly a model in every sense. As Lu Sheng spoke, his classmates erupted in astonishment, unable to believe this was the Lu Sheng they once knew. What? You're Lu Sheng? Jiang Chunhua was equally astonished. The last time she had seen Lu Sheng during registration, although he had undergone some changes. Nothing compared to his current transformation. He seemed like an entirely different person. Jiang Chunhua began to question the authenticity of his identity. However, recalling that a pre-examination blood test would soon confirm his identity, she reassured herself that there was no possibility of impersonation. Yet, she remained curious about what experiences Lu Sheng had undergone in recent days to instigate such a dramatic change. The other students were equally eager to inquire about Lu Sheng's transformation, but their previous interactions with him had not been particularly amicable. Furthermore, Lu Sheng had always exuded an air of aloofness, making them hesitant to approach him despite their burning curiosity. After a brief wait, Jiang Chunhua led the group to undergo the pre-examination blood test, which also served to prevent candidates from using prohibited substances on the day of the exam. Additionally, the vitality scores recorded during registration had already been linked to each candidate's DNA information. This subsequent blood test would provide another layer of identity verification, effectively eliminating the possibility of impersonation. Upon passing the test, each candidate received an electronic wristband to track their examination information, including scores and rankings in the preliminary rounds. The rules of the preliminary rounds were straightforward. The examination lasted a total of 8 hours, during which the system would randomly select 2 candidates to compete against each other. In each 3-minute bout, a victory earned 3 points, a tie 1 point, and a loss none. All candidates were required to accumulate as many points as possible within the allotted time. This assessment format posed a significant challenge to each candidate's combat prowess, stamina, and recovery abilities. Those faced with formidable opponents were advised to concede gracefully, ensuring they sustained no injuries. As long as they remained unscathed, they had the opportunity to confront weaker opponents for higher scores. After each match, candidates were encouraged to replenish their energy to recover, never pushing themselves to compete consecutively without rest. As the examination loomed closer, Jiang Chunhua continued to impart her advice, reminding everyone of various precautions to take. While the others listened attentively, Lu Sheng appeared somewhat distracted. The notion of competing against second-tier martial artists did not pique his interest in the slightest. The competition arena was a vast stadium segmented into numerous small squares. C-tier candidates were required to determine the victor within these precisely 10-square-meter platforms. As the wristbands vibrated, a stream of information appeared on each candidate's display screen. They were instructed to locate their designated competition platform. Lu Sheng's first opponent was a robust young man with dark skin, whose stature was comparable to Lu Sheng's, but whose physique was considerably more imposing. With thick lips and a countenance reminiscent of a gorilla, he stood opposite Lu Sheng, brimming with eagerness. After the examiners confirmed both contestants' information and inquired if they were ready, the match commenced. When a young man observed Lu Sheng standing still, lacking any defensive posture, a glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes. "Watch out," he shouted, charging forward with the intention of striking first. The examiner, witnessing Lu Sheng's immobility, shook his head in resignation. He had encountered many candidates exhibiting similar nervousness. For an ordinary person, the 10-square-meter platform was already quite small, let alone for these seasoned martial arts candidates. In just 2 strides, the young man closed the distance to Lu Sheng, winding up for a powerful haymaker, aiming to conclude the fight with a single, forceful blow. At that moment, Lu Sheng, who had remained still until now, finally made his move. He casually stepped to the right, evading the young man's decisive punch, which ultimately swung wide. With remarkable speed, Lu Sheng's left hand, fingers poised like a blade, struck the opponent's side neck with a casual yet lethal precision. The speed was so swift that neither the opponent nor the examiner had time to react. thud, immediately following Lu Sheng's first opponent. The contender collapsed face down like a robot deprived of power. From the commencement of the match to its conclusion, not even 10 seconds had elapsed. Medical team, hurry to Arena 1428. A candidate has lost consciousness. The examiner stood stunned for a full 2 seconds before regaining composure, rushing over to assess the situation of the fallen student, while simultaneously calling for medical assistance via the intercom. Try pinching the philtrum. They should merely be unconscious, I hope. Lu Sheng looked down in astonishment at the candidate, who had their mouth slightly ajar and eyes tightly shut, appearing to be in a deep slumber. The force he had just exerted was barely a fraction of his capacity, yet the outcome was astonishingly severe. The current state of affairs was evidently much graver than he had anticipated. Even Lu Sheng himself was uncertain whether the individual was simply in a faint. The examiner, believing in Lu Sheng's words, pressed firmly on the candidate's philtrum, yet there was no sign of awakening. How could such a monstrous student be permitted to participate in a C-level examination? Was this not a form of bullying? The registration team must have been negligent in their assessment. After numerous futile attempts, the examiner cast a resentful glance at Lu Sheng. Although he hadn't seen the exact details of Lu Sheng's actions, he was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between the two competitors. Particularly, this seemingly nonchalant individual exhibited a terrifying speed of attack that was exceedingly rare even among A-level students. The injury was to the neck? Within a minute, the medical team promptly arrived. A female paramedic, sporting a high ponytail and possessing beauty rivaling that of Lu Qianru, knelt beside the injured, lifting their eyelid to shine a flashlight on the pupil, quickly discovering a bluish mark on the neck. Indeed, it is the neck, the examiner affirmed with conviction. Upon hearing this, the female paramedic swiftly retrieved a device the size of a tablet from her bag, directing it towards the candidate's neck. Instantly, a clear X-ray image appeared on the screen, revealing that the cervical vertebrae were indeed fractured. Bring the stretcher over and expedite the transport for emergency care. Be cautious. It's a cervical fracture, the paramedic exclaimed sternly to her colleagues. Was it really necessary to strike so fiercely for a mere examination? Are you not aware that the neck is a life-threatening area? After the injured was carried away, the paramedic remained, glaring at Lu Sheng with indignation. I apologize. I lost control of my strength, and I shall be more cautious in the future, Lu Sheng attempted to explain, though he ultimately refrained from justifying his actions, opting instead for a sincere acknowledgement. At that moment, he realized that the opponents encountered during the martial arts examination were not ferocious beasts, nor were they ruthless gang members, and certainly not robust warriors. Winning the contest was a mere formality for him. It only required incapacitating his adversaries. There was no need to employ lethal techniques against such competitors. Let's hope so. The paramedic shot him a disdainful look with her lovely almond-shaped eyes before storming off. You needn't worry too much. With current medical advancements, such injuries are easily treatable. Unfortunately, that candidate will likely be unable to continue the examination. I can perceive that your capabilities far exceed those of a C-level student. I hope that in the subsequent matches, you refrain from employing excessive force. After all, a slight increase in your strength could irrevocably alter someone else's life, the examiner remarked, placing a comforting hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder. Sensing his silence stemmed from concern for the injured candidate. I will, Lu Sheng nodded in response. I hereby declare that candidate number 103583 has triumphed in this contest and shall receive 3 points. You may prepare for your next match. Upon descending from the ring, Lu Sheng promptly initiated the matching process on his wristband. In less than 10 seconds, the system located his next opponent. Without much effort, he found the corresponding arena using the number provided by the wristband. This time, his opponent was a charming girl with a hint of baby fat, clad in a pink training outfit, standing at approximately 6 meters tall. Despite her petite frame, she possessed an impressive bust. Wow, Big Brother looks so tall and handsome. He must be a kind person. You should be gentle with me later, she cooed. After confirming their identities, the examiner announced the commencement of the duel. However, the girl appeared in no rush. Instead, she gazed at Lu Sheng with infatuation, her voice sweet as honey. Okay, Lu Sheng had intended to treat his next opponent kindly. thus softly uttering a single word. He recalled the examiner's prior warning not to inflict too much harm. Assessing the girl from head to toe, he finally focused his gaze on her abdomen, contemplating whether a strike there would not result in severe injury. The girl, perceiving Lu Sheng's faint aloofness, could not suppress a smirk. She had been advised by an older student to feign weakness during examinations. Boys of this age are often prone to displaying bravado in front of attractive girls. By elevating their spirits through flattery, they become careless, thus exposing fatal flaws. This tactic proved more effective the more beautiful the girl was, and she was confident in her own appeal. "Well, I suppose I shall begin now," she declared with another sweet smile, adopting a stance and slowly inching closer to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng remained impassive. Yet as the distance between them shrank to less than 2 meters, the girl's initially slow approach suddenly accelerated. In an instant, her delicate fist was nearly upon Lu Sheng's chin. The chin is part of the triangle of death. A heavy blow could lead to dizziness or even unconsciousness, making her intentions exceedingly clear. Unfortunately for her, the opponent she faced was Lu Sheng. Her perceived beauty strategy, relying on Lu Sheng's obliviousness to the opposite sex, went entirely unnoticed by him. Her meager skills appeared clumsy in his eyes. The near miss was only due to Lu Sheng's precise control over distance, knowing full well that her short arms could not reach him. "I've got her." A glimmer of cunning and delight flashed in the girl's eyes. However, the next moment, her expression shifted to one of shock as she let out a muffled grunt, momentarily frozen as though struck by a hidden blow. She then doubled over, clutching her abdomen, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Lu Sheng instinctively sidestepped to avoid any unpleasantness that might ensue. "Can you continue the match?" the examiner called urgently, rushing onto the platform and crouching before the girl to inquire. However, at this moment, the girl was utterly speechless, tears and snot streaming uncontrollably down her face. Her previously charming demeanor now completely obliterated. 10-9-82-1. Candidate number 103583 has triumphed in this match. After receiving no response, the examiner unhesitatingly began the countdown. As the final countdown ended, he promptly declared Lu Sheng the victor. Rescue team, we have an injured candidate here." Noticing that the girl remained unable to rise, the examiner had no choice but to call for assistance via the intercom. Before long, the rescue team arrived, and to Lu Sheng's surprise, it was none other than the beautiful female paramedic from before. "What are you doing here again?" she exclaimed, clearly at a loss upon seeing Lu Sheng standing in the arena once more. "I really did hold back this time," Lu Sheng replied with a hint of helplessness. "Let me see where it hurts," the paramedic inquired with genuine concern for the girl. "While my stomach, it really hurts," the girl cried out, her sobs filled with deep distress. Perhaps the pain had somewhat subsided at that moment, as she burst into tears, lamenting her plight. "Just bear with it, lie down, and I'll check you," the paramedic gently soothed, patting the girl's back. After a moment, the girl managed to lie down on the arena floor, enduring the pain. With the assistance of another colleague, the paramedic retrieved the previous machine and placed it on the girl's abdomen for examination. Chapter 33. It should be that we may never meet again. Rest assured, it's nothing serious. Just some gastrointestinal spasms due to the pain. A little rest won't affect your upcoming exams. Where's your class's rest area? We'll take you there, the paramedic said softly after reviewing the machine's readings. "Thank you, sister." The girl expressed her gratitude. The excruciating pain from the blow to her abdomen had rendered her utterly weak. She had almost thought she would be unable to continue the examination. Upon learning that it wasn't a grave matter, she finally exhaled in relief, allowing the rescue team to carry her away. Yet, when she cast a resentful glance at the one responsible, her eyes were filled with bitterness. "Although you held back significantly this time, as a man, you ought to show a bit more tenderness towards girls. Within this brief span of less than 10 minutes, you've injured 2 people in succession. I sincerely hope I do not encounter you again." This time, the paramedic did not glare at Lu Sheng as before. She seemed to think Lu Sheng had changed his ways after being reprimanded earlier, but her tone remained rather brusque. Lu Sheng remained silent, instead glancing at the badge hanging from her chest. Volunteer, Jiang Yuru, affiliated institution, Cambrian Academy. Duties, emergency medical assistance, candidate psychological counseling, etc. Lu Sheng felt somewhat exasperated. As a mere volunteer, what right did she have to lecture him? You should have your hands full soon, he said dismissively, leaving her with that remark as he stepped down from the stage. Jiang Yuru was left fuming, her feet stomping in frustration at Lu Sheng's attitude. Staring at his retreating figure, she nearly succumbed to the urge to chase after him and have a serious conversation. In the subsequent matches, Lu Sheng, much like in the previous two, swiftly resolved each encounter with a single decisive blow. However, the rescue team had a far more taxing time, being summoned by the examiner every few minutes. At this level, the candidates were relatively evenly matched, even if one were to sustain injuries. It was rare to call for medical assistance. Yet, every time Lu Sheng struck, someone would lose their ability to move. Within a short hour, Jiang Yuru had been called upon 8 times. She even began to feel that Lu Sheng was deliberately targeting her by injuring each opponent, as numerous boys at school had attempted to gain her attention through such means. Lu Sheng, how much longer do you plan to continue this? Jiang Yuru asked, hands on her hips, glaring at him after escorting yet another injured candidate away. Having summoned him so frequently, Lu Sheng's name had become etched in her memory. Breathless from her relentless running around the vast examination venue, Jiang Yuru's hair tips were damp with sweat, and her red medical uniform was nearly soaked through. Lu Sheng glanced at this remarkably attractive woman when she was angry, then shifted his gaze to the information on his wristband. He realized that he had unknowingly achieved 15 consecutive victories. After 15 victories at this level, he would be promoted to a higher tier, meaning he would participate in the B-level assessment the following day. If all goes as planned, we likely won't see each other again today, Lu Sheng mused aloud. Let's hope there are no unexpected occurrences, Jiang Yuru retorted sharply, completely unaware that Lu Sheng was referring only to that day. Goodbye. Lu Sheng chuckled lightly as he shot her another glance before heading towards his class's rest area, intending to inform Jiang Chanhua and then return to rest. It should be that we may never meet again, Jiang Yuru scoffed, rolling her eyes elegantly. Upon Lu Sheng's return to his class area, apart from Jiang Chanhua, 5 other classmates were already seated, appearing utterly exhausted, many adorned with bruises and swelling on their faces. Lu Sheng quickly sat down to drink some water, eager to replenish his energy. Jiang Chanhua, upon seeing Lu Sheng arrive, hurriedly opened a bottle of energy drink and handed it to him. Feeling quite thirsty, Lu Sheng accepted it without hesitation and gulped it down. How many matches have you fought? Why do you look so pristine? One bruised classmate could not help but inquire. Lu Sheng had arrived with an air of nonchalance, utterly clean, in stark contrast to the battered state of the others. Indeed, Lu Sheng, how many matches have you fought? Have you won any? Jiang Chanhua asked with genuine concern. Teacher Jiang, I came over to inform you that I plan to rest now, Lu Sheng calmly stated, gazing steadily at Jiang Chanhua. Plan to rest? But the examination has only just started for a little over an hour. Why would you want to rest? Don't you know you can't re-enter once you leave the examination area? Jiang Chanhua exclaimed, flabbergasted by the unexpected announcement from a student he held in high regard. Raising his voice in alarm. Because I've already completed the exam, Lu Sheng replied, pointing to his wristband screen. It's only been a little over an hour. Did you achieve 15 consecutive victories or 100 points? Surely you aren't afraid of getting hurt and haven't fought even a single match? Of course, I haven't fought a single match. Otherwise, how could I remain so clean? The others chimed in. What do men have to fear? If you skip even one match, our class 12 will become a laughingstock. While the points at the bottom might still be of interest to some schools, they certainly weren't from reputable institutions. They decided to respect Lu Sheng's choice. The classmates clearly did not believe that Lu Sheng had completed the examination. Not even a single glance was cast at the wristband he had extended. Lu Sheng, it's fine to fool us, but don't fool yourself. This important exam shouldn't be taken lightly. The one ultimately harmed will be you. Take the teacher's advice. Don't rush to leave. Get your all. Win as many matches as you can. Do not wait many years hence to reflect upon today, regretting impulsive decisions made in haste. Jiang Chanhua, too, did not place her faith in Lu Sheng's words, gripping his shoulders firmly and earnestly encouraging him. Teacher Jiang, I truly completed the exam. If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself. 15 consecutive victories, totaling 45 points. Although Jiang Chunhua appeared to genuinely wish him well, Lu Sheng felt a profound sense of incredulity. After what transpired on the day of registration, I initially harbored considerable expectations for you. Yet, at such a crucial moment, you chose to succumb to despair. As your homeroom teacher for 3 years, I'm deeply disappointed. However, even when Lu Sheng presented his wristband before Jiang Chunhua, she did not spare it a second glance, instead exhibiting a countenance of heartfelt anguish. Announcement. Announcement. Examinee number 103583, Lu Sheng, has achieved 15 consecutive victories and has successfully advanced to the next stage. The Education Bureau of Beijing City wishes Lu Sheng continued success in the forthcoming examinations. Chapter 34. The sixth tempering failed? The broadcast, which had remained silent throughout the examination center, began to relay this unexpected news. Except for those candidates engrossed in their battles, everyone else perked up their ears, attentively listening to the announcement. In an instant, the vast examination hall fell silent before erupting into a cacophony of voices akin to a bustling marketplace. Everyone began to discuss Lu Sheng's remarkable feat. This is astonishing. Is there really such a prodigy in the C group? It's absurd. How could he achieve 15 victories so swiftly? As only an hour and 25 minutes had passed, excluding the time spent preparing and waiting, it was evident that Lu Sheng had spent no more than 2 minutes on each opponent. Could he possibly be a genius who deliberately concealed his vitality to dominate the C group? Having reached the C level, he likely only possessed superior skills. Without high vitality, he would be futile in the B group. Many candidates with 15 consecutive victories had emerged in previous years, but none had ever displayed such an ability to conclude each match with a single blow as Lu Sheng had. At this astonishing rate of efficiency, had it not been for the need to wait for the medical team to tend to the injured, he could have completed his 15 victories in less than half an hour, which would have surely sparked allegations of cheating. Jiang Yuru sat despondently in the medical team's rest area, guzzling a 2-liter bottle of mineral water. It was only when that bothersome individual ceased injuring others that she finally caught her breath. When the announcement first aired, she had scarcely paid attention. It was only upon hearing it repeated that the content truly registered. Coughing violently as she sprayed water, she choked on it, succumbing to a fit of deep coughing. Is this a joke? He hasn't lost a single match? Jiang Yuru could not help but wail. In that moment, she finally grasped the meaning behind Lu Sheng's words when he said they might not see each other again today. As a volunteer for the medical team, she was obligated to participate in all the examinations for the A, B, and C groups from start to finish. Lu Sheng's advancement to the B group meant she would have to encounter this person she so fervently wished to avoid once more. Candidates in the B group were not nearly as weak as those in the C group. Tomorrow, he could not possibly be as untroubled as today. Perhaps one of those who would be carried away would be him. Jiang Yuru silently reassured herself. You truly achieved 15 consecutive victories? Jiang Chunhua was taken aback. He had initially believed Lu Sheng's poor excuse was a result of despair, never anticipating such a shocking revelation. The wristband provided irrefutable evidence. How could such a feat be fabricated? Lu Sheng merely smirked, his expression one of exasperation. Not only was Jiang Chunhua dumbfounded, but the classmates who had previously doubted Lu Sheng now gaped at him, their mouths agape in sheer disbelief, as if he were some fearsome beast. How did you manage this? You're clearly so strong, yet why have you never shown it before? Is our disparity truly so immense? Were you always a hidden genius? This time, our class will undoubtedly gain notoriety. I'll have the credentials to boast about when I step outside. Each person was filled with curiosity, yearning for an explanation from Lu Sheng. Keep up the good work, he nonchalantly replied, offering no satisfaction to their curiosity, merely casting aside a dismissive remark. Lu Sheng, wait a moment. As your homeroom teacher, I am both obligated and responsible to accompany you for the B group examinations tomorrow. I will be waiting for you at the usual place. Just as Lu Sheng was about to turn to leave, Jiang Chunhua quickly called him back. This student's effortless victories and advancement indicated that his capabilities far surpassed those of his peers in this level. Forget about merely advancing to the B group. There is even a possibility of reaching the A group. If Lu Sheng could indeed ascend to the A group, it would be a monumental boon for him. Thus, he must ensure this lone sapling receives the support it requires, guaranteeing that Lu Sheng faces no hindrances in the upcoming competitions. Very well, Lu Sheng replied thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Having a teacher by his side meant that should any minor troubles arise, they could be swiftly resolved. Why would he not welcome someone to assist him? After leaving the examination center, Lu Sheng sought a place to indulge in a hearty meal before returning to the hotel. During this period, he had completed 5 rounds of vitality tempering. He had planned to continue with the 6th round yesterday, but unfortunately, the interference from the Black Tiger gang had disrupted his plans. Fortunately, the gains he had made compensated for his losses. The process of tempering one's vitality must be accomplished as many times as possible before the age of 18. Once one surpasses this age without completing the tempering, any subsequent attempts would yield diminished results. The reasons behind this remain unknown. However, it is a valuable experience gleaned from countless predecessors, and those who defy it often find themselves regretting their folly. Lu Sheng had over 3 months remaining until he turned 18, so he was not in a hurry to attain the 1st rank. Firstly, even 2nd rank warriors were no match for him, so hastening to reach the 1st rank held little significance at present. Secondly, his vitality was ample, and maximizing his tempering before turning 18 would undoubtedly set him on an extraordinary path in the future. Once more seated cross-legged on his bed, Lu Sheng attempted the tempering process, but ultimately chose to abandon it after a brief effort. The first 5 rounds of tempering had been relatively smooth, with only the 5th round posing some difficulty. However, upon attempting the 6th round, he discovered that the previous methods yielded no results whatsoever. The essence of the tempering process lies in purging impurities from the vitality, retaining only the most refined essence. After 5 rounds, Lu Sheng's vitality was remarkably pure. Now, as he sought to continue the tempering, he found there was nothing left to temper. This shouldn't be the case. Many legendary 9th rank martial saints have claimed to have undergone 6 rounds of tempering. Only by achieving 6 rounds can one refine their entire skeletal structure into jade bone. It makes no sense that when it comes to my turn, I should encounter such an impasse. After pondering for quite some time, without any leads, Lu Sheng suddenly recalled that he had purchased a new phone, allowing him to search for unknown information online. Thus, he hurriedly opened the device and, albeit clumsily, began to browse the web. Meanwhile, on the main street of Jixiang village, an ostentatious luxury car, clearly out of place, was cruising along the road, drawing the attention of many passers-by. "Uncle A Fu, could you please drive a little slower? I wish to take a closer look around here," Lu Jin, seated in the back, said in a gentle tone. "Of course," A Fu replied, promptly reducing the car's speed. Lu Jin rolled down the window, her eyes scanning the street for the billiard hall she had visited that night. However, after traveling quite a distance, she failed to locate the large illuminated sign of the establishment. Instead, she noticed an area that had evidently suffered a devastating fire. An entire row of 2-story shops lay charred and unrecognizable. "Stop the car," Lu Jin suddenly commanded A Fu, as a thought struck her. Chapter 35. Is Lu Sheng still alive? After a whole day had passed, Lu Jin received no news regarding Lu Sheng's murder. Sensing something amiss, she instructed A Fu to drive her to Jixiang village, under the pretense of wanting to see the living conditions of her brother. Initially, she failed to recognize the burnt shell of the Black Glimmer billiard hall. It was only upon seeing a nearby red building that she confirmed the charred row of shops housed the billiard hall. Upon exiting the car, Lu Jin noticed an elderly man observing the scene and quickly approached him. "Good day, sir. May I inquire what has transpired here? Why is it in such a state?" Lu Jin asked politely. "Who knows? It caught fire suddenly the night before last. The flames were fierce. 6 fire trucks were dispatched, and it took over an hour to extinguish them," the old man replied, noting Lu Jin's well-proportioned features and polite demeanor, his tone becoming somewhat amiable. "And what about the people inside? Did they manage to escape?" Lu Jin inquired further. "Those on the upper floors were fine. However, the gangsters in the billiard hall. Dozens of them were burned alive. It was quite horrific. When they were carried out, they looked like charred remains. The old man shook his head, grimacing. All of them perished. Was it an accident or deliberate? Lu Jin was astonished upon hearing this. The members of the Black Tiger Gang were robust. Could it be that they did not realize the fire was consuming them? The notion that dozens had perished inside seemed exceedingly strange. I'm telling you, all those inside were from the Black Tiger Gang. They've committed countless misdeeds. People around here speculate they must have offended a formidable character, resulting in this disaster. It's a case of retribution for their wrongdoings, the old man whispered conspiratorially to Lu Jin. I find that quite plausible. Lu Jin concurred with the old man's assertion. Unless there had been an explosion, it was inconceivable that numerous adults would remain inside to meet their demise. The only logical explanation was that a skilled individual had infiltrated the billiard hall, eliminated everyone inside, and then set the place ablaze to erase the evidence. Now that the Black Tiger Gang had encountered such a calamity, Lu Jin's only uncertainty lay in whether Lu Sheng was still alive. The financial loss was inconsequential. What mattered most was to ascertain Lu Sheng's current condition. If he were alive, it would not bode well for her. Thank you, sir. Lu Jin expressed her gratitude before returning to the car. Uncle A Fu, please take us directly to my brother's residence, she said, urgency lacing her voice. A Fu acknowledged and drove towards Lu Sheng's rented apartment. Upon arrival, they knocked on the door, but no one answered. A Fu skillfully picked the lock, and upon entering, they discovered the place had long been emptied. Had Lu Sheng sensed something amiss and moved elsewhere? Lu Jin had a strong premonition that the Black Tiger Gang had failed. Lu Sheng should still be alive. As for the bizarre fire, Lu Jin did not associate it with Lu Sheng, knowing full well that he lacked the means to orchestrate such an event. Let us head back. My brother must have moved, Lu Jin said, her mood considerably darkened by the lack of information. Her handsome face was now overshadowed with gloom, for she believed that having missed this opportunity, it would be increasingly difficult to eliminate Lu Sheng unnoticed. The following morning, Lu Sheng arrived at the examination center at his usual time. However, he appeared rather glum, his expression sullen. After an evening spent searching online, he had indeed uncovered the answers he sought, yet they left him profoundly dissatisfied. For after considerable effort, he learned that the first 5 trials were entirely distinct from the 6th. The details pertaining to the 6th trial were classified as highly confidential. Only the top 10 martial arts academies, the Demon Suppression Bureau, and families possessing the legendary 9th rank Martial Saint inheritance were privy to this information. Thus, to obtain the methods for the 6th trial, he would need to gain admission to one of those 10 prestigious academies. However, with a 3-month break following the major exam, classes would not commence until then, meaning he would have to wait at least 3 months to learn the 6th trial's methods. By that time, he would have surpassed 18 years of age, significantly increasing the likelihood of missing this rare opportunity. Yet, when he arrived at the designated meeting place with Jiang Chunhua, he discovered she was not alone. A middle-aged man, seemingly a teacher, was conversing with several students. Ms. Jiang, you're here again today, planning to volunteer to assist us? The man asked with a smirk that suggested ill intent. I'm here because I have a student participating in the B-level competition, Jiang Chunhua replied, her demeanor slightly uneasy. Ha ha, who in our school doesn't know that Ms. Jiang's class has no students with B-level qualifications? We are all colleagues. Why must you tell such tall tales for the sake of your pride? The man's response provoked laughter from those around him, including his students, who joined in the mockery. Who is telling tall tales? One of my students achieved 15 consecutive victories in the C-level exam yesterday, thus qualifying for the B-level competition, Jiang Chunhua retorted, her face reddening at the derision. Is that so? Congratulations are in order for Ms. Jiang then. However, students in the C-level are generally mediocre. Achieving 15 victories is not particularly remarkable. I believe any student I teach could easily accomplish that. The man's expression flickered with surprise upon learning that Jiang Chunhua indeed had a student qualified for the B-level competition, but he soon scoffed, his tone dripping with condescension. At that moment, Lu Sheng had silently approached Jiang Chunhua from behind. This must be the student you mentioned, right? Doesn't he appear to be anything special? The man remarked dismissively after sizing up Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, you're here. Jiang Chanhua suddenly became aware and turned her head, only to see Lu Sheng, forcing out a rather unsightly smile. Chapter 36. We shall wait and see. Teacher Jiang, what are they doing? Lu Sheng inquired, casting a glance at the group. Oh, these are our teachers from number 1 high school, Wang Lei, along with the candidates from their class. Jiang Chanhua, for some inexplicable reason, found herself at a loss when asked by Lu Sheng. Got it. I've already noted their appearances, Lu Sheng replied, his tone remarkably flat. Huh? What do you mean? Jiang Chanhua was somewhat baffled by Lu Sheng's statement. It means that if they encounter me, it will be their final showdown in this examination. Although Jiang Chanhua had largely disregarded Lu Sheng over the past 3 years, treating him with a hands-off approach, she had never truly antagonized him, thus deeming herself a competent teacher. Moreover, since Jiang Chanhua was specifically there to support him today, allowing those individuals to bully him without cause would be akin to bullying him herself, which she would naturally not stand by and watch. Ha ha! One audacious boast from a toad yawning. Wang Lei jeered, patting a robust student over 6 feet tall beside him. Our class's Hua Gang is quite capable of aiming for the A level. You merely won a few rounds in the C group. Who gave you the audacity to speak so boldly here? The student named Hua Gang, fully aware of how to play along, crossed his muscular arms and raised his chin in arrogance. Next time you boast, perhaps you should draft a script first? Dealing with a weakling like you doesn't even require Hua Gang to step in. Indeed, any one of us could easily handle you. You should pray that you don't encounter us during the exam. Otherwise, I assure you, your outcome will be most tragic. The other students of Wang Lei quickly joined in the mockery of Lu Sheng. Well then, we shall wait and see. Come on, Teacher Jiang, Lu Sheng said, uninterested in sparring words with them. When the time for the exam arrives, it will naturally reveal whether he is merely boasting. With a heavy heart, Jiang Chanhua trailed behind Lu Sheng, attempting several times to articulate something, yet finding herself at a loss for words, ultimately emitting a series of sighs. Teacher Jiang, you needn't worry so much. Lu Sheng noticed her unease, halting and turning to address her. Lu Sheng, I apologize for involving you in my conflict with Wang Lei. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that the candidates from the C group and those from the B group operate on entirely different levels. While you may thrive in the C group, the caliber of those candidates indeed presents a significant gap compared to the B group. If candidates of average ability from the B group were placed in the C group, many would undoubtedly achieve a streak of 15 victories. Jiang Chanhua felt a wave of shame wash over her. She understood that Lu Sheng's earlier words were meant to bolster her spirits. Yet she truly did not wish to see him targeted by Wang Lei's students due to her own issues, leading to unforeseen complications during the exam. However, before Jiang Chanhua could finish her thought, Lu Sheng interrupted her. Teacher Jiang, honestly, whether it's the C level, B level, or a level, the distinction holds little significance for me. To me, they are merely sheltered darlings from a greenhouse, fragile enough to shatter with the slightest touch. They are hardly a concern. My sole objective this year is to secure the top position. Lu Sheng's voice, though devoid of emotion, carried an air of conviction, as if he were stating an undeniable fact. Yet Jiang Chanhua discerned an indomitable spirit and burgeoning confidence in his demeanor. She could not fathom the source of Lu Sheng's self-assurance, but instinctively, she felt he was not deceiving her and indeed possessed the potential to become the most formidable candidate in Beijing. I believe in you. I believe you can achieve this, Jiang Chanhua stammered, having never taught a student quite like him. Under the gaze of Lu Sheng's calm, lake-like eyes, she felt as though she were a struggling student caught off guard by a teacher's question, her words faltering. That's good. Lu Sheng nodded and turned back towards the examination center, as if acknowledging Jiang Chanhua's faith in him. This peculiar sensation made Jiang Chanhua scratch her head, her expression dazed as she stared at Lu Sheng's retreating figure for a long moment before hastily realizing she needed to catch up. As they approached the entrance to the examination center, Lu Sheng spotted the paramedic named Jiang Yuru from the previous day in the distance. She stood at the bottom of the steps, conversing with a middle-aged man in a white short-sleeved shirt, gold-rimmed glasses, whose demeanor exuded refinement. Today, Jiang Yuru was donned in the same red emergency uniform as yesterday, her fitted jeans accentuating her straight, shapely legs and curvaceous figure. Her hair was still tied high in a ponytail, her unadorned features radiating the freshness of youth. Ah, if only grandfather were still around. There would be no need for you, a dean, to come to the B group exam site to recruit. Sheng could hear Jiang Yuru's voice even from several meters away, noting that her expression seemed somewhat dejected. Only an academy with a 9th grade martial saint can attract the attention of those A-level candidates. Since her grandfather's sacrifice, Hanwu Academy has ceased to be a top 10 institution. It's inevitable that we must seek out promising B-level candidates. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. Just as they were conversing, Sheng approached within earshot. Jiang Yuru inadvertently turned her head and caught sight of Sheng, who had no intention of acknowledging her. He merely exchanged a glance before nonchalantly averting his gaze. However, his dismissive demeanor left Jiang Yuru feeling somewhat displeased. Wait a moment. Jiang Yuru stepped forward, blocking Sheng's path. Is there something you need? Sheng tilted his head, regarding her. Let me tell you, don't get too cocky. The candidates in today's B group are significantly stronger than those in the C group. They will not allow you to win as easily as you did yesterday. If you become complacent due to yesterday's minor achievements, you will surely end up with a beating. Jiang Yuru placed her hands on her hips, looking up at Sheng with a haughty expression. Yet upon hearing her words, Sheng's expression turned somewhat peculiar. He had anticipated that she was there to provoke him. But what Jiang Yuru said sounded more like a warning. Thank you for your kind reminder. Perhaps you should prepare a stretcher to follow me. It will save a great deal of time. Sheng tossed out the remark and sidestepped Jiang Yuru. Jiang Yuru was momentarily taken aback, her mind struggling to catch up. Wait, who said anything about reminding you? She attempted to clarify, but by the time she regained her bearings, Sheng had already moved on. Frustrated, Jiang Yuru stamped her foot. How could you have a conflict with a candidate? The refined, middle-aged man inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Dad, you have no idea. This guy's infuriating. During yesterday's C group exam, he showed no restraint, and all 15 candidates who faced him were carried away on stretchers. I told him several times, yet he brushed it off, leaving me utterly exhausted, Jiang Yuru explained, her demeanor clouded with discontent. Are you implying that he has continued to participate in today's B-grade examination solely due to his 15 consecutive victories? The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he observed the figure in the distance. The assessment in the B-grade group bore little difference from that in the C grade, as it also involved matching opponents through wristbands for combat. However, Sheng was taken aback when, not long after stepping onto the stage, Jiang Yuru actually appeared with 2 other paramedics, carrying a stretcher at the sidelines. Sheng speculated that perhaps there were significantly fewer candidates today, rendering her less busy than the previous day. Sheng's first opponent was a remarkably handsome young man, clad in a pristine white tracksuit, exuding an air of freshness and cleanliness. Before long, the match commenced. As it was the inaugural contest in the B-grade group, Sheng refrained from hastily launching an attack, opting instead to gauge the general caliber of the candidates at this level. After easily evading several of his opponent's strikes, he had already formed a rough understanding of the situation. With a rather unremarkable punch to the abdomen, the handsome youth unexpectedly found himself kneeling on the stage. Witnessing Sheng conclude the battle so swiftly and effortlessly, Jiang Yuru was momentarily stunned. Having been preoccupied the previous day, she had yet to witness any of Sheng's matches. She had anticipated that upon ascending to the B grade, he would encounter opponents of equal caliber. To her astonishment, he merely swayed a few times before casually delivering a punch to finish the fight. This was far removed from the scenario she had envisioned. Did you compete like this yesterday as well? Jiang Yuru asked, directing the 2 young men to carry the fallen fighter away, her expression a mix of astonishment and disbelief. It wasn't this troublesome yesterday, Sheng replied after a moment's consideration. You call this troublesome? Jiang Yuru's large, expressive eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that such words could come from a human being. After all, he had merely moved a few limbs and thrown a casual punch. How could he consider a hassle? I will endeavor to ensure that the subsequent matches do not present such inconveniences, Lu Sheng stated earnestly. You simply have not yet encountered formidable opponents. Jiang Yu found herself at a loss for words, yet sensed that he was not jesting or exaggerating. Nevertheless, she was reluctant to concede that Lu Sheng was vastly superior to his peers. In the second match, Lu Sheng continued to secure victories with remarkable ease, while Jiang Yu stubbornly maintained her fade. By the third bout, whether it was fate's favor or some other reason, Lu Sheng's opponent turned out to be none other than Hua Gang, a student of Wang Lei, and indeed the most formidable among them. This unexpected turn piqued Lu Sheng's interest in what had otherwise seemed a mundane examination. Ha ha ha, it appears my luck is truly exceptional, encountering you in merely the second round. Yet you are merely a waste who has ascended from the C grade. What audacity permits you to boast in our class? Speak, how do you wish to meet your demise? Shall I break your legs or your arms? I can generously offer you a choice. Hua Gang jeered as he stepped onto the stage, immediately launching into his mocking tirade. Reminiscent of his foolish teacher, this opponent exuded palpable strength. Be careful not to get smashed, Jiang Yu remarked, her expression betraying a hint of schadenfreude, though her face bore no smile. I suggest you call for 2 more people. Lifting him may prove somewhat strenuous. Lu Sheng, however, ignored Hua Gang and sincerely advised Jiang Yu, focus on winning first. Are you even listening to me? Are you deaf? Jiang Yu retorted, her annoyance evident. Hua Gang was incensed by Lu Sheng's disregard, pointing at him and bellowing. This is an examination. Candidates are advised against loud disruptions. The examiner, unable to tolerate Hua Gang's antics any longer, shot him a warning glare. As the examiner's reprimand only fueled Hua Gang's anger, he decided to take his frustration out on Lu Sheng. Are you ready? If so, we shall commence. The examiner inquired once Hua Gang fell silent. I am ready. Hua Gang snapped. I am as well. Lu Sheng nodded, his expression remarkably calm. Upon receiving the signal, Hua Gang charged at Lu Sheng, closing the distance before delivering a heavy punch aimed at Lu Sheng's face, his momentum fierce and intimidating. Yet, Lu Sheng remained utterly still, like a statue, not even attempting to evade the oncoming strike. Oh! Jiang Yu gasped in shock at the sight. If Hua Gang's powerful punch connected, Lu Sheng would undoubtedly suffer a broken nose, if not a concussion. However, neither Hua Gang nor Jiang Yu anticipated what unfolded next. In a flash, Lu Sheng raised his hand and effortlessly caught Hua Gang's seemingly unstoppable punch. Even after blocking it, his arm remained completely steady. How is this possible? His eyes widening in disbelief. He could not fathom how his attack had been intercepted by this opponent he had so casually dismissed. Jiang Yu was equally astonished. Coming from a family of martial artists, she understood that to catch an opponent's punch so easily, the disparity in strength must be several levels apart. Lu Sheng's maneuver was truly beyond her expectations. Is that all the strength you possess? How pitifully weak, Lu Sheng remarked, tilting his head to regard Hua Gang with a soft tone. Chapter 38. Finally, a moment of elation. Let go! Hua Gang shouted, his face flushed with rage, exerting all his strength in a desperate attempt to free himself from Lu Sheng's grasp. Since he began training, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet no matter how he struggled, Lu Sheng's grip remained unyielding. Hua Gang could feel the pain in his fist intensifying as if it might shatter. In a frantic move, Hua Gang swung his right leg back, aiming a powerful kick at Lu Sheng's calf. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, refraining from countering, and simply released his grip, lifting his knee to meet the oncoming strike with his own leg. Crack! The 2 legs collided in an instant, producing a sharp sound of bone breaking. To everyone's astonishment, Hua Gang's calf twisted grotesquely at a 90-degree angle, seemingly only attached by skin, drooping limply. Initially, Hua Gang felt a sudden pain in his leg, but he did not immediately realize that it had shattered in the violent impact. When he attempted to plant his right foot on the ground, he found it devoid of sensation, causing him to lose balance and crash heavily to the ground. My leg! As Hua Gang sat on the ground, he was finally overcome by an unprecedented agony. Only then did he comprehend that his leg had indeed broken. Helplessly, he collapsed, clutching the broken limb and wailing loudly. I have fulfilled your wish to have your leg broken. No need for excessive gratitude. Sheng lowered his head, gazing upon the defeated figure before him. He was not unfamiliar with the art of mockery. However, he believed that such actions, when the dust had settled, often inflicted deeper wounds. Regrettably, Gang was far too preoccupied to acknowledge him at that moment, his visage etched with agony and his heart heavy with regret. For he had not only lost a leg, but also the prospects of his future. Quick, get assistance. Jiang Yu reacted swiftly, summoning another companion to rush onto the stage and attend to Gang's injuries. As she busied herself with the urgent task at hand, her mind raced with thoughts. How could such a towering and robust individual sustain a broken leg merely from a collision with Sheng's? What extraordinary strength must Sheng possess? Instinctively, she glanced up at Sheng, only to find him observing her in return. This time, you should have seen it. It was he who had inadvertently caused his own injury. Sheng, anticipating that Jiang Yu might lament his excessive force, hastily defended himself, taking advantage and then playing the victim. With an exasperated eye roll, Jiang Yu dismissed his words. Once Gang's leg was stabilized, Jiang Yu and another individual carefully lifted him onto a stretcher, where he buried his face in his hands, weeping uncontrollably. He needed to be transported to the hospital urgently. After confirming the location of their class's resting point, Jiang Yu set off with haste. What happened to you? Gang, upon seeing him lying on the stretcher, tears streaming down his face, Wang Lei felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue, his vision momentarily clouded. My teacher, I broke my leg. How did it happen? Who did this? Wang Lei's voice trembled with concern. Gang had been his greatest hope for the year's Outstanding Teacher Award, and to have his leg broken so early in the examination was an unimaginable blow. It was that student of Jiang Chunhua. He broke my leg, Gang exclaimed, his voice rife with resentment. What? His student could break your leg? Wang Lei's expression was one of disbelief. The area where Jiang Chunhua was stationed was some distance away from Wang Lei's class. Yet the commotion caused by Gang's cries and Wang Lei's exclamations caught Jiang Chunhua's attention. Driven by curiosity, he approached to witness the unfolding drama. However, before he could reach them, Wang Lei's keen eyes spotted him. Jiang Chunhua, I'm coming for you, Wang Lei shouted, rage radiating from him as he charged forward, seizing Jiang Chunhua by the collar. Wait, what is going on? I haven't done anything. Jiang Chunhua was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden confrontation. What do you mean? What is going on? Your student broke Gang's leg. You instigated this, didn't you? Do you realize that because of your student, Gang's life may be ruined? Wang Lei bellowed, shaking Jiang Chunhua with fervor. How is that possible? Isn't your student supposed to be of A-grade caliber? How could Sheng possibly break his leg? Jiang Chunhua was utterly flabbergasted, despite having heard Sheng's confident declarations outside the examination hall. He could hardly fathom that Sheng possessed such formidable strength to inflict such an injury. Calm down, sir. The injured party requires immediate medical attention. Any delay may lead to lasting repercussions for his leg. Moreover, his injury was not the result of someone else's deliberate actions, but rather a consequence of his own excessive force, resulting in a fracture upon colliding with his opponent's leg. He can only blame his own overconfidence for this mishap. If you doubt this, you may consult the examination officials for footage of the match. Jiang Yu interjected, unable to tolerate Wang Lei's frantic outburst any longer. To kick another and end up breaking one's own leg? Wang Lei, upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, released his grip, staring vacantly at her. He had no reason to doubt the veracity of the paramedic's claims. Yet, Gang, during training, could easily bend steel bars as thick as 2 fingers without sustaining any harm. The notion of breaking his leg while attempting to kick another seemed implausible. One must possess strength to forge iron, Mr. Wang. You should understand that breaking one's own leg while attempting to kick another can only occur if the opponent is considerably stronger. The situation with your student is indeed tragic. But had he adhered to the spirit of the examination and exercised restraint, he would not have met such a fate. It is imperative for him to engage in serious reflection. As a teacher, Your indulgence of your student also warrants introspection, Jiang Chunhua remarked, feigning sorrow. Finally grasping the truth, Jiang Chunhua felt a surge of elation, as if hundreds of enchanting beauties were dancing within his heart. Though he could not publicly express his delight at Hua Gang's misfortune, he found solace in the quiet satisfaction it brought him. After being bullied by Wang Lei for so long, he finally felt a sense of vindication. Chapter 39, Official. I forfeit. Hua Gang, you must tell me exactly what happened, without any concealment, Jiang Chunhua declared, his earlier bravado leaving Wang Lei speechless, unable to formulate a rebuttal. He needed to ascertain whether Jiang Chunhua's student was indeed as formidable as claimed. If so, the other students might also be in jeopardy. That lad had previously boasted about remembering the faces of everyone in Wang Lei's class. With Hua Gang now incapacitated, he could not allow further incidents. His strength was simply overwhelming. I exerted 70% of my power in a heavy punch, and he caught my fist effortlessly. I couldn't break free. In my fury, I resorted to the leg sweep technique you taught me, but he merely lifted his leg to block. It felt as if I had kicked a mountain. And that was when my leg broke, Hua Gang recounted, shielding his eyes with his arm, unable to meet Wang Lei's gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he finally shared the painful memory. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Wang Lei stared in shock at Jiang Chunhua, pondering where he had found such a monstrous student. From Hua Gang's description, Wang Lei envisioned his opponent as a seasoned martial artist with bones tempered to perfection. Their bout had been nothing short of a one-sided annihilation. Jiang Chunhua, equally perplexed, struggled to comprehend how Lu Sheng could have attained such extraordinary prowess. He was aware of Hua Gang's reputation within the school, yet the notion that Lu Sheng could effortlessly catch a punch delivered with 70% force was surreal, akin to a toddler striking a grown man. Surely, Yu Haven T employed a professional martial artist to take the exam in his stead? Wang Lei glared at Jiang Chunhua. Skepticism etched across his face. Do not spread rumors, or I shall sue you for defamation. Jiang Chunhua retorted vehemently. Lu Sheng is indeed my cultivated secret weapon. He has been in my class for 3 years. You can verify this if you wish. Jiang Chunhua felt a twinge of unease within, yet her tone remained resolute. I will look into it. Wang Lei retorted with a scoff. I must take Hua Gang to the hospital now. You should promptly inform the others that if they encounter that student from Jiang Chunhua's class in the upcoming matches, they are to forfeit without hesitation. It is imperative that they adhere to this directive, lest they end up in the hospital like Hua Gang, missing the remainder of the examinations. Just then, a student from his class returned for a break, and upon seeing him, Wang Lei quickly called him over, earnestly instructing him. Although the student was unaware of the situation, the sight of Hua Gang lying on the stretcher spoke volumes, and he promptly agreed to find the other classmates. What a fine specimen. His vitality is abundant. With exceptional physical fitness, strength, explosive power, and reaction speed, even against a second-tier warrior, he would likely hold his ground. Participating in such an examination is akin to a dimensional assault. Yet, with such prowess, why did he commence the examination in the C group? At that moment, in the stands, a man clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and sporting gold-rimmed glasses was intently observing a particular arena with binoculars. When he saw Lu Sheng conclude yet another battle with a single punch, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. After sending Hua Gang off in the ambulance, Jiang Yuru hurriedly jogged through the examination grounds in search of Lu Sheng's figure. She surmised that the other candidates would likely not encounter significant issues today, so it would be more prudent to keep a close watch on Lu Sheng. Fortunately, Lu Sheng's distinctive aura was quite conspicuous, and it did not take her long to locate him. How many matches is this for you? You haven't injured anyone again, have you? Just as Lu Sheng was making his way to the next match arena, Jiang Yuru hurriedly intercepted him. This is the 5th match. I'm not a rabid dog, ready to bite anyone in sight. The first 2 matches were against girls. I merely tossed them off the arena without inflicting any harm. Lu Sheng replied, somewhat exasperated yet patient in his explanation. Alas, how commendable. It seemed you took my words from yesterday to heart. If only you could be so gentle with the boys as well. Jiang Yuru suddenly felt a surge of happiness, almost forgetting herself as she reached out to pat Lu Sheng's shoulder only to have him deftly evade her. Lu Sheng felt that he and Jiang Yuru were not yet close enough for such physical contact. Perhaps due to his character, he harbored a reluctance towards those who were overly familiar. After all, growing up in such a family, social anxiety was hard to avoid. The boys do not receive such preferential treatment. Lu Sheng replied expressionlessly before turning to leave. A blatant preference for males, undoubtedly a lecher. Jiang Yuru glared at Lu Sheng's retreating figure, letting out a soft huff of discontent. Noticing that Lu Sheng was about to vanish into the crowd, she hastily jogged after him. Upon seeing his opponent for the sixth match, Lu Sheng nearly succumbed to laughter. With nearly 2,000 candidates in the B group, it was quite the coincidence to be matched so swiftly with Wang Lei's student again. The other contestant had initially stood confidently on the arena, but upon witnessing Lu Sheng gracefully leap onto the stage and taking in his appearance, the confidence drained from his face. After being alerted, Wang Lei students had all come to realize that Jiang Chunhua's lone prodigy was indeed capable of breaking Huagong's leg, a true powerhouse. "Judge, I forfeit." Without a moment's hesitation, the student raised his hand and shouted towards the judge. "I must remind you, forfeiting and losing are not the same. Points will be deducted. Are you certain you wish to forfeit?" The judge cautioned earnestly. "I am certain," the student declared firmly. "Very well. I hereby announce that contestant number 103583 is the victor of this match. Contestant number 107865 will have 3 points deducted." The judge typed on his tablet and then made the announcement. Now, it was Lu Sheng's turn to be taken aback. He had initially intended to give Wang Lei's other boisterous students a proper lesson. Yet he never anticipated that the opponent would choose to forfeit so decisively, even willing to relinquish precious points already earned. Jiang Yuru, observing Lu Sheng's expression, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Just as she was about to say something, her phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing the caller's identity, she answered without a moment's thought. "What is it, Dad?" Jiang Yuru inquired, her face alight with a smile. Yet, her expression quickly soured. "Oh no, this cannot be. Are you serious, Dad?" Jiang Yuru discreetly glanced at Lu Sheng, whispering into the phone. "I see you've been spending time with him. You seem to get along well. Surely asking for his phone number shouldn't be difficult." The man on the other end spoke gently. "What? That guy is quite difficult to approach. He always has this air of distance. Besides, as a girl, if I were to ask him for his number and he rejected me, how embarrassing would that be?" Jiang Yuru pouted, looking reluctant. "Please help your father just this once. I can see that he is truly an unrefined gem. If nurtured properly, he will undoubtedly become extraordinary. Hanwu Academy is currently facing a dearth of talent, and it has become increasingly challenging to recruit exceptional students. If this continues, we may find ourselves unable to attract even ordinary students in a few years. If I can cultivate him, perhaps he could secure a commendable position for Hanwu Academy in the next intercollegiate martial arts tournament, granting our academy a much-needed respite. You cannot just stand by and watch your grandfather's hard work go to waste, can you?" After being declined by Jiang Yuru, the man did not relent. Instead, he began to appeal to her emotions and reason. "Well, all right then." After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuru ultimately acquiesced. She was well aware of how difficult things had become for Hanwu Academy since her grandfather's passing. The inability to recruit outstanding talent meant it would be challenging to achieve good standings in the martial arts tournament. Without a commendable ranking, various educational resources would no longer be associated with Hanwu Academy. This cycle of decline had already set in motion, and there was even the possibility of a future shutdown. Lu Sheng descended from the stage, feeling somewhat disheartened. However, when he turned to look at Jiang Yuru, he found her gazing at him with a conflicted expression, several times attempting to speak, yet hesitant to do so. Lu Sheng, sensing her desire to communicate, decided to wait patiently, standing opposite her. Thus, they found themselves locked in a silent stare. "Could I have your phone number?" Jiang Yuru ultimately succumbed, asking in a voice so soft that Lu Sheng almost missed it. "If I give you my number, then what will I use?" Lu Sheng was perplexed as to why this girl, whom he had known for less than 2 days, would make such an outlandish request. No. I mean, could you please tell me your phone number?" Jiang Yuru explained, exasperated, flailing her hands. "Oh no, Lu Sheng did not feel awkward due to the misunderstanding. He merely declined with indifference. He does not foresee any future communication with her, considering leaving his phone number to be utterly pointless and potentially troublesome. How could you bear to reject such a lovely girl? Jiang Yuru asked, her face a portrait of disappointment. Although she had mentally prepared herself for rejection, the reality of it left her with a profound sense of loss. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. The next competition is about to commence. Lu Sheng, lacking experience in addressing such matters, chose to ignore the question entirely. Yet, despite his rejection, he courteously bid farewell to Jiang Yuru before departing. That insufferable fellow. Showing such a lack of compassion, Jiang Yuru seethed, shaking her pale fist at Lu Sheng's retreating figure. The more she pondered, the more she felt a sense of injustice. Her father held such high expectations for her, yet she couldn't even fulfill such a small promise. I refuse to believe that. With my beauty and intellect, I can't even secure a phone number. If I can't handle this, how can I help my father recruit more outstanding students? Lu Sheng, you better brace yourself. I won't let this slide easily. The thought that the academy needed more exceptional new blood to thrive ignited Jiang Yuru's fighting spirit. After making a silent vow, she officially became Lu Sheng's ardent follower, trailing him wherever he went. Whenever Lu Sheng had a moment to spare, she incessantly chanted in his ear, "Give me your number. Give me your number." This incessant pleading left Lu Sheng's head buzzing. Some students from the Cambrian Academy, volunteering to assist with the upcoming major examination in Beijing City, were taken aback when they saw Jiang Yuru doggedly following a boy, seemingly stuck in an unyielding pursuit. Their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. Am I seeing things? Can someone confirm that is truly Jiang Yuru? The belle of Cambrian Academy, reduced to trailing behind a student from the B-level exam in sweatpants? Wasn't she usually so dismissive of all boys? Has she taken leave of her senses today? It seems Jiang, the campus flower, has a weakness for this type. I must transform myself in this direction upon returning. That lad, apart from being a bit taller and having a better physique, is otherwise quite ordinary. Why did Jiang Yuru choose him over me? Surely, Jiang's not caught in some sort of compromising situation with him? Otherwise, why would she demean herself so? Lu Sheng exhaled deeply as he glanced at his record of 10 wins and 0 losses, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The subsequent matches were similarly effortless victories, yet Jiang Yuru proved to be a considerable source of pressure. In both of his lifetimes, he had only encountered indifference and hostility from others. This was the first time someone had approached him so eagerly, leaving him feeling quite out of his depth. Thankfully, he could temporarily escape the turmoil brought about by this troublesome woman. However, he did worry that Jiang Yuru would certainly be present for tomorrow's A-level competition. Lu Sheng, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Jiang Yuru called out as she pursued him. Lu Sheng strode ahead, not daring to glance back. How's it going? Planning to take a break before continuing? Jiang Chunhua spotted Lu Sheng approaching hurriedly and quickly greeted him with a bottle of water, a smile on his face. I've finished my matches. Lu Sheng accepted the water and, with a curt remark, intended to leave. Wait, why are you leaving so soon? Jiang Chunhua glanced at his watch, realizing that less than an hour had passed. Even though he knew Lu Sheng's prowess far surpassed that of students at this level, the speed of his departure still surprised him. We'll meet at the usual place tomorrow. I have something to attend to. Lu Sheng glanced back, noticing Jiang Yuru had caught up, and hastily added a parting word before leaving. Even as the announcements began to extol his remarkable achievements, it did nothing to slow his pace. Just as he exited the examination center, believing he had evaded Jiang Yuru, a refined man in a white shirt intercepted his path. Lu Sheng, may I have a moment of your time? Chapter 41. He didn't even merit consideration. Lu Sheng recognized this man. He had seen him speaking with Jiang Yuru before entering the exam hall. I don't know you, Lu Sheng replied, his guard instinctively raised against strangers. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Zhuizong, the current president of Cambrian Academy and also Jiang Yuru's father. The man wore a warm smile, his voice gentle and rich. Please feel free to speak candidly. Lu Sheng heard hurried footsteps and turned to see Jiang Yuru approaching. However, upon noticing Lu Sheng conversing with Jiang Zhuizong, she hesitated and chose to remain at a distance, watching from afar. Although Lu Sheng found Jiang Yuru a bit bothersome, he sensed she harbored no ill intentions, and her father likely meant no harm either. Thus, he was inclined to hear what the man had to say. As the president of Cambrian Academy, I sincerely invite you to join us. Should you agree, I can take you as my personal disciple, granting you access to the majority of the Academy's resources. This would greatly benefit your future development and would certainly not be inferior to that of the top 10 academies. I hope you will consider it carefully. Jiang Zuozong spoke plainly, his tone earnest and sincere. Join Cambrian Academy? Lu Sheng was taken aback, not expecting the man to approach him for such a reason. He now understood that Jiang Yuru's previous request for his phone number was likely related to this. With all examinations yet to conclude, the man was eager to secure him, having likely recognized his extraordinary potential and fearing that other top-tier academies would snatch him away post-competition. I'm sorry, but my goal is Sheng Wu Academy. Other institutions are not currently on my radar. Lu Sheng decisively rejected the offer without a moment's hesitation. What a ridiculous notion. I possess an advantage that places me in contention for the top academy, where I can compete with the finest geniuses of the Dragon Nation. How could I possibly consider a second-tier academy that doesn't even rank among the top 10? Moreover, Sheng Wu Academy boasts 7 ninth-tier martial saints, a faculty of unparalleled strength, making it the cradle of martial saints in the Dragon Nation. Entering there would only propel my development further. How could it compare to a second-tier academy? That is a grave misunderstanding. While Sheng Wu Academy is indeed top-notch, it is filled with prodigies. To obtain more resources, one must face exceedingly fierce competition. It is not as idyllic as you might envision. If you agree to join Cambrian, I can guarantee you will reach the 5th tier before graduation. Jiang Zuozong refused to concede defeat despite Lu Sheng's rejection. Are you a martial saint? Lu Sheng pondered for a moment before inquiring. I currently stand at the 8th tier, though I am confident I can challenge the 9th tier within 5 years. When Lu Sheng posed this question, Jiang Zuozong's demeanor shifted dramatically. The once unassuming, refined middle-aged man now emanated an overwhelming aura that left Lu Sheng momentarily breathless. Thankfully, Lu Sheng had spent years living among 7th-tier masters like Lu Jintian. Although Jiang Zuozong's imposing presence surpassed that of Lu Jintian by a significant margin, it still failed to intimidate him. Is there a martial saint at the Cold Armory Academy? Lu Sheng furrowed his brow, his expression remaining unchanged. Yet he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Jiang Zuozong's attempt to intimidate him with sheer force. The Cold Armory Academy does not have one at present. My father, the previous headmaster, was a martial saint, but he heroically perished in the battle against the Demon Clan a few years ago. Lu Sheng's inquiry immediately caused Jiang Zuozong's expression to sag, the once formidable aura dissipating as if it had never existed. I regret to inform you that I will still choose the Holy Martial Academy. Farewell. Lu Sheng politely declined once more. He was eager to acquire the refining techniques that lay 5 levels ahead. An academy devoid of even a martial saint lacked the qualifications to warrant his consideration. Alas, Jiang Zuozong sighed, his demeanor reflecting helplessness and disappointment. As an 8th-grade venerable, he was a figure of high esteem wherever he went. Were it not for the fulfillment of his father's dying wish, he would never have humbled himself to plead with a mere child who had yet to attain any rank. Yet, the reality was unforgiving. Even an 8th-grade grandmaster must bow to the harsh truths of existence. Ironically, despite this, he remained the one met with harsh rejection. Father, do not be too disheartened. Talents possess their own pride, believing themselves to be the most formidable, and it is only natural to aspire to greater heights. The examination is not yet over. Perhaps you should re-enter and see if there are other discoveries to be made. Observing her father's despondent expression, Jiang Yuru felt a heavy knot in her heart. She stepped forward, grasping Jiang Zuozong's arm and whispering words of comfort. Do not be saddened. How could I be? Your father has grown accustomed to such circumstances over the years. However, Yuru, you are right. The examination has not concluded. There may still be other promising talents awaiting my discovery. Jiang Zuozong smiled as he affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, though that smile was tinged with a hint of bitterness. Finally, They arrived at the last day of the A-grade group assessment. Due to the relatively small number of participants, the event was open to the public. While the number of candidates was limited, the audience was a throng, with many families bringing relatives and friends along, eager to showcase their child as an A-grade contestant. Naturally, the Liu family could not deviate from this custom, and the entire family came to support Liu Jin in the examination. Little Jin, do not be anxious. Just relax your mind. With your strength, entering the Holy Martial Academy is undoubtedly within your grasp. Since Liu Jin returned from Jixiang village, he had been enveloped in a cloud of worry. Lin Shuya assumed he was merely nervous and tirelessly offered her encouragement. Little brother, you must be more confident. Trust in your abilities to secure first place. Your sister believes wholeheartedly in this. Lu Qianru jovially wrapped her arms around Liu Jin's neck, inadvertently brushing against some of his more private areas, though she saw no issue with it. Sister, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Liu Jin discreetly inhaled the fragrance lingering on Liu Qianru, instantly feeling revitalized. He immediately displayed a demeanor of renewed vigor. Liu Qinghan observed this scene with a slight frown. Although Liu Jin and Liu Qianru were siblings, they shared no blood relation, and such behavior seemed overly intimate. Furthermore, she recalled reading in Liu Shang's diary that he had caught Liu Jin sneaking into Liu Qianru's room on more than one occasion during the night, a matter that certainly raised concerns. Oh, look, that person resembles Liu Sheng, but he is taller and far more handsome. At that moment, Liu Qianru suddenly pointed in a direction and exclaimed, Chapter 42, I will settle this score with you properly. It is not merely a resemblance. That is indeed Xiao Sheng. Liu Qinghan's eyes sparkled with delight. He truly had not perished. Liu Jin's previously bright mood immediately darkened again. Ugh, I must have been mistaken. He still looks as wretched as before. Upon realizing it was indeed Liu Sheng, Liu Qianru quickly retracted her statement. Dressed so impeccably, I wonder if the money was stolen. Lin Shuya scoffed, her expression one of disdain. After a few days apart, how has Xiao Sheng grown so tall? He looks like an entirely different person. Is he here to witness the A-grade assessment as well? Liu Jiasin exclaimed in astonishment, unwittingly altering her address for Liu Sheng. What on earth is happening with this boy? In just 10 days, his vitality appeared more robust and full than during their last encounter, and he walked with a commanding presence, indicating significant progress. Although Liu Jintian remained silent, his keen eyes immediately discerned the changes in Liu Sheng. Previously, he had instructed a Fu to keep an eye on Liu Sheng, but had not gleaned any insights. He never anticipated that his own son would experience such rapid growth, far exceeding his expectations. Liu Sheng, do those people know you? Why are they pointing at you? While Liu Sheng was conversing with Jiang Chunhua, heading toward the examination venue, he had not noticed the presence of the Liu family. It was Jiang Chunhua who observed a group of unfamiliar faces seemingly discussing Liu Sheng. HM? Liu Sheng looked up and noticed the Liu family watching him from short distance away. Initially, he contemplated avoiding them and entering through another route. However, he quickly realized that the candidates had only one entrance, and the Liu family was blocking the way. Moreover, he had done nothing shameful. Why should he hide from them? I do not know them, Liu Sheng replied flatly, as if he had not seen them, and continued onward. Seeing his parents and sister without even a greeting was truly indicative of poor upbringing, just as Liu Sheng intended to pass by the Liu family without acknowledging them. Liu Qianru suddenly remarked with a mocking tone, just a heartless ingrate. How can you expect him to have any manners? Unlike our little Jin, who is both obedient and polite. Lin Shuya chimed in, casting a disdainful glance at Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng had no desire to engage with them, but their repugnant behavior compelled him to respond in kind. See me alive and well. You must be quite disappointed. Huh? Spending $1 million to hire a bunch of thugs to take me down. Wasn't he that a tad naive? Liu Sheng disregarded Lin Shuya and Liu Qianru, instead striding directly to Liu Jin, a mocking expression on his face. Brother, what are you saying? I do not understand. Liu Jin feigned innocence, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes as he put on a guise of navet. Have you lost your mind, Liu Sheng? What thugs? How could such a kind soul like little Jin ever do something like that? The meaning of Liu Sheng's words was unmistakable. publicly accusing Lu Jin of hiring someone to kill him. Lu Qianru was the first to disbelieve this accusation, quickly stepping in front of Lu Jin to confront Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, clarify yourself. What wrong has little Jin done to deserve such malicious slander? Lin Shuya was equally unwilling to let it slide, pointing at Lu Sheng and loudly questioning him in front of everyone. Xiao Sheng, is there some misunderstanding here? After all, we are family. Surely little Jin would not resort to taking your life? Although Lu Jiasin had changed her attitude towards Lu Sheng significantly after reading his diary. However, when Lu Sheng abruptly accused Lu Jin of hiring a hitman to murder his brother, she found it hard to believe. Such serious allegations necessitate substantial evidence. What proof do you have to support your claim that Xiao Jin intended to hire someone to kill you? Lu Jintian, who had remained silent until now, inquired. The unfounded nature of Lu Sheng's claims, directly targeting Lu Jin, left Lu Jintian skeptical. He suspected that Lu Sheng must have encountered some incident that prompted him to speak with such conviction. Evidence? Simply check if 50,000 was missing from his account, and the truth will be revealed. That was the deposit he paid to those assassins. Lu Sheng retorted with a glance at Lu Jintian. Is there any truth to this? Lu Jintian's piercing gaze fell upon Lu Jin. Despite Lu Sheng's emotional outburst and decision to leave home, he was still his own flesh and blood. If Lu Jin truly committed such an atrocious act, he would not stand idly by. I did spend 50,000 recently, but that was to purchase a martial arts manual from the black market. My brother is unjustly accusing me of hiring a hitman, Lu Jin replied, her voice tinged with grievance. To be cautious, she had bought the manual from outside, knowing its value was hard to ascertain, making it plausible for her to claim the expenditure without dispute. To her surprise, it had proven useful today. Who taught you to falsely accuse others without substantial evidence? Lu Jintian's unwavering trust in Lu Jin prompted him to coldly interrogate Lu Sheng. Deep down, you know the truth, and so do I. If you refuse to acknowledge it, rest assured, I will address this matter appropriately when the time comes. Lu Sheng scoffed, dismissing Lu Jintian's concern with a contemptuous remark before turning to leave. He realized that his mere words could not substantiate Lu Jin's guilt, especially given his own extensive transgressions that could not withstand scrutiny. However, his intention was merely to provoke the Lu family, and having voiced his claims, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Yet, just as he took a few steps, he noticed Jiang Yuru gazing at him with a complicated expression, clearly having witnessed the exchange between him and the Lu family. It was inherently embarrassing for personal disputes to be seen by someone familiar. Lu Sheng pretended not to notice Jiang Yuru and brushed past her. Today, Jiang Yuru, displaying remarkable discretion, refrained from initiating conversation. She pondered how poor his relationship with his family must be to account for his peculiar demeanor. However, to hear of a brother hiring a hitman against his sibling is something I've only seen in melodramatic television dramas. I never expected it to occur in reality. Despite Lu Sheng's repeated rejections of her and her father the previous day, Jiang Yuru felt no resentment towards him. On the contrary, witnessing Lu Sheng's family-esque attitude towards him elicited a modicum of sympathy. Did Xiao Sheng just mention that he would encounter Xiao Jin during the exam? Could it be that he is not merely here to observe, but to participate in the examination? Following Lu Sheng's departure, the atmosphere among the Lu family turned somber. It was then that Lu Jiasin suddenly recognized an unusual issue. Chapter 43. Is it really so difficult to acknowledge others' excellence? Don't be ridiculous. When he registered, his blood energy was barely over 160, which only qualifies him for the C-level exam. Lu Qianru scoffed upon hearing this. Indeed, given his aptitude, being able to participate in the martial arts examination is already an incredible stroke of luck. Today, he is merely qualified to watch Xiao Jin perform on stage. Lin Shuyi concurred, equally doubtful about Lu Sheng's participation in the exam. Wait a moment, the man next to my brother is someone I recognize. He is their class teacher, Jiang Chunhua. How did they manage to enter the exclusive candidate passage? Just then, Lu Jin was taken aback, realizing that Lu Sheng and Jiang Chunhua had merely shown their wristbands and identification to enter the candidate area without any obstruction from the staff at the entrance. How do they get in? Do they know the person at the door? Lu Jiasin exclaimed in surprise. Perhaps they merely had some business inside? Lu Qianru speculated skeptically. You all probably didn't notice, but Xiao Sheng is wearing a blue wristband, which is essential for candidates. The examination center collects it after the exam concludes. The fact that Xiao Sheng's wristband was not collected indicates one thing. His exam is not over. Earlier, though Lu Qinghan had not engaged with Lu Sheng in front of their family, her eyes had been scrutinizing him from head to toe. Seeing that he was doing well now brought her genuine joy as an elder sister. As she observed him, she noticed the examination wristband on his wrist. Initially perplexed, she only understood its significance when Lu Sheng successfully entered the candidate passage. Why does he get to keep his wristband? Did he bribe someone at the examination center? Lin Shui expressed her discontent with this theory, raising her voice in the public setting. Could you refrain from embarrassing yourself here? The examination center personnel cannot be easily bribed. If I couldn't accomplish it, how could Lu Sheng? The only logical explanation for why Lu Sheng's wristband was not collected is that he advanced from the C level all the way to A level. Lu Jintian, a man of stature, felt his dignity compromised by Lin Shui's loud outburst, and he immediately reprimanded her with a cold expression. However, when he verbalized his speculation about Lu Sheng, he himself was taken aback. Despite the division in levels being merely due to a few dozen points of blood energy, in reality, this disparity represented a chasm in aptitude prior to becoming a true martial artist. For an ordinary person to bridge this gap was exceedingly difficult. Those who could elevate from one level to another were exceedingly rare. Lu Jintian had not heard of anyone advancing from the lowest C level to A level in all his years. How did Lu Sheng achieve this? This question loomed large in Lu Jintian's mind. Could it be that I misjudged him all along? Is Lu Sheng actually a genius? As he pondered, self-doubt began to creep in. No wonder he insisted on severing ties with us. He must have gained confidence. If only I had known back then that I shouldn't have brought this troublesome child into the world. After receiving a stern reprimand from Lu Jintian, Lin Shui dared not raise her voice any longer, yet she continued to murmur softly from the side. So Xiao Sheng is actually this capable? If Sam Mei knew, she would surely be overjoyed. Lu Jiasin appeared somewhat excited. I still refuse to believe Lu Sheng possesses such capabilities. Even if he is now qualified to compete in the A-level group, it is filled with the very best candidates from Beijing. Him squeezing in would make him nothing more than a source of easy points. Lu Qianru maintained her dismissive attitude. Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge others' excellence? Especially when that person is your own brother. Lu Qinghan could no longer tolerate Lu Qianru's harshness towards Lu Sheng and retorted in anger. Enough. Lu Qianru, clearly displeased, was poised to counter when Lu Jintian, exhibiting impatience, interrupted. Stop dwelling on irrelevant matters and focus on today's examination. This is one of the most critical moments in your life. Do not allow regrets to linger. All other concerns can wait until after the exam. Immediately, Lu Jintian grasped Lu Jin's shoulder and solemnly advised him. I understand, Dad. Lu Jin replied obediently. Did you not previously state that you were an orphan? Jiang Chunhua, who had been observing Lu Sheng's plight with detachment, recalled that a woman had claimed to be Lu Sheng's family member some time ago. It was only at this moment, while accompanying Lu Sheng in line for another blood test, that he could not help but inquire in a hushed tone. In the past, yes, in the future as well. Lu Sheng replied, his tone notably stiff, clearly unwilling to delve into the subject. Noticing Lu Sheng's poor demeanor, Jiang Chunhua refrained from pressing further, fearful it might disrupt Lu Sheng's focus during the examination. During the upcoming test, there will be several formidable contenders for the top rank. You must exercise utmost caution when you encounter them. He gestured toward a towering figure, a 2-meter-tall man named Li Yongheng, whose strength was not only formidable, but whose defensive capabilities were equally astonishing. Do not engage him head-on. Instead, maneuver to find opportunities. You should be familiar with Su Lilu from our school. She has mastered Principal Su's signature skill, the butterfly step, which grants her an erratic yet swift movement. Remain vigilant when facing her. He continued, the one in the black vest is Han Xiaodong. His father is the leader of a gang in Beijing. His methods are ruthless, and he shows no regard for consequences during combat. Exercise extreme caution when facing him, for any significant injury could spell disaster. And then there's Lu Jin from our school. His characteristics are, Jiang Chunhua began, only to be interrupted by Lu Sheng. Yes, Lu Jin is the most noteworthy among them. The others, while they may have their strengths to reach this level, require only a measure of caution, since learning that Lu Sheng had effortlessly broken Hua Gang's leg the day before. Jiang Chunhua had developed immense confidence in this student. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to draw parallels between Lu Sheng and those candidates capable of contending for the championship. He eagerly anticipated a stellar performance from Lu Sheng, as such an outcome would indubitably alter the course of his life. Just last night, after reporting Lu Sheng's situation to the principal, he received high praise for his efforts, along with promises of numerous benefits for assisting Lu Sheng in further endeavors. This excitement kept him awake throughout the night. Chapter 44. Could he truly possess such strength? In the A-class examination, there were no advancements to speak of, so every participant must strive for higher scores to improve their rankings. Including those ascending from the B-class, there were a total of 542 candidates in the A-class. The central screen at the examination site would display real-time updates of the latest scoring rankings. The stand were packed with over 10,000 spectators, creating an atmosphere akin to a grand festival. Even several star contestants had their own fans, wielding pre-made support signs and cheering for their favorites. Lu Sheng faintly heard that Lu Jin's name was met with the loudest cheers. Glancing at the screen, he noted his current ranking was 496, likely the highest among those promoted from the B class. He surmised that the only person paying attention to him was Jiang Chunhua. What he did not realize was that Lu Qinghan, Lu Jiaxin, and Lu Zhentian, seated in the stands, were all observing him intently through binoculars. Jiang Yueru, responsible for medical assistance, also stole glances at Lu Sheng's platform from time to time. Candidate 103583. Are you prepared? The examiner called out loudly. I am ready. Lu Sheng nodded from his position on the platform. The A-class arena was considerably larger than before, spanning over 20 square meters. Let the examination commence. The examiner announced with a booming voice. As the words fell, Lu Sheng's first opponent, a boy with a watermelon hairstyle clad in green sports attire, cautiously began to approach him with small, careful jumps. This is the A-class examination. I must extend due respect to my opponents, Lu Sheng silently mused. In this highly scrutinized setting, he resolved not to treat his adversary with the frivolity he had previously displayed. Just as his opponent was searching for a flaw, Lu Sheng decided to initiate an aggressive advance without any preamble. How swift! At the moment Lu Sheng surged forward, his opponent's pupils dilated, and he hastily assumed a defensive stance. To the boy, Lu Sheng appeared as a leopard on the hunt, showcasing astonishing explosive power. Can he withstand this? The opponent's response seemed appropriate, yet to Lu Sheng, the contest had already concluded. He had not trained in any advanced martial arts. His arsenal consisted solely of the most basic combat techniques learned at school. However, with his physical prowess far surpassing that of his peers, even the simplest of movements bore extraordinary lethality. Lu Sheng's long, straight, right leg lashed out toward his opponent like a whip. The boy, not daring to underestimate the situation, raised his right arm in a bid to protect his head. Yet, to presume this would suffice against Lu Sheng was somewhat naive. With a resounding crack, Lu Sheng's foot struck the opponent's arm before crashing into his face, producing a remarkably crisp sound. In the next moment, the boy was sent spiraling sideways. Tumbling off the platform, Lu Sheng looked down impassively at his opponent, now unconscious below. After parting ways with the Lu family, a surge of anger had been pent up within him. He realized that after delivering that kick, a strange sense of release accompanied it, significantly lightening his mood. Not good. Why is he striking so hard today? Jiang Yueru's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing Lu Sheng's opponent being kicked off the platform. Without waiting for the examiner to call for assistance, she swiftly signaled her colleagues to rush over. Candidate 103,583 wins. The examiner, taken aback by Lu Sheng's ferocity, stood frozen for 2 seconds before hastily moving to check on the fallen candidate, discovering him unconscious and promptly declaring the result. Could he truly possess such strength? Lu Zhentian found himself breathing more rapidly, his free fist clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking under the pressure. This was the first time he had witnessed his biological son in action, and he was astonished by the remarkable scene before him. The transition from initiation to kick was executed with striking cleanliness, devoid of any flamboyance. In terms of speed, power, and explosiveness, Lu Sheng's performance was exceptional for someone of his age. Had the timing of his strike been slightly more favorable, Lu Jintian might have doubted Lu Sheng's inexperience in combat. Lu Jin has achieved this level through years of my careful guidance. But how has this child accomplished such feats? No, this was indeed reasonable. After all, he bore the bloodline of Lu Jintian, and thus should possess such formidable talent. It was a pity. Had he not gone missing back then and been nurtured under my guidance from a young age, one could only imagine how formidable he would have become, certainly stronger than Lu Jin, who had undergone multiple injections of enhancement agents. However, it is not too late. Once the examination concludes, I shall promptly summon him back home, as long as he is willing to obediently listen and cooperate. I am confident that he can reach my current level before the age of 30. Perhaps achieving the title of the youngest martial sage before turning 40 is not beyond the realm of possibility. In this moment, Lu Jintian's heart burned with fervor. Initially perplexed by Lu Sheng's newfound prowess, he found it hard to believe that this was the same timid and frail boy of yesteryears. Yet, as he pondered further, a realization dawned upon him. Lu Sheng was destined to be this formidable, for he was his own flesh and blood. He began to envision a splendid future where Lu Sheng, upon returning to the Lu family, would soar to great heights under his guidance. Is that really our little Sheng? Lu Jiaxin questioned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she witnessed Lu Sheng's triumphant strike. She thought perhaps her eyes were deceiving her and replayed the moment several times. Still unsure, before urgently grasping Lu Qinghan's arm and inquiring, "Indeed, that is our brother, Lu Sheng. Can you believe that the boy we consistently overlooked has turned out to be this remarkable?" When Lu Qinghan was posed with her sister's question, her heart suddenly ached. Watching Lu Sheng effortlessly vanquish his opponent filled her with genuine joy. Yet, this outstanding child had chosen to sever ties with his family after years of neglect, leaving her filled with profound regret for not having provided him with more attention sooner. Each encounter now revealed that Lu Sheng regarded them as adversaries, and she felt utterly uncertain about whether she could mend their fractured relationship and bring him home. Is it too late for me to apologize to him now? With Lu Qinghan's affirmation, Lu Jiaxin was reminded of the contents of her diary, intensifying her feelings of guilt. I did cheer for my dear brother, but is it truly enough? I cannot say for certain. However, given the current circumstances, it seems unlikely to be an easy endeavor. Lu Qinghan shook her head with a rueful smile. Through their recent interactions, she had discerned Lu Sheng's resolute attitude, one that suggested a growing chasm between them. Wow, Xiao Jin is so impressive, defeating that opponent in just a few moves. At that moment, Lu Qianru suddenly burst forth with exuberance. Yes, quite impressive, Lu Qinghan replied, her attention not even straying toward Lu Jin as she absent-mindedly offered a perfunctory response. Once, she had held a favorable view of Lu Jin, treating her as family despite not showering her with affection like Lu Qianru did. Yet, after reading Lu Sheng's diary and learning of Lu Jin's repeated malevolence towards him, her perception of Lu Jin had soured, as if she were now wearing tinted glasses. Regardless of what Lu Jin said, she felt as though it were a cunning ploy. Truly, my son has brought honor to our family, the Lu family. As elder sisters, why have you not shown your support for your brother? Do you lack this basic awareness? Lin Shuaiying, upon witnessing Lu Jin's effortless victory, had initially beamed with joy. However, upon seeing her other daughters remain unresponsive, her satisfaction quickly turned to displeasure. I did cheer for my dear brother, Lu Qinghan retorted, casting a glance at Lin Shuaiying and defiantly raising her chin. She was already steeped in guilt over Lu Sheng's situation, and now, Lin Shuaiying's reprimand only ignited her rebellious spirit. She understood that the most immediate reason behind Lu Sheng's departure was their mother's harsh treatment. As she learned more about Lu Sheng's experiences at home, her dissatisfaction with her mother deepened. Her earlier remarks were intended to provoke Lin Shuaiying. Do you not know who your true family is? Supporting that ingrate, Do you think he will appreciate your kindness? Lin Shuaing, of course, did not take this lightly. Yet, after having been reprimanded by Lu Zhentian once before, she dared only to speak in a lowered tone. Anyone with blood ties to me is indeed my family. If he does not reciprocate, it is simply because we have been excessively harsh, and that is only right. Lu Qinghan stood her ground resolutely against Lin Shuaing, refusing to yield an inch. Elder sister, please stop. Lu Jiasin, lacking the courage to intervene in the conflict between her mother and elder sister, cautiously tugged at Lu Qinghan's sleeve. Clarify your words. In what way have we been harsh towards him? Lu Qinghan's words struck a nerve with Lin Shuaing. The distance between them had been several meters. Yet Lin Shuaing suddenly lunged at Lu Qinghan, pointing an accusatory finger at her daughter. If you continue to shout, you can march back home. Lu Zhentian, still intently observing Lu Sheng's every move while immersed in his hopeful visions for the future, was abruptly interrupted by Lin Shuaing's furious voice. A surge of anger ignited within him as he glared at Lin Shuaing and bellowed. Lin Shuaing, who feared her husband the most, fell silent under his reprimand, lowering her head and refraining from speaking, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Well done, Lu Sheng. Keep up the momentum and score even more points. Across the arena, Jiang Chunhua cupped his hands before his mouth as if they were a trumpet, fervently shouting with flushed cheeks. In the preceding days, the crowd had been so immense that he could not see Lu Sheng's performance from the resting area. Today, upon finally witnessing Lu Sheng's prowess firsthand, he comprehended just how formidable his student truly was. He firmly believed that based on that recent kick alone, Lu Sheng possessed the strength to break into the top 10. No one could fathom the exhilaration swelling within him. For the past 3 years, Lu Sheng had been a nondescript student in his class, overlooked by all. In truth, Jiang Chunhua himself had often found himself in a similar position within the faculty of the first high school, always assigned the least gifted students. He was looked down upon by school administrators, other teachers, and even his own family. The humiliation he endured, akin to what Wang Lei had subjected him to yesterday, had become an all-too familiar part of his daily life, the number of such incidents far too numerous to recall. He had never experienced a moment of brilliance akin to a diamond shine, yet he believed that this student might finally grant him the chance to revel in glory. Should Lu Sheng achieve commendable results this time, he was convinced that his life would undergo a profound transformation. Upon examining the injured party, Jiang Yuru discovered that, although the individual was beginning to regain consciousness, the arm was irreparably broken, rendering them unable to participate in the upcoming examination. Earlier, she had observed the emotional intensity in Lu Sheng's kick, leading her to contemplate advising him against projecting his own past misfortunes onto others. However, she refrained from voicing this sentiment, recalling her grandfather's frequent admonition, "Do not advise others to be virtuous without having first endured their hardships." The martial examination was inherently a brutal game of survival of the fittest. Every participant in this contest could encounter a myriad of circumstances. Some were fortunate, while others were not. Furthermore, among today's examinees, there were many who struck even harder than Lu Sheng. She was merely a volunteer tasked with rescue efforts, her sole duty being to provide assistance to the injured, without any inclination to cast blame upon Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng sensed Jiang Yuru's hesitant gaze fixated upon him. Those innocent and flawless beautiful eyes momentarily rendered Lu Sheng somewhat entranced. "You may need to exert yourself a bit more today," he remarked, quickly regaining his composure as he found their mutual stare somewhat awkward. "It is only right for me to endure hardship. However, if possible, I hope you can afford those who are significantly weaker than you another chance to continue their examination. Should you feel the need to vent your frustrations, do not hesitate to direct them towards those who are more resilient or deserving of a beating." Like him and him, Jiang Yuru offered Lu Sheng a faint smile, her tone unexpectedly gentle. Yet, in the end, she pointed towards 2 other arenas not far away. One showcased a towering behemoth, standing at 2 meters tall, who remained stationary while his opponent relentlessly pummeled him. He appeared impervious to pain, laughing heartily and encouraging his adversary to strike harder, despite the latter seemingly exerting all their might. Meanwhile, in another arena, a young man with hair obscuring one eye, clad in a black vest, was mercilessly twisting his opponent's arm with a sadistic grin. Chapter 46. A chasm too vast to bridge. Lu Sheng found validity in Jiang Yuru's words. For an average candidate, his earlier display of 50% effort had indeed been excessive. However, regarding the two individuals she referenced, they appeared to be quite deserving of a thrashing. With the advantage of his panel, Lu Sheng found no thrill in overpowering those of mediocre strength. Perhaps it would be far more engaging to challenge those truly gifted candidates. Furthermore, he recognized his own lack of practical experience. When facing ordinary competitors, it would be more beneficial to apply less force and refine his combat skills upon them. Should he encounter opponents of similar caliber one day, he would not be caught off guard. Thus, he resolved to treat ordinary opponents as practice partners, reserving his full prowess for encounters with formidable geniuses. He believed that such a burdensome yet progressive approach would prove beneficial. In the subsequent matches, Lu Sheng indeed adhered to this strategy. Each time he faced an opponent, he would commence with a probing assault, deliberately modulating his strength to align closely with that of his adversary. Consequently, he appeared evenly matched with everyone he faced. Occasionally, in pursuit of understanding his own technique applications, he would even allow himself to take a few hits from his opponents. Lu Sheng discovered that after several matches, not only did his situational combat experience become increasingly rich, but also the once incomprehensible lessons from his practical classes began to coalesce into a clear understanding. Compared to the monotonous assessments of the preceding days, today's examination suddenly transformed into an intriguing endeavor. The progress he achieved solely through his own efforts was far more gratifying than that bestowed by the panel's enhancements. "This is how it should be," Jiang Yuru remarked, her face adorned with a smile of approval. Whenever she had the chance, she would monitor Lu Sheng's circumstances. Discovering that he had genuinely taken her advice to heart filled her with sincere joy. It led her to realize that despite his aloof demeanor and peculiar temperament, he was not so difficult to engage with. What is happening? Why has he suddenly become so weak? Is he concealing his true strength? At that moment, Lu Zhentian pondered, having witnessed Lu Sheng's subsequent matches. Lu Sheng had won his first match with remarkable ease, triumphing with an overwhelming advantage. Yet, in the matches that followed, he appeared to be an entirely different person, engaging in fierce exchanges with each competitor. To Lu Zhentian, in such high-stakes examinations, defeating one's opponent with minimal exertion would undoubtedly confer greater advantages in future contests. If Lu Sheng was indeed concealing his capabilities, it would be an unwise decision. However, another possibility loomed. Lu Sheng's initial match may have resulted in an overexertion due to nerves, leading to significant repercussions in his subsequent performances. Thus, while he continued to win, his victories felt particularly hard-won. Lu Zhentian speculated that if this trend persisted, Lu Sheng might find it challenging to even secure a place within the top 100. "It seems I may have overestimated him. I should not harbor such lofty expectations," Lu Zhentian lamented, shaking his head in disappointment before turning his attention to Lu Jin's progress. I thought he was formidable. In just this brief moment, he has already been struck several times by others. Meanwhile, our little Jin has dispatched every opponent in under 3 moves," Lu Qianru remarked with a hint of pride, casting a sideways glance at Lu Qinghan. "Isn't that so? Little Jin is the frontrunner for our Northern Stars Championship. He is not to be compared with such riffraff." Lin Shuya shot a disdainful glance at her eldest daughter. After their prior disagreements, Lu Qianru and Lin Shuya occasionally monitored Lu Sheng's progress. However, to them, Lu Sheng was merely a target for ridicule, rendering him unworthy of their attention. Lu Qinghan felt an intense sense of frustration. She understood that with Lu Sheng's current performance, any attempt to defend him would only invite further scorn from the duo. Thus, she chose to remain silent. "Sister, you mentioned that little Sheng was quite impressive in his first match, but why has he appeared so deflated since the second? I heard that only those who rank within the top 100 are eligible for acceptance into the top academies. Do you think he still has a chance?" Lu Jiaxian whispered, her voice laden with uncertainty as she leaned closer to Lu Qinghan. Lu Qinghan pursed her lips, raising her gaze to the towering scoreboard. The name at the top position was unmistakably Lu Jin's, who had achieved an astonishing 38 consecutive victories, amassing a staggering 114 points, establishing a 30-point lead over the second-place contender, Han Xiaodong. After scrutinizing the scoreboard for some time, Lu Qinghan finally located Lu Sheng's name behind the modest total of 39 points. Compared to Lu Jin's impressive performance, the gap was nearly insurmountable. The top 100 should still be within reach. Little Sheng may be slow, but at least he hasn't lost yet, Lu Qinghan stated. Though her conviction was notably lacking, she could surmise that as the examination progressed, stronger opponents would emerge. Given Lu Sheng's current display, should he face off against the leading competitors, his chances of victory appeared exceedingly slim. The most dire scenario loomed as well. Lu Sheng might suffer a debilitating setback in the forthcoming matches, rendering him unable to continue the examination. Thus, he would completely miss the chance to join the prestigious Top 10 Academy. This individual employed an odd and cunning angle in his strikes. Had it not been for my robust physique, I might truly have found myself at a disadvantage. After considerable effort, I landed a punch to his jaw, knocking him out and securing victory, which allowed Lu Sheng to exhale a sigh of relief. This opponent had proven to be the most formidable one he had faced since suppressing his own strength. He had landed several blows on my vital areas, yet fortunately, my 16-point constitution afforded me exceptional resilience. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. Upon lightly leaping down from the ring, Lu Sheng raised his gaze towards the score leaderboard, which he had previously neglected, only to discover that Lu Jin had already ascended to the top with a considerable lead. It appears my pace has been somewhat sluggish. However, it matters not. Merely 2 hours have elapsed. In the remaining 6 hours, surpassing that upstart shall be a matter of time. If only I could encounter him sooner. He would not have the opportunity to score even a single point. Observing the gap between himself and Lu Jin, Lu Sheng remained unperturbed, intending to adhere to his meticulously crafted examination strategy. Yet, when he matched with his next opponent and stepped onto the stage, he was taken aback to find a familiar face standing opposite him. Chapter 47. Quite something. How did you end up here? When Su Luo recognized the person before her as Lu Sheng, she couldn't help but rub her eyes, doubting her own vision. If you can do it, why can't I? Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow, fully understanding the emotions of the school belle from Yizhong at that moment. After all, it was indeed surreal for a previously weakling with barely enough vitality to register for the martial examination to appear in the elite trials of the A-grade group. I have long suspected there was something amiss with you. The machines simply failed to detect it. Now, not only have you passed the test through dubious means, but you also dare to appear brazenly before me. Once this match concludes, I shall certainly report you to my grandfather, who will bring it to the attention of the Education Bureau Director. If the Beijing Education Bureau remains indifferent, I shall escalate the matter to even higher authorities. Having failed to expose Lu Sheng's true nature on the day of registration, Su Liruo felt utterly humiliated. Not only had her relationship with her beloved suffered a rift, but she had also received a severe reprimand from her grandfather upon returning home. For days, she had regarded that incident as a profound disgrace, unable to forget it. Thus, upon seeing Lu Sheng, she recognized him immediately. Initially, she thought their paths would never cross again. Little did she expect that this person could infiltrate the A-grade examination with his C-grade qualifications. She could not possibly believe this without a shadow of doubt. Is that so? Then go ahead and defeat me first. If you cannot even best me, who would believe in your abilities? Lu Sheng scoffed, recalling vividly the obstinate nature of this woman. Although she had been manipulated by Lu Jin that day, judging by her words and actions, even in the absence of provocation, had she known of Lu Sheng's past, she likely would have reported him with righteous indignation. In light of this, he resolved to demonstrate his absolute strength, making Su Luo aware of the perilous folly of presuming oneself superior to a woman. I am currently ranked 11th. What gives you the audacity to speak so boldly before me? Lu Sheng's words immediately elicited derision from Su Liruo. In her eyes, a worthless individual like Lu Sheng, who relied on drugs to bolster his performance, was hardly formidable. His survival until now was merely a stroke of luck. You will soon discover what I am capable of. I only hope that when you lose, you do not shed tears. Lu Sheng replied with a calm smile, having developed a near immunity to such taunts. You're asking for it, Su Ruo retorted, her brows furrowing in anger as she charged at Lu Sheng. Though she appeared to rush directly towards him, her movements were anything but linear. Like a nimble butterfly, she flitted across the stage with unpredictable agility, her speed eclipsing even Lu Sheng's. Despite his remarkable reflexes and keen eyesight, Lu Sheng found himself momentarily unable to predict Su Liruo's next move. The novelty of this opponent piqued his interest. Maintaining a frontal stance against her, he began to observe her every motion intently. After executing over 10 swift maneuvers, it seemed Su Liruo had finally identified a flaw in Lu Sheng's defense. She darted to his left side and, with seamless precision, aimed a slap directly at the base of his ear, an area rich in nerve endings. Having undergone 5 rounds of blood refinement and subsequently continued with bone tempering, Su Luo was now a bona fide first-tier martial artist, capable of harnessing her vitality. If that slap connected, even the most resilient individual would find themselves dizzy and disoriented. In such instances, her opponents would typically succumb to her series of follow-up attacks with ease. Alas, her adversary was none other than Lu Sheng. Even before his mind could fully register Su Luo's rapid and unorthodox strike, his body instinctively reacted, making a narrow leap to the right. He could distinctly feel the rush of wind as her palms sliced through the air, causing a slight pain in his eardrum. Quite something. After dispatching Lu Qingwen, Lu Sheng had believed that few individuals below the 3rd tier could pose a challenge to him. Yet, at this very moment, he realized he had underestimated the prowess of the world's heroes. This genius, molded through elite education and meticulous training, was evidently far more formidable than the mediocre Lu Qingwen. He understood that merely evading would lead him to fall into the opponent's rhythm, a scenario that would be detrimental to himself. However, while his experience in combat was limited, he comprehended the fundamental principle of exploiting strengths against weaknesses. Previously, he had triumphed over Lu Qingwen, who had superior strength, by relying on speed and agility. Now, faced with the agile Su Luo, he was confident that his strength surpassed hers considerably. She actually evaded? Lu Sheng's ability to dodge what he had deemed an assured hit surprised Su Liruo. Nevertheless, she chalked it up to mere luck, as she knew that those weaker than her could never escape her relentless pressure and pursuit. Just then, she noticed that Lu Sheng, having narrowly evaded her attack, launched a sudden counterstrike akin to a dragon's tail sweep. Not only was it executed with astonishing speed, but it also carried immense force, akin to a razor-sharp blade slicing through the air towards her. This is bad. Su Liruo reacted swiftly, her heart racing as she realized she could not withstand this blow directly. In a flash, she crouched low. The gust generated by Lu Sheng's kick tousled her hair. However, failing to land his strike did not deter Lu Sheng. He unleashed a relentless barrage of powerful kicks directed at Su Liruo. Su Liruo, unwilling to confront him head-on, employed her remarkably light-footed technique, dodging time and again. They say those who resort to drugs are merely gilded spears. How can this person be so formidable? Su Liruo found herself increasingly astonished as the battle progressed. In the midst of their intense exchange, the two engaged in a perilous dance of offense and evasion, though it remained well within Su Lilu's control for the time being. As long as she maintained her focus, she could deftly maneuver using the butterfly step. However, Lu Sheng's relentless barrage of attacks unveiled a critical flaw in her assessment. She had seemingly underestimated his prowess. His long legs, coupled with swift and powerful strikes, rendered her unable to close the distance. It became imperative for her to identify his weaknesses. Continuously relying on the butterfly step was proving to be an exhausting endeavor. Should her stamina wane, she would inevitably succumb to him. As Su Lilu evaded, her mind raced in urgency. Lu Sheng's unyielding assault placed immense pressure upon her. She understood that without finding an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow, the likelihood of her defeat loomed large. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Sheng's gaze upon her was growing increasingly bright, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Chapter 48. The stinging reality during this period. Lu Sheng was not merely attacking blindly. Instead, he meticulously observed Su Lilu's footwork while countering her movements. To his delight, he discerned a pattern. Her alternating footfalls, one feigned and the other firm, were executed with such subtlety that they would easily mislead an untrained eye regarding her next move. Lu Sheng noted that whenever she intended to shift left, her right foot would engage in a deceptive feint to confound her opponent. Although her left foot mimicked similar movements, the supporting leg, which provided power, could not be deceived. Once he grasped the rhythm of Su Lilu's movements, dismantling her strategy became a straightforward task. He could predict with remarkable clarity where she would move next. However, to see through Su Lilu's tactics required two essential attributes: keen eyesight and quick reflexes. Without them, success was elusive. Having confirmed this, Lu Sheng ceased his pursuit, standing still with a bemused expression as he watched Su Lilu, intending to await her advance and counter accordingly. What? Why has he stopped attacking? Could it be that he has exhausted himself? This could be my golden opportunity. I cannot afford to give him time to recover. Lu Sheng's pause brought a flicker of relief to Su Lilu. His recent onslaught had been overwhelmingly fierce, and astonishingly, he had yet to land a single hit. It was well known that empty strikes consumed far more energy than solid blows. If Lu Sheng was indeed fatigued, it signified a reduction in both his strength and speed, greatly diminishing the threat he posed to her. Seizing this invaluable moment, Su Lilu surged forward, intent on decisively overpowering Lu Sheng. An opening. As she advanced, her opponent remained unmoving, the only action being the slow lift of his right hand. In that instant, her eyes gleamed with determination, and after a dazzling series of feints, she prepared to angle toward Lu Sheng's right side. Smack! To her astonishment, just as she reached the midpoint of her advance, a sharp pain blossomed across her face. She lost control, hurtling sideways and rolling several times upon the arena floor before barely managing to regain her footing. How is this possible? How could he strike me? A coincidence. It must be mere chance. He surely just got lucky. Holding her face with one hand and kneeling on the ground, disbelief filled Su Lilu's eyes. Since mastering the butterfly step, only Lu Jin among her peers had been able to touch her. No one else had even grazed the hem of her garment. Come on, bring it on. With an inviting gesture, Lu Sheng beckoned Su Lilu, pleased with his recent slap. To strike a girl as beautiful as her for the first time brought him no guilt, but rather an inexplicable thrill. His mind briefly wandered to a few faces he loathed yet found equally attractive, and he couldn't help but wonder how it would feel to slap them as well. Don't be so arrogant. That was merely a fluke. Enraged, Su Lilu ground her teeth, feeling the sting across half her face. To have her stunning visage marred by this drug-addled fool was an utter humiliation. You can certainly try again. Once you do, you'll know whether it was truly an accident. Lu Sheng gestured once more towards Su Lilu. With a cold snort, she resumed her approach, though this time her movements were noticeably more cautious. Perhaps Su Lilu had yet to fully master her skills, regardless of her speed or demeanor. The essence of her footwork remained consistent in Lu Sheng's eyes. At that moment, the renowned beauty of Beijing's first high school appeared to him as a mere jester, hopping about before him. After witnessing her antics for a time, he began to feel a sense of tedium. I refused to believe it, recognizing that Lu Sheng had not even raised a hand this time. Su Lilu immediately perceived this as an exceptional opportunity. Just as she readied herself to strike him once more, she inadvertently noticed a faint smirk on his face. Oh no, something is amiss. Realizing the potential danger, Su Lilu instinctively prepared to alter her trajectory. Yet, with a bait so tantalizingly close, Lu Sheng had no intention of letting it slip away. He swiftly retaliated with another precise slap, landing squarely on the opposite side of her face. Though he did not apply much force, aiming only to humiliate her, the sharp crack of the slap elicited sympathetic winces from the bystanders. After rolling clumsily on the ground twice, Su Lilu finally stood, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she covered her face. Why? What went wrong? How could he predict my every move with such precision? At that moment, her emotions transcended mere shock. She felt an overwhelming sense of terror. Under Lu Sheng's indifferent gaze, she felt utterly exposed, as if all her secrets had been laid bare. The intense shame caused her body to tremble involuntarily. Come on, let us continue. Aren't you planning to report me? If you cannot even overcome me, your claims will hold no weight. Lu Sheng had no intention of pressing his advantage. He believed that shattering the spirit of such an arrogant woman would provide him far greater satisfaction than any physical victory. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to believe that I, Su Lilu, am inferior to someone like you. Geniuses are not only labeled as such due to their exceptional talents. They often possess a willpower that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Despite having endured 2 humiliating slaps from Lu Sheng, Su Lilu quickly regained her fighting spirit. Assuming a stance for another attack, her eyes locked onto Lu Sheng as she declared with unwavering resolve. Without hesitation, she charged toward him once more. Yet her greatest reliance had already been dismantled, leaving her with little hope of success. Lu Sheng, exerting minimal effort, casually delivered light slaps to Su Lilu's face, solely to undermine her mental fortitude. Meanwhile, in the VIP observation room at the examination center, dozens of impeccably dressed middle-aged men and women watched on. Among these individuals were the school leaders from various institutions in Beijing, relevant officials from government departments, and the recruitment heads from prominent martial arts academies dispatched to Beijing. At this moment, each of them appeared remarkably at ease, quietly expressing their opinions while observing the live footage of some popular candidates in the examination hall. Principal Su, your granddaughter is truly exceptional, a true gem among people. Not only is she extraordinarily gifted, but she is also stunningly beautiful. As a young woman, to ascend to the 11th position in such a short time, just a step away from the top 10, certainly qualifies her as a genius. Indeed, Xiao Su performed with remarkable composure in her previous competitions. I believe her admission into the top 3 at Sheng Academy is not out of reach. Her next opponent does not seem particularly formidable. She should be able to secure these points with certainty. One screen displayed the match between Su Liruo and Lu Sheng. Several individuals, resembling leaders, extolled Su Luo, who was preparing to commence the match. Oh, this girl is merely diligent. In reality, she still falls short compared to true prodigies like Lu Jin and Li Yongyang. As long as she can consistently maintain a position within the top 10, I will be satisfied. Principal Su Yongqiang humbly waved his hand, well aware that many present held higher ranks than him. Although these individuals expressed sincere admiration for his granddaughter, he dared not let pride overwhelm him. Oh, how did Xiao Su get hit just now? It must have been due to carelessness, right? I see her opponent is ranked far beyond the 200 mark. Being struck must have been an accident. In battles of this caliber, an occasional hit is inconsequential. After all, Xiao Su is unharmed, isn't she? Chapter 49. A humbling reality check. The matches involving popular contenders like Su Liruo naturally garnered significant attention. As discussions arose, many turned their gazes toward the screen. Like Su Liruo, several believed that Lu Sheng's victory was merely a stroke of luck. However, the subsequent footage left everyone in astonishment. They watched as Su Luo repeatedly employed her agile footwork to charge at Lu Sheng, only to be repelled time and again. Particularly embarrassing for Su Yongqiang was the fact that every strike from Lu Sheng landed squarely on Su Liruo's face, akin to a personal affront. This young man is indeed formidable. Perhaps his style counters Xiao Su's approach quite effectively. Her indomitable spirit is truly commendable. The individuals who had just praised Su Luo now found themselves in an awkward predicament, their earlier compliments rendered null by the unexpected turn of events. What a remarkably promising young talent. It's a pity that Hanwu Academy will not be able to accommodate him. In a corner, Jiang Zuozong gazed intently at Lu Sheng on the screen, his expression rife with regret. Which school does this candidate belong to? To suppress Su Liruo to such an extent is indeed a delightful surprise. From the front row of the observation room, an elderly gentleman with graying hair turned to inquire of those nearby. Next to him stood Director Chun, who had presided over the fairness of the examination registration on the day of the event. Director Chen, I shall investigate immediately, Director Chen replied, hurrying to retrieve Lu Sheng's examination information. Upon seeing Lu Sheng's photograph and affiliated school, Director Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He vaguely recalled that on the day of registration, it was this student whom Principal Sue's granddaughter accused of cheating. After scrutinizing the data, he confirmed that the student exhibited no discrepancies. What puzzled him was that the candidate's vitality level was only slightly above 160. Yet he found himself in the A-level examination hall. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Lu Sheng had progressed from the C-level group to the A-level group within a few short days. Each round completed in a time so swift it seemed negligible. It was evident that he had bulldozed his way to this point. The notion that a student with merely 160 vitality could ascend to the A-level group and dominate a candidate ranked 11th was utterly unfathomable. Director Chen suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He understood that if he verbally reported this remarkable data to his superiors, they would likely deem it an exaggeration. Promptly, he printed out all of Lu Sheng's information and rushed back to Director Chen. Director Chen, please take a look. This candidate's situation is rather peculiar. I am somewhat unsure. Director Chen respectfully presented the document with both hands to Director Chen. Oh, Director Chen glanced at Director Chen in surprise, taking the paper to examine it closely. Why does the registration indicate a vitality level of only 16,317? Surely there must have been an error in the testing. Director Chen's dissatisfaction was palpable as he pointed at the document. Director, on the day of registration, Principal Sue's granddaughter reported that this candidate had used banned substances. She claimed that 6 months prior, his vitality was merely 60. However, I meticulously reviewed his data at the time and found no issues. Director Chen stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead at Director Chen's inquiry. Such a matter exists? Director Chen furrowed his brow tightly, clearly unaccustomed to such a situation. He had initially assumed the candidate's vitality had been measured too low, yet according to his subordinate's account, it appeared to be too high. Retrieve the blood test data from before his examination, Director Chen commanded after a moment of contemplation. I will do so immediately, Director Chen replied, hastily jogging to fetch Lu Sheng's data. How is this possible? However, upon reviewing the blood test results, Director Chen could not suppress an exclamation of disbelief. Realizing the significance of the findings, he hurriedly printed the information again, delivering it to Director Chen with urgency. Impossible. This cannot be. How could an unranked student's vitality surge so dramatically in just 10 days? From Director Chen's panicked expression, Director Chen sensed that something was amiss. Sitting up straight, he scrutinized the data closely. Upon seeing the glaring figure of 324 vitality, he abruptly stood, astonished and enraged, shouting. Director Chen's extraordinary reaction immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the observation room. Each person speculated about what might have transpired. Principal Sue, come with me. Director Chen suddenly recalled that this candidate hailed from the first high school, calling out to Su Yongxiang, whose granddaughter had just suffered a humiliating defeat. At this moment, for reasons unknown, Su Yongxiang found himself summoned by the higher-ups with a tone that was far from amicable. He could only surmise that he had forgotten to consult the almanac before stepping out, resulting in his current misfortune. Take a good look. This is a candidate from your school. You must provide me with an explanation. Just as he had stepped out, Director Chen aggressively thrust 2 sheets of paper into his arms. Candidates? What is wrong with our school as candidates? Su Yongxiang asked, bewildered and hesitant to inquire further. Hastily scanning the contents of the documents. Lu Sheng? That name seemed somewhat familiar. As an older individual, he felt a nagging sense of recognition upon seeing the registration details. Isn't this the candidate currently competing against Li Luo? How could I, the principal, have been unaware of such a significant figure in our school? However, as he continued reading, confusion only deepened. Chapter 50, Unrecognizable even to their mother. Director Chen, I am not well versed in this candidate's situation either, Su Yongxiang lamented, his expression pained as he glanced at the higher authority. Unfamiliar? You are unaware of such a major issue? How are you fit to be a principal? Director Chen's ire was palpable, his frustration evident as he glared at Su Yongxiang. A major issue? What exactly has occurred? Su Yongxiang remained unaware of the crux of the problem and turned to Director Chen for assistance. Take a close look at this student's vital statistics. There is undoubtedly something amiss, Director Chen advised, equally apprehensive, for he oversaw the examination at the first high school and could not evade responsibility if complications arose. Only then did Su Yongqiang awaken to the gravity of the situation, hurriedly perusing the 2 pages in hand. How could the registration be over 160, yet the examination results show over 320? His complexion drained of color. He trembled at the realization. Even if he was somewhat slow-witted, he immediately grasped the nature of the issue Director Qin had alluded to. The contents of these papers amounted not merely to a problem, but indicated an exceedingly grave incident. Indeed, I was just about to inquire as to how this transpired. Director Qin inquired with irritation, his gaze fixed on Su Yongqiang. I'm a loss. Su Yongqiang replied, his mind clouded with confusion, unsure how to respond. Just then, he recalled a phone call from a teacher named Jiang Chunhua, whose name he usually struggled to remember, informing him that a student from their class had advanced from Group C straight to Group A. At the time, he had been preoccupied with advising his granddaughter and had only half-heartedly encouraged the teacher. Advancing from Group C to Group A, he assumed the candidate's potential had likely been exhausted. He doubted this student would cause any significant stir in the Group A examination. With many students in the Group A category, he hardly had the bandwidth to monitor them closely. Little did he anticipate that barely a night later, he would be confronted with such a monumental issue. Director Qin, there are many outstanding candidates at the first high school. In principle, Su cannot be expected to keep track of every student's situation. In truth, we cannot yet ascertain whether a problem exists. It would be prudent to conduct an investigation first. Should issues arise, we shall deal with them without hesitation. If no problems are found, we must avoid undue alarm. After all, with representatives from various colleges present, any rumors could be exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, leading to significant negative repercussions for both Beishing and yourself, Director Chen advised earnestly, attempting to temper Director Qin's fervor. Both elder gentlemen were on the brink of retirement, while Director Qin was still in the ascendant phase of his career, unable to withstand such turmoil. Thus, he needed to devise a strategy to mitigate the impact of this incident. Su Yongqiang cast a grateful glance at Director Chen, believing he was being rescued from a dire predicament. Meanwhile, Director Qin fell into a contemplative silence. After this major examination, he intended to step down, and he wished to leave without any blemishes on his record. Although this unexpected situation filled him with both shock and anger, he began to consider how to resolve the matter with minimal fallout after hearing his subordinates' counsel. Su Yongqiang, you must immediately locate the class teacher of this candidate and thoroughly inquire about the student's situation. Ensure that the information is accurate and ascertain whether there are conditions for cheating. Director Chen, you will conduct further analysis on this student's blood sample. With over 5 hours remaining until the examination concludes, I require a definitive report before then. Should any issues be uncovered, I will see to it that this troublemaker is imprisoned. Director Qin decisively commanded Su Yongqiang and Director Chen. The 2 men, not daring to delay, promptly agreed and commenced their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Lu Jin, having just scored an easy 3 points, wore a confident smile as he strolled leisurely towards the next competition venue. However, when his gaze fell upon one of the arenas, he unexpectedly spotted Lu Sheng engaged in a rather unchallenging bout with a girl. The disparity in strength was glaring, as Lu Sheng effortlessly repelled her advances with a mere slap, sending her staggering back each time. This was Lu Jin's first time witnessing Lu Sheng in action, and from the lackluster force and speed of his strikes, he surmised that if Lu Sheng were to face him, victory would be utterly unattainable for Lu Sheng. The girl was astonishingly weak. He wondered how she had even reached the Group A level, as she was being battered into a pulp by someone as inept as Lu Sheng. He imagined that upon returning home, even her mother would struggle to recognize her. After just a few glances, Lu Jin lost all interest in continuing to watch. Unbeknownst to him, the girl being pummeled was none other than his most ardent admirer. Su Liao, woe is me, I cannot endure this. The people of the Mud region are too much. After being struck down once more by Lu Sheng, Su Liao finally realized she was no match for him. Covering her swollen, unrecognizable face with her hands, she sat on the ground and began to sob uncontrollably. Perhaps due to the severity of her injuries, Lu Sheng could hardly discern her wails. Candidate 103002. Are you able to continue the match? The examiner, sensing the girl's impending defeat, hastened to approach her with sympathy. It was hard to believe that such a beautiful face had been reduced to such a state. He would have conceded long ago. Woe is me. Su Liao remained silent, vigorously shaking her head before stumbling off the stage, covering her face and fleeing in a particular direction. Her despondent demeanor suggested she had just endured an ordeal of unspeakable torment. Ahem. I hereby declare candidate 103,583 the victor of this match, the examiner announced, casting a complex glance at Lu Sheng. He felt that this young man and the sadistic Han Xiaodong were cut from the same cloth. Winning was no longer their ultimate goal. Only by tormenting their opponents could they experience true joy. This unyielding man seemed utterly devoid of compassion. What a beautiful girl. And yet he has the heart to beat her to a pulp, Jiang Yu remarked, exasperatedly critiquing Lu Sheng's cruel behavior. In truth, from the onset of the match between Lu Sheng and Su Liao, she had been seen from afar, her expression unflattering as she directed some words at Lu Sheng. Evidently, a profound conflict had long existed between the two individuals. Lu Sheng relentlessly slapped the other's face, restraining himself from inflicting severe harm. Given Jiang Yuru's understanding of Lu Sheng, this act could be considered an unusually merciful gesture. Meanwhile, Jiang Chunhua, standing at the sidelines, was a picture of distress, his brow furrowed and his demeanor restless. He had never anticipated that Lu Sheng would resort to such a humiliating method to triumph over Su Lila. It would have been one thing to defeat the principal's cherished gem with a straightforward display of strength, but Lu Sheng had chosen to slap his face instead. Jiang Chunhua could scarcely fathom how he would face Principal Su in the aftermath of this incident. Nor could he imagine the myriad of troubles that would ensue as a result. It seemed that misfortune was indeed lurking, for just as Jiang Chunhua was deep in thought, contemplating how to explain the situation to Principal Su, his phone rang, the screen illuminating with the unmistakable name of Principal Su. It was over. He was surely calling to create trouble for him. Jiang Chunhua, feeling as though the world had collapsed around him, hesitated to press the answer button with trembling fingers. Chapter 51. Related to Lu Jin? Jiang Chunhua. Do you even want to keep your position? As soon as he answered the call, Principal Su Yongqiang's furious voice erupted from the other end. Principal Su, I too was taken aback by Lu Sheng's treatment of student Su Lila. Had I known, I certainly would have intervened, Jiang Chunhua explained, grimacing as he distanced the phone from his ear until Su Yongqiang's tirade subsided, allowing him to speak cautiously. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not referring to that. Su Yongqiang snapped again. Although he was furious over Lu Sheng's blatant slap to both his and his granddaughter's faces, this incident paled in comparison to the severity of examination cheating. Not related to that incident, Jiang Chunhua was now thoroughly bewildered. What on earth is going on with your student Lu Sheng? His blood vitality was clearly only 160 at registration. How could it suddenly skyrocket to 320 during the examination? Such an increase is impossible without foul play. Su Yongqiang explained, exasperation evident in his voice. 320? How could that be? Upon hearing that figure, Jiang Chunhua felt a jolt run through him. When Lu Sheng had entered the A class, he believed Lu Sheng had barely surpassed 200 in blood vitality. Who would have imagined that within a mere 10 days, this student's vitality could surge to such a terrifying number? Even you are unaware? Su Yongqiang asked skeptically. Though he could not see Jiang Chunhua, the latter's reaction suggested ignorance of the situation. I genuinely do not know. This student had remained inconspicuous in our class, a true underachiever. However, on the day of registration, he somehow met the minimum criteria. I have already reported to you about the subsequent developments. As for how he has managed to grow so rapidly, I truly have no clue, Jiang Chunhua admitted, beginning to reflect on the surreal experiences of recent days. Perhaps the surprises Lu Sheng had delivered had been so grand that he had not considered the rationality of it all. It was only now, prompted by Su Yongqiang's inquiry, that he realized Lu Sheng's pace of growth seemed indeed excessively swift. Then think carefully, what does his family do? Is it possible they have procured some illicit substances for him? Since Jiang Chunhua was also at a loss, Su Yongxiang opted to investigate Lu Sheng's family background. This student transferred into our class shortly after the start of the first year of high school. Initially, I did not inquire into his family circumstances. It was only later, when I asked, that he claimed to be an orphan raised in an orphanage. Jiang Chunhua recounted honestly, but he had little to reflect upon, as he truly knew nothing about this student. However, recalling the scene outside the examination center today, he hesitated over whether or not to divulge that information to Su Yongxiang. At this point, what is there to hesitate about? Director Qin has stated that we must ascertain this student's true situation before the examination concludes. If we fail, we shall all face grave consequences, Su Yongxiang remarked, his frustration with Jiang Chunhua's indecisiveness palpable. It's no wonder this man has never achieved much. He is utterly foolish. Jiang Chunhua recalled that earlier today, Lu Sheng had engaged in a dispute with several individuals outside the examination center. He had overheard one woman reprimanding Lu Sheng, accusing him of lacking proper upbringing, even suggesting he didn't know how to greet his parents. Lu Sheng's attitude towards those individuals had also been quite poor. From my observations, it seems he has a deep-seated conflict with his family, Jiang Chunhua concluded, feeling this was not an inappropriate matter to disclose. Do you remember what those people looked like? Their attire, demeanor, and the exact time you saw them? Su Yongxiang immediately recognized the significance of the clue Jiang Chunhua provided and pressed for more details. They appeared either wealthy or of noble status. Especially that man. I sensed a formidable strength about him. Certainly a martial arts expert. Oh, and our school's Lu Jin was also with them. They seemed to belong to the same family. Lu Jin? Connected to Lu Jin? Su Yongxiang's familiarity with Lu Jin, a top-tier prodigy, was profound. He was well acquainted with Lu Jin's family background, knowing that Lu Jin's father, Lu Jintian, was a bona fide 7th-tier master. Furthermore, he served as the vice president of the Monster Hunter Guild's North Sheng branch, a prominent figure in a 2nd-tier city like North Sheng. As far as he knew, the Lu family had only one son, Lu Jin, while the rest were daughters. The information Jiang Chunhua was now revealing only served to confuse him further. The identity of this student felt like a hazy enigma, close yet obscured from clarity. Now, this situation could lead to severe consequences. Your task is to closely monitor Lu Sheng's every move. Any anomalies must be reported to me immediately. Understood? With a clearer understanding of the situation, Su Yongxiang felt somewhat relieved, at least no longer entirely in the dark. Armed with the information Jiang Chunhua provided, he could certainly uncover more. The simplest approach would be to start from the school and investigate the student's records. If that failed, he could directly inquire with Lu Jintian about any connections to the student in question. However, addressing such an individual directly would be too presumptuous, relegating it as a last resort. Understood, principal. I will keep a vigilant watch, Jiang Chunhua affirmed. After hanging up the phone, he felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness. He had initially believed he was on the brink of a life-altering opportunity, yet now he found himself entangled in this predicament. Had he been allowed into the examination hall, he would have certainly interrogated Lu Sheng to ascertain whether he had achieved his current standing through genuine merit. Following his victory over Su Lila, Lu Sheng surged forward with remarkable momentum. In a short span, he accumulated vast combat experience, and his victory rate accelerated. Within just an hour, he had already breached the top 100 on the leaderboard, currently ranking at the 88th position. S name remains exalted, steadfastly perched at the pinnacle. Even after several hours, the audience continues to resonate with cheers of encouragement for him. Do not fret. Soon, I shall shatter your ludicrous myth. Lu Sheng fixates on that glaring name at the top of the leaderboard, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Upon initiating another match, Lu Sheng swiftly discovers his next adversary. Upon witnessing the individual ascending the stage, a smile of exhilaration escapes Lu Sheng for the first time. Chapter 52. Are you satisfied with this little surprise? Wait, how has he drawn Li Yongheng so quickly? This is disastrous. Li Yongheng is nothing short of a monster, and Lu Sheng stands no chance against him. Though Jiang Chunhua remains anxious about the matter mentioned by Su Yongxiang, upon seeing Lu Sheng's opponent, Li Yongheng, he cannot help but rise in alarm. He has been fervently praying that Lu Sheng is competing on his own merit and still hopes for his continued success. However, encountering an opponent of Li Yongheng's caliber so early makes him pessimistic about Lu Sheng's prospects. Moreover, Li Yongheng's strikes are notoriously heavy. Every opponent he faces inevitably sustains significant injuries, which could greatly affect future matches. Alas, I was merely speaking in jest. I never anticipated that Lu Sheng would truly encounter this muscle-bound behemoth. Lu Sheng, you must unleash your speed advantage and avoid a direct confrontation with this man. Otherwise, I might very well need to carry you off on a stretcher. Jiang Yuru quickly notices Lu Sheng's opponent. In previous matches, she has lost count of how many of this person's adversaries she has seen carried away. Witnessing Lu Sheng face off against Li Yongheng inevitably raises her concerns. That individual, wasn't he Lu Jin's most formidable rival? Why is Xiao Sheng facing him so early? Lu Qinghan has been closely monitoring Lu Sheng's progress throughout. Initially, she felt elated upon seeing him reach the top 100. However, when she learned of his opponent for this match, her joy swiftly turned to anxiety. Prior to the competition, Lu Jin had taken measures to acquire extensive information on Li Yongheng. Out of curiosity, Lu Qinghan had also skimmed through some of it and understood that this individual possesses formidable strength, one that even Lu Jin could not guarantee to overcome. Lu Jin, go for it. Lu Jin, go for it. At that moment, Lu Qinghan is suddenly bombarded by the piercing cheers of Lu Qianru and Lin Shuai. Although Lu Jintian does not join in the shouting, he remains wholly engrossed in the unfolding battle on Lu Jin's side. Even Lu Jiasin is ardently cheering for Lu Jin, leaving no attention for Lu Sheng's situation. Sister, hurry and cheer for Xiao Jin. His current opponent is Han Xiaodong, one of the primary contenders in this examination. If he wins, it's as if he has already placed one foot on the podium for the top scholar. Lin Shuai notices Lu Qinghan's silence and, setting down her binoculars, tugs at Lu Qinghan's arm. Isn't it enough that so many of you are cheering for him? Lu Qinghan feels a profound chill at the preferential treatment shown to her family. That ingrate has such limited abilities. What uses it to cheer for him? It is nothing but a waste of affection. Seeing Lu Qinghan's reluctance, Lin Shuai shrugs and turns her attention away. Lu Sheng, even if you cannot win, you must not sustain any injuries. If you're injured and cannot compete, your current ranking will swiftly be overtaken. Lu Qinghan raises the binoculars again, her voice laced with worry. This is pointless, truly pointless. For such a long time, not a single opponent has been able to inflict any pain upon me. A towering figure, muscles rippling as if on the verge of explosion, ambles onto the stage with an air of boredom. This is the Li Yongheng, the championship favorite that Jiang Chanhua had previously warned Lu Sheng about. Currently, he ranks third, closely trailing Han Xiaodong. That is because you have not faced me, Lu Sheng remarks, tilting his head to regard his opponent. Everyone claims the same. Unfortunately, they fail to comprehend just how vast the chasm between us truly is. Kulme, let me see if you can bring me even the slightest surprise, Li Yongheng scoffs, hands in pockets, before gesturing at Lu Sheng with a slight nod. Surprise? There will be one. Lu Sheng, undeterred by the dismissive attitude, recalls Jiang Yuru's earlier words, determined to unleash his emotions upon this opponent. He resolves to forsake his previous hesitations, recognizing that this adversary appears significantly more resilient than the average contender. As the examiner announces the commencement of the battle, Lu Sheng eagerly launches an assault on Li Yongheng. Li Yongheng remains nonchalantly with hands in pockets, clearly underestimating Lu Sheng's capacity to inflict damage. I shall begin with 70% of my strength as a test. Lu Sheng narrows his eyes and, with a sudden lunge forward when merely 2 meters away from Li Yongheng, executes a swift yet powerful strike. The punch connects with Li Yongheng's abdomen, producing a resounding thud. Ugh! Li Yongheng's eyes widen in shock as he stumbles back, taking 3 steps before finally retrieving his hand from his pockets and bending slightly to cradle his midsection. Does it hurt? It appears it does. Lu Sheng inquires with a hint of satisfaction. Are you pleased with this little surprise? He refrains from pursuing further. Recognizing that his opponent had stood idly by to absorb the blow, leaving him feeling somewhat shameless. Impressive. Li Yongheng's recovery is rapid. Within moments, he stands upright, one hand still pressed against his abdomen, while the other gives a thumbs up to Lu Sheng. Ha ha ha. Finally, I've encountered someone with some spirit. Now, this should be quite enjoyable. After casually rubbing his belly as if nothing had transpired, Li Yongheng suddenly breaks into a wide grin. Lu Sheng finds himself at a loss for words, sensing that this individual harbors a serious penchant for masochism, a fitting counterpart to the sadistic Han Xiaodong. Stop posing. My time is not so plentiful. Lu Sheng cracks his neck, eager for Li Yongheng to initiate the fight. Posing? Ha! You are quite amusing. I like you. But do watch yourself. Li Yongheng retorts, cracking his knuckles loudly before bursting into laughter once more. He then charges at Lu Sheng like a massive bear. Lu Sheng's previous punch has made Li Yongheng acutely aware that he is indeed facing a formidable opponent. Though he maintains a facade of joviality, he now regards Lu Sheng with unprecedented seriousness. Despite Lu Yongheng's imposing size and strength, Lu Sheng recalls having faced competitors with a similar fighting style before, notably Lu Qingwen. However, that match had favored him due to his advantageous weapon. Engaging Li Yongheng unarmed, Lu Sheng feels uncertain about his chances of victory. Although Li Yongheng appears robust, he is still inferior to Lu Qingwen. Even with the capacity to utilize his vital energy, Lu Sheng does not believe his physical prowess is any less than that of his opponent. Thus he boldly advances. Chapter 53. Who exactly are you? Do not be deceived by Li Yongheng's immense size and strength. His speed of attack is far from sluggish. While he may not possess the sharpness of Su Lilu, he surpasses the average individual by a considerable margin. Such an opponent as Lu Sheng dared not exhibit the slightest hint of negligence. As he launched his attack, he deftly bent low, delivering a powerful blow to Li Yongheng's left rib. Following this successful strike, he did not linger for a moment, swiftly evading the counterattack. Lu Sheng's punch left Li Yongheng grimacing in pain. Yet fortunately, this time he had fortified his vital energy throughout his chest and abdomen, so although it hurt, it was not as severe as the first blow. Once more struck, Li Yongheng resembled an enraged beast, his offensive becoming increasingly ferocious. Lu Sheng, however, demonstrated remarkable agility, dodging back and forth in search of a more advantageous opportunity. After a brief exchange, the two engaged in a flurry of punches. Lu Sheng landed 3 hits on Li Yongheng's torso, while Li Yongheng managed to kick Lu Sheng's right shoulder once. Lu Sheng could sense that the power Li Yongheng summoned from his vital energy, while slightly inferior to his own full strength, was still formidable, estimated to be around 13 to 14. Thanks to his 16-point physique, Lu Sheng felt only a slight soreness in his arm after being struck, the pain manageable. He speculated that for his opponent to truly harm him, they would need to exert a force greater than his own physique or strike at vital areas of his body. Nevertheless, Lu Sheng was meticulous in guarding these critical points, ensuring that Li Yongheng could not easily land a blow. Through this round of combat, Lu Sheng gradually loosened his movements, often allowing himself to take a hit from Li Yongheng in order to deliver a more forceful strike to less protected areas. After each exchange, he appeared relatively unaffected, while Li Yongheng could not suppress the grunts of discomfort that escaped him. The muscular powerhouse, Li Yongheng, finding himself at a disadvantage against an unknown contender? Was it I who had lost my mind, or had the world gone mad? How could Li Yongheng not best this individual? Where had this person emerged from? Why had he never heard of him before? His physique, seemingly unimpressive, belied the fact that Li Yongheng's strikes had little effect on him. Even Li Yongheng being subdued. Could it be that this year's champion was indeed in question? Li Yongheng, a star athlete, had a significant following. Yet, as his fans witnessed him struggling in such a physical confrontation, disbelief washed over each of them. Panting heavily, Li Yongheng felt his stamina waning after just 3 intense minutes of battle. Since he began his martial training, he had never encountered such a taxing fight. In stark contrast, his opponent, aside from a light sheen of sweat on his forehead, seemed largely unfazed. This was undoubtedly due to Li Yongheng's full-force attacks, mostly missing their agile target. Yet, the frequency of strikes from his opponent far surpassed his own. Li Yongheng found it difficult to comprehend the exceptional stamina displayed by Lu Sheng. "Hey, who on earth are you? Why have I never heard of you in Beijing? Can you tell me your name?" Li Yongheng wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression grave as he asked. To be able to dominate him in such a fierce confrontation, such an opponent was worthy of respect. Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng offered no further elaboration, simply stating his name. Lu Sheng? Sharing a surname with that pretentious character? Lu Jin? Yet, you appear far more agreeable than him. Li Yongheng mused, struggling to recall any information related to this name. He then glanced at the rankings. To his astonishment, as he scrolled down, he eventually spotted Lu Sheng's name. 88th place. With your prowess, how is your rank so low? Have you been concealing your strength? Li Yongheng scratched his head, confronted by yet another perplexing matter. Gradually, one can always reach the top, Lu Sheng replied calmly. That makes sense. Let us continue, Li Yongheng responded, momentarily at a loss for words, before giving Lu Sheng a thumbs up. Checking the time on his wristband, Lu Sheng noted that the matches in the A-grade group lasted 5 minutes, with just over a minute remaining. He needed to give his all in the time left, as he did not wish for such a hard-fought battle to yield only a single point. Taking a deep breath, he charged once more at Li Yongheng. How could it be that even Li Yongheng was no match for him? The fierce confrontation between Lu Sheng and Li Yongheng left Jiang Chunhua utterly astonished. He had anticipated Lu Sheng's imminent defeat, yet the outcome was entirely unexpected. If it were merely the result of illicit drug use, how could one possibly rival such a prodigy? Does such a drug even exist? If it did, why would we bother training students so rigorously? Just administer it to everyone. And then what threat would the beasts pose to humanity? However, Jiang Chunhua soon realized a crucial point. Existing banned substances primarily serve to temporarily elevate one's vital energy. Yet, those with even a modicum of understanding know that while higher vitality equates to greater strength, it is not an absolute. For instance, a person who has never engaged in martial arts could not hope to defeat a talent like Lu Jin or Li Yongheng, even if their vital energy were suddenly boosted to 1,000 calories. If Lu Sheng had indeed employed a unique method to enhance his vital energy beyond that of these prodigies, how could one explain his speed, explosiveness, reflexes, and resilience? Lu Sheng had undoubtedly not cheated. He was a true genius, a late-blooming prodigy endowed with exceptional talent. Upon realizing these truths, Jiang Chunhua felt his fervor surging within him. He believed that in the face of absolute strength, all doubts would be thoroughly obliterated. Those leaders who questioned Lu Sheng would surely be left astonished. Meanwhile, on another platform, Lu Jin, clad in white and resembling a princely figure, faced off against Han Xiaodong, who wore a black vest and bore a menacing glare, each occupying their respective side of the arena, locked in a cold stare. Lu Jin's hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and his white attire bore several cuts, with blood visible beneath. He had transformed from the elegant young master he once was into someone entirely different. Han Xiaodong, too, was not faring well. Several fingers on his right hand appeared grotesquely twisted, as if they had been brutally broken. Han Hodong conceded. You can only use one hand now. You stand no chance against me. If you surrender now, you might still have the strength to fight others later. Otherwise, you will soon be surpassed by them. Lu Jin coldly regarded the young man across from him, who still bore a manic expression. Concede? Ha! The word concede does not exist in my lexicon. What nonsense examination. I couldn't care less. Conversely, tearing off a few pieces of your flesh would bring me far greater joy, Han Xiaodong sneered, his cruel nature evident in his strikingly handsome features. Since you are so stubborn, you cannot blame me, Lu Jin declared, striking a pose of righteousness as he pointed at Han Xiaodong. I despise those who flaunt themselves in front of me. Han Xiaodong growled fiercely, immediately lunging at Lu Jin. His remaining usable left hand resembled an eagle's claw, as if it aimed to tear the flesh from Lu Jin's body. Lu Jin's gaze sharpened, his hands moving gracefully like supple willow branches, effortlessly neutralizing Han Xiaodong's seemingly fierce assault. This was the unique palm technique of Lu Jintian, the Mianyun Jinyue palm. Though it appeared soft and lacking in force, when wielded with true power, it could unleash a formidable shockwave. Under Lu Jintian's meticulous tutelage over the years. Lu Jin had long mastered this extraordinary skill. Previously, he could not harness his vital energy, so its power remained concealed. Now, having ascended to the rank of a first-tier warrior, he was finally able to unleash the full might of this potent technique. In fact, Han Xiaodong's fingers had been broken when they grasped Lu Jin's arm, only to be shattered by Lu Jin's counterforce. After once again thwarting Han Xiaodong's attack, a sinister expression flickered across Han Xiaodong's face as he deliberately aimed for Lu Jin's handsome visage, renowned for enchanting countless maidens. Caught off guard, Lu Jin hastily dodged, but still received several cuts from Han Xiaodong's sharp nails. Victory or defeat matters little to me, as long as I can mar that pretentious face of yours. Even a loss would be a source of great delight. Han Xiaodong smirked, licking the blood from his fingertips, his face betraying a sense of triumph. You madman! You are courting death! Lu Jin was truly enraged now, realizing that Han Xiaodong had touched his sore spot. Aside from his extraordinary talent, his most prized possession was his strikingly handsome face. The thought of Han Xiaodong wishing to ruin his appearance was an unforgivable offense. Having remained on the defensive, Lu Jin, in his fury, finally initiated an attack against Han Xiaodong. Previously, to conserve energy, he had seldom utilized that shockwave power. But now, he could afford no such reservations. The once gentle and powerless palm technique transformed into a chaotic blend of softness and ferocity, leaving his opponent utterly bewildered. Instantly, Han Xiaodong felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. In his panic, he forgot that his right hand was severely injured and instinctively raised it to block Lu Jin's onslaught. As expected, upon being struck at the injury, a searing pain coursed through Han Xiaodong's body, momentarily freezing him in place. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Lu Jin swiftly executed a half-circle with his right hand and seized Han Xiaodong's left hand. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as the shockwave power erupted. With a sharp crack, Han Xiaodong's left hand was severed. Yet, that was not the end. Lu Jin's seemingly soft hand continued to strike against Han Xiaodong's chest. Han Xiaodong could only emit a muffled groan before blood spewed from his mouth as he was sent hurtling backward, landing motionless on the ground beneath the arena as if lifeless. I declare, candidate number 100125 is the victor of this battle. After witnessing such a devastating blow, the examiner clearly deemed Han Xiaodong devoid of any fighting spirit and promptly announced Lu Jin's victory. Lu Jin, basking in his triumph, slowly raised his right fist and let out a primal roar of release. This battle had placed immense pressure upon him. Although his strength surpassed Han Xiaodong's, the latter fought with a viciousness that targeted his vulnerabilities. To avoid injury, Lu Jin had fought with utmost caution. Now that he had dealt with the most troublesome opponent, he was confident that once he took care of Li Yongheng, no one would stand in the way of his path to becoming the top scholar. Lu Jin is so handsome. I love you, Lu Jin. I want to bear your children. Lu Jin, you are the strongest. Upon witnessing Lu Jin's victory over the formidable Han Xiaodong, his supporters erupted into a frenzy of ecstatic cheers. Many even converted to his admirers after being moved by his righteous declarations against Han Xiaodong. Your strikes were still not decisive enough. You were too cautious. Lu Jintian remarked with a shake of his head, somewhat dissatisfied despite Lu Jin's victory. Oh yeah, little Jin has defeated Han Xiaodong. He is on the verge of becoming the top scholar. Lu Qianru exclaimed, excitedly hugging Lin Shuya. My Jin will never disappoint. Lin Shuya beamed with pride, her head nearly tilting skyward. Sister, little Jin has triumphed over the formidable Han Xiaodong. Lu Jiasin joyfully reported this news to Lu Qinghan, her face alight with excitement. Oh, however, Lu Qinghan was engrossed in the intense battle between Lu Sheng and Li Yongheng, showing little concern for Lu Jin's fate, merely responding with a dismissive acknowledgement. Disappointed, Lu Jiasin returned to converse with her mother and younger sister. Meanwhile, on Lu Sheng's arena, Li Yongheng had somehow torn off his t-shirt, revealing a muscular torso. Yet his current state was far from optimistic. He swayed like a drunken man, eyes glazed, feebly swinging his fists, clearly exhausted and barely holding on. Lu Sheng, on the other hand, appeared significantly better, Although his clothes were drenched in sweat, he remained vigorous, relentlessly striking Li Yongheng. In less than 2 minutes, he had lost count of how many punches he had landed. Yet his opponent stood resolute, an unyielding mountain that left Lu Sheng feeling admiration for the first time in his life. "Son, concede. Stop fighting." A middle-aged couple in the audience embraced, tears streaming down their faces, unable to bear watching any longer. "Time's up. Cease hostilities," the examiner suddenly bellowed. Lu Sheng, hearing the command, halted his movements and stood upright. Such an intense battle inevitably left him panting for breath. In the final moments, it had turned into a one-sided assault, with Li Yongheng offering no resistance. Yet, the latter had somehow endured until the last second, relying solely on his formidable willpower. Lu Sheng recognized Li Yongheng's resilience, but never anticipated he would withstand so much. While the outcome was not as he had hoped, Lu Sheng remained satisfied with the process. He did not feel too disappointed at securing only 1 point. As the examiner announced the results, the last vestiges of Li Yongheng's strength dissipated, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. "Are you all right?" Lu Sheng inquired, half squatting beside Li Yongheng. I feel great. Just give me a hand," Li Yongheng replied, surprisingly cheerful despite having endured such a beating. Without further ado, Lu Sheng grasped the larger man's hand and, with a slight exertion, helped him to his feet. "You are incredibly strong, beyond my expectations. Had it not been for my mastery of hard skills, you might have truly beaten me to death with your fists. However, you must exercise extreme caution when encountering Han Xiaodong and Lu Jin. Those two are more treacherous than the other, particularly Lu Jin, who far surpasses me in strength. Most importantly, that individual possesses no discernible weaknesses." After being pulled up by Lu Sheng, Li Yongheng did not release Lu Sheng's hand, but rather gripped it tighter, evoking a sense of mutual respect between them. "Thank you for the reminder. You are formidable as well." For the first time, receiving genuine recognition from an opponent stirred an indescribable warmth within Lu Sheng. He was not adept at exchanging flattery, thus could only offer the simplest yet most sincere response to this adversary. What a pity it ended in a draw. Nonetheless, for Xiao Sheng to encounter such a rival without sustaining injuries is already a commendable outcome. Lu Qinghan reluctantly set down her binoculars, though her confidence quickly rebounded. She couldn't help but ponder that among the strongest contenders, Su Luo was decisively defeated by Lu Sheng, and Li Yongheng ended in a stalemate with him. Han Xiaodong's hands were rendered useless by Lu Jin, leaving him unable to continue fighting. The only formidable challenge that lay before Lu Sheng was the formidable Lu Jin. However, Lu Jin was unlike the others. He had undergone the strictest training from his father, Lu Jintian, since childhood and possessed remarkable insight. The outcome of a confrontation between Lu Sheng and Lu Jin was likely to be unpredictable. Truly, he was a man capable of delivering surprises. Ascending from Class C to Class A, even the third-rank powerhouse had failed to defeat him. It would be more accurate to say that given a bit more time, it would surely be that giant who would be the one to lose. It remains uncertain whether he could still create miracles when faced with someone who claims to be your brother, yet seeks your demise. Jiang Yuru initially rushed over to provide assistance, but upon nearing, she discovered that Li Yongheng had already been lifted by Lu Sheng. She refrained from approaching, yet her gaze lingered on Lu Sheng's profile, flickering with unexplainable emotion. After the match concluded, Lu Sheng did not hasten to continue competing. After several hours of relentless battle without respite, even a man of iron would struggle to endure. "You must be exhausted, right? You ought to at least take a break every hour." Upon seeing Lu Sheng return, Jiang Chunhua promptly handed him water and a towel. Once seated, Lu Sheng delicately fanned himself with a hand fan. Yet, while fanning, he could not help but express his dissatisfaction with Lu Sheng. Upon witnessing the examiner declare a draw, Jiang Chunhua let out a long sigh. This result was undoubtedly far more gratifying than scoring 0. Even more encouraging was that Lu Sheng appeared to be unscathed. After this bout, he became increasingly convinced that Lu Sheng could not possibly have cheated. Yet, he hesitated over whether to inform him of the leader's suspicions regarding the alleged cheating. "I'm fine, Teacher Jiang. I'll come back to rest when I'm tired," Lu Sheng replied after downing an entire bottle of water. "There is something I feel is necessary to discuss with you." After much deliberation, Jiang Chunhua decided to convey the information to Lu Sheng. "Please go ahead, Teacher Jiang." Lu Sheng opened another bottle of water, pouring some over his steaming head as he spoke. "The Education Bureau and school leaders have noticed that your stamina was recorded at 160 calories when you registered, yet within just 10 days, it has surged to 320 calories. They suspect you may have employed some special means to cheat and are currently investigating you." Jiang Chunhua's face revealed concern as he spoke in hushed tones. "Oh, does Teacher Jiang think I cheated?" Lu Sheng replied, not even glancing at Jiang Chunhua, maintaining a tone of indifference as if it were a matter entirely disconnected from him. He had anticipated that such a rapid increase in stamina would attract attention. Initially, he thought he might be discovered on the first day of the exam. Yet he was surprised that it took until halfway through the Class A examinations for them to notice something amiss. "I certainly do not believe you would cheat. If cheating could allow someone to defeat a competitor like Li Yongheng so thoroughly, then what are we teaching our students? We might as well let them all cheat," Jiang Chunhua exclaimed, raising his voice in excitement. "That's sufficient." A rare smile graced Lu Sheng's face. First gaining recognition from an opponent, and now trust from a teacher. His spirits suddenly lifted. "Aren't you the least bit concerned about being branded with such an accusation? Perhaps you should contemplate how to explain yourself to them, or find some evidence to prove your innocence. I fear they might exploit the situation. It would be trivial to nullify examination results, but the consequences could lead to imprisonment." Such a serious issue was brushed aside by Lu Sheng, leaving Jiang Chunhua distressed. "Proving one's innocence is the most foolish endeavor in the world. If they suspect me of cheating, it is their responsibility to provide evidence. Why should I have to explain myself?" Jiang Chunhua's suggestion evoked many unpleasant memories for Lu Sheng. He had faced repeated false accusations, each time attempting to prove his innocence, only to receive deeper disdain and alienation in return. It wasn't until later that he understood that when someone is convinced of your wrongdoing, no amount of explanation can alter their preconceived conclusions. Chapter 56. Stirring the Various Academies. Though Lu Jin's victory was somewhat tumultuous, his strength undoubtedly surpassed Han Xiaodong in every regard. His martial arts, blending both gentleness and firmness, had not been fully showcased before facing Han Xiaodong. Now, it was evident that he had grasped the essence of this technique. Adapting his approach as required, his talent was indeed extraordinary. It was apparent that his lethal strikes were largely powered by his stamina, which was exceedingly crucial. Do not covet too much, everyone. Such a genius will only join our Holy Martial Academy. Yu Wang should not be too smug. Our Tiangang Academy is well prepared, and it remains uncertain whom Lu Jin will ultimately select. As soon as the match between Lu Jin and Han Xiaodong concluded, the recruitment heads from various academies in the observation room began to engage in fervent discussions. Incredible, simply unbelievable. Where did this candidate come from? He actually ended in a stalemate with Li Yongheng? Just then, an astonished exclamation erupted from the periphery of the hall, where academies outside the top 10 had gathered en masse. "Are your eyes functioning properly?" The examiner declared a time merely because time expired. Li Yongheng was clearly overwhelmed. "Did you not see him lying flat after the match? Candidate 103583. Good heavens, he is ranked only 88th. He defeated the third place. Am I going mad? Or is this world insane? So powerful. This candidate is astonishingly strong, far surpassing Li Yongheng in terms of strength, speed, and stamina. He is truly an undiscovered treasure." Now that Han Xiaodong was unable to continue, it became evident that Li Yongheng had, in fact, lost to this individual. Thus, the contenders for the top position had become this person and Lu Jin. Previously, the recruitment heads of the top 10 academies had been focused on the spotlight match between Lu Jin and Han Xiaodong. The match against Li Yongheng was with an obscure candidate, which naturally failed to pique their interest. However, the discussions emanating from the second-tier academies immediately captured the attention of these influential figures. "Quickly, bring up the video of Li Yongheng's last match for me." A middle-aged woman, clad in a black professional skirt suit and adorned with bold black-rimmed glasses, sternly instructed her assistant. A prodigy, indeed, a talent that rivals Lu Jin. Such a student must be secured for Sheng Wu. After merely glancing at the footage, she decisively proclaimed, "What? Li Yongheng lost?" exclaimed a bald man in an antiquated robe, his expression one of utter astonishment. This could very well be my most significant discovery during this trip to Beijing. If Lu Jin cannot surpass Sheng Wu, then we Tiangang shall spare no effort in acquiring this individual. With just a few glances, the bald man's shock transformed into delight. As a primary target of Xuanwu Academy, the fact that Li Yongheng nearly faced defeat before encountering Lu Jin intrigued him greatly. "I must see how this unfolded," he remarked gravely, noting a towering figure even more imposing than Li Yongheng. His strength surpasses that of Li Yongheng, and his resilience is exceptional. Moreover, he displays remarkable agility. Such an acolyte would be even more precious than Li Yongheng, the brawny giant observed intently, his gaze fixed on Lu Sheng's every movement in the footage. Soon, his breath grew increasingly rapid. Meanwhile, although the other 7 academies were initially oblivious, they swiftly became aware of Li Yongheng's defeat and began scrutinizing the details of the match. In a moment, Lu Jin's victory over his most formidable rival was overshadowed by the intrigue surrounding Li Yongheng's obscure opponent. "Director Qin, what are your intentions in concealing such a formidable candidate within the Beijing Education Bureau?" The black-clad woman, having briefly reviewed the footage, confronted Director Qin with a fierce demeanor. "Wang Linghua, I may relinquish our pursuit of Lu Jin, but Lu Sheng is a prize we must secure. Only Xuanwu is suited for nurturing his exceptional physique and prowess." The brawny giant followed closely behind her. However, he refrained from immediately demanding Lu Sheng's information from Director Qin, opting instead to first dispel the greatest competition. "Do you too believe Tiangang does not exist? Such an outstanding candidate cannot be left uncontested. I cannot return to the dean without a satisfactory explanation." The bald man cheerfully interjected, "Everyone, please remain calm. I will have the information printed immediately. It will be distributed shortly," Director Qin responded, taken aback by the sudden shift in the atmosphere. Fortunately, after identifying the potential of Lu Sheng, he had been monitoring this candidate closely. "Director Chen, please print additional materials on Lu Sheng." Director Qin discreetly signaled to Director Chen, emphasizing the urgency of his request. Chen, being astute, quickly grasped that the director wished to conceal Lu Sheng's latest blood test results from prying eyes, likely due to the astonishing nature of the findings, which could incite undue excitement. "Director Wang, it is not our intention to obscure this information. This candidate has remained exceedingly low profile, never revealing his capabilities prior to the examination. We have only just become aware of his details," Director Qin explained with a wry smile. Barely had he finished speaking when the admission heads from several major academies eagerly surrounded him, demanding Lu Sheng's information with palpable excitement. "Please, everyone, remain patient. Lu Sheng's data is already being printed and will be delivered shortly," Director Qin quickly reassured them. As for the lesser academies, they could only envy and covet the rising star of Lu Sheng, fully aware that they held no allure in competing for such a talent against the top 10. "What a pity. If only I could mentor such a student, Hanwu Academy would undoubtedly shine in the next intercollegiate competition," lamented Jiang Zuozong from his corner, a deep sigh escaping his lips. "Grandpa, in this ghastly state, how can I possibly continue with the exam? If someone recognizes me, I will be the laughingstock." After receiving treatment, Su Lila had recovered somewhat, yet her appearance remained distressing. Seizing a moment of respite, Su Yongqiang visited the resting area, where Su Lila immediately collapsed into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Don't cry, my dear. That wretch's humiliation of you is an affront to me as well. I shall ensure he pays dearly for this," Su Yongqiang gently consoled, stroking his granddaughter's back. Observing her once beautiful visage marred by injury shattered his heart. Lu Sheng, a student of Yizhong, certainly knew that Su Lila was the granddaughter of the principal. Yet he chose such a humiliating method to injure her, clearly targeting him. Moreover, Lu Sheng's current allegations of cheating could easily implicate him as well. Su Yongqiang harbored a deep-seated animosity towards this suddenly prominent student. "Indeed, the net of heaven is vast and intricate. I've always said he was cheating, yet those in power refuse to believe me. Now this scoundrel has finally exposed himself. When he is imprisoned, let us see how arrogant he remains, Su Yongxiang declared, his granddaughter's disfigured face reflecting the fury that simmered within her. Leave these matters to me. Grandpa, your only concern should be to continue with the exam and avoid falling too far behind the leading group. I promise to deliver a satisfactory outcome before the exam concludes, Su Yongxiang urged solemnly. But how can I sit for the exam looking like this? Solida pretestif. Covering her face, mortified at the thought of being seen. Find something to cover your face, perhaps a veil. We cannot afford to be concerned about appearances at this moment. You wouldn't want to miss out on entering the top 10 solely because of your looks, would you? If you fail to enter the top 10, that would be the most embarrassing outcome of all, Su Yongxiang suggested after some thought. Principal Su, we have located the materials you requested. I have just sent them to your phone. Please check. Just then, Su Yongxiang's phone rang, and he answered to hear the person he had tasked with gathering information reporting back. Focus on your exam. I will handle that scoundrel, he reassured his granddaughter once more, as he reviewed the documents sent to his phone while walking toward the observation room. However, after a short distance, he abruptly halted, his aged face nearly pressed against the screen. Could it be that he truly is Lu Zhentian's son? Despite his unwillingness to believe it. The profile of Lu Sheng in the photograph starkly recorded his father's name as Lu Zhentian. The details of his workplace and home address mirrored exactly those in Lu Jin's profile, as per his recollections. Su Yongxiang was overwhelmed with a sense of injustice. If Lu Sheng was indeed the son of Lu Zhentian, the likelihood of him having cheated was almost negligible. After all, as a father, Lu Zhentian had successfully nurtured a genius like Lu Jin. It would not be overly challenging to cultivate another exceptional son. What perplexed him was the contrast in their public personas. While Lu Jin enjoyed a celebrated status at school, with Lu Zhentian attending all his activities with great fanfare, Lu Sheng remained in the shadows, almost invisible. He recalled Jiang Chanhua mentioning that not a single individual had attended Lu Sheng's parent-teacher meetings in the past 3 years. Could it be that there was truly nothing they could do about this? Not necessarily. The results from Director Chun were still pending. The blood test results would be the crux of the matter. Should any discrepancies arise from those results, that would indeed be catastrophic. Although the profile could not conclusively implicate Lu Sheng, Su Yongxiang clung to hope. There was no other reason than the astonishing increase in this student's vitality. He found it implausible that no issues could be uncovered. Upon arriving at the observation room, he was taken aback by the chaotic atmosphere, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. The admissions officers from various colleges were all engaged in serious discussions over the phone. Without much contemplation, Su Yongxiang soon spotted Director Qin and Director Chun in a corner, quietly conferring over 2 sheets of paper. He surmised that the results from Director Chun must have finally arrived. Director Qin, I have completed my investigation. It turns out Lu Sheng is indeed Lu Zhentian's son. In other words, he and the prodigious Lu Jin are genuine brothers, Su Yongxiang reported, his expression one of dejection. It seemed that Lu Sheng might truly be in the clear. Upon hearing this information, the tension in Director Qin's demeanor dissipated entirely. What does this mean? Did his blood test also reveal no anomalies? Su Yongxiang was taken aback. You should see for yourself, Principal Su, Director Chen offered, handing over the 2 sheets. Su Yongxiang quickly accepted them, scrutinizing line by line, fearful that any subtlety might escape the notice of his superiors. How is this possible? His blood purity is extraordinarily high. This is a value that can only be attained after 5 rounds of refinement. Despite his attempts to lower his voice, his astonishment was evident. Continue reading, Principal Su. There's even more outrageous information, Director Chen encouraged. The subsequent data clearly indicated that although this candidate, Lu Sheng, had completed 5 rounds of refinement, he had not refined his skeletal structure. This meant he was currently unable to harness his vitality, yet he was consistently achieving victories in the A-grade assessments. Do you understand what this implies? Lu Sheng is prevailing solely on the basis of his formidable physical prowess. Cutting through the competition, Director Chen reiterated, his eyes still reflecting his initial shock at such a remarkable conclusion. Is it really that exaggerated? Su Yongxiang gaped, momentarily at a loss for words. You might be unaware of the uproar in the observation room right now, right? Just moments ago, Lu Sheng and Li Yongheng were evenly matched. Throughout the match, Li Yongheng was utterly dominated. Had it not been for his hard training and the brevity of the contest, he would have had no chance of scoring, Director Qin remarked. His expression a complex blend of emotions. He himself was uncertain whether to feel elated or dismayed by such circumstances. Director Qin, what about the allegations of Lu Sheng cheating? Su Yongxiang still felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. When did I claim that Lu Sheng cheated? Director Qin regarded Su Yongxiang as if he were simple-minded. Huh? Su Yongxiang was momentarily flummoxed, reflecting that Director Qin had indeed never accused Lu Sheng of cheating, but merely indicated that there were issues to investigate. It's fine now. You may return to your duties, Director Qin said, clearly irritated by Su Yongxiang's foolishness, waving him away like a bothersome fly. What a befuddled old fool. How can one lead the best school in Beijing with such a lack of discernment? After Su Yongxiang departed, Director Qin grumbled to himself. Director Qin, what about this report? Director Chun remained silent, instead presenting the latest testing report for Lu Sheng to Director Qin. Keep this safe. Do not let anyone else know for the time being. It may prove useful later, Director Qin instructed, nodding towards the representatives from the top 10 colleges. Following his victory over Li Yongheng, Lu Sheng continued his streak of victories. He encountered formidable opponents ranked within the top tier, yet these individuals were evidently no match for Li Yongheng's resilience. Even with a learning mindset, Lu Sheng managed to secure victories with relative ease. With less than 2 hours remaining until all examinations concluded, Lu Sheng checked the leaderboard once more, noting that he had climbed to 5th place. Lu Jin remained steadfastly in 1st place, while Li Yongheng had surpassed Han Xiaodong to claim 2nd. Han Hudong, unable to compete further, had fallen out of the top 20. However, for Lu Sheng to secure 1st place, he needed to accelerate his pace, as he was still trailing Lu Jin by nearly 50 points. Why haven't I matched with Lu Jin yet? If I could just eliminate that brat sooner, catching up will be much easier. Lu Sheng felt frustrated by the delay in matching with Lu Jin, but since the matchups were random, no one could predict how long it would take to encounter a desired opponent. However, to Lu Sheng's surprise, just as he voiced his complaints and initiated the match, the wristband displayed the candidate number of his opponent, 100125. Although the wristband did not reveal the candidate's name, this number was unmistakably at the top of the leaderboard, clearly representing Lu Jin. Finally, I have awaited you, he exclaimed inwardly. It's a pity that I cannot eliminate you in this examination. I suppose I shall collect some interest first. Lu Sheng felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him, his blood seemingly boiling as he fixated on the glaring name atop the leaderboard, his fists clenched tightly in anticipation. Come on, little Sheng, just a little more, and you will enter the top 3. Once in the top 3, he would catch the attention of the formidable Shengwu Academy. Graduates from that institution held esteemed positions within the Dragon Kingdom, and Lu Sheng believed he could achieve that too. Watching Lu Sheng's progression, Lu Qinghan's excitement remained unabated. In fact, her anticipation for his final results only intensified. Yet, she chose not to divulge any information about Lu Sheng's current standings to the rest of the family. Lu Qinghan felt that since they only had eyes for Lu Jin, she would be the sole guardian of Lu Sheng's achievements. Alas, gold will always shine brightly. Lu Qinghan did not keep this secret of hers for long before it was discovered by Lu Jintian. 5th? How did he silently ascend to 5th place? Originally, Lu Jintian had merely glanced at the rankings by chance, but as his gaze swept downward, he was taken aback to find Lu Sheng's name inexplicably appearing just below Lu Jin's, not far away. For a moment, Lu Jintian thought he was seeing things. However, after squeezing his eyes tightly, he confirmed that he was not mistaken. When did Lu Qinghan and Lu Sheng reach 5th place? Why did you not inform me that he had been winning consecutively before you? Lu Jintian soon recalled that it seemed only his eldest daughter had been paying attention to Lu Sheng's progress. Thus he questioned her with a displeased expression. What? Lu Sheng is ranked 5th? With his abilities, how could that possibly be? Lu Qianru's first reaction was disbelief, prompting her to hurriedly search the leaderboard. Upon seeing Lu Sheng's name sitting only 3 places away from Lu Jin, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her, as if she'd swallowed a fly. Impossible, right? Let me take a look. Is this really true? Lu Qianru was incredulous, and Lin Shuya felt the same. While she did not find Lu Sheng's ranking repulsive, her face burned with embarrassment, as if she had been slapped several times. How wonderful! Now our family has 2 members in the top 10 academies. If Xiao Sheng puts in a bit more effort, he might even join Xiao Jin in studying at the Shengwu Academy. Lu Jiesen's reaction was much more composed, even feeling quite pleased about it. You all have always had eyes only for Lu Jin. Whether Lu Sheng is good or not, you simply do not care. What significance is there in my speaking up? However, in response to her father's interrogation, Lu Qinghan retorted without hesitation. It seemed she was not only rebuking Lu Jintian, but also expressing her dissatisfaction with everyone. Lu Sheng is also my son. How could I not care? Such words are not to be spoken again. Lu Jintian's expression darkened considerably. Aside from a half-hearted reprimand directed at Lu Qinghan, he had nothing else to say. Lu Qinghan let out a cold laugh, treating Lu Jintian's words as a grand joke. Wait a moment, look over there. How did Lu Sheng end up on the same stage as Lu Jin? Just then, Lu Jiesen, who had begun to pay attention to Lu Sheng again, suddenly exclaimed, pointing in a direction within the arena. What? Lu Jintian quickly grabbed a pair of binoculars and soon discovered that his adopted son and biological son were standing face to face. That white-eyed wolf had never lost before, but that was only because he had not encountered Jiner. Now he would surely be thoroughly dealt with by Jiner. Lin Xia also confirmed that the upcoming confrontation would be between her 2 sons, her lips curling in disdain. Although she had not seen how Lu Sheng had managed to secure 5th place, she knew that the second-ranked Han Xiaodong had been incapacitated by Lu Jin. So how could a mere 5th-place contender possibly be a match for her eldest son? Mother's right. Now, aside from that Li Yongheng, no one can threaten Xiao Jin. Does that useless one think he can shake Xiao Jin's position? It is nothing short of a fool's dream. Lu Qianru raised her hands in agreement, her expression laden with ridicule, even more so than Lin Shuya's. Don't be so quick to draw conclusions. Otherwise, you might end up with a sore face. Lu Qinghan snorted. The only one in Lu Qianru's mind who could threaten Lu Jin, Li Yongheng, had been utterly defeated by Lu Sheng just an hour ago. She no longer believed that Lu Sheng would not be a match for Lu Jin. Xiao Sheng, you must win, although I know this will be difficult. As long as you win this match, everyone who has looked down on you will realize who the true genius is. They will regret everything they have done in the past. Chapter 59. Allow me to give you a little shock. To the ordinary audience and Lu Jin supporters, this was merely a mundane match between the 1st and the 5th. The examination center was filled with cheers of "Go, Lu Jin. Lu Jin will surely win." However, in the eyes of those special spectators in the observation room, this battle was undoubtedly the focal point of this A-grade examination. Everyone was curious whether the favored Lu Jin would maintain his momentum or whether Lu Sheng, the dark horse, would once again create a miracle. Regardless of who ultimately emerged victorious, our Shengwu Academy was determined to claim victory. The woman in black resembled a proud black swan, seemingly convinced that the 2 individuals standing on the stage were already the academies for the taking. The same sentiment echoed again. You may have Lu Jin at your leisure, but Lu Sheng must join Xuanwu at all costs. I have just applied for a special genius quota from the principal. You cannot compete with me. The giant's eyes widened as he glared at the woman, suddenly exuding an overwhelming presence that made everyone in the room turn to look. You may compete, but I, Tiangang, will compete as well. It is still too early to determine who the true winner will be. The bald man wore a faint smile, exuding confidence. Little Shun, do you remember how many years it has been since our Beijing has produced a super genius that made the 3 major families fight tooth and nail? Director Qin listened to the disputing voices of the recruiters, feeling a sense of nostalgia. If I recall correctly, the last time such an extraordinary candidate appeared was 8 years ago. Director Chun pondered before responding. Just imagine, if Lu Sheng wins this match, and I then toss that report card out, what will their reactions be? Director Qin glanced once more at the still disputing crowd, suddenly breaking into a sly smile. Before today, I never imagined I would have a day to duel with you in the arena, my dear brother. Lu Jin stood 5 meters away from Lu Sheng, a relaxed smile gracing his features. Such a nauseating title, Lu Sheng thought, feeling revulsion. I do not know how you managed to reach 5th place, but that is inconsequential. Upon encountering me, Your examination can be deemed prematurely concluded. Lu Jin laughed dismissively, already planning to thoroughly incapacitate Lu Sheng, just as he had with Han Xiaodong. Oh, in response to Lu Jin's disdain and provocation, Lu Sheng found himself lacking interest even in a retort. I know that your efforts are driven by a desire to prove to your family that you are not inferior to me, to reclaim your place in the Lu family, and to regain their love. However, regrettably, as long as I am present, you will never achieve your wish. Lu Jin declared with pride, laughing once more. You're distinctly mistaken about one thing. I am merely an orphan. My family perished when I was but 3 years old. However, it is time to settle the debt you owe me. Lu Sheng corrected him, his expression indifferent. Since you are so eager to conclude the examination, I shall graciously see to it. Lu Jin let out a cold laugh, raising his hands in a half gesture before him, taking a seemingly feeble step towards Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng assumed a standard combat stance. The first to strike was Lu Sheng, as he dared not underestimate someone like Lu Jin. He initiated with a low sweep to test the waters, while Lu Jin seized the opportunity to respond with his seemingly soft palm technique. Thanks to the formidable physical prowess conferred by his 16 points in physique, after being struck multiple times by Lu Jinyun's palm technique, which was imbued with a force that reverberated through his being, Lu Sheng found that aside from some soreness and a slight numbness at the points of impact, he had not suffered any significant harm. The only source of concern for him was that Lu Jintian's unique palm technique possessed the remarkable ability to divert great force with minimal effort. Often, his heavy punches and kicks were effortlessly neutralized by Lu Jin, which led Lu Sheng to reassess Lu Jin's level of prowess with greater respect. However, what Lu Sheng did not realize was the profound shock that had settled within Lu Jin after experiencing Lu Sheng's terrifying strength. Having faced Li Yongheng on several occasions, Lu Jin had previously believed that the muscle-bound opponent represented the pinnacle of strength among his peers. Yet, to his astonishment, Lu Sheng's might surpassed that of Li Yongheng by a considerable margin. More alarmingly, the very shockwaves Lu Jin took pride in wielding had no discernible effect on Lu Sheng, who showed no signs of discomfort. Why? How could someone who had been so feeble just over 10 days ago suddenly exhibit such strength? Although he could now fend off Lu Sheng's assaults, it was evident that he was beginning to struggle. If Lu Sheng's power increased even further, his soft palm technique would undoubtedly falter. Despite being alarmed, Lu Jin maintained a facade of inscrutability, yet inwardly he felt a growing urgency. It seemed that to alleviate the resentment in his heart, he needed to become even stronger. He was unwilling to repeat the past mistake of allowing a stalemate to arise. Thus, let me bestow upon you a slight jolt of shock, Lu Jin. The two engaged in an exchange of blows once more, and Lu Sheng began to grow impatient. He still had 3 points of demon essence at his disposal, which constituted his greatest trump card. He then deliberately distanced himself from Lu Jin, appearing to seek a brief respite. In truth, he swiftly opened his panel, unhesitatingly allocating 2 points to strength and the final point to agility. Under Lu Sheng's relentless onslaught, Lu Jin felt an unprecedented pressure, which rapidly drained his stamina and vitality. It was only when Lu Sheng willingly created distance that Lu Jin truly gained a moment to catch his breath, seizing every opportunity to regulate his breathing. However, Lu Jin soon noticed that Lu Sheng, now adopting a defensive posture not far away, appeared to be experiencing a visible transformation, as the muscles hidden beneath his clothing began to swell at an astonishing rate. Within mere seconds, he had morphed into an imposing figure. Lu Jin could even hear the sound of his muscles expanding, akin to a cacophony of popping beans. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng's expression contorted into one of extreme agony, as if he were enduring some excruciating ordeal. What was he doing? Why had he suddenly become so robust? Was he preparing to unleash some formidable technique? Lu Jin had never witnessed anyone achieve such a feat, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Sheng's previously inflated physique began to deflate rapidly, as if air had been let out of a balloon. This inflation and deflation transpired in a mere 10 seconds. Had Lu Sheng not retained a more muscular form than before, Lu Jin might have thought he had merely imagined it. Chapter 60. He is incredibly strong, beyond imagination. Lu Sheng embodied the essence of strength, while Lu Jin exhibited a blend of softness and firmness. Their combat was truly a spectacle. Lu Jin appeared to navigate the encounter with greater ease, while Lu Sheng's method of attack was evidently taxing on his stamina and vitality, suggesting that Lu Jin's advantages would gradually manifest as the match progressed. However, it was also clear that Lu Jin's breathing had begun to quicken, indicating that he was expending considerable energy under the sustained pressure. Yet, Lu Sheng's resilience was remarkable. Despite being struck repeatedly by Lu Jin's soft palms, he appeared unfazed. Elucidating why Li Yongheng was no match for him. Wait, what is happening with Lu Sheng? Why did his physique swell so rapidly, only to shrink back again? What could be the purpose of such a transformation? Was Lu Sheng employing some secret technique? I had never encountered such a technique. It seemed more akin to a unique breathing method. No, it resembled a special application of vitality, which I suspect could significantly enhance Lu Sheng's combat capabilities. In the observation room, representatives from various schools engaged in fervent discussions regarding this focal battle, which had initially been marked by a harmonious atmosphere. Yet, at the moment Lu Sheng's body underwent its transformation, every onlooker exhibited expressions of astonishment. Excellent, excellent. It was worth my effort to secure you a spot as a special genius. Your talent is clearly tailored for body refinement. We at Xuanwu shall certainly claim you. The burly giant watched this scene with gleaming eyes, recognizing a promising prospect, one with not only vitality, but also other extraordinary gifts. Our Tian gang excels in nurturing such exceptional talents. Make sure you choose wisely. The balding middle-aged man, observing Lu Sheng's transformation, could not help but stroke his shiny bald head, even licking his lips. This Lu Sheng undoubtedly surpassed Lu Jin in terms of talent, especially for someone possessing such special gifts. The 7 deans would likely scramble to recruit him. A prior report had already been submitted. If I fail to secure this child for Shengwu, my future will be quite dire. The cold visage of the woman in black grew even more rigid, though her ire was directed not at Lu Sheng, but rather at the 2 rivals flanking her, who were eyeing the scene with keen interest. How could this be? How could he possess such extraordinary gifts? I understand now. I finally comprehend why his strength has surged so dramatically. This must be due to the awakening of his special talent. Just moments ago, his body could expand and contract with remarkable agility in such a short span. Thus, his transformation from a frail boy to this imposing figure within just over 10 days is no small feat. How foolish of me to have mistaken Lu Jin for a treasure while disregarding a true genius. I have been utterly blind. Initially, Lu Jintian was somewhat accepting of the evenly matched contest between Lu Sheng and Lu Jin. However, upon witnessing Lu Sheng's astounding transformation, he became so agitated that he trembled. As he realized he had overlooked such a genuine talent, he felt an overwhelming regret, wishing he could slap himself in frustration. Lu Sheng exhaled deeply, feeling a surge of relief as he loosened his fists and feet, discovering that his strength had increased by at least 20%. His base strength had grown significantly, and this modest enhancement was a formidable figure for others. Moreover, it was not solely strength that he had augmented. What exactly have you done? Lu Jin was now fully on guard against Lu Sheng. The important question is not what I have done, but rather what I am about to do. Are you ready? Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed as he charged directly at Lu Jin. Do not underestimate anyone. Seeing Lu Sheng approach without a hint of defense, Lu Jin felt gravely insulted. Faced with Lu Sheng's ferocious punch, Lu Jin once again assumed his soft and pliable stance, intending to deflect as he had previously. However, in the instant their fists collided, Lu Jin was horrified to discover that Lu Sheng's punch was akin to a raging tide, while his own defense resembled a crumbling dam, easily susceptible to collapse. This is bad. Despite Lu Jin's utmost efforts to resist, Lu Sheng's fist breached his dual-palm defense and forcefully struck his chest. Lu Jin immediately felt an overwhelming force surge forth, propelling him backward as he tumbled several times on the ground, barely managing to halt at the edge of the arena. The Mianyun Jinyu palm could indeed displace 1,000 pounds with a mere 4 ounces. However, could it withstand 10,000? Lu Sheng observed Lu Jin, who was struggling to rise, with a detached gaze. Damn, He was far too strong, beyond imagination. Yet, I absolutely cannot afford to lose this battle. If I do, given Lu Jintian's temperament, he would undoubtedly abandon me. Everything I possess would vanish into thin air. Such repercussions are beyond my capacity to bear. Lu Jin clutched his chest, which felt as if it might shatter from the pain, his handsome face paling unflatteringly. Yet, the fighting spirit in his eyes did not extinguish. Instead, it blazed even more fiercely. Yes, it is this very gaze that must be preserved. I have yet to repay you for the hardships endured over the years because of you. With this thought, Lu Sheng's eyes similarly ignited with fervor as he charged once more at Lu Jin. This time, Lu Jin, having learned from his previous encounter, adeptly began to maneuver around the arena as Lu Sheng approached again. Nave? Lu Sheng sneered softly. With a mere light push of his foot, he executed an angular leap, effectively blocking Lu Jin's path. What? Lu Jin was taken aback, realizing it was too late to alter his direction. He could only watch helplessly as a powerful palm descended towards his face with ferocity. Slap! The sound resonated sharply, akin to a whip cracking. Lu Jin felt something fly from his mouth, his mind instantly thrown into disarray. Naturally, Lu Sheng would not squander this opportune moment to strike the befuddled Lu Jin without pause. His intent was merely to inflict pain, thus he refrained from using excessive force. If he were to injure Lu Jin severely enough to force him to withdraw from a match, it would be too great an advantage for that scoundrel. Chapter 61. A complete unveiling. Is he even human? He is hardly better than a beast. Little Jin has called him brother for 3 years. How could he bring himself to be so ruthless? As Lu Qianru watched Lu Jin being mercilessly beaten by Lu Sheng, her heart felt as though it were shattering. If he could treat his own brother this way, would he not do the same to us in the future? To call him a white-eyed wolf is hardly an exaggeration. Lin Shuyan was equally incensed, gritting her teeth. Even if little Jin had erred in the past, Lu Sheng's actions were excessively harsh. Lu Jiasin, the fence-sitter, could no longer refrain from voicing her complaints. Do you not realize that the Rot-Tan strikes against Lu Sheng's body could leave him grievously wounded? After each of your merciless beatings, he has suffered sleepless nights for several days. Why is it that now, when it is Lu Jin being beaten, you cannot endure it? Is Lu Sheng not your own son and brother? The double standards displayed by the group left Lu Qinghan unable to bear it any longer, and she coldly remarked. Now she finally understood why Lu Sheng was so insistent on leaving home. Even though this brother now exhibited talents far surpassing Lu Jin, the adopted son, their mother and sister still held such a biased attitude. She could not fathom what kind of enchantment Lu Jin had cast over these people. All she knew was that if she were Lu Sheng, it would be exceedingly difficult to remain in such a household. What nonsense are you spouting? I am merely trying to correct his bad habits. Shouldn't he be punished for wrongdoing? Lin Shuyan promptly retorted. Huh, is it truly because of his bad habits? What kind of bad habits warrant punishment akin to that of a criminal? Moreover, many of the deeds attributed to Lu Sheng were not even his doing. I refuse to believe you are unaware of where the issues lie. Lu Qinghan scoffed. Why should he blame us for his own misdeeds? Sister, have you lost your mind today? Lu Qianru exclaimed in indignation. Lu Jiasin, stop pretending to be deaf and mute. You read the diary too. So speak up about what the problem is. Lu Qinghan, disinclined to entertain Lu Qianru's incessant meddling, swiftly redirected her focus onto Lu Jiasin, who had left her utterly disappointed. Lu Jiasin had not anticipated that her elder sister would suddenly turn on her. She glanced nervously between Lu Qinghan, their mother, and sister, struggling to articulate a response. What diary? Jiasin, speak boldly. I do not believe anyone would dare harm you for it. At that moment, Lu Jintian, who had remained silent thus far, suddenly interjected. When Lu Sheng departed, he left behind a diary on his desk. He meticulously chronicled every experience since arriving home. After reading it, I realized that many of the events at home were not perpetrated by Lu Sheng at all. Yet, as she continued, Lu Jiasin's voice grew quieter and more hesitant, her expression teetering on the brink of tears. She understood that if she uttered these words, she would undoubtedly offend both her mother and sister. More critically, she had partaken in some of those events herself. If you lack the courage to say it, then allow me to speak on your behalf. Many matters were not of Lu Sheng's doing. They were orchestrated by Lu Jin to frame him. The two elder sisters, even knowing it was Lu Jin's doing, still sought to absolve him and shift the blame onto Lu Sheng through coercion and deceit. The most troubling aspect was that there existed an old fool who would believe everything they said, yet never once believed a word from Lu Sheng's explanations. Lu Qinghan ultimately decided not to place any further expectations on Lu Jiasin and, suppressing her anger, spoke coldly. Sister, you truly lack rationale. Lu Sheng merely kept a diary. How can you be certain he did not fabricate or exaggerate anything? Lu Qianru was clearly growing uneasy, her demeanor shifting to one of desperation as if her tail had been stepped on. How dare you speak to me like that? Lu Qinghan, I am your mother. How dare you imply I am an old fool? Where has your upbringing gone? Lin Shuyan's gaze darted away, fully aware of the intentions behind her past actions. Thus, she could only attack Lu Qinghan from another angle, though her initial vigor had notably diminished. Fabrication? Exaggeration? Ha! Do you know why I've been staying in the surveillance room every day after work? It is because I have been cross-referencing the dates in Lu Sheng's diary with the footage, scrutinizing each incident you claim he has committed. The facts demonstrate that Lu Sheng is exceedingly honest. What he did, and what he did not do, he did not. Everything he recorded in the diary is exceedingly clear. Should anyone still believe I am slandering you, feel free to verify upon returning home. Lu Qinghan once again laughed coldly, her confidence unwavering as she spoke. Is this how you manage things in my absence? A complete failure at achieving anything but causing trouble. Lu Zhentian stared at Lin Shuyan in shock and anger, reprimanding her. He held no doubt regarding Lu Qinghan's assertions, as the tangible evidence lay within their home, leaving no room for argument. He simply could not believe the harmonious warmth he witnessed upon returning home on a daily basis. When he is absent, the atmosphere resembles that of those ancient court dramas, rife with various conspiracies and schemes, even including false accusations. He has come to understand why Lu Sheng left in a fit of anger. It must have been unbearable for him to stay. The outcome is that Lu Sheng now displays such astonishing talent that as the head of the family, he may have to humble himself to coax his son back. To bow to his own son, he, a dignified 7th-rank master, finds it utterly humiliating. I, Lin Xia, cast a fearful and aggrieved glance at Lu Zhentian, truly at a loss for words to defend myself this time. At this moment, I began to reflect on when I had started to harbor such disdain for my own son. I recalled that during the early days of Lu Sheng's return, I felt a certain estrangement towards him, but it had not yet reached the point of hatred. It seemed that through a series of minor incidents, my dislike for Lu Sheng had grown more pronounced. But why did I come to loathe him so much? Lin Xia pondered deeply over the details of each event. Yet as I thought, my expression gradually darkened, until I was left covering my mouth, slumping despondently onto the chair. Chapter 62. The opportunity Lu Jin had long awaited. Lu Jin. Lu Jin, pull yourself together. Are you not the strongest genius of Beijing? Su Lila had been keenly observing the confrontation between Lu Jin and Lu Sheng. One was her beloved, the other the source of her humiliation. Thus, she opted not to continue matching opponents and instead chose to spectate. She had anticipated that Lu Jin would easily dominate the worthless rival who had embarrassed her. But to her shock, the match quickly turned one-sided. The Lu Jin she had high hopes for was faring worse than she expected. Seeing her beloved being so thoroughly beaten, her heart ached painfully, and her resentment towards Lu Sheng intensified. Grandfather, has there been no conclusion to the investigation regarding Lu Sheng's cheating? Why hasn't he been apprehended and turned over to the police? She understood she could not directly assist Lu Jin on the stage, but she had other means at her disposal. Thus, she hastily dialed Su Yongxia. Alas, the results are in. That brat did not cheat. Grandpa is utterly helpless against him now. You should focus on your exams. We'll talk about it later. Su Yongxiang sighed helplessly. Although he wished to vindicate his granddaughter, he felt utterly powerless. Hadn't his granddaughter suffered enough humiliation? Did he not feel even a shred of compassion? I don't care. You must find a way to deal with him decisively, or I shall ignore you. Yet Su Lila was determined not to relent, her voice tinged with tears. My dear, do not fret. Grandpa will find solution. Surely, we can come up with something? This granddaughter was the apple of Su Yongxiang's eye. He could not bear to see her wronged. Seeing her on the verge of tears, he hurriedly promised, "You're the best, Grandpa. I'll await your good news." Su Lila finally relaxed, her voice sweetly coaxing. After hanging up, Su Yongxiang was beset by frustration. He truly did not know how to handle this Lu Sheng. He could only furrow his brows, staring blankly at the duel between Lu Sheng and Lu Jin. Wait a moment, aren't these two brothers? Why is Lu Sheng so ruthless? It appeared as though there were deep-seated enmities between them. Just then, Su Yongxiang suddenly realized something astonishing. Fearing he had misread the situation, he pulled up their profiles on his phone and meticulously compared the details. Indeed, they shared the same father, Lu Jintian, confirming they were undoubtedly brothers. Logically, in such formal competitions, even if the fight was fierce, as long as no one was killed, it would not be an issue. Modern medical advancements could mend injuries. Yet, Lu Sheng, being Lu Jin's brother, was so merciless. This was truly a case of fratricide and moral decay. Prestigious academies held their students to exceptionally high standards of character. Regardless of how talented a student might be, they would resolutely reject any with moral failings. After all, 20 years ago, they had paid dearly for such lessons. With the strength Lu Sheng displayed, should he defeat Lu Jin, he would undoubtedly face no further rivals and would likely secure the top position. However, if I were to expose this matter, the various academies would certainly refuse to accept him upon discovering it. Yet, this situation must be handled with finesse and at the right moment. Otherwise, if Lu Jintian learns I'm the reason his son cannot attend a prestigious school, he certainly would not let it go easily. With this unexpected revelation, Su Yongxiang's eyes gleamed with renewed hope, feeling that this could be a significant opportunity, and it would spell disaster for Lu Sheng. After all, he would be retiring after this major examination. Lu Sheng's admission to a prestigious school would not affect him. But avenging his granddaughter was paramount. What is the matter? Are you not a genius? Did you not intend to end my exam prematurely? Why are you faltering so soon? Lu Sheng taunted as he relentlessly pummeled Lu Jin. Lu Jin was drenched in sweat, his once handsome face now bruised and battered. One leg, too, had become somewhat lame under Lu Sheng's fierce attacks. He resembled a candle flickering in the wind, swaying under Lu Sheng's unyielding assault. Yet even so, the fighting spirit in Lu Jin's eyes remained undiminished. He was still searching for Lu Sheng's weakness, waiting for the opportune moment to strike decisively. Despite countless previous blows not having harmed Lu Sheng, he remained convinced that he had a chance. For Lu Jintian had once taught him a lethal move, a technique belonging to the Mianyun Jinyue palm. Lu Jintian had instructed him that if he encountered an opponent with extraordinarily strong defenses, one he could not shake, he must focus all his energy and transform his palm into a spike. By using the force of the impact to strike at the opponent's heart, that force would cause instant cardiac arrest. Once the heart stopped, the opponent would be incapable of any resistance. And there was even the possibility of a heart rupture leading to immediate death, unless the opponent had reached the fourth rank and had significantly fortified their heart. Bang, bang, bang. 1 minute remaining. At that moment, the examiner struck the wooden hammer, loudly reminding the two of their remaining exam time. So soon? I haven't even begun to enjoy myself. And there's only a minute left? Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, feeling he had only landed a few blows on Lu Jin, far from achieving the satisfaction he sought. Now's my chance. In that brief moment of Lu Sheng's distraction, Lu Jin seized the opportunity he had been eagerly awaiting. Though he had appeared to be limping, seemingly hindered in movement, in the blink of an eye, he unleashed a burst of speed that even Lu Sheng could not react to. Lu Jin's face twisted into a fierce snarl as his right hand clenched tightly, the knuckles of his index finger protruding sharply as he aimed a vicious strike at Lu Sheng's heart. Lu Sheng, having relaxed his guard after dominating for most of the match, was entirely unprepared for such a ferocious counterattack. A sharp pain pierced through his heart, causing him to clutch his chest and stagger backward several steps, his complexion paling to a ghostly white. Success! Witnessing this, Lu Jin's heart swelled with uncontainable joy, feeling that the humiliation he had endured was finally vindicated. In his eyes, Lu Sheng had become nothing more than a defenseless punching bag, a golden opportunity he was determined not to squander. With exuberance, he lunged toward Lu Sheng. Chapter 63. Regrettably, yet not entirely so. He had let his guard down. After receiving such a heavy blow from Lu Sheng's face initially turned pale, only to quickly flush a deep crimson, his eyes bloodshot and menacing. He felt the blood that coursed through his heart surge throughout his body. However, Lu Jin had severely underestimated Lu Sheng's formidable physical constitution. By enhancing his physique, Lu Sheng had undergone comprehensive fortification, not merely in his muscles and bones, but even in his heart, a typically fragile and sensitive organ, rendering it remarkably robust. It was akin to the training steps a martial artist undertakes only upon reaching the 4th rank. He had already been engaged in such training for some time. Lu Jin believed this approach would deliver a fatal blow to Lu Sheng, yet it merely caused a brief pause of less than a second. Seeking death. As Lu Jin approached, Lu Sheng's fury ignited fully. It dawned upon him that the strike aimed at his heart was an attempt on his life. The moment his crimson gaze locked onto Lu Jin, it sent a chill through Lu Jin's heart. How could this be? How could he still move? Lu Jin's face reflected sheer disbelief. After plotting for so long, he had finally inflicted a significant hit on Lu Sheng, only to find the outcome utterly unacceptable. At that moment, in a fit of rage, Lu Sheng unleashed a furious counterattack, far more violent than before. He was no longer inclined to torment his adversary slowly. He intended to unleash all his pent-up wrath upon him. In the preceding minutes, Lu Sheng had been holding back his strength, and Lu Jin was unable to withstand it. Now, with his full might unleashed, Lu Jin stood no chance. He could only use his hands to feebly shield his head. A barrage of heavy punches, so rapid they appeared as mere blurs, rained down upon Lu Jin's body and head, forcing him to retreat incessantly. The pain was so intense he could scarcely breathe. His vision filled with golden stars that flickered incessantly, his capacity for thought dissolving. At that moment, he could only think one thing. Why hadn't the examination ended yet? Why hadn't the examiner called for a halt? Seeing Lu Jin retreat to the edge of the arena without collapsing, an enraged Lu Sheng paused momentarily, then stepped back to gather his strength. Sensing the cessation of Lu Sheng's assault, Lu Jin felt himself on the verge of collapsing. Just as he attempted to glance up, a fist propelled by fierce wind struck directly at his chest. It was finally over. The thought barely crossed Lu Jin's mind before he felt himself soaring as if lifted to the clouds. Lu Sheng stood at the edge of the arena, gazing down at Lu Jin, who lay on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his expression devoid of emotion, and his heart devoid of the anticipated exhilaration. Perhaps it was due to his past life, having existed in a state of spiritual detachment for many years. Most of the time, Lu Sheng's emotions were unsettlingly stable. He felt that defeating an opponent unworthy of the title hardly warranted a tumultuous emotional response. Yet, that punch had indeed been aimed at obliterating that wretched spawn. Regrettably, it had fallen just short. With the medical technology of Long Country, unless one died on the spot, as long as they could be transported alive to the hospital, they could be saved. Regrettably, yet not entirely so, Lu Sheng sighed internally, feeling a twinge of regret for not being able to eliminate this person on the spot. However, he also thought it was not such a profound loss. As long as he lived, the opportunity to exact vengeance upon this individual would present itself many times over. Yet, to kill someone in such a high-profile examination would undoubtedly cast a dark shadow over his future prospects. Quickly, bring the stretcher. Unsurprisingly, the first to arrive for assistance was Jiang Yuru. She had always been the closest member of the team to Lu Sheng. Upon seeing Lu Sheng's furious counterstrike, Jiang Yuru sensed that Lu Jin was destined to suffer greatly. It was the first time in days that she had seen such extreme anger on Lu Sheng's visage, mixed with an undercurrent of hatred. Hurriedly, she grabbed the first aid kit and rushed over. True to her intuition, before she could reach him, Lu Jin was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily onto the ground between the arenas. Upon witnessing Lu Jin spitting blood, Jiang Yuru immediately recognized the severity of the situation. Skillfully, she took out scissors and swiftly cut open Lu Jin's shirt. When she saw his chest caved in, she gasped in shock. It was evident to her that Lu Sheng's strike had been aimed to kill. "Help me. I don't want to die." Lu Jin, heralded as a genius, possessed a remarkably tenacious vitality. Despite sustaining such severe injuries, he still managed to maintain a lucid consciousness as he pleaded for help from Jiang Yuru. "Gather yourself and protect your heart with your vitality. You will be all right." After quickly assessing Lu Jin's injuries with her instruments, Jiang Yuru couldn't help but marvel at Lu Jin's resilience. A broken rib was perilously close to piercing his heart. Had that occurred, he would undoubtedly have perished before reaching the hospital. After a simple yet effective stabilization, Lu Jin was placed on a stretcher and carried away. As the wheels began to roll, Lu Jin stared blankly at the sky, tears streaming down his cheeks like pearls from a broken string. He had never anticipated losing to someone he had once held in disdain, let alone so utterly and completely. He understood that this defeat signified more than just a match. It was a loss of his very life as trajectory. Over the years, Lu Jintian had invested countless efforts in him. Yet now, he found himself vanquished by Lu Sheng, who had grown up in an orphanage, lacking resources and often going without a proper meal. Given Lu Jintian's cold and calculating nature, he would undoubtedly devise a means to bring Lu Sheng back home following the examination. Once Lu Sheng returned to the family, the disparity in their standings would immediately reverse. Everything Lu Jin possessed would belong to Lu Sheng. From that point forward, his life would be shrouded in darkness. Any grievances or enmity can certainly be resolved outside the arena. After struggling to reach this point, don't you care about your future? After Lu Jin was taken away, Jiang Yuru could not help but lecture Lu Sheng. "So he isn't dead after all?" Jiang Yuru's tone was not particularly pleasant, yet Lu Sheng could discern the underlying concern. With the immediate threat alleviated, he surprisingly managed a faint smile in her direction. "Now, no one stands as your adversary. You are forbidden from causing any more harm during this last hour, understood?" Jiang Yuru rolled her eyes and placed her hands on her hips, speaking with a hint of sternness. "I will do my best." Lu Sheng shrugged nonchalantly. "Little Jean is going to die. Dad, look, little Jean has been killed by Lu Sheng. He has lost so much blood. He must be dying. That beast Lu Sheng. Why is he so ruthless? He is hardly human." As Lu Jin was struck and sent flying several meters, continuously coughing up blood, Lu Qianru was thrown into a state of panic, crying and shouting in a torrent of curses. Chapter 64. Memories of Lin Shuai. At this moment, Lu Jintian's expression was equally grim. His intention had been for both Lu Sheng and Lu Jin to enter the most prestigious academy. However, he had not anticipated that their actions would be increasingly ruthless. The lethal move employed by Lu Jin was one he had personally taught him, and he could discern its intent immediately. Lu Jin was aiming to take Lu Sheng's life. Yet, to his astonishment, Lu Sheng's physical prowess proved formidable, as he emerged unscathed and, in fact, revealed a similarly ferocious side when provoked. Previously, he had harbored doubts about Lu Sheng's claim that Lu Jin had hired someone to kill him. However, Lu Jin's behavior suggested that this matter was far from unfounded. With Lu Jin severely injured and rushed to medical attention, there remained but an hour of examination time, making it inevitable that others would surpass him. His immediate task was to devise a means to bring Lu Sheng home after the examination, thus minimizing the losses incurred. As for Lu Jin's fate, that could be addressed once this matter was settled. Silence. I am fully aware of who initiated this murderous intent. In the past, I was misled by your words. But now, under my very eyes, I will not allow you to invert the truth. I must remind all of you that Sheng's talents far exceed those of Lu Jin. He possesses a significant potential to attain the position of martial sage. After today's examination concludes, he will surely return home. Should I discover any of you treating him differently, I shall insist you leave this family as far as possible. The Lu family will not harbor such individuals. Lu Jintian's demeanor was impassive, seemingly unconcerned about Lu Jin's safety, even exuding an invisible pressure as he cast warning glances at each person present. Lu Qianru was wide-eyed with disbelief, unable to comprehend how her father, who had always doted on Lu Jin, could utter such words. Yet, under Lu Jintian's overwhelming authority, she dared not voice a rebuttal, only shedding tears in silence. "I understand. Father, Lu Jiaxin replied timidly, not daring to lift her head. Lu Qinghan said nothing, merely sighing deeply within. Strangely, however, was Lin Shuaying. Had been before. Witnessing her beloved adopted son gravely injured and on the brink of death would have ignited her into a frenzy. Yet now, Lin Shuaying appeared as though she had lost her senses, her eyes vacant and staring blankly ahead, as if severed from all connections to the outside world. In truth, she heard Lu Jintian's words clearly. However, within her heart, the turmoil was far from the calm she projected. It could even be described as an internal tempest. Mother, when brother returns, will you no longer love me? Mother, let brother have this large room. I am merely an adopted child and can stay in the guest room. Mother, please give brother the new clothes. I am content with the old ones. Mother, brother must not have seen such beautiful dresses before, which is why he accidentally dirted them. Please do not blame him. Mother, if brother truly likes that watch, I will simply gift it to him. Do not let such trivial matters upset you. Lin Shuaying's mind replayed the myriad of moments from the past 3 years. Initially, when she learned that Lu Sheng had been found, Lu Jin displayed immense anxiety, evidently fearful that upon Lu Sheng's return, he would usurp the family's affections. Although he was an adopted son, they had lived together for over a decade, creating bonds far deeper than those with Lu Sheng, the biological child. Lin Shuaying feared that showing Lu Sheng too much kindness would cause Lu Jin significant emotional distress, potentially leading to depression. Thus, she deliberately adopted a cold, even disdainful demeanor towards Lu Sheng. In retrospect, even when she offered Lu Sheng far less than she did Lu Jin would find ways to obstruct her efforts. For instance, she had initially intended for Lu Sheng to stay in the guest room, and even had the servants prepare it, awaiting his arrival. Yet one day, Lu Jin approached her, insisting that Lu Sheng occupy his spacious room instead. She vividly recalled the pitiable expression on Lu Jin's face at that moment, as if Lu Sheng were a bully seizing his home, when in reality, Lu Sheng had not yet been brought back. She did not know what had compelled her. Perhaps a desire to prevent her adopted son from feeling neglected. Ultimately, not only did she deny Lu Sheng the guest room, she had a small storage room in the mansion cleaned out, furnishing it with the most basic of items for Lu Sheng's accommodation. At that moment, she suddenly comprehended why Lu Jin had so eagerly approached her with those words. It was clearly a maneuver to force her into making a choice between her adopted son and her biological one. Moreover, she remembered that prior to Lu Sheng's return, Lu Jin's behavior had not exhibited the meticulousness he later displayed. After Lu Sheng arrived, it seemed he made a concerted effort to ensure everything was flawlessly executed. Even the most mundane act of dining became a spectacle of elegance. Having grown up in an orphanage, Lu Sheng was oblivious to these subtleties, and in comparison to Lu Jin, he appeared coarse and utterly out of place within the Lu family, particularly under her repeated criticisms. Her other daughters began to mirror this disdain, growing increasingly averse to Lu Sheng. Lin Shuaying abruptly realized that it seemed she had been led step by Lu Jin's scheming into treating Lu Sheng worse and worse, resorting to verbal and physical abuse, even withholding food. She recalled that the very rattan stick used for punishing Lu Sheng had been inspired by watching videos of punitive measures that Lu Jin had repeatedly shown her. Their family of adults had been effortlessly manipulated by a mere child. Contemplating this, Lin Shuaying felt her clothes dampen with cold sweat, her heart a tumult of fear and regret. The fear stemmed from her relief that she had not acted on Lu Jin's seduction to commit irrevocable acts. The regret was for her repeated mistakes regarding her own flesh and blood, oblivious to the truth. The thought of her past actions towards Lu Sheng made her wish to slap herself repeatedly. She now longed to apologize to her biological son and seek his forgiveness. Mother, Xiao Jin has been severely injured by Lu Sheng and is being taken away. His life is uncertain. Why do you not utter a single word? Lin Qianru, who had remained silent, found this peculiarity unsettling. Fearing Lu Jintian would overhear, she could only approach Lin Shuaying and quietly weep, asking, "Is that so? You should go to the hospital to keep watch. If surgery is necessary, a family member must sign." Yet, to her utter astonishment, Lin Shuaying, who had always favored Lu Jin even more than herself, merely looked at her with calm detachment upon hearing of Lu Jin's severe injury and uncertain fate, her tone devoid of emotion, as if speaking of someone entirely unrelated to her and a matter of no consequence. Chapter 65. This is merely the beginning. Mother, are you even listening to me? Do you understand? I am speaking of Lu Jin, our little Jin. He is on the brink of death. Why are you so indifferent? Previously, Lu Jintian's words had already left Lu Qianru feeling utterly despondent. At this moment, Lin Shuang's reaction nearly pushed her to the brink of despair. Am I deaf? Did I not instruct you to go to the hospital first? Lin Shuang frowned, turning her head away and refusing to acknowledge her daughter's expression. Did she truly feel no sorrow? How could that be possible? The bond forged over countless years spent together could not simply vanish in an instant. Even though her words bore no discernible emotion, her grip on her thigh tightened, her nails digging deep into the flesh. Yet, she had heard Lu Jintian's earlier declaration quite clearly. Lu Sheng was highly likely to become a martial sage. Marrying a man like Lu Jintian, Lin Shuang certainly understood what it meant for their family to potentially have a martial sage among them. If Lu Sheng truly ascended to such heights, it would not only elevate the Lu family and their relatives, but would also catapult her own Lin family into the ranks of the true elite of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, Lu Sheng was her own flesh and blood. She was well aware of the gravity of the situation. Lu Qianru could hardly believe that these were the words of her own mother. Especially with Lin Shuang's current demeanor and tone, she appeared entirely like a stranger. Lu Qianru could not fathom what had caused her mother to undergo such a sudden transformation. How could you all suddenly become so cold-blooded? Xiao Jin is, after all, our family. Can you truly be so heartless as to disregard him? Lu Qianru questioned, tears streaming down her face. I must admit, hearing you use the term cold-blooded is quite surprising. Is Xiao Sheng not family? How have you treated him? Is it so unbearable to be treated differently for the first time? Do not forget that Xiao Sheng has endured this for a full 3 years. Lin Shuang's abrupt change certainly bewildered Lu Qinghan, while Lu Qianru remained oblivious. Failing to recognize the core issue, her current demeanor did bring a measure of satisfaction to Lu Qinghan. The words of Lu Qinghan darkened Lu Jintian's expression even further. Lin Shuang's facial expression was distinctly unnatural, while Lu Jiesin kept her head bowed in silence. Iuo sobi sobi sobi. Under Lu Qinghan's cold mockery, Lu Qianru could no longer bear it and left, covering her mouth and weeping. For the remaining hour, no one could create any further trouble for Lu Sheng. Each match concluded in an exceptionally brief span of time, reminiscent of his performance during the sea-level examinations. Perhaps due to the heavy toll taken on Lu Jin, Lu Sheng's pent-up anger had dissipated considerably. He indeed did not disappoint Jiangyu, ensuring that no one was harmed. The examination time is up. All candidates cease combat. As the announcement echoed through the examination center, everyone present turned their gaze towards the prominently displayed leaderboard. Some hung their heads in despair, while others cheered with exuberance. Some waved their fists, overwhelmed with tears of joy, while others broke down in despair. Naturally, Lu Sheng occupied the top position, leading the second-place contender, Li Yongheng, by a remarkable 33 points. However, Lu Sheng was taken aback to discover that, despite being absent for the final hour of the exam, Lu Jin had not fallen out of the top 10, ultimately securing the 9th position. Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly began to chant Lu Sheng's name. Initially, it was just a few scattered voices, but to Lu Sheng's astonishment, more and more people joined in. As time passed, the chorus of his name grew louder, resounding throughout the examination center, clearly paying tribute to the newly crowned champion. Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng is my student. Isn't he remarkable? Do you know? I personally trained him, Jiang Chunhua exclaimed, flushed with excitement, her fists pumping as she shouted Lu Sheng's name, her joy akin to that of a child in their 40s. In the midst of it all, she could not help but boast to those around her. Not only did he feel overwhelmed by the rising tide of cheers, but even Lu Sheng himself could not help but feel a swell of emotions. Reflecting on all the misfortunes he had faced, he gazed around the arena, feeling as though he were living in a dream. This was the most splendid moment of his 2 lifetimes. Yet, he understood that this was merely the beginning. He firmly believed that one day, his name would resonate throughout the Dragon Kingdom and beyond, echoing across the entire world. Congratulations, Lu Sheng. You will undoubtedly gain entry into your coveted Sacred Martial Academy. Jiang Yu said, her smile radiating like the morning sun. Thank you, Lu Sheng replied sincerely. Then farewell. Oh, but perhaps we may not have another chance to meet again. The girl continued to smile, yet her tone carried a hint of regret. Do not speak so definitively. Farewell. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lu Sheng felt an inexplicable certainty that this would not be his final encounter with Jiang Yu. Lu Sheng, you are exceptional. You are undoubtedly the strongest prodigy of Beijing. I am truly delighted for you, the teacher exclaimed. As there was no award ceremony following the examination, once time was up, the candidates began to disperse. The moment Jiang Chunhua spotted Lu Sheng, she could no longer contain her emotions, rushing forward to envelop him in a tight embrace, tears streaming freely. Although Lu Sheng felt quite uncomfortable being embraced by an older man, he refrained from ruining the joyous atmosphere. All students, please proceed to the examination center's recruitment discussion room after a 2-hour break. Those unable to attend due to injury may be represented by their parents or class instructors. Lu Xing, Li Yunxing, Zhou Lan, Li Dubing. Just then, the announcement from the examination center reverberated once more. Teacher Jiang, shouldn't we head home after the exam? Lu Sheng inquired. He had never considered participating in the martial examination, as he simply did not possess the requisite qualifications. His decision to participate was made just over 10 days prior, and thus he was not entirely familiar with the specific procedures. Oh, my apologies. I was just too excited, Jiang Chunhua said, quickly wiping her tears and smiling. I forgot to mention that after the A-level examination concludes, those candidates sought after by various institutions will have brief discussions with the admission officers after a short break. The top 10 prestigious schools will extend their utmost sincerity to attract talented individuals. They will be open to your requests, as long as they are not overly unreasonable. Especially for someone of your caliber, even the 3 top-tier institutions will spare no expense to vie for you. Just wait and see. The conditions they offer will surely astonish you. Jiang Chunhua, upon hearing this, immediately released Lu Sheng and hastily wiped her face with her sleeve, chuckling. Chapter 66. This is very inconsistent with your personas. So what does Teacher Jiang mean by sincerity? Lu Sheng asked. For instance, monetary compensation, housing, training resources, or mentorship from esteemed instructors. Of course, the latter 2 are undoubtedly the most significant. After all, as long as you possess formidable strength, all material possessions are within easy reach, Jiang Chunhua explained animatedly. Lu Sheng pondered for a moment. To him, training resources were not of paramount importance. For as long as he had the opportunity to slay magical beasts, his power would perpetually ascend. The guidance of esteemed masters was undoubtedly essential, for his current panel only served to enhance his physical attributes. However, expressing the desire to hunt magical beasts at this moment would seem rather peculiar. It would be more prudent to devise a plan once they arrived at the academy. Let us go. First, we shall dine and converse, Lu Sheng proposed, his stomach growling with hunger, feeling capable of consuming an entire cow. Jiang Chunhua, having accompanied him throughout the day and only having nibbled on some bread, was equally famished and readily agreed. Yet, the moment they stepped out of the examination center, they spotted Lu Zhentian alongside several women from the Lu family, all peering intently inside. Lu Sheng surmised they had come to confront him regarding the incident with Lu Jin, just as he contemplated circumventing them for a moment of peace. The sharp-eyed Lu Zhentian swiftly locked onto him and approached with haste, followed closely by the other women. Being discovered was of little concern to Lu Sheng. He felt no fear. After all, Lu Zhentian was a respectable 7th-tier master, unlikely to act against a child in such a public setting. Xiao Sheng, congratulations on achieving such an outstanding result in this examination. Your father, mother, and sisters are all immensely proud of you. To Lu Sheng's astonishment, instead of the anticipated reprimand, he was greeted with a beaming Lu Zhentian, who spoke these kind words warmly. Lu Sheng stood there momentarily stunned, uncertain how to respond. Yet, this was not the most absurd occurrence. Soon after, He heard Lin Shuya's hesitant voice as she tearfully lamented, "Xiao Sheng, I am so sorry. It was wrong of me to treat you that way. I apologize, and I promise to treat you well from now on. Could you possibly grant me a chance to make amends?" Lin Shuya's extraordinary display left not only Lu Sheng bewildered, but also rendered Lu Jintian and his two daughters momentarily speechless. Lu Sheng felt a chill run down his spine, his skin prickling with goosebumps. The image of Lin Shuya's past sharp-tongued demeanor lingered in his mind, and he found himself seriously questioning whether she had undergone a rebirth. At that moment, a multitude of people continued to stream out, drawn by the unexpected scene, with some recognizing the parties involved, particularly the top candidate of the examination, sparking a flurry of whispered curiosity. Lu Sheng cast a glance, and, to his surprise, spotted Jiang Yuru among them, though he chose to ignore her presence. "I find it quite intriguing, Mr. Lu and Mrs. Lu, that you would suddenly interrupt me with such a display of tears and smiles. This is quite contrary to your usual personas," Lu Sheng remarked coolly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. If someone of Lu Jintian's stature could so shamelessly disregard his reputation, how could he, a solitary outcast, fear the ridicule of onlookers? He had a hunch about the ulterior motives of these extraordinary individuals. Yet he was curious to see how far they would go in their performance. "Xiao Sheng, this is not the place for discussions. Shall we return home?" Lu Jintian urged, his tone gentle. "Whatever grievances you harbor, we will resolve them once we are home." Lu Jintian, of course, could not be indifferent to his own reputation. Embarrassed by the public scrutiny of his family's private affairs, he spoke amiably. "Home? Emer elu, yuyist. As an orphan, where might I find a home? Let us speak here," Lu Sheng retorted with a cold laugh. "Xiao Sheng, I acknowledge that I have wronged you in the past, and I have hurt you deeply. I now realize my mistakes. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me this once? If you return home, I promise to make amends." Lin Shuya continued to plead, her demeanor pitifully contrite, leading onlookers to assume Lu Sheng had wronged them. "Xiao Sheng, I too wish to express my apologies." Lu Jiasin chimed in. "I have said many unkind things to you in the past, and I am truly sorry." Lu Qinghan remained silent, shaking her head with a sigh. These individuals seemed to believe that a mere apology would suffice to earn Lu Sheng's forgiveness, an utterly naive notion. If apologies were effective, Lu Sheng would not have consistently rebuffed their attempts to assist him. There is no need for further words. I made it abundantly clear on the day I left that I wish to sever all ties with you. The harm you have inflicted upon me is irreparable, and I shall never forgive it. As expected, Lu Sheng coldly declared this and turned to leave. "Xiao Sheng, please do not be hasty in your rejection. Your first-place finish in the martial examination proves you possess exceptional talent. However, you must understand that talent is merely the foundation in the martial arts. To elevate your strength to higher levels will require substantial training resources. Many once promising talents fall into obscurity due to a lack of resources later in their training, which is why people often say that the wealthy excel in martial pursuits while the poor excel in scholarly endeavors. Your entrance into the top-tier academies is assured, and you will indeed receive institutional support. Yet, once you graduate, there will be no one to provide resources for your training without cost. At that point, you may find yourself risking your life to hunt magical beasts for even the most basic elixirs, while you could work for large corporations or prominent families. Your progress would stall. However, if you choose to return home, my eldest daughter and I will alleviate all your concerns. You will only need to focus on your training. With your talent, you will undoubtedly surpass my current achievements. I hope you can think rationally and consider your future." As Lu Jintian saw Lu Sheng attempting to walk away, he swiftly positioned himself in front of him, earnestly trying to persuade him. "Rational? If I were truly rational, I would still be trapped in that massive cage, suffering your abuse and humiliation daily, with no hope of achieving my current success. You seek my forgiveness now only because you perceive my potential and see me as a valuable asset. Should I lose that value, I would likely end up discarded like Lu Jin, treated as refuse. Let me reiterate, my life or death has no bearing on your lives. Therefore, cease your harassment." Lu Sheng had long seen through the true nature of this family. How could he forget the humiliation and torment he had endured for the sake of a fleeting benefit? He refused to waste any more breath on them and simply brushed past Lu Zhintian. Lu Sheng, I have lowered myself to speak with you, giving you ample respect. Do not take my kindness for weakness. Lu Zhintian's mounting frustration erupted into a furious roar at Lu Sheng's continued refusals. Do as you wish, Lu Sheng replied, not even looking back. Very well, you have spirit. I shall make you regret this. Lu Zhintian's face was a stormy shade of anger. Xiao Sheng, Lin Shuya cried, yearning to pursue, yet was firmly restrained by Lu Zhintian. Enough, let him go. It won't be long before he returns to plead with me, Lu Zhintian declared, suppressing his wrath. Observing the throngs of onlookers, he felt an acute sense of embarrassment, prompting him to usher several people away from this venue of discord. Heavenly Father, it turns out his family has been subjecting him to torment and humiliation. I often wondered why he displayed such disdain towards his kin. Yet, he is undeniably remarkable. Why then would his family treat him with such cruelty? Gaining further insight into Lu Sheng's background, Jiang Yuru covered her mouth in astonishment. She simply could not fathom why Lu Sheng's family would behave in such a manner. Lu Shengyu, sighing, Jiang Chunhua intended to offer Lu Sheng some counsel. But seeing his dismal demeanor, she merely sighed in resignation. You few, go to the hospital to attend to Lu Jin. Comfort him well. Do not utter a single word about what just transpired. I shall remain here to meet those from the academy, Lu Zhintian commanded. Standing by the roadside, his agitation grew. As a dignified 7th grade master, he had already articulated his stance. That ungrateful wretch showed no regard for familial ties whatsoever. Yet, as he gradually regained his composure, he realized that relinquishing Lu Jin so easily was unwise. Should Lu Sheng exhaust all means and still refuse to return home, it would be prudent to have someone to fall back on. Understood, father. We shall head there immediately, Lu Jiesin promptly affirmed. I have squandered an entire day. My company is burdened with numerous matters, so I shall not be attending, Lu Qinghan grumbled, feeling irked at the thought of seeing Lu Jin, and hastily concocted an excuse. Meanwhile, Lin Shuya remained in a state of lamentation, her brow furrowed with concern. Lu Zhintian, disinterested in further trivialities, was singularly focused on imparting a profound lesson to Lu Sheng. He must understand that in this world, unrefined talent is of no consequence. Although it was still far from the 2-hour mark mandated by the examination center, he had arrived early at the so-called conference room. This space resembled a vast assembly hall, albeit with a distinct twist. Small rooms adorned with signs from various esteemed institutions lined the perimeter. Admission representatives would conduct individual discussions with each candidate within those chambers. As Lu Zhintian approached the entrance, he observed a cacophony of admissions officers from various schools engaged in hushed conversations. Sir, there remains over an hour until the admissions meeting commences. You cannot enter yet, a courteous young staff member interjected, blocking Lu Zhintian's passage. I am the father of Lu Sheng, the first-place recipient. Kindly inform your superior. I trust they will allow me entry, Lu Zhintian asserted with an air of superiority. Upon hearing that he was the father of the top candidate, the staff member hastily entered to relay the message to Director Qin. The father of the first-place candidate? This must undoubtedly be Lu Zhintian, Director Qin mused. Let him in. A genius should possess certain privileges. After a moment's thought, he instructed, Sir, our leader has granted you access. The staff member hastened to inform Lu Zhintian. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Zhintian strode confidently into the hall. His towering, robust physique, coupled with the inherent aura of a 7th grade master, commanded immediate attention upon his entrance. The admissions officers, all formidable in their own right, regarded him with keen interest. Yet, under their scrutiny, Lu Zhintian maintained an air of calm composure, surveying the assembly with a tranquil gaze before speaking. Greetings, everyone. I am the father of Lu Sheng, the first-place achiever in this martial examination. Furthermore, the 9th-place candidate, Lu Jin, is also my son. I have come early to share some crucial information to prevent any potential misconceptions. His revelation elicited a wave of astonishment from the assembly. The hall fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into a chorus of murmurs. What? Lu Sheng and Lu Jin are brothers? What a remarkable individual. He has raised 2 such exceptional sons. But is that truly the crux of the matter? Did we forget how Lu Sheng treated Lu Jin on stage? He was merciless towards his own brother. I previously assumed they harbored deep-seated enmity. That last blow seemed intent on ending Lu Jin's life. How could he be so inhumane? The multitude of criticisms directed at Lu Sheng reached Lu Jintian's ears, yet he felt an inexplicable satisfaction, for this was precisely the outcome he sought. To be candid, Lu Jin is not my biological son. He was adopted after going missing when Lu Sheng was 3. I located Lu Sheng after a relentless search when he was 15 and welcomed him back into our family. However, having grown up in an orphanage, he developed a personality starkly different from that of a typical child, selfish, sensitive, and cold-hearted. Despite our family's best efforts to nurture and compensate him, he grew arrogant and demanded that we cast Lu Jin out, threatening to sever ties if we refused. Though Lu Jin is an adopted child, he has shared our home for over a decade, forging deep bonds with us. How could we bear to expel him? We initially believed Lu Sheng was merely trying to intimidate us, yet he truly severed ties and chose to leave. The events that followed, as you all witnessed, saw him unleash all his pent-up resentment on Lu Jin, nearly resulting in Lu Jin's demise. My intention in sharing this is to urge you all to consider whether such an extreme and cold-hearted individual is truly deserving of substantial investment in his development. Chapter 68. Su Yongqiang's Fatal Blow. After Lu Jintian's heartfelt address, the hall descended into a profound silence. As they further scrutinized Lu Sheng's character, all present exchanged apprehensive glances. Such a student, we at Xinwu Academy shall not accept. A woman clad in black spoke first, her voice steady. What a pity. Such astonishing talent marred by such profound flaws, lamented a balding man, shaking his head in regret. If none of you will take him, how can we at Xuanwu Academy consider him? A burly man grumbled, his voice heavy with discontent. Let it rest. The risk of nurturing such a student is too great. What if one day he decides to unleash his wrath upon the school? No one will be spared. If he can be so ruthless to his own brother, surely he would show no mercy to teachers or students. We certainly will not accept him. Whoever desires him may take him, the 3 prominent figures declared. Following their remarks, the other 7 major academies of the top 10 began to voice their opinions as well. Meanwhile, the representatives of the second-tier institutions appeared to stir with renewed interest. Wait, everyone, please hold on. Though Lu Sheng's demeanor in school has been subdued, he is also polite and respectful. I firmly believe he will not become the malignant tumor you fear. Moreover, his talent extends far beyond what you have observed. I possess a report that was exclusively prepared for Lu Sheng during the examination period. This document reveals that, despite having completed 5 rounds of qi and blood refinement, Lu Sheng has yet to embark on bone tempering. In other words, since the examination, he has been unable to harness the power of qi and blood, relying solely on his extraordinary physical prowess to secure the top position in this examination. Such remarkable talent, should it truly be cast aside merely due to his temperament? If that is indeed the case, it would constitute a tremendous loss for humanity. At that moment, Director Qin, whose hair had turned completely gray, suddenly ascended the table, brandishing 2 sheets of paper with fervent enthusiasm, exclaiming loudly. He had no choice but to intervene. After all, Lu Sheng is the most gifted true genius that Beijing has seen in recent years. If he were to be dismissed by all universities solely for this reason, not only would the director of education become a laughingstock, but the entire Beijing would be rendered a complete joke. What? He has yet to enter the first rank? The notion that one could triumph over true martial artists wielding qi and blood solely with physical strength is nothing short of monstrous. It is terrifying. Such talent is virtually unheard of. No, there have been a few individuals in history who reached the pinnacle among martial saints. If that is the case, perhaps there is still a chance for redemption. Director Qin's words fell like a bombshell, plunging the entire hall into chaos once more. Lu Sheng's previous performance was still within the realm of comprehension. Yet, when Director Qin unveiled that report, everyone lost their composure. Even the heads of the top 10 academies began to exhibit signs of uncertainty. The woman in black furrowed her brow tightly. The bald man continually rubbed his balding head in a conflicted manner. The burly man, with his powerful arms crossed, bowed his head lost in thought. What? He hasn't even entered the first rank? Lu Zhentian was equally astonished by this revelation. He had never anticipated that he had once again underestimated Lu Sheng's terrifying talent. In that moment, he regretted the words he had just spoken. This old fool, who would have thought to bring out that report at such a critical juncture. Meanwhile, Su Yongqiang, who had been lurking among the crowd, wore a particularly grim expression. Initially, he had sought an opportunity to discreetly relay the fact that Lu Sheng and Lu Jin were brothers. However, with Lu Zhentian's appearance, he found his plans thwarted and executed even more flawlessly than he had envisioned. Just when he thought Lu Sheng was doomed, Director Qin unexpectedly emerged to stir the pot. He noticed that once the contents of that report were disclosed, the recruitment heads from various academies were evidently preparing to make some attempts. Some quick responders had already begun to pull out their phones to contact higher-ups at their institutions. No way. I absolutely will not allow this brat to have his way. After slapping my granddaughter's face, he thinks he can ascend to a top-tier academy? Dream on. Su Yongqiang seethed inwardly. Have you all forgotten the calamity of Han Xiao? Seizing the moment while everyone was engaged in heated discussions, Su Yongqiang, hidden among the crowd, suddenly interjected in a strained voice. As his words echoed, the hall fell silent once more. Well, geniuses emerge every year. It is better not to take such risks. Indeed, no matter how extraordinary the talent. What if another Han Xiao were to be cultivated? Han Xiao, a perpetual pain for our top 10 academies. Don't waste your efforts. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to allocate those resources to stable, morally upright geniuses? Those who had previously shown interest in Lu Sheng immediately altered their expressions. Many quickly solidified their resolve, declaring that they would absolutely not accept such a student. What does the calamity of Han Xiao mean? Why does everyone react with such trepidation? A younger woman inquired with curiosity. My dear, your youth renders your ignorance understandable, as that incident has never been publicly disclosed. Years ago, there was a student named Han Xiao, who suffered abuse from his family and was not regarded as human. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this student possessed immense talent. After years of enduring humiliation and striving for survival, he successfully entered the sacred martial academy. Upon his admission, his strength surged dramatically, and he was considered the most promising candidate to achieve the status of a martial saint before turning 30. However, just as everyone held great expectations for him, he committed 3 shocking acts. Before graduating, he quietly returned home and slaughtered his entire family of dozens before setting the place ablaze. Subsequently, during that year's inter-college competition, he mercilessly slaughtered numerous young geniuses. Later, amidst the pursuit by various academies, he chose to ally himself with a demon emperor. He frequently led demonic armies to attack human cities, causing us severe losses. This incident has forever been regarded as the greatest disgrace by the Sacred Martial Academy and serves as a cautionary tale for all students. Henceforth, following the calamity of Han Xiao, all academies have prioritized character and moral integrity in their student assessments. Chapter 69. Isn't this our opportunity? Su Yongqiang, you incompetent fool. Get out of here. Su Yongqiang had thought he was hidden well, but Director Qin, standing upon the table, instantly pinpointed his location. When Director Qin revealed that report, Lu Sheng's circumstances had already begun to shift. Yet, due to Su Yongqiang's remark, all of Director Qin's efforts were rendered futile. The old director immediately pointed at Su Yongqiang, whose gaze faltered and berated him furiously. Su Yongqiang dared not retort and left the hall in disgrace. This truly spells the end for you, Lu Sheng. But whose fault is that? This is a choice you made. With matters settled, Lu Zhentian reflected in a tone of resignation. Mr. Lu, your other son, Lu Jin, is exceptionally talented. We at Tiangang Academy are very eager to invite him to join. Shall we discuss this in the conference room? Lu Sheng had now been abandoned by everyone, yet recruitment must continue. The bald man was the first to respond, promptly approaching Lu Zhentian with a beaming smile. Lu Jin's character and talent left nothing to be desired. We truly need to have a serious discussion. Lu Zhentian readily agreed and followed the bald man into the small room. What a pity. Such outstanding talent, yet burdened by such character flaws. Yuru has interacted with Lu Sheng often. It would be wise to remind her to steer clear of him. Jiang Zuozong, who had remained at the edge of the hall, also shook his head in sorrow. Subsequently, thinking of his daughter, he resolved to make a call to warn her. Yuru, there is something I need to alert you about. You should no longer associate with Lu Sheng. Upon receiving her father's call, Jiang Yuru initially assumed it concerned something else. To her surprise, as soon as she answered, Jiang Zuozong delivered that admonition. Dad, could you be a bit clearer? Why can't I associate with Lu Sheng? Jiang Yuru furrowed her brows, struggling to comprehend her father's intentions. The situation unfolded as follows. Jiang Zuozong promptly recounted to his daughter all that he had just witnessed. It was utterly outrageous. Father, allow me to clarify. The matter concerning Lu Sheng is certainly not as you have just heard. The so-called father of Lu Sheng was blatantly distorting the truth and deliberately slandering him. After listening to Jiang Zuozong's words, Jiang Yuru nearly exploded with indignation and immediately shouted into the phone with fervent discontent. Oh, is there perhaps some hidden truth? Jiang Zuozong was taken aback by his daughter's unexpected fury upon hearing the events that had just transpired. From her reaction, it was evident she was privy to information that he was not aware of. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes on multiple occasions, I might have believed that man's words. Father, you have no idea how vile Lu Sheng's family truly is. Jiang Yuru continued, her anger unabated, recounting to her father the two instances she had witnessed the conflicts between Lu Sheng and his family, without embellishment. Is Lu Sheng truly their flesh and blood? Otherwise, how could any genuine parents treat their child in such a manner? As a father himself, Jiang Zuozong found it incomprehensible why Lu Sheng's parents would harbor such malice against their own child. While the past abuse was lamentable enough, the fact that they would go to such lengths to ruin their child's future, especially when Lu Sheng's talent was so remarkable and his life was just beginning to flourish, was utterly despicable. What is so hard to understand about this? Father, do you not realize there are individuals who would rather destroy what they cannot have? The more Jiang Yuru contemplated, the more infuriated she became. Ah, what a pity. At this juncture, Jiang Zuozong could only feel sorrow for Lu Sheng's plight. Father, have you lost your senses? Now that other academies have rejected Lu Sheng, is this not our opportunity? What does it mean for Hanwu Academy to have a top-tier genius like him join us? Surely you must grasp that. However, Jiang Zuozong's sluggish reaction left Jiang Yuru anxious, and she hastily urged him. But his character, for a moment, Jiang Zuozong had not considered this aspect. Nevertheless, after his daughter's prompt, he still hesitated. According to what his daughter had just conveyed, Lu Sheng had indeed suffered abuse in that household. This bore a striking resemblance to Han Zhao's situation. Although Lu Jintian might have exaggerated, it was evident that living in such an environment would inevitably leave Lu Sheng with flaws in his character. Father, Lu Sheng is not the person you imagine him to be. After spending these past few days with him, I can tell that while he may be difficult to approach, he harbors no ill intentions. On several occasions, when I offered him suggestions, although he may have verbally rejected them, he would ultimately adopt them in practice. I believe such a person is capable of change. With a little effort on our part, he will never become a heartless villain. Jiang Yuru sensed her father's concerns, but was confident in her instincts. Thus, she earnestly endeavored to persuade him. Her words indeed stirred something within Jiang Zuozong. As an educator, he too did not subscribe to the notion that some individuals were inherently wicked. Many who became nefarious figures did so as a result of their environment's influence. He found himself reflecting on Lu Sheng's recent performances. Aside from a few instances where he might have been overly forceful, in most cases, he merely rendered his opponents incapable of continuing the fight, inflicting minimal harm. Furthermore, after his match with Li Yongheng, he had graciously helped his opponent to his feet. Regarding his harsh treatment of Lu Jin, his daughter had already mentioned that it was due to Lu Jin hiring an assassin, which Lu Sheng had uncovered. He believed that any man of honor would find it difficult to swallow such an affront. Thus, upon further contemplation, accepting this child did not seem as dire as he had initially presumed. Even if there were some issues, they might still lead him down the right path. Lost in thought, Jiang Zuozong suddenly felt a surge of excitement. He was now convinced that aside from himself and Lu Jintian, the instigator, no one else in that hall truly understood Lu Sheng's situation. When Lu Sheng arrived at the conference room, he would undoubtedly face cold receptions from the various academies. At that moment, he was certain Lu Sheng would not refuse the olive branch he extended. Teacher Jiang, thank you for your care these past 2 days. You may return to rest. I will handle the matters that follow. Should there be any good news, I will inform you promptly. At this moment, Lu Sheng remained blissfully unaware of the occurrences at the examination center. After treating Jiang Chunhua to a meal in gratitude, he intended to head to the conference room. I believe you have always aspired to join Shengwu Academy, so why not be resolute? Do not concern yourself with the conditions proposed by other academies. Simply choose Shengwu Academy. That would be the most prudent choice, ensuring no unforeseen complications arise. Before leaving, Jiang Chunhua did not hesitate to offer her heartfelt advice. Chapter 70. Who is Lu Sheng? When Lu Sheng arrived at the entrance of the conference room, he discovered that many students had already entered. Some were engaged in discussions with the admissions representatives from various schools, while others were being escorted into small rooms surrounding the main hall. Go on in. What are you standing here for? Just then, a large hand suddenly landed heavily on Lu Sheng's shoulder, startling him. Turning to see Li Yongheng beaming at him, he replied nonchalantly, I was just about to head in. Have you decided which place to choose? With competitors like us, each academy would be eager to recruit us. Li Yongheng winked playfully at Lu Sheng. Presumably, it should be Shengwu. For such a forthright person, Lu Sheng found it somewhat challenging to adjust. How could someone with your physical prowess possibly choose Shengwu? Take my advice and come to Xianwu. Xianwu is a paradise for body cultivators. The better your physical talent, the more advantageous it is. Li Yongheng clearly did not view Lu Sheng's choice of Shengwu as wise and sought to dissuade him. No, I still believe Shengwu is the better option. Lu Sheng shook his head, his decisions rarely swayed once made. Well, I had hoped we would be schoolmates, showcasing our Northern Star prowess at Xianwu, but it seems I must brave it alone. Nevertheless, choosing what you love ensures no regrets. Come on, let us go in together. Though Li Yongheng expressed some regret, he did not press the issue, draping an arm around Lu Sheng's shoulder as they entered the hall. Their contrasting physiques drew attention as they stepped into the hall, immediately capturing the gaze of many. Some looked on eagerly, yet hesitated to approach, while others, with beaming smiles, quickly surrounded them. Hello, Li Yongheng. I am the admissions officer from Zhanglong Academy. May I have a moment to discuss with you? Li Yongheng. I am from Mingzhu Academy. I have a word. Li Yongheng. Regardless of whether it was Li Yongheng or Lu Sheng, they initially assumed these individuals were approaching both of them. However, to their astonishment, it appeared that all eyes were solely on Li Yongheng, while Lu Sheng stood by, completely overlooked as if he were merely a wisp of air. Wait a moment. Do you not recognize the person beside me? He is Lu Sheng, the top scorer of this examination in Beijing. Why are you all surrounding me? The second place. Lu Sheng remains oblivious to the underlying issues, yet Li Yongheng is already exhibiting signs of dissatisfaction. Who is Lu Sheng? We have never heard of him. So what if he is first? Which school would dare to accept someone like him? Excuse me, could you move aside? I need to find my classmate Li Yongheng. Go away. You are quite bothersome. At this point, even Lu Sheng begins to sense that something is amiss. He had expected to receive treatment akin to that of Li Yongheng upon arriving, but the disdainful attitude of these individuals indicates otherwise. He harbors serious doubts that something unforeseen transpired before his arrival. What do you mean? Can you not speak plainly? What has Lu Sheng done wrong to deserve such treatment? Lu Sheng merely furrows his brows tightly, while Li Yongheng appears far more displeased, his expression darkening immediately. As Li Yongheng inquires, those encircling him suddenly become tongue-tied, struggling to articulate their thoughts. Are there any representatives from Xuanwu Academy among you? If you're not from Xuanwu, you should be about your business. Li Yongheng's temperament is already impatient and volatile, and he has little tolerance for insolence. These individuals are clearly targeting Lu Sheng, yet when questioned, they cannot provide a coherent explanation. With an exasperated wave of his hand, he pulls Lu Sheng away. In this examination, Lu Sheng ranks first while he ranks second. Rather than feeling envy towards this rival who has bested him, Li Yongheng possesses a deep admiration. Yet now, these individuals disregard the first-place winner, fawning over the second, which leaves Li Yongheng feeling profoundly insulted. Like a puppet on strings, Lu Sheng is led by Li Yongheng. his mind racing with confusion about the source of such animosity directed at him. The first place winner. The 3 academies are over there. Come, let us proceed. Before long, Li Yongheng discerns the true objective of their visit and eagerly hurries Lu Sheng along. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng raises his eyes to see 3 distinct podiums placed at the far end of the hall. Each podium is labeled with the names of the 3 academies: Shengwu Academy, Tiangang Academy, and Xuanwu Academy. Behind the podiums sit a woman in black, a bald man, and a towering figure far larger than Li Yongheng. Greetings, esteemed teacher. I am Li Yongheng, the second-place finisher in this examination. Approaching confidently, Li Yongheng hardly glances at the other 2, directing his attention solely to the burly man before him. At long last, we have been awaiting your arrival. Kulme, let us converse inside. The burly man stands promptly, extending his hand to Li Yongheng with courtesy. However, before departing, he casts a deeply complex look at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng is perplexed by this gaze, sensing it is far from friendly. You should converse with the teacher from Shengwu Academy. She is unlikely to share the same disdain as those individuals. Li Yongheng reminds Lu Sheng as he prepares to leave. Lu Sheng nods and turns his attention towards the other 2 figures seated behind their respective podiums. The woman in black at the Shengwu Academy podium regards him with a furrowed brow, her eyes revealing a sentiment that Lu Sheng finds all too familiar. It is a sentiment of disdain, a profound loathing, akin to the way those in his past have gazed upon him. Why? What exactly is the issue? Lu Sheng cannot comprehend. He has merely dined and done nothing else to provoke such animosity from these individuals. Greetings, esteemed teacher. I am Lu Sheng, the first-place finisher in this Beijing martial examination. If I do not understand, then perhaps I should simply inquire directly. Taking a deep breath, Lu Sheng stands before the woman in black, asserting himself with dignity. I am aware of your identity. However, I regret to inform you that you do not meet the admission criteria for Shengwu Academy. The woman replies stiffly. Might I kindly request that you elucidate where I fall short of your esteemed institution's requirements? Such vague responses do not satisfy Lu Sheng. He maintains steady eye contact with the woman as he poses his question. Chapter 71. Are you here to mock me? Lu Sheng, allow me to enlighten you. At that moment, a voice, slightly aged yet robust, suddenly pierces the air. Lu Sheng turns to find an elderly man with graying hair approaching, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Though Lu Sheng does not recognize the elder, he distinctly remembers the middle-aged man as the Education Bureau leader who spoke on his behalf during registration. I am eager to hear the details. A fiery storm brews within Lu Sheng, yet his tone remains composed. Just over an hour ago, your father, Lu Zhentian, arrived here. He disclosed some highly detrimental information about you to all the admissions representatives. He stated that you grew up in an orphanage, possessing various character flaws. He claimed you were cold and unfeeling toward your caring family and severed ties with them voluntarily. When he could not drive away Lu Jin, he harbored deep resentment and resorted to violence against her. If you were applying to a liberal arts academy, these may not have been significant issues. However, the Martial Arts Academy upholds a stringent moral standard, and upon learning of your circumstances, all academies have decided against admitting you. Alas, I previously attempted to sway their opinions, but regrettably, I was unsuccessful. Director Qin's mood is equally somber. The first-place student in Beijing finds himself with no school to attend due to subjective reasons, leaving him genuinely distressed. Lu Zhentian, Lu Sheng roars, his eyes wide with fury, his tightly clenched fists turning pale. A surge of intense anger erupts from within, causing his entire being to tremble. He had anticipated that Lu Zhentian would retaliate for his rejection. Yet he never imagined that this man would be so ruthless as to sabotage his future through such fabrications. Is this truly the extent of a father's actions? It is nothing short of inhumane. Lu Sheng, perhaps you should consider repeating a year. Apply to a liberal arts college next year could be a viable path. Director Qin gently suggests, his voice laced with sympathy. So what if no one wants me? What does it matter? I have long since grown accustomed to such circumstances. There are countless paths in this world. I refuse to believe there is none that I can traverse. Ha ha ha. Thank you kindly, old man. Thank you for imparting this information to me. Lu Sheng lowers his head, his face shrouded in shadow, obscuring his expression. Yet unexpectedly, he bursts into laughter. The sound is devoid of discernible emotion, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who hears it. Director Sheng stands aghast, taken aback by the student's reaction to such dreadful news. Initially, he held reservations about Lu Xintian's claims regarding the boy. But now, even he begins to suspect that this child might not only possess character flaws, but perhaps his mental state is also somewhat unstable. Lu Sheng's laughter stems from a realization that it is unworthy to become so incensed over trivial matters. What can anger achieve? It resolves nothing. As for rebuttals, explanations, or proving oneself, Lu Sheng harbors no inclination to engage in such pursuits. He understands that in this society, the words of parents often carry more weight than those of their children. Is his explanation of any utility? It is utterly devoid of value. No one would ever put stock in his solitary testimony. Moreover, he fails to present any substantive evidence to counter Lu Xintian's slander. Despite having secured the first position, he finds himself without a place to study. Is he disappointed? Indeed, he is profoundly so, overwhelmingly so. Yet that is the extent of it. Having endured countless disappointments in his previous life, even facing despair on the brink of death, what does this amount to in comparison? The most significant aspect is that he now possesses a formidable advantage. Even without an institution to attend, he can grow stronger through the vanquishing of monstrous beasts. He refuses to believe that he cannot carve out his own niche without relying on anyone else. To curse fate and decry the heavens for their unfairness? That is an act befitting the version of himself from his past life. I find it somewhat perplexing that you can still smile. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice resonated in his ears. Lu Sheng looked up to see Jiang Yuru's father, Jiang Zuozong, the head of Hanwu Academy, gazing at him with a peculiar tilt of his head. Are you here to witness my misfortune? Lu Sheng scoffed. You have misunderstood me. I am fully prepared to join you in becoming the subject of others' ridicule. Jiang Zuozong's eyes, concealed behind golden-rimmed spectacles, curved slightly as he maintained the gentle smile he wore when Lu Sheng first encountered him. What do you mean? Lu Sheng rarely displayed a look of confusion. I am naturally inviting you to join Hanwu, Jiang Zuozong replied, his demeanor suddenly serious. Are you out of your mind, Director Jiang? After all the discussions, have you failed to absorb a single word? You must consider this carefully. Taking in such a student entails considerable risk. Have you forgotten the calamity of Han Shao? Lu Sheng interjected. Director Jiang, I advise you to abandon this notion of luck. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in tears later. Lu Sheng was taken aback. The crowd that had heard Jiang Zuozong's words fell silent. They soon began to voice their objections, some even vocally reprimanding him. Director Jiang, this jest is in poor taste. Lu Sheng lowered his head once more, his tone neutral. Just as everyone chose to abandon him again, this man dared to extend another invitation, defying all odds. Was he touched? To claim otherwise would be a deception. Lu Sheng felt a lump forming in his throat. Is my wording insufficiently formal? Jiang Zuozong murmured, furrowing his brow in confusion. The surrounding pleas to dissuade him seemed to fade into oblivion. Ahem, student Lu Sheng, as the head of Hanwu Academy, I formally extend an invitation for you to join our institution. Jiang Zuozong then stood squarely before Lu Sheng, cleared his throat, and spoke in a grave tone. The current state of Hanwu Academy is not without reason. Ignoring the wisdom of the elderly inevitably leads to hardship. If you choose to disregard advice, then so be it. Ha! How foolishly clever of you to think you've stumbled upon a great opportunity, unaware that you've merely unearthed a disaster. After Jiang's demise, the closure of Hanwu Academy would merely be a matter of time. The current situation was simply a prelude, nothing to lament. As the onlookers observed Jiang Zuozong's unwavering conviction, they began to ridicule him mercilessly. Do you see? Am I now a joke as well? Jiang Zuozong offered a resigned smile. Does Hanwu possess the methods for refinement beyond the 5th level? If so, I shall join. After a moment of silence, Lu Sheng finally spoke. However, his words left Jiang Zuozong profoundly astonished. Chapter 72, The Utterly Fallen Hanwu. Come, let us converse in the meeting room. Initially perplexed, Jiang Zuozong quickly realized why Lu Sheng had set such conditions. Lu Sheng had yet to step into the first tier. This led Jiang Zuozong to suspect that Lu Sheng had intended from the outset to negotiate with other academies using the methods of refinement beyond the 5th level as leverage. Lu Sheng did not refuse and followed Jiang Zuozong into the exclusive conference room of Hanwu Academy. To be candid, I possess not only the method for the 6th refinement, but even the 7th. These are the invaluable legacies left by my father. Once seated across from each other, Jiang Zuozong lowered his voice, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. The 7th refinement as well? Lu Sheng exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. Unable to enter the most prestigious academy, he had thought his blood refinement would plateau at the 5th level. He never anticipated that an obscure institution like Hanwu would possess such secret techniques. It was akin to discovering a hidden path amidst dense thickets. Though Hanwu may be in decline now, it had once basked in glory. However, do not rejoice too soon. The 7th refinement is extraordinarily challenging and requires an exceptionally high level of comprehension. Having a method does not guarantee success. Historically, those who achieved the 7th refinement and subsequently attained the title of martial sage were among the elite, with fewer than 10 in total. You should be nearing 18 soon, correct? Time is not on your side. A fleeting look of nostalgia crossed Jiang Zuozong's eyes, only to be followed by a cold splash of reality. Comprehension, you say? Lu Sheng frowned slightly. He had already found the 5th refinement exceedingly taxing. Many concepts his teacher had covered took him considerable time to grasp. If the 5th refinement posed such difficulty, the 6th could not possibly be any less arduous. The 7th would likely be an entirely different beast altogether. Yet, Lu Sheng did not back down. To falter before experiencing it firsthand was not his style. It matters not. I have confidence in myself, Lu Sheng declared with conviction. Excellent. That is the spirit. Jiang Zuozong nodded approvingly. He had intentionally exaggerated the challenges of the 7th refinement to gauge Lu Sheng's reaction. Had Lu Sheng been daunted, he would have thought less of him, but the response he received was satisfactory. Without the courage to forge ahead, how could one ever achieve the status of a martial sage? Such thoughts are mere fantasies. By the way, I should inform you about the benefits Hanwu is prepared to offer. Tuition will be waived. A scholarship of 200,000 dragon coins will be provided annually. And each semester, we will supply you with a blood enhancement potion commensurate with your rank, in addition to a single apartment. Jiang Zuozong continued. As Jiang Zuozong spoke, Lu Sheng listened attentively, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the other man's eyes. The terms being presented seemed to him rather unremarkable. The scholarship and tuition waiver were indeed meager offerings. While he had little need for the blood enhancement potion, it could be exchanged for currency. He had previously searched online and discovered that the scholarships awarded by the top 10 academies began at 1 million. Moreover, blood enhancement potions were typically dispensed monthly, especially to those exceptional talents recruited by the 3 major academies, who often received opportunities to cultivate in extraordinary realms. In stark contrast, the conditions presented by the Cambrian Academy could only be described as exceedingly meager. Yet, the man spoke with a tone that was both sincere and gentle, his gaze exuding a calmness devoid of any ulterior motives. There were no superfluous gestures or micro-expressions to betray the demeanor typical of a merchant intent on bargaining. Lu Sheng surmised that unless this individual was a master performer of the highest caliber, such authenticity in his demeanor was simply unattainable. Thus, Lu Sheng became convinced that this truly represented the utmost sincerity that Jiang Zuozong could offer. However, this revelation piqued his curiosity about the Cambrian Academy. How could such a prestigious institution be reduced to such a state of poverty? Could Director Jiang enlighten me about the circumstances surrounding Cambrian? Lu Sheng did not hastily acquiesce, but instead posed a counter-question. Cambrian is a local school in Beijing. You haven't heard of it, have you? Jiang Zuozong inquired with a bemused expression. Well, I only recently decided to take the martial examination, so my knowledge is admittedly limited, Lu Sheng admitted, slightly embarrassed. He realized that he scarcely recognized even the names of the top-tier academies. During Jiang Chuanhua's lectures, detailed discussions regarding various levels of academies had taken place. Yet, Lu Sheng had never entertained the notion that he might have an opportunity to attend a martial arts academy. often dozing off during lessons pertaining to the martial examination. Very well, let me provide you with a brief overview. Cambrian Academy has been established for 86 years. Located 40 kilometers east of Beijing City, covering an area of 5,600 acres, with over 12,000 staff and students combined. More than a decade ago, Cambrian boasted multiple martial saints among its ranks, positioning it in the middle tier of the top 10 academies. Regrettably, in the prolonged battles against the demonic races, Cambrian's martial saints fell one after another. The absence of martial saints resulted in a dwindling of educational resources. This scarcity led to a decline in the number of outstanding students choosing Cambrian as their option, creating a vicious cycle that has precipitated its gradual deterioration to the present state. Jiang Zhuozong did not shy away from revealing the true condition of Cambrian to Lu Sheng, acknowledging that such information could easily be uncovered online. Why not establish the school closer to the city for enhanced safety? Moreover, why have so many of Cambrian's martial saints perished? I recall that recent news has rarely reported on significant conflicts with the demonic races. Lu Sheng continued, posing further inquiries. Apparently, you are quite uninformed, Jiang Zhuozong replied with a resigned smile. All major martial academies are situated at a distance from urban areas. This is because the students at these academies are trained specifically to combat the demonic races. Such locations allow students to grow rapidly through practical experiences in environments surrounded by demonic beasts. Additionally, when formidable demons attack, the distance enables the Demon Suppression Office and the city's strong warriors to provide timely support. Thus, the Academy serves as the first line of defense in safeguarding the millions of ordinary lives within the city. As for your second question, what do you think might be the underlying reason? Is it because Cambrian's martial saints are too weak? Lu Sheng pondered aloud. No, quite the opposite. Cambrian's martial saints are relatively competent among their peers. The primary issue lies in the presence of several powerful demon emperors surrounding Beijing. Whenever these demon emperors strike, the Demon Suppression Office mobilizes Cambrian's martial saints to engage in battle, striving to keep the demonic forces at bay and prevent undue panic among the city's inhabitants. This is why recent news has seldom reported on our conflicts with the demonic races. You must understand that your ability to grow up in a place like Beijing, which borders the demonic territories, is solely due to the sacrifices made by others. Although Lu Sheng's response may have seemed somewhat audacious, Jiang Zhuozong did not take offense. Rather, he patiently addressed his queries. After hearing Jiang Zhuozong's explanations, Lu Sheng felt a weight settle upon his heart. He suddenly comprehended that in this world, greater strength does not equate to unbridled freedom, but rather entails the acceptance of greater responsibilities. Understand. One final question. May I arrive at the school early? I have no home and will have to stay in a hotel or rent a room for the 3 months before classes commence. Additionally, I wish to seize the opportunity to proceed with my blood refinement. Lu Sheng nodded solemnly and then inquired further. Of course, I mentioned previously that I would take you as my disciple, did I not? It is perfectly acceptable for you to arrive early. You may stay at my home. This arrangement would also facilitate my guidance. Jiang Zhuozong chuckled softly. I have no further questions. Lu Sheng, now devoid of doubts, realized that with demonic beasts to confront, a place to stay, and a teacher to instruct him, there was little he could find to complain about compared to his current situation. Welcome to Cambrian. Jiang Zhuozong exhaled softly, as if finally fulfilling a long-held desire, and then extended his hand to Lu Sheng with a smile. Thank you, Director Jiang, for keeping this last door open for me. Lu Sheng grasped Jiang Zhuozong's hand with heartfelt sincerity. Oh, by the way, Director Jiang, I need a few days to address some personal matters. I will contact you once I am done. Lu Sheng suddenly recalled an important issue before leaving. Take your time. I will await your return. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to let me know, Jiang Zhuozong replied. Amidst the pointed stares and peculiar glances of onlookers, Lu Sheng departed from the examination center. He had no inclination to concern himself with their opinions. Originally, he had intended to sever ties with the Lu family, resigning himself to a life of complete detachment. Yet, Lu Zhentian had resorted to such despicable means to sabotage his academic pursuits. Would he simply swallow this humiliation? Absolutely not. Lu Zhentian, do you think that your strength grants you the audacity to act without fear? Lu Sheng silently vowed. Since you have destroyed my academic career, do not expect your family and business to remain unscathed. In his previous life, when his soul had transformed, he had closely followed Lu Zhentian. He was well aware of the many deeds Lu Zhentian had committed. First and foremost, Lu Zhentian was currently involved with another woman, a financial supervisor at the Beijing branch of the Demon Hunter Association, Chen Luoyan. This woman was now pregnant with Lu Zhentian's child. 6 months after Lu Sheng's death in his previous life, Chen Luoyan gave birth to a son for Lu Zhentian. This child remained undiscovered until he was 3 years old, when Lu Jin stumbled upon the truth and revealed it to Lin Shuang. Although Lin Shuang typically bowed to Lu Zhentian's whims out of love, she transformed into a fierce tigress when a threat to her status and family emerged. The Lin family, which stood behind her, was no easy target. Her father and brothers were formidable experts of the 7th and 8th ranks. This was precisely why Lu Zhentian dared to keep a mistress discreetly. Once Lin Shuang discovered the existence of that woman and child, she returned home in tears to plead her case. Her father and brothers, enraged by the revelation, promptly gathered the family and confronted Chen Luoyan. After taking covert action against her, the fate of that child became a mystery. Upon returning home, Lin Shuya's family unleashed a brutal assault on Lu Zhentian. Initially, Lu Zhentian remained oblivious to the tragic fate that had befallen his beloved and the departure of his son. However, upon receiving the devastating news, he was overwhelmed with rage, causing him to spit blood on the spot. At that moment, Lu Zhentian was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th tier and dared not even broach the subject of divorce with Lin Shuya, swallowing his fury deep within. Furthermore, Lu Sheng was privy to another scandal that could deliver a severe blow to Lu Zhentian. As the vice president of the Beijing Demon Hunter Guild, he had been embezzling substantial funds from the guild to procure various high-grade potions from the black market for his personal cultivation, with the assistance of Chen Luoyan. This transgression only came to light after that woman's demise in his previous life. Consequently, Lu Qinghan was forced to allocate vast sums to mend this financial hole, leading to the downfall of the Yulu group, which was subsequently seized by Lu Jin. Lu Sheng's current objective was to detonate these 2 bombs in advance. Confident that either revelation would inflict considerable discomfort upon Lu Zhentian. However, the exact strategy required meticulous planning. In the clean and bright hospital room, Lu Jin gradually opened his eyes. Upon noticing that only Lu Qianru was seated by his bedside, a profound sense of despair washed over him. He realized he had been utterly forsaken by Lu Zhentian. The absence of Lin Shuya, who had always held him dear, exacerbated his heartache. "Xiao Jin, you're awake," Lu Qianru exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. "I was nearly terrified to death." "It's nothing, I won't die," Lu Jin replied weakly, his vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling. "All thanks to that wretched Lu Sheng. He's worse than an animal, capable of such cruelty towards his own brother." Lu Qianru lamented through her tears. Yet, her words brought Lu Jin no solace. They echoed in his ears like the incessant cawing of a crow, intensifying his irritation. "Sister, I need some quiet time," Lu Jin said softly. "All right then, I'll wait for you outside in the corridor," Lu Qianru responded understandingly, wiping her tears. However, just as she stood to leave, the door swung open, revealing Lin Shuya and Lu Jiasen. "Mother, second sister." Lu Jin's previously hollow eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope upon their entrance. "What did the doctor say? Is the injury serious? How long will it take to recover?" Lu Jiasen bombarded him with questions as she entered. The doctor stated it's a fractured sternum with some damage to the lungs. However, after treatment, it's not life-threatening. Xiao Jin's constitution is robust. Full recovery will take just over a month, Lu Qianru explained obediently. "That's a relief," Lin Shuya remarked, casting a glance at Lu Jin before sitting down on the sofa with an expressionless demeanor. Once seated, she transformed into an unmoving statue, her gaze fixated on the window, lost in thought, seemingly disinterested in engaging with Lu Jin. The initial flicker of excitement within Lu Jin was extinguished, akin to being doused with cold water. In former times, even a mere scratch would have elicited Lin Shuya's utmost concern and nurturing. Yet, her current icy demeanor was profoundly disheartening for Lu Jin. He felt a sharp pang in his nose, but ultimately quelled the overwhelming urge to weep. Is father busy with guild matters? After a prolonged silence, Lu Jin tentatively inquired. Your final ranking is 9th. Father went to meet with the admissions officers from the academies, Lu Jiasen replied. What? Lu Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. He had assumed that after his defeat to Lu Sheng, Lu Jintian would abandon him. To his astonishment, Lu Jintian had personally taken the initiative to handle his application, reigniting a flicker of hope within him. Since you're bedridden, naturally, father must handle it for you, Lu Jiasen noted, puzzled by Lu Jin's reaction. After a considerable wait, Lu Jintian indeed arrived at the hospital. Although this result isn't ideal, your strength is undeniable. The 3 top-tier academies are very interested in you, and I have discussed this in detail with them. While Xuanwu and Tiangang have offered generous conditions, I still believe Shengwu is your best choice. What do you think? Lu Jintian's demeanor was neither warm nor cold, yet this very neutrality brought immense joy to Lu Jin. It was a testament that Lu Jintian had not entirely forsaken him despite his recent defeat. I'll follow Father's advice and choose Shengwu, Lu Jin exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. Do not fret over this loss. It is merely a minor setback on your journey. If you cannot withstand such trivial tempests, larger achievements will remain beyond your reach. Focus on recuperating for now. Once at Shengwu, devote yourself to your training without reservation. I will provide all the resources you require. Lu Jintian continued. Father, I promise. I assure you I will not disappoint you again, Lu Jin replied, tears streaming down his face from the overwhelming emotion. That night, Lu Qianru stayed alone at the hospital to keep vigil. Lu Jintian had left to attend to guild affairs, while Lin Shuya and Lu Jiasen returned home. Upon arriving, Lin Shuya sat in the living room, lost in thought. She was eager to uncover the contents of the diary belonging to Lu Sheng. Qinghan, could you let me see Xiao Sheng's diary? Lin Shuya asked anxiously as soon as Lu Qinghan stepped through the door late that night. Sure. Lu Qinghan had been taken aback when Lin Shuya publicly apologized to Lu Sheng outside the examination center. He had momentarily thought the sun had risen in the west. Initially believing it to be a mere facade, he now reconsidered and agreed. April 22nd, sunny. I'm so happy. I'm no longer an orphan. My sisters are as beautiful as celestial beings, and my brother is quite handsome. Mother is even more stunning than I imagined in my dreams. It's a pity I haven't met father. April 28th, sunny. I never knew what Mother's room looked like, so today I secretly entered her room. Mother's bed is so soft, still carrying her fragrance. As I lay there, I thought it must feel like being cradled in her embrace. I had thought Mother wouldn't know I had been there. However, it remains a mystery how she came to learn of this matter. My mother scolded me sternly, forbidding me from entering her room again. Yet, I merely wished to draw closer to her. On May 11th, I was eating too hastily, producing unwanted noises. My mother expressed her irritation at my behavior, which was not the first instance of her ire regarding this issue. What she did not understand was that during my time in the orphanage, eating too slowly meant going hungry, and I risked having older children snatch my food away. This is why I had developed such a habit. Nevertheless, since my mother disapproved of my actions, I vowed to amend them. I aspired to exhibit the grace of my younger brother, believing it would earn my mother's affection. On May 26th, amidst a light rain, a treasure gown of my mother's was mysteriously stained. She suspected I was responsible, as I had previously entered her room without permission. I swore that since her last outburst, I had not set foot inside again. Yet, she dismissed my claims, accusing me of making excuses, and struck me hard across the face. My cheek throbbed with pain, yet the deeper hurt lay within my heart. On June 7th, under cloudy skies, I erred once more. After using the restroom, I neglected to flush. My mother, wielding a stick she had found, struck my back 3 times with considerable force. The material of the stick was unknown to me, but the pain it inflicted was excruciating. I had never experienced such agony, which kept me awake through the night, leaving me no choice but to lie on my bed. I understood that my mother aimed to correct my undesirable habits, and I harbored no resentment towards her. On December 2nd, the sun shone brightly, Yet once again, something had gone missing within the household. Everyone assumed I was the thief. I ceased to defend myself, knowing it would be futile. For such occurrences had transpired more than once, and I was invariably blamed. How I longed for my mother to believe in me, just once. But I recognized that such a wish was but a distant fantasy, as she had always regarded me as a wayward child. Chapter 75. I am unworthy of being his mother. Mother, I have harbored a question in my heart lately, which I wish to ask you. We have all erred regarding Sheng, particularly you, who have made the most egregious mistakes. We, the sisters, have all played and frolicked in your room, even sleeping on your bed. Even Jin, now in his teens, insists on sleeping beside you when father is away. Yet, when Sheng merely spent a moment in your presence, you harbored such animosity towards him. So what does he signify in your heart? Noting Lin Shuyue's increasingly pained expression as she read the diary, Lu Qinghan felt a surge of indignation. Indeed, what does he represent in my heart? Hearing Lu Qinghan's inquiry, Lin Shuyue shuddered, her heart twisting in agony as tears began to fall unbidden. A few days ago, I revisited the orphanage where Sheng once lived. I discovered that most children there had lost their parents to the jaws of beasts, with a small fraction being abandoned. These children had never known the warmth of parental love, nor did they possess any memories of their parents. No one craves familial affection more than those who grew up in such dire circumstances. Logically, Sheng should have been fortunate, having been found and returned to us at the age of 15. Yet, in truth, he is among the most unfortunate. Though he has returned to the home he longed for, living alongside his parents and siblings, none, including myself, have ever truly regarded him as family. His existence in this household has been more woeful than during his time in the orphanage. I cannot comprehend what he has done to warrant our collective harshness and indifference. Had I known it would be like this, why do we even bring him back? As Lu Qinghan spoke, his distress deepened, culminating in a tearful interrogation. Wu Sheng. Mother is sorry. I truly erred. I don't know if I was possessed to treat you that way. I promise I will never act thus again. Can you grant me one more chance? Under Lu Qinghan's questioning, Lin Shuyue finally broke down, collapsing to the ground in tears. Mother, may I sit beside you? Stay away from me. You reek of something foul. Mother, look, this is a portrait I drew for you. It's utterly hideous. You are forbidden for drawing me again. Mother, I apologize. I want to do it again. You are clearly trying to provoke me. I truly wonder why I brought you back. Well, Mother, please don't strike me again. It hurts too much. How can you learn if I don't discipline you? You clearly deserve a beating. She recalled how Sheng had once looked at her with hopeful affection, only for that gaze to transform into fear and avoidance over time. Each scolding, every unkind remark, and every merciless beating replayed in her mind like scenes from a film. It was only at this moment that Lin Shuyue realized the unforgivable acts she had committed over the years. The true culprit behind Sheng's estrangement from the family was none other than she, his mother. I am not human. I am unworthy of being his mother. With this thought, Lin Shuyue suddenly raised her hand and began to slap her own cheeks furiously. The sounds of her weeping and the sharp slaps resonated in Lu Qinghan's room. Yet, Lu Qinghan offered no words of comfort nor intervened. He merely observed with a cold detachment. In fact, the sting of Lin Shuyue's self-inflicted blows brought him a strange sense of satisfaction. He thought to himself, compared to the suffering Sheng endured, what were these few slaps? After a long while, Lin Shuyue left Lu Qinghan's room in a daze and returned to her own. As she lay on her bed, a line from Sheng's diary suddenly came to mind. My face hurts, but my heart aches even more. When Lu Zhentian returned home in the dead of night, Lin Shuyue remained awake. Why are you still up? Seeing his wife still awake, Lu Zhentian expressed his surprise. Do you know which school Sheng ultimately chose? Lin Shuyue did not respond, but countered with a question. Him? A person like that? Surely no school would accept him. Lu Zhentian scoffed dismissively. What do you mean? Isn't he the top scorer in the martial arts exam? Why would any school want him? Lin Shuyue, who had been lying in bed, immediately sat up, her eyes wide as she fixed her gaze on her husband. Those academies know that Jin and that rebellious child are brothers. For one who would turn on his own kin, they deem Sheng unworthy of their moral standards. Lu Zhentian averted his gaze from Lin Shuyue, responding casually. How could this be? How could it suddenly turn out like this? If no school wants him, what will become of Xiao Sheng? He is undeniably talented. Lin Shuyue's face filled with panic. He has not merely hardened his wings. Does he not possess considerable prowess? Why do you bother with such idle concerns? Lu Jintian appeared somewhat impatient. Wait, have you not considered offering him an explanation? You are, after all, his biological father. Can you just stand by and watch as your son is deprived of education? Lin Shuyue suddenly recalled something. Her face filled with incredulity as she inquired. Explain? On what grounds should I offer him an explanation? He has even disavowed me as his father. What relevance does his education hold for me? Lu Jintian retorted, his voice rising in irritation. He may reject us, but that is a reflection of our shortcomings as parents. Understand this clearly. We owe him, not the other way around. Lin Shuyue's voice also elevated in intensity. We gave him life. What do we owe him? Do not disturb me with your unreasonable demands. Lu Jintian's tone shifted to a low growl. Even beasts recognize the importance of nurturing their offspring. We lost him for over a decade, and upon finally finding him, we have yet to afford him a single day of happiness. I am acutely aware that much of this predicament is my fault, and I deeply regret how I treated Xiao Sheng in the past. Therefore, could you, for my sake, consider ways to assist Xiao Sheng, at the very least ensuring he has access to education? Since their marriage, Lin Shuyue had never engaged in such a quarrel with Lu Jintian. Observing his escalating anger, her demeanor softened once more, tears shimmering in her eyes as she pleaded with an expression of profound regret. It is too late. The reason Xiao Sheng finds himself without an education is primarily due to my actions. The situation has reached a point of no return. To Lin Shuyue's astonishment, Lu Jintian coldly articulated his next words. What did you say? What exactly have you done? Lin Shuyue could scarcely believe her ears. I informed them that Xiao Sheng was raised in an orphanage and possesses severe character flaws. In his quest for favor with Lu Jin, he even severed ties with his family. Furthermore, everyone witnessed how ruthlessly he injured Lu Jin. Consequently, all believe he is unworthy of instruction. With that, Lu Jintian, having decided to cease hiding the truth from his wife, divulged his actions. How could you do such a thing? You are ruining his future. Lin Shuyue's voice trembled with emotion. Today, I warned him that he would come to regret his defiance and would ultimately seek my forgiveness. He has been so insolent towards me. Why should I refrain from retaliating? Lu Jintian asserted with unwavering conviction. No, you cannot treat Xiao Sheng this way. I have already caused him immense harm. My heart is laden with guilt. If you deny him education, how shall I face him in the future? You must go and explain to them that your earlier words were spoken in anger. Tell them Xiao Sheng has always been a well-behaved child, with no psychological issues whatsoever. Had Lu Jintian committed such acts prior to this moment, Lin Shuyue might have applauded him. However, having recognized her own errors and feeling profound remorse for Xiao Sheng, she could no longer accept Lu Jintian's conduct. In a fit of desperation, she clutched at his collar, crying out like a distraught woman. Enough. This predicament is entirely of your own making. Now, you come to play the part of a benevolent figure? I reiterate, if he returns to me, acknowledging his place within the Lu family, I may choose to overlook his previous insolence. Otherwise, whether he lives or dies, do not trouble me further. Lu Jintian, now thoroughly enraged, forcefully pushed Lin Shuyue onto the bed. After speaking, he donned his clothes and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. What sin have I committed? Lin Shuyue lamented, her heart heavy as she lay on the bed, covering her face with her hands in despair. After a night of meticulous planning, Xiao Sheng had devised a rough outline for his retribution against Lu Jintian. His first step involved concealing surveillance equipment in the location where Lu Jintian frequently rendezvoused with Chen Luoyan, intending to capture their intimate interactions. Of course, he dared not directly photograph Lu Jintian. A master of his caliber possessed an acute awareness of his surroundings. Any lingering gaze upon such an individual would be easily detected. Only advanced electronic devices could mitigate the risk of detection, a fact Xiao Sheng had gleaned from thorough online research. Furthermore, he needed to enhance his agility, allowing his physique to regain its previous lithe form. After all, in his current state, even if he donned a disguise, Lu Zhentian would likely recognize him at first glance. Once he gathered evidence of Lu Zhentian's infidelity, he would first ensure Lin Shuya received it. As for the evidence of Lu Zhentian and Chen Luoyin embezzling funds, he remembered precisely where it was stored and was well aware of the password to Chen Luoyin's office. Provided no one was present, the incriminating evidence against Lu Zhentian would be readily accessible. Crucially, the sequence of these two events could not be disturbed. He needed Lu Zhentian to be thoroughly embroiled in the scandal of his infidelity before exposing the second matter, thus achieving the most impactful outcome. After breakfast, Sheng returned to the outskirts, wielding the newly acquired long knife, which he had named Inkblade due to its entirely black appearance. With this weapon in hand, he found himself capable of dispatching demonic beasts with remarkable efficiency, far surpassing his previous endeavors. He even felt emboldened enough to confront groups of lower-tier demonic creatures. Unsurprisingly, any beast he struck met its end in a swift and decisive manner. In just one morning, he amassed 10 points of demonic essence. Had he not had more pressing matters to attend to, he would have continued hunting throughout the day. After enhancing his agility threefold, Sheng quickly transformed into a notably slender figure. The loose clothing he had previously worn now appeared somewhat baggy, lending him a casual, hip-hop style. Upon entering the city, he purchased a fitted outfit and donned a mask along with a baseball cap. Standing before the mirror, he felt confident that even if he were to cross paths with Lu Zhentian, the latter would not recognize him. Following this, Sheng returned to the auspicious village where he had previously resided. Not only had he formulated a plan to confront Lu Zhentian, but he had also contacted a dealer of contraband online. The designated meeting place was within the auspicious village. This is our most advanced model, offering exceptional concealment capabilities. The footage can be viewed in real time, and you can opt to upload it to the cloud for later examination. Most importantly, this little gadget requires specialized equipment to detect. Boasted a sleazy-looking man in a dimly lit room, gesturing towards a translucent square device the size of a fingernail. Sheng scrutinized the device for an extended period, failing to locate even the tiniest pinhole on its surface. He was somewhat skeptical, questioning whether this little gadget was truly as formidable as the other party claimed. "You must demonstrate it to me first." A sum of 200,000 was no trifling matter, although he currently possessed over 1 million at his disposal. He could not afford to be easily deceived. "Well, observe closely," the man responded without hesitation. Taking the small disc from Lu Sheng's hand, he connected it to a mobile application, and instantly, the interior of the room appeared vividly on the screen. To Lu Sheng's astonishment, the clarity of the image was remarkably high. The man then pressed the small disc gently in an inconspicuous spot on a piece of furniture. Lu Sheng leaned in, inspecting it from various angles, and discovered that it was indeed quite difficult to detect the presence of this small device. Even if someone noticed the translucent little bump, it would be challenging for an unacquainted individual to associate it with a surveillance device. Lu Sheng could not help but marvel at the technological advancements in Long Country, which had reached such astonishing levels. However, he realized that if he wished to engage in any private matters in the future, he must be cautious to avoid being recorded by this contraption. Chapter 77. Awaiting the bloom. Ultimately, Lu Sheng spent 400,000 to acquire 2 of these high-tech cameras, and the seller generously included several SIM cards at no extra cost. He then proceeded to the villa district where Chen Luoyin resided. The walls of the yard posed no obstacle to Lu Sheng's advance. The main gate was securely locked, and he noticed that the garage was devoid of vehicles. Presuming that Chen Luoyin had gone to work, he carefully climbed over the fence. The code was still the same. Upon entering it, Lu Sheng successfully gained access. He installed one camera in the living room and the other in a discreet corner of Chen Luoyin's bedroom. After verifying the functionality of the cameras, Lu Sheng found the incriminating evidence of Chen Luoyin and Lu Zhentian still preserved in the same location as he remembered. He could not fathom why this woman had chosen to print and store these items separately. He speculated that she intended to use them to blackmail Lu Zhentian at a crucial moment. Initially, Lu Sheng's plan was to retrieve these items after exposing Lu Zhentian's infidelity. However, he had since changed his mind and decided to photograph the documents with his phone, just in case. The entire process took less than 10 minutes, and Lu Sheng hastily departed, fearing he might be caught by Lu Zhentian's unexpected return. Upon returning to the hotel, Lu Sheng occasionally opened the app to monitor the surveillance. It was not until after 9 in the evening that someone finally entered the room. To Lu Sheng's surprise, Lu Zhentian returned with Chen Luoyan. Seeing Chen Luoyan again, Lu Sheng could not help but admire Lu Zhentian's taste. This woman truly embodied the phrase of beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall. At just 28 years old, she possessed a tall and sultry figure, her skin as fair as milk, and her peach blossom eyes conveyed an enchanting allure with every glance and smile. Although Lin Shuya, in her 40s, was exceptionally well-preserved and still exuded beauty and charm, she paled in comparison to such a youthful woman. Moreover, it was not merely her beauty that captivated Lu Zhentian. It was also her ability to leverage power to facilitate his desires. The two entered the house, their demeanor intimate, resembling a couple deeply in love. Lu Sheng, having been accustomed to witnessing their various scandalous encounters in his past life, found it no longer shocking. However, what he did not anticipate was that, while he was observing them, Lu Zhentian, who had just intended to sit on the sofa, suddenly turned around sharply, sensing something amiss and gazing in the direction of the camera. Terrified of being discovered, Lu Sheng quickly disconnected from the camera feed. "What is the matter, dear?" Chen Luoyan inquired, puzzled by Lu Zhentian's peculiar behavior. He remained silent, furrowing his brow as he extended his mental awareness, meticulously sensing the previous direction. For a fleeting moment, he had felt as if he were being watched. Yet, that sensation had vanished without a trace. He inspected the surroundings, finding nothing out of the ordinary. "It's nothing. Perhaps I merely imagined it," Lu Zhentian said, shaking his head. "I thought perhaps a bug had entered the house. I am quite averse to bugs," Chen Luoyan said, playfully patting her ample bosom, her voice laced with a hint of trepidation. "There's nothing to worry about. I must have overreacted," Lu Zhentian murmured, pulling the woman into his embrace with gentle affection, a stark contrast to the cold demeanor he exhibited at home. "If all is well, you should return home early tonight. You stayed here with me last night. If you don't return today, it may be difficult for you to explain." Chen Luoyan wrapped her arms around Lu Zhentian's waist, burying her face in his chest, displaying remarkable understanding. Lu Zhentian, initially in good spirits, immediately darkened upon hearing her words. He was acutely aware that the she Chen Luoyan referred to as Lin Shuya. The mere thought of Lin Shuya irritated him, a promising individual like Lu Sheng, who could have been nurtured into a martial sage, had been driven to oppose his family by that woman. Now, realizing his previous mistakes, she had the audacity to criticize him. He could already foresee the turmoil that awaited him upon returning home, where Lin Shuya would undoubtedly create a scene. "I am the head of the household. I need not report my whereabouts to her. I will stay here tonight. It just so happens that I can accompany you for your prenatal checkup in the morning." Chen Luoyan's understanding nature only served to provoke Lu Zhentian's rebellious spirit. "Really?" she asked, her face alight with uncontainable joy at his resolute response, though her expression soon shifted to one of concern. "There is no need for concern. That woman is rather dim-witted and easy to handle. I spend too little time with you. I must seize this opportunity to make up for lost time." Lu Zhentian tenderly caressed Chen Luoyan's cheek, his tone exceedingly gentle. "As long as you hold me in your heart, I am already immensely satisfied." Chen Luoyan was moved by his words, and they swiftly embraced and kissed each other. Lu Sheng refrained from checking the camera feed for the remainder of the night. It was not until morning that he accessed the already uploaded video in the cloud. The content did not disappoint him. Lu Zhentian's actions and dialogue with Chen Luoyan from the previous night provided irrefutable evidence of his infidelity. After studying video editing tutorials online, Lu Sheng painstakingly extracted the most compelling segments. He then switched to a black card and directly sent the video to Lin Shuya. What remained for him was to patiently await the unfolding of events. Meanwhile, within the Lu family residence, Lin Shuya was preoccupied with thoughts of Lu Sheng, unable to focus on anything else. With Lu Zhentian absent for 2 days, she presumed he was merely avoiding her, without considering any other possibilities. Suddenly, she received a file from an unfamiliar number on her phone, initially dismissing it as junk. However, upon opening it, she was met with a chilling message and a video file. Lu Jintian is cheating. Impossible. How could this be? Lin Shuya's first reaction was to consider it a prank. Curiosity piqued. She hesitated, trembling fingers reluctant to press the play button. After several moments of indecision, her fingertip eventually descended to click. She could not fathom that Lu Jintian would betray her. At the onset of the video, she beheld a woman of extraordinary beauty, entwined with a man as they entered a room. Upon discerning the man's features, Lin Shuya felt as if the world had plunged into darkness. A sense of despair washed over her, and her phone clattered to the ground. The man in question was none other than her husband, Lu Jintian. How could he treat me in such a manner? After a prolonged moment of shock, Lin Shuya retrieved her phone, her gaze fixed on the visage of her husband, murmuring in disbelief. To ascertain that this was not a mere coincidence, she steeled herself against the anguish and replayed the video. The dialogue and gestures exchanged between the two were akin to sharp daggers, incessantly piercing her heart. In that moment, she comprehended that Lu Jintian had been spending consecutive nights away, revealing that he had long been involved with another woman. It was evident that the pretext of work-related absences had merely served as a cover for his clandestine rendezvous with this paramour. Even more devastating was the revelation that this woman was with child, bearing Lu Jintian's offspring. Lin Shuya recalled, at the tender age of 20, her infatuation with this tall, handsome man, leading her to defy her family's objections and resolutely marry him. At that time, Lu Jintian, though only of modest rank, was imbued with an air of unwarranted arrogance. It was only after her fervent pursuit that he finally accepted her. Following their marriage, she tirelessly sought resources from her family to support his training, even leading to discord with her relatives. Yet, she vividly remembered that throughout their courtship, Lu Jintian had never once embraced or kissed her, nor had he ever spoken to her with tenderness. For over 2 decades, he had maintained a facade of coldness and indifference. She had assumed this was his inherent nature and had never questioned it. However, the recent video unveiled an entirely different Lu Jintian. She realized that his demeanor had merely been reserved for her. While he could exhibit warmth and affection towards the one he truly cherished, Lin Shuya had never doubted Lu Jintian's fidelity to their marriage, yet he had already betrayed her. Despite living together for decades, he had never harbored any genuine feelings for her. Now, her sorrow had evolved into a profound anger, a rage born from the realization of having been thoroughly deceived. She yearned to confront Lu Jintian and demand answers. If he did not love her, why had he chosen to be with her? Why marry her? Yet, she understood that seeking him out alone would yield no answers and might lead to even greater harm. Thus, Lin Shuya wiped her tears and resolutely drove away from her home. She needed someone to support her. Lin Shuya's 3 brothers resided together, and their mother had long since passed. Her father, Lin Zhonghai, a master of the 8th rank, despite nearing a century in age, appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. Upon her arrival at the Lin household, Lin Zhonghai was tending to the garden. Noticing his daughter, he wore a stern expression, assuming she was there to plead for something on behalf of Lu Jintian. "Father, you must stand up for your daughter." But what Lin Zhonghai did not expect was for his daughter to suddenly kneel before him, weeping uncontrollably. "What is the matter? Who has wronged you?" Lin Shuya's display took him by surprise, and he hurriedly helped her to her feet. Aside from the time she had implored to marry Lu Jintian, she had never behaved in such a manner. While it was one thing for her to be upset with her father, if she had indeed been wronged, he, as her father, could not stand idly by. "It's Lu Jintian. Lu Jintian has cheated on me and has a child with another woman. I've been deceived for over 20 years. Father," Lin Shuya cried, her heart shattered. "What? Did you witness this with your own eyes? It can't be a misunderstanding, can it?" Lin Zhonghai struggled to believe that Lu Jintian would dare to act so treacherously towards his daughter, who was supported by the entire Lin family. "Look at this video. It was sent to me by a stranger," Lin Shuya said, disregarding her own embarrassment as she presented the video to her father. "For over 20 years of marriage, I have cared for him, shamelessly begging my family for resources to support his training. Yet what has he done? Not once has he spoken to me with kindness, nor has he offered me a smile. How is this not deceit? I warned you long ago. That man was never a good match. You refused to listen. Did you think he married you for your sake? It was merely for the resources our family could provide him. All those times you came home seeking our support, even at the cost of straining family relations. It was undoubtedly he who incited you. We have cautioned you countless times, yet you remained obstinate, Lin Zhonghai exclaimed, his anger boiling as he watched the video. Oh, father, I was wrong. I misjudged him. I should have listened to you. But what am I to do now? I truly do not know what to do. Lin Shuya sobbed uncontrollably. Our family is not yet devoid of strength. How dare he treat my daughter so poorly? Rest assured, as your father, I shall see that justice is served. I will summon your 3 brothers and confront this scoundrel, Lin Zhonghai declared, seething with rage. He promptly contacted his sons, instructing them to return home immediately. Within the hour, Lin Shuya's 3 brothers arrived one after another. Father, what has transpired to cause you such distress? Lin Guan, the eldest brother and an 8th-rank master, inquired upon seeing his sister in tears and their father's furious countenance. Lu Zhentian has taken advantage of our family, feigning marriage to your sister merely to exploit our resources for his training. Now, not only has he been unfaithful, but he has also fathered a child with another woman. How can I not be furious? Lin Zhonghai explained, his voice strained with suppressed rage. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Shuya, do not cry. I shall promptly deal with him. Lin Guan, incensed by the revelation, vowed to take action. For all these years, they had believed in the sincerity of Lu Zhentian's affection for their sister, only to discover that he had been deceiving her and the entire Lin family. Shortly thereafter, the 2nd and 3rd brothers, Lin Guanjia and Lin Guandao, arrived in succession. Upon learning of the situation, both brothers were equally incensed, vowing to seek retribution from Lu Zhentian on behalf of their sister. The video sent to Lin Shuya by Lin Xingfa had clearly indicated the location of Chun Luoyan's residence. The family, now united in their fury, hastily departed in their vehicles, intent on confronting the man who had wronged them.